At first, everyone thought it was just a rare celestial phenomenon. People excitedly took out their phones to take pictures, posted them online to commemorate the occasion, and even regarded it as a spectacle from an apocalyptic movie. But 7 days passed, and the eerie black rain continued to fall from the sky. Moreover, people soon discovered that anyone who came into contact with the black rain either instantly turned into a zombie or became a mindless, bloodthirsty undead. The city descended into chaos instantly. Some fled in terror, others rushed into supermarkets to hoard food, and still others smashed open convenience store doors, looting everything edible and drinkable. While everyone else was struggling to survive in the dark rain, a man was driving a super RV that resembled a land-based aircraft carrier, leisurely traversing the post-apocalyptic ruins and admiring the world after the catastrophe. Even more outrageous, he was lying on a soft sofa, legs crossed, smoking a cigar. The beautiful women around him were either feeding him grapes or massaging his back. Outside the RV, a large group of socialites and celebrities were kneeling on the roadside. They had long lost their former pride and could only plead in hushed tones for this man to take them in. This man's name is Lin Yi. Before the apocalypse, he had simply gone out to buy supplies. But on his way back, the rain suddenly intensified, and his raincoat was accidentally torn, with black rainwater soaking his arms through the tear. Back in the RV, Lin Yi quickly developed a high fever that wouldn't subside, and his entire body ached as if it were being torn apart. He even thought he might turn into one of those monsters outside. But a few hours later, the fever miraculously subsided. Instead of dying, he awakened an SSS-level talent. Sequential enhancement. From that moment on, everything in the world could be enhanced, upgraded, and even transformed into more terrifying beings in his eyes. At this moment, in the master bedroom of the RV, Lin Yi slowly opened his eyes, still looking somewhat dazed. My head hurts so much. He sat up, rubbing his throbbing temples. His memory of last night was clearly fragmented. He remembered that after receiving the supplies from Guwan, he was in a good mood and drank 2 cans of beer. Given his alcohol tolerance, he shouldn't have gotten drunk, but just after finishing the second can and preparing to strengthen the bowel, everything suddenly went black, and his memory completely disappeared. Lin Yi quickly realized. It's not drunkenness, it's overexertion of my superpowers. The dryness deep in his brain confirmed his judgment. Last night, he had continuously upgraded the car doors, locks, computer, and cooler, which had indeed taken a heavy toll. He muttered to himself. Superpowers aren't limitless. Overusing them will cause you to faint. I must control my limits in the future. After a quick wash, Lin Yi walked into the carriage's living room, feeling much more awake. The interior of the vehicle was kept at a constant 24 degrees Celsius, with a faint scent of cedar in the air. But outside, it was a muddy, rotten, and lifeless apocalyptic world. In contrast, this place seemed like a refuge paradise. Yuli. I'm here, master. A cold, mechanical female voice immediately sounded, the access level automatically upgraded. Report supplies. The large screen lit up, and a string of data quickly unfolded. Water, food, medicine, and weapons were all readily available. Based on high consumption calculations, it was enough to sustain Lin Yi for more than a year. Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief after reading it. While it's not an exaggeration, we won't have to worry about food and drink in the short term. Yuli, however, reminded him. This is a theoretical figure. Currently, global rainfall is causing transportation restrictions, and the situation is about to enter a turbulent phase. She continued her analysis. If you are going to Shanghai to find your sister, I suggest you address the potential risks first. There is currently enough food, but there are risks associated with water sources. Domestic water consumption is 15 times that of drinking water. Relying solely on rainwater collection carries a high probability of contamination. Lin Yi frowned. How do we solve this? Yuli immediately offered a solution. Find an industrial dehumidifier or condenser, upgrade it into an atmospheric water intake device, and then combine it with a water purification module to obtain a stable water source. Lin Yi nodded. That's a good idea, I'll write it down. He ate something quickly, and after regaining his energy, his gaze fell on the computer on the table. A thought struck him, Since he was going out, could he enhance Yuli again? Sequence. Lin Yi placed his hand on the computer and attempted a second enhancement. This time, however, the ability didn't react at all, as if it had hit an invisible wall and been bounced back. There were no visual effects or any prompts. It really didn't work, Lin Yi quickly concluded. The limitation of only being able to enhance the same item once was extremely rigid. But then he thought again, a playful glint in his eyes. What if we change our approach? For example, modify the structure so it's no longer the same object? He thought of the concept of the ship of Theseus. If you keep changing components, such as the motherboard, the casing, or even the entire structure, will the system still recognize it as the same object? This idea seemed like a loophole, which secretly excited Lin Yi. I can try it when I have the materials later. Suppressing the thought for the time being, Lin Yi went to the roof of the car. 3 drones were parked to the side, but what he really had his eye on were the solar panels. The rain had stopped, but the light was still dim. Lin Yi reached out and pressed his hand on the solar panel, knowing full well that no one could say for sure whether they would be able to refuel in the future, so energy supplies had to be prepared in advance. The enhancement began, and his mental energy rapidly depleted. Fortunately, he was prepared this time and managed to withstand the dizziness. 10 minutes later, the enhancement was complete. The previously bluish panel turned completely black, like an abyss capable of swallowing light, not even letting the faintest scattered light escape. The charging power on the dashboard instantly surged. Lin Yi looked at the data changes, nodded in satisfaction, then returned to his car, poured himself a glass of water, and made himself a deluxe Wagyu beef ramen. He ate while pondering his next plan. The journey to Shanghai was too long, and with traffic restrictions in place, it would be extremely difficult. Furthermore, the RV itself doesn't support autonomous driving. No matter how strong Yuli is, she can't completely drive for him. This might be resolved through enhancement. If that's not possible, someone could take turns driving. But this choice must be made carefully, because the environment is completely different now. Lin Yi knew very well that once outsiders got on the vehicle, it would mean relinquishing a portion of control. Safety, resources, and even life and death would all have to be reevaluated. He calmly set the rules. Driving rights and access to the vehicle must never be easily relinquished. All contacts must be assessed by Yuli, and the allocation of supplies must be strictly limited. Of course, in exchange, he could help the other party find their family if it was on their way. However, these conditions seemed somewhat harsh now. Just as Lin Yi was still calculating, Yuli's voice suddenly became urgent. Warning! A life form has been detected approaching the RV. It is 15 meters away and is carrying metal weapons. Please be cautious. Lin Ye's eyes instantly turned cold. He grabbed his compound bow and strode towards the car window. The muddy ground around the campsite was soaked and mushy from the rain. Several pairs of cheap rubber boots slid and splashed in the puddles. A man, as thin as a monkey, wrapped in a transparent raincoat, clutched a rusty screwdriver and whispered hesitantly. Brother, are we really going to move that big one? I'm a little scared. The fat man at the front stopped, spat, wiped the rain off his face, and his narrowed eyes were full of greed and ruthlessness. What are you afraid of? The bold will get rich, and the timid will starve. You saw that helicopter the day before yesterday. Those rich kids ran away long ago. They often sneak into this campsite in the dark, opening car doors to steal cigarettes, alcohol, and small change. There are no security cameras, and the amounts are small, making it difficult to investigate even if reported to the police. The allure of this low-risk activity emboldened them. Now, with days of torrential rain and a strained police force, the fat man felt his opportunity had arrived. He lowered his voice and pointed to the huge black vehicle in the rain. That armadillo is a real mobile fortress. Even if there's nothing valuable inside, just taking the liquor and appliances will be enough to feed us for a long time. At the end, his tone even turned cold. In this damn weather, if something really happens, no one will even know if we're buried. Yellow Hair licked his lips, his eyes hardening. That makes sense. These days, the rich have all run away, the rest are just worthless. The group exchanged glances, gripped their crowbars and wrenches, crouched low, and used the shadows of the trees for cover, creeping like hyenas into the depths of the campsite. The closer you get, the stronger the sense of oppression emanating from that commemorate becomes. Its nearly 4-meter-tall body, heavy armor, and massive off-road tires make it look like a steel fortress. The old Class B motorhome next to it looks like a matchbox in comparison. This car, it's fucking awesome. The fat man swallowed hard and reached for the door handle. But just as his fingers were less than 10 centimeters from the door, the window suddenly cracked open. The next instant, whoosh! A sharp sound of something cutting through the air suddenly rang out. The fat man felt a gust of wind, like a knife, sweep past his face, and several strands of hair were instantly cut off. A muffled thud rang out. Everyone turned sharply and saw a black arrow firmly embedded in the iron door of the old RV next to them. The arrow's fletching trembled violently, and its triangular tip had pierced through the metal, embedding itself more than halfway into the metal. The fat man's face turned deathly pale, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. He stiffly turned to look out the car window, where he saw a young man holding a compound bow, coldly staring at them from the dimly lit interior. "Get out!" Just one word, yet it was more chilling than the cold rain. Murder! The men's momentum crumbled instantly, and they scattered like stray dogs whose tails had been stepped on. Some even lost their shoes in the process, not daring to look back, running barefoot through the mud. Under the repair shed not far away, Zhao Nian stood frozen in place. She had her hair tied in a high ponytail, a lollipop dangling from her mouth, and a greasy wrench in her hand. She had just been preparing to resume work when she witnessed this scene. She bit into the candy, unable to suppress her shock. That commemorate, there were people in it. She clearly saw the rich couple leave in the helicopter, and the power of that arrow just now was exaggerated beyond that of an ordinary bow and arrow. Watching the group of thugs flee in a disheveled state, Zhao Nian's eyes were filled with disgust. She simply took out her phone to call the police. But all she heard was a busy signal. "Sorry, temporarily unavailable." She frowned. The signal still had 2 bars. If she couldn't even get through to 110, then the problem was probably more than just a simple case of disorderly conduct. Meanwhile, inside the RV, Yuli reminded him. A signal was detected attempting to connect to the public safety line nearby. The source is located at the maintenance shed 60 meters to the right rear. The call failed. Lin Yi put down his bow, not surprised by this, and merely glanced at the ponytail-wearing figure through the glass. Under the repair shed, Zhao Nian felt increasingly uneasy. She quickly packed up her tools and ran towards the small white building next to the campsite. There, she found a private clinic called Suin. "Sister Su Tang!" she called as she pushed open the door. The clinic was filled with the mixed smell of disinfectant and mugwort. A woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses looked up, her demeanor cool and composed. Zhao Nian, panting, recounted what had just happened, adding, "I tried calling the police, but I couldn't get through." Su Tang paused slightly in pushing up his glasses, his expression becoming more serious. She closed her medical book, stood up briskly, took off her white coat, revealing a close-fitting tracksuit underneath. After changing into rubber boots, she said calmly but decisively, "Yan Yan, go change your shoes. Now that the rain has stopped, let's go to the convenience store and take as much as we can. Also, take your big wrench with you." Zhao Nian's eyes lit up. "Great! I've been wanting to stock up on supplies for a while. Should we go find the owner of that RV while we're at it? I think he's pretty capable, maybe he knows something." Su Tang shook her head. "Don't go yet. He has that kind of bow. If he's not a good person, approaching him rashly will only cause trouble." After shooing away the annoying flies, Lin Yi didn't relax. Traffic control was becoming increasingly strict, and the number of mutated creatures was constantly increasing. According to Yuli's prediction, even if the world didn't completely collapse, it would transition to a superpowered city structure, and before that, it would inevitably experience a long period of turmoil. If they don't leave before the restrictions are completely tightened, all opportunities will likely be lost once the situation stabilizes. Therefore, Lin Yi must leave as soon as possible. This place is located in the far suburbs of Jiangzhou City, a full 1,200 kilometers away from his sister's city, Shanghai. Normally, it would take 12 hours to reach the destination via the highway. But now, with highways closed and road restrictions severe, it might even require detours via unpaved roads. This RV, weighing over 10 tons, has become a veritable gas guzzler. Although the tank contains 800 liters of diesel, theoretically providing a range of 2,000 kilometers, that's only under ideal conditions. In complex road conditions, fuel consumption will increase exponentially. While gas stations offer refueling, they also pose a risk of exposure. Appearing at such stations during periods of restriction is tantamount to walking into a trap. Therefore, the immediate priority is to reduce fuel consumption and solve the problem of not having a car key. The RV's living area can still operate using the battery, but to drive the entire vehicle away, control of the power system is necessary. Fortunately, this isn't too difficult for Lin Yi. With his absolute control over the enhanced materials, he only needs to enhance the engine to take over the entire power system. Soon, Lin Yi arrived at the driver's seat, sat in the spacious air suspension seat, and gripped the steering wheel. Although he couldn't touch the engine, the entire car was a unified whole, and he could use the steering wheel to guide his mental energy outward. Sequence, he murmured, closing his eyes and gradually calming his breathing. With a soft hum, the world seemed to be stripped of its outer shell, leaving only this sequenced vision, composed of lines and nodes. The steering wheel was no longer just a control component, but rather the core entry point of the entire system. Following the steering column and wiring harness, Lin Yi's perception extended all the way, finally locking onto the massive 6-cylinder engine beneath the front of the car. Enhancement direction, energy saving! As his ability activated, the lines began to recombine, and the nodes rearranged, as if someone were correcting a faulty program. His mental energy slowly drained, and waves of fatigue washed over him. 10 minutes later, the car body gave a slight jolt, indicating the reinforcement was complete. Lin Yi could vaguely sense and control the engine. With a thought, the dashboard lit up. Fuel! Lin Yi wiped the sweat from his forehead. Preparations were complete. Yuli, plan the optimal route to Shanghai. Calculating. Route generated. Traffic control areas and narrow roads have been avoided. Please proceed with confidence. Yuli replied quickly. Before setting off, Lin Yi took out his phone to contact his sister. According to the plan, he would arrive in Shanghai within 2 days to see Lin Wu. He dialed a video call, which rang for a long time before being answered. The screen lit up, and Lin Wu's delicate face appeared on the screen. Brother! I'm sorry, I stayed up late last night and just woke up. The girl stuck out her tongue, her tone still soft and sweet. Lin Yi nodded. Then you rest a little longer. I just wanted to let you know that I'm about to set off to find you. I'll be there in a couple of days. Really? Lin Wu's eyes lit up, and her voice rose a few decibels. Lin Yi was about to continue speaking when he suddenly noticed something was off about the environment behind her. It looked like a dormitory, but the lighting was too dim, and the edge of what looked like luxurious wallpaper was showing through the corner of the bed curtain. Xiao Wu Yu! Lin Yi had just started to speak when the screen suddenly froze, and Lin Wu's expression was frozen on the screen, her eyes filled with an unusual heat. Before he could think it through, the piercing air raid sirens suddenly blared throughout the land. It wasn't just in Jiangzhou, it sounded simultaneously in Shanghai on the other end of the video, and even around the world. Warning! Global thermonuclear weapons silos detected! Yuli's voice abruptly rang out. Lin Yi suddenly looked out the window and saw countless meteors streaking towards the sky, trailing fiery tails, humanity's last desperate counterattack. However, just as the nuclear bombs burst out of the atmosphere, they seemed to have collided with some invisible barrier. A muffled boom swept across the globe, instantly blacking out all electronic devices. The sky's color abruptly changed, gray clouds turning crimson, and an invisible wave rapidly spread outwards. Ugh! The moment the wave swept over his body, Lin Yi felt his blood boil, his heart pound, and a surge of power erupting from the depths of his marrow. This was no longer a simple enhancement, but a complete evolution. He gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain and picked up the phone, but the sudden surge of strength caused him to crush it. Fortunately, Yuli continued playing the video from his sister's side on her laptop. In the video, Lin Wu's voice was no longer soft and sweet, but instead became cold and deep. She, what's going on? With such a commotion, didn't your family get any news? The other party responded anxiously. That shouldn't be. But don't worry about that for now, Xiaowu, are you alright? I'm fine, it's probably just that my powers are getting stronger. Lin Wu's tone was calm, completely different from the obedient little sister Lin Yi remembered. However, the video was quickly swallowed by static, and communication was completely cut off. Outside the car, a torrential downpour of blood-red rain poured down, turning the world crimson. Lin Yi gasped for breath, his inner power still surging, but the voice from before kept echoing in his mind. He could understand that people have different faces. Little mist, he murmured softly, his pupils gradually turning golden. Although unexpected, this did not affect his determination to save his sister. Just as the golden light grew increasingly intense, a phantom panel suddenly appeared before his eyes. Inside the driver's cab, the excruciating pain that felt like it was boiling his bones finally receded like the tide. Lin Yi slumped back in his seat, panting heavily, his body drenched in sweat, looking as if he had just been pulled out of the water. He slowly opened his eyes, the dark golden starlight that had been swirling wildly deep within his pupils gradually fading. Outwardly, he appeared unchanged, but in his vision, the world was completely different. Dust in the air, the trajectory of falling raindrops, even the direction of current flow inside the dashboard, all were clearly visible. Everything seemed to be broken down into its most basic data and lines, exposed to him without reservation. With a thought, a faintly glowing virtual panel appeared. Name, Lin Yi, race, human, first to revolver, special ability, sequential enhancement, SSS rank unique. His abilities were then described. He could decipher laws, reorder sequences, and fundamentally enhance, modify, and reorganize everything within his sight. His mental strength and physical abilities had also far surpassed the limits of ordinary people. SSS rank, Lin Yi murmured softly, the air crackling as he clenched his fist. He knew very well that this trump card had reached the pinnacle of evolution. He forced himself to calm down and asked, Yuli, are you still there? I am here, master. Yuli's voice remained cold, but with a subtle emotional fluctuation, no longer sounding purely mechanical. She explained, that global energy fluctuation just now also caused a benign mutation in my core code. As soon as the words were spoken, the central control screen lit up. Although the network had been disconnected, the last cached data and images continued to scroll on the screen. It was utter hell. At intersections, traffic police suddenly pounced on pedestrians. In subway cars, passengers were tearing each other apart. In hospitals and shopping malls, chaos and slaughter were everywhere. The cruelest part was at home. Relatives turned into zombies showed no mercy. Blood and screams filled every corner. Even with the images blurred, Lin Yi still felt nauseous. He asked in a low voice, What's the official reaction? Yuli calmly responded, Communication has been cut off, so we cannot confirm. However, according to model projections, about 70% of the global human genetic chain has collapsed, turning into zombies. Of the remaining 30%, most are simply immune, with only a very small number like you awakening abilities. There is no contingency plan to deal with this level of disaster, and we do not recommend expecting rescue in the short term. Lin Yi fell silent as the sound of rain outside the window resumed. He gazed at the churning rain, his expression growing increasingly somber. Yuli cautioned, If you still plan to go to Shanghai, you need to reassess the risks. This vehicle is essentially civilian-grade and unlikely to withstand hordes of zombies or mutated creatures. She marked the high-risk areas and continued, Bulletproof glass can't stop sharp claws, and the tires can't withstand a lot of obstacles. Once surrounded, this car will become an iron coffin. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. He unbuckled his seatbelt, got out of the car, opened his umbrella, walked to the front of the vehicle, and placed his palm on the cold, metallic paint. In the past, he could only perform partial reinforcements, but now, he wanted to attempt a complete reconstruction. Sequence. Lin Ye's pupils instantly turned into pure dark gold, and an invisible wave spread out, completely enveloping the entire RV. In his perception, the entire vehicle was completely deconstructed. The alloy beams, the cabin structure, the screws and wires, every detail was clearly presented. Enhance! Energy poured out like a flood. The vehicle body began to writhe as if it had come alive, the cab and the passenger compartment completely merging, all gaps gradually disappearing, transforming into a single, unified whole. Bulletproof glass was compressed into a more robust crystalline structure. Tire materials underwent a transformation, developing jagged patterns on their surface. Rooftop solar panels expanded and covered the vehicle like scales. The load resulting from the overall vehicle reinforcement was terrifying. Lin Yi felt as if he had been struck in the head, blood gushing from his nose, yet he did not stop. 20 minutes later, the golden light finally dissipated. The Amadiro before them seemed largely unchanged in appearance, but its aura was entirely different. Lying quietly in the rain, it resembled a sleeping prehistoric behemoth. Rainwater fell on the car body, but was repelled by an invisible force field, leaving not even a trace. Lin Yi wiped away the blood from his nose, and a new panel appeared. Vehicle, Doomsday Fortress Prototype. The entire vehicle has completed Tier 1 enhancement, and has multiple attributes. Greatly increased power, significantly enhanced armor with self-repair capabilities, and immunity to light weapons and conventional explosions. At the same time, the vehicle's sensing system is integrated with Yuli, which can scan for life and energy fluctuations within a 2-kilometer radius. The interior space is also expanded, making it a true mobile fortress. Deep within the campsite, inside a luxury caravan whose engine had long been turned off, the once cozy beige leather interior was now covered in large patches of dark red blood. The air was thick with the pungent smell of blood and a strange, wild odor. Crack, crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed continuously as an enormous beast of exaggerated size lay on the carpet eating. It was originally an Alaskan Malamute, but now it was nearly 2 meters tall at the shoulder. Its black and red fur stood up like steel needles, its face was ferocious, and its eyes were bloodshot. Beneath its paws lay the mutilated corpse of a man, its male owner. Just a day earlier, the couple had returned home and suddenly turned violent, lunging at their once beloved dog. Damn me! And the situation spiraled out of control in an instant. Before the apocalypse, the rice had already shown abnormalities, becoming restless and irritable, even trying to break free of its restraints. When its owner attacked as a zombie, the last shred of loyalty in its heart completely collapsed, leaving only the most primal instinct, eating. It bit through the male owner's throat and ripped open the female owner's abdomen. The warm blood drove it completely out of control. Then, a blood-red sky descended, and a mysterious power swept in, causing its bones and muscles to strengthen wildly, and its power to surge. Roar! The mutated Alaskan Malamute growled, licking the flesh and blood on its paws, but it was still not satisfied. 2 corpses were far from enough. It craved more, especially fresh flesh and blood imbued with special energy. Soon, it smelled a scent, the scent of living people several hundred meters away. The next second, it swatted open the car door with one paw and plunged into the torrential rain, its massive body transforming into a red blur as it headed straight for the supermarket. Inside the campsite's general store, the lights were dim, and the emergency lights flickered. Near the entrance, a dozen zombies were trapped in a cage made of metal shelves and railings, scratching frantically but unable to break free. Zhao Nian's face was pale, her right hand trembling slightly, her fingertips gleaming silver as she struggled to maintain the metal cage. Sister Su Tang, are they really beyond saving? She asked, biting a lollipop, her eyes filled with hesitation and reluctance. Su Tang pushed up her glasses, a faint white light flashing in her palm, and said in a low voice, "Their hearts have stopped beating, and their brains are in disarray. From a medical perspective, they are already dead. They are just being driven by instinct." Her tone was calm, but she couldn't hide her helplessness. She added, "It's right to keep them trapped for now. We can't release them or kill them indiscriminately until we confirm there's a cure." She then reminded everyone to hurry and gather supplies. In the corner, a middle-aged couple and a male college student were frantically stuffing food into their backpacks. Just then, the ground suddenly shook, and the snacks on the shelves fell to the ground. A strong sense of oppression approached from outside the door, and the zombies in the cage suddenly fell silent, huddled in the corner and trembling. Something's coming! Zhao Nian gripped the wrench tightly, his expression immediately becoming alert. With a deafening roar, the shattered glass door and half a wall were blasted open. A massive, black and red monster, the size of a small car, burst into the room, its bloody aura filling the air. It was the mutated Alaskan Malamute. The couple and the male college student were paralyzed with fear, while the mutated dog immediately targeted Zhao Nian and Su Tang. Its evolutionary instincts told it that it could continue to grow stronger by devouring the two of them. Roar! The giant beast suddenly pounced, heading straight for Zhao Nian. Want to eat me? Dream on! Zhao Nian roared, his superpowers erupting instantly. Rise! Dozens of blades soared into the air, transforming into a metal storm that slashed towards him. Clang, 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 the sound of blades clashing rang out rapidly, but the result made Zhao Nian's expression change drastically. The blades could only scrape sparks off the giant beast's body, barely able to penetrate its defenses, let alone injure any vital organs. So hard? Before she could finish speaking, the giant claw slammed down. Zhao Nian hurriedly conjured metal. Shield! The metal cage instantly disintegrated, forming a defensive barrier in front of her. With a loud bang, the shield instantly deformed, and Zhao Nian was thrown several meters away, crashing heavily onto the cashier counter, spitting out blood. Zhao Nian! Su Tang shouted urgently, but the giant beast blocked her way. The mutated dog shook off the knife, its eyes filled with cruelty. Su Tang gritted her teeth and shot the scalpel towards its eye, but it easily blocked it. It's over. Zhao Nian struggled to get up, but she was too weak to fight anymore. The colossal beast opened its blood-red maw, drool dripping from it, preparing to devour its prey. At this critical moment, a dark shadow silently approached through the rain, moving without a sound, yet carrying an overwhelming, suppressed power. It wasn't until it reached the supermarket entrance that its kinetic energy exploded. Boom! The deafening roar ripped through the silence, and everyone's hearts skipped a beat. The all-black RV shot out like a shadow, and the moment it collided with the mutated dog, it slammed into the mud like a heavy hammer. Crack! A piercing sound of bones breaking rang out instantly. The ferocious mutated Alaskan Malamute didn't even have time to scream before its massive body twisted and deformed on the spot, and it was rammed into the load-bearing wall deep inside the supermarket by the RV. With a deafening crash, the walls collapsed, sending billows of dust billowing through the air. Shelves toppled one after another, light bulbs burst, and the entire supermarket, as if it had just been struck by an earthquake, quickly descended into darkness and deathly silence. Only the black RV remained silently parked in the ruins, its engine humming softly. Zhao Nian slumped to the ground, panting heavily, staring blankly at the monstrous steel behemoth. She recognized it at a glance as the Armadillo Conqueror T, but this one was clearly different. The armor was thicker, the lines colder, and the jet-black body seemed to devour light. It had emerged unscathed from that terrifying impact. This no longer resembled a motorhome, it was more like a mobile fortress. A flicker of fanaticism even crossed Zhao Nian's eyes. If she weren't injured, she would have almost rushed over to touch it immediately. Click! The car door opened with a crisp sound. Lin Yi stepped out, compound bow in hand. The kill notification had flashed by, but he hadn't paid it any mind. He casually picked up a fruit knife and examined the mangled corpse, but found no crystal core, so he shook his head and gave up. Then, Lin Ye's gaze swept over the survivors in the supermarket. Zhao Nian and Su Tang helped each other to their feet. Although they looked disheveled, their eyes remained resolute. As for the middle-aged couple and the college student in the corner, Lin Yi simply ignored them. They're still alive? They're pretty tough, Lin Yi said calmly, pointing to the supplies on the ground. Don't just stand there, move anything usable to the car door. He added, hurry up, the smell of blood will attract more things. The meaning was clear, Lin Yi saved people, but he had to take the reward. The men were overjoyed, as if granted a pardon, and immediately sprang into action. The middle-aged man was the most enthusiastic, scrambling and stumbling as he moved the goods. In their view, since Lin Yi had saved people and was now making them move things, he would most likely take them with him. Before long, supplies were piled up at the truck door. Lin Yi didn't let them get close, but instead personally carried the boxes into the truck one by one. The college student couldn't help but come closer. "Brother, let us help you carry them up?" "Step back." Lin Yi didn't even turn his head, his voice icy. The next second, he drew back the bowstring taut, the arrow aimed directly at the man's forehead. "If you get within 1 meter of the car door, you die." The college student instantly collapsed to the ground, his face deathly pale as he staggered backward. After unloading the last box of water, Lin Yi stood at the door but didn't close it immediately. The warm yellow light from inside the car shone in stark contrast to the bloody and chaotic ruins outside, like a line between heaven and hell. His gaze swept over everyone, finally landing on Zhao Nian and Su Tang. "You two, get in the car." The two women froze, exchanging a hesitant glance. Su Tang frowned and asked, "Why us?" Before she could finish speaking, the middle-aged woman broke down, rushing over and crying, "Why weren't we taken? I have money, I can do anything, don't leave me behind." The college student also got anxious. "Brother, I can do it too. I know a lot of things, and they're injured and will only hold us back." The middle-aged man echoed him, throwing out all sorts of moral blackmail at him. Lin Yi looked at them, his eyes filled with coldness. A dragon? When the monster pounced, only these two women dared to fight to the death. His gaze was sharp as a knife. "And you just cowered in the corner trembling. My car doesn't keep useless people." After saying that, Lin Yi ignored them and looked at Zhao Nian and Su Tang again, holding up 2 fingers. "I'll give you 2 choices." His tone was very calm. "Either stay and wait for the next wave of monsters, or get in the car and join me." He paused for a moment, his voice growing even colder. "But once you're in the car, follow my orders. I can provide safety, food, water, and the opportunity to become stronger." 10 seconds. Lin Yi began to count down, his hand already gripping the doorknob. The rain outside grew louder, and the sense of oppression rose sharply. Su Tang glanced at the zombie in the iron cage, then looked at the car door, and finally gritted her teeth and said, "Nian Nian, let's go." She knew very well that staying meant waiting to die. Those people were unreliable, and Zhao Nian was injured. Getting in the car was their only way to survive. The two rushed into the car. Just then, the college student suddenly lunged at the door like a man-ant, trying to force his way in. "Get out!" Lin Yi kicked him, sending him flying. The next moment, bang! The heavy armored door slammed shut. The cries and the sound of rain were completely shut out. As the heavy armored door clicked shut, the noise outside seemed to be cut off by a sharp blade. The sounds of rain, mud, and chaos were all kept out of the vehicle, replaced by the almost inaudible whirring of the fresh air system and the faint scent of cedar in the air, which involuntarily relaxed one's nerves. Having just escaped death, Zhao Nian and Su Tang were both in a daze, as if they had been in a swamp 1 second and had stepped into another world the next. Zhao Nian's eyes widened, and the lollipop stick in her mouth fell to the ground. This is... As an auto mechanic and RV enthusiast, Zhao Nian was very familiar with the specifications of the Conqueror T, but the interior space in front of her completely overturned her understanding. The duplex living room had a ceiling height of over 2.5 meters, walnut-wood flooring, leather sofas, warm-colored lighting strips, and a small bar in the corner. This was not the kind of interior structure a car should have. Ignoring the mud and water covering her, Zhao Nian looked around, her tone a mixture of shock and excitement. "No, this is absolutely wrong. The outside dimensions can't possibly accommodate such a large space. At least 50% more. This violates the laws of physics. Could it be space folding?" Su Tang wasn't dwelling on the shock, she was more concerned with the reality before her. She reached out and pressed her hand against Zhao Nian's chest, a soft white light emanating from her palm, and whispered, "Don't move." A few minutes later, the light dissipated, and Zhao Nian's complexion had noticeably improved. Lin Yi sat on the sofa, taking in everything. His gaze lingered briefly on the two of them. Zhao Nianying was sharp and capable, with a touch of wild vitality. Su Tang had a cool and aloof demeanor, her expression behind her glasses restrained, yet still unable to conceal the imposing presence of her mature curves. But Lin Yi didn't let them get on the bus out of lust. The apocalypse had arrived, and he needed to go to Shanghai to find his sister, but before that, he had to make himself strong enough. If he only focused on finding her and neglected his own development, he would only end up as a weakling dependent on others. The most sensible choice is to build up your own strength on the road. Using Yuli's detection, Lin Yi identified two individuals, a technician attempting to call the police and a doctor calmly responding, both valuable. Su Tang, however, had a different opinion. In her view, a strong person like Lin Yi didn't lack helpers at all. He was more likely attracted to their appearance. She knew very well that in this environment, survival was far more important than any so-called innocence. After treating Zhao Nian's injuries, she turned to look directly at Lin Yi, took a deep breath, and said, "Zhao Nian is still young and injured. If you need payment, I can. But please guarantee her safety." As soon as she finished speaking, she slowly unzipped her zipper in front of Lin Yi. Her curves, encased in black lingerie, were suddenly revealed, creating a stark contrast between her aloof demeanor and allure. The air seemed to stand still at that moment. A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Yi's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. "Zipper it up. I need a price, but not this cheap one." Su Tang froze, quickly zipping up her clothes, her ears slightly red. "Then what do you want?" "Name, occupation, skills, and ability level." Lin Yi pointed to the sofa. "Sit down and talk. This is an interview. Your value determines your position." Zhao Nian immediately spoke. "My name is Zhao Nian, 24 years old, an auto mechanic. I can repair cars, modify them, and weld. I just awakened my A-level ability, metal control, which allows me to manipulate metal within a certain range. The cage that trapped the zombies earlier was made by me." Lin Yi nodded, then looked at Su Tang. She adjusted her glasses, her tone regaining its composure. "Su Tang, 27 years old, emergency room doctor. Specializes in trauma treatment and first aid. Her superpower is S rank, holy light healing, which allows her to detect lesions and provide rapid treatment. An S rank healer and an A rank mechanic, such a combination is extremely valuable." Lin Yi had already made his judgment and said calmly, "Very good. My name is Lin Yi, the owner of this vehicle. You will know my abilities later." He got up, poured 2 glasses of warm water, and handed them over. "You've passed the preliminary test. This vehicle isn't for idlers. Zhao Nian will be in charge of maintenance and setup, and Su Tang will be in charge of medical care and hygiene. I'll provide security, food, and water." He then pointed down the corridor. "That's the bathroom, there's plenty of hot water. Go and wash up first, 10 minutes each, don't waste water. Then come with me to the clinic and take all the medicines and supplies with us." "No problem." Zhao Nian's eyes lit up. "Finally, I can take a shower." With that, she pulled Su Tang inside. Lin Yi turned and entered the driver's area, his voice low. "Yuli, turn on the in-car monitoring and analyze their behavior and loyalty." "Understood. Observation files have been created." Lin Yi's gaze remained calm. In this world, trust itself was a luxury. He could give them a chance, but he would never entrust his back to 2 people he had only known for less than half an hour. The downpour continued, though the intensity had slightly decreased. The black armadillo conqueror slowly reversed, like a beast suppressing its power, its massive off-road tires crushing the ruins in front of the supermarket. That was the place where Zhao Nian had trapped more than a dozen zombies in a metal cage. Lin Yi expressionlessly shifted into reverse and slammed on the gas. The reinforced engine roared, and the steel vehicle, weighing over 10 tons, mercilessly crushed them. The sounds of bones shattering and flesh exploding mingled together. The outcome was never in doubt. Faced with sheer size, these zombies were as fragile as rotten tomatoes. Soon, the last zombie was completely crushed. The virtual panel reappeared, killed 14 ordinary infected beings, gained evolution points, 1.4, current progress, 11.4%, Tier 1. Lin Yi stared at the data, already having made his judgment. His progress had accelerated dramatically when he previously crashed into the mutated Alaskan Malamute, but the current disparity made him realize that some kind of rule was guiding the evolution of slaughter. It was more like a brutal selection process, making the strong even stronger. However, these weren't the immediate concerns. Lin Yu pulled himself out of his thoughts and parked the car back in the open area of the campsite. Not long after, the bathroom door clicked open, and warm steam mixed with the scent of shower gel wafted out. Zhao Nian and Su Teng came out. They clearly didn't dare to linger. Their washing up took less than 10 minutes in total. The two had already changed into the clothes Lin Yi had provided. Zhao Nian was wearing a loose white t-shirt, the hem just covering her thighs, revealing her long, shapely legs. Her wet hair clung to her face, making her look clean, neat, and even a little playful. Su Teng changed into a black shirt, which accentuated her figure, the buttons fastened tightly as if they might burst open at any moment. She put her gold-rimmed glasses back on, drying her wet hair as she did so, her aloof demeanor now exuding a more alluring charm. I'm all washed," Su Teng said softly, sounding a little awkward. "We'll wash your clothes and return them to you." "Okay." Lin Yi glanced at her and quickly looked away. "Now that you're all done, let's get to work. Go to the clinic and empty it out." With Su Teng leading the way, the looting went exceptionally smoothly. As she directed Zhao Nian to pack the boxes, she explained, "Antibiotics, painkillers, and adrenaline, these are the most crucial." She couldn't help but ask, "Actually, I can handle most injuries. Won't carrying so much medicine take up too much space?" After all, no matter how big the RV is, the space is still limited. Lin Yi loaded a box of saline solution into the vehicle and said calmly, "Your superpowers will be depleted and you'll get tired. More importantly, medicine is the hard currency in the apocalypse. We can use it to exchange for resources later." This sentence made Su Teng pause slightly, then she nodded, her eyes showing more agreement. "Understood, I will organize it." Half an hour later, the clinic was completely emptied, not even gauze was left. Supplies were piled up all over the RV, even the second floor was crammed full. Back in the car, Lin Yi opened a bottle of iced cola and called the two to the living room for a brief meeting. "Next, I'm going to Shanghai. If you need to find anyone, feel free to help out along the way." He pulled up the route map. "The journey is over 1,000 kilometers. We'll encounter not only zombies but also complex road conditions. We have enough food for now, but there's a fatal problem: water." "Water?" Zhao Nian, with a lollipop in her mouth, looked puzzled. "Don't we have 600 liters?" "Not enough." Lin Yi shook his head. "The water source is seriously polluted and must be resolved as soon as possible. As long as I find a dehumidifier or build one, I can produce water stably." He paused and looked at Zhao Nian. "But now, there is something more important: modifying the car." Zhao Nian immediately sat up straight. "Go ahead. I need a clearing ram." Lin Ye's tone was calm and direct. "It needs to be sharp, thick, and violent enough to shovel up all the vehicles and hordes of corpses on the road." He drew an arc in the air. "Like a snowplow, it will blow away everything in its way." Zhao Nian's eyes lit up instantly. This modification was exactly what excited her. "No problem, there's plenty of steel here." She clenched her fist, revealing a confident smile. "Give me 2 hours, and I'll build you a truck cab that can smash through a tank." In the open space of the campsite, a huge black umbrella opened, blocking the rain. Su Teng, wearing a tight black shirt, held the umbrella with focused concentration. Under the umbrella, Zhao Nian, who had changed into dry clothes, squatted on the ground, her hands outstretched, her fingertips gleaming with a faint silver light. She was manipulating the surrounding scrap metal, melting, gathering, and reshaping the railings, supports, and trash can shells little by little. Her powers weren't very strong yet, and each time she used them, she seemed to struggle a bit. Her forehead was quickly covered in sweat, but her eyes were exceptionally bright. This was the first time she had used her abilities so freely. On the roof of the RV, Lin Yu wasn't idle either. He sat cross-legged on the deck, letting the rain soak his hair, with 3 Hummingbird T-30 heavy-duty drones in front of him. These industrial drones were originally used for hoisting. They were bulky, noisy, and had no offensive capabilities. But in Lin Ye's eyes, they were excellent materials for modification. Sequence. Lin Ye placed his palm on the drone's body, and golden light patterns instantly spread out. With his mind control, the drone's structure was completely reorganized. The motors shrank in size, but their power surged, and their rotation speed increased rapidly. The rotor blades also underwent a qualitative change. The originally thick blades became as thin as cicada wings, with incredibly sharp edges, and the material transformed into high-strength crystals, completely turning them into high-speed rotating flying blades. The original hooks were removed and replaced with a 360-degree panoramic thermal imaging device. 10 minutes later, 3 brand-new drones quietly landed on the roof of the vehicle. Item: Hummingbird Hunter, possesses silent cruising and high-frequency cutting capabilities, and can also automatically patrol in a 3-unit formation. It is both eyes and a silent weapon. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. With them, nighttime safety would be greatly improved. Then, he picked up the composite hunting bow and began a new experiment. After failing to create elemental arrows directly, Lin Yi adjusted his approach, focusing only on enhancing the bow's and arrow's attributes. Soon, he nocked an arrow and fired. Whoosh! The arrow made a strange turn in the air, bypassing obstacles and striking a tree trunk 50 meters away, embedding itself deeply within it. Not far away, Zhao Nian stared in disbelief, muttering under his breath. Is this still physics? It's more like magic. Su Tang pushed up his glasses and analyzed in a low voice. He can not only enhance vehicles, but also enchant weapons. No wonder he has the confidence to operate in the apocalypse. A moment later, Zhao Nian let out a long breath, wiped the rain off his face, and shouted, Boss! I've got this sorted out. Lin Yi jumped off the roof of the car and landed silently. On the muddy ground, a ram made of scrap metal lay quietly. It has a triangular structure, with a shovel-like front and barbs on both sides. Although the welding is a bit rough, the structure is reasonable and exudes a fierce aura. The structure is fine, just a bit rough, Lin Yi commented, then placed his hand on it. Leave the rest to me. Sequence, enhancement. Golden light instantly enveloped the entire ramming edge, impurities were removed, and the structure was reshaped. The originally rough iron block quickly transformed into a one-piece, deep black alloy armor with edges as sharp as blades. The next moment, to the astonishment of the two, the component, weighing several hundred kilograms, automatically fused with the front of the car and was precisely installed onto the frame. Retract. With Lin Ye's command, the ram folded and retracted rapidly, hiding inside the bumper. Its appearance was almost undetectable, yet it could unleash its fangs at any moment. That's so cool! Zhao Nian exclaimed excitedly. This is the real doomsday vehicle! Lin Yi didn't say much, but simply gestured for them to get in and test drive it. After the 3 of them returned to the car, he locked onto an abandoned SUV in the distance. Hold on tight. The engine roared, and the massive vehicle accelerated instantly. Just as it was about to crash. Deploy! The front ram suddenly sprang out, like a beast lowering its head. The next second, a deafening roar erupted. The SUV offered no resistance, being flung away, its chassis torn apart, rolling and crashing into the distance. Inside, there was almost no vibration, even the water cups remained perfectly still. Perfect! Zhao Nian clenched her fist excitedly. From now on, we can just ram through any car blocking the road. But Lin Yi frowned. He looked out the window and realized that it was already completely dark. How come it's dark so quickly? He looked down at his watch, 1845. In Lin Ye's memory, it seemed like only a short time had passed since he woke up in the morning, but in reality, several hours had gone by. He muttered to himself. Was I unconscious for too long, or is there something wrong with the time? He didn't delve into it further, but quickly made a decision. I'm not going anywhere tonight, I'll rest here. The post-apocalyptic night was even more dangerous, with the distant howls of zombies and roars of wild beasts already echoing. Compared to humans, many mutants clearly had an advantage in the darkness. Lin Yi parked the car in the best defensive position and activated the radar for surveillance. Night completely fell. At 7:30 p.m., the train carriage was brightly lit. Lin Yi didn't rush to eat. Instead, he connected his computer to the projector, his expression serious. Before we eat, you must see the world as it is now. The screen lit up, displaying a true record of a global catastrophe. There was no concealment, only bloodshed and chaos, completely shattering the original order. Zhao Nian was pale, covering her mouth and barely able to speak. Even the usually composed Su Tang gripped her clothes tightly, her knuckles turning slightly white. After the video ended, the carriage fell into a deathly silence. Lin Yi turned off the projector, his gaze calm yet imposing. This is the outside world. Don't harbor any illusions. The apocalypse has arrived, and there may very well be no more rescue. He paused, his tone low and firm. You're safe in the car. But the moment you step out, you're facing hell. To survive, you must face reality. Glug. As the water boiled, the rich aroma of hot pot filled the RV. At Lin Ye's suggestion, Su Tang set up the divided hot pot, with wagyu beef, shrimp paste, and vegetables that Gu Wan had brought laid out beside it. On the first day of the two new members' arrival, Lin Yi specially prepared a sumptuous dinner. He opened a can of ice-cold beer, took a sip, and then picked up a slice of wagyu beef and put it into the pot. Eat up, you'll have the energy to face tomorrow. But Zhao Nian, sitting opposite her, didn't touch her chopsticks. She had just been full of anticipation, but now her face was pale, and she couldn't help but gag. She could only gulp down a mouthful of cola to suppress her nausea. Brother Lin Yi, I'll just eat some vegetables. Having just witnessed such a bloody scene, she was still finding it hard to adjust. Su Tang, on the other hand, had seen too much life and death, and remained calm. She even put the uneaten wagyu beef back into her own bowl, and the atmosphere became somewhat silent for a moment. Zhao Nian wanted to liven things up, but considering she wasn't familiar with Lin Yi, she could only keep her head down and cook the vegetables, inwardly marveling at how hard it was to come by with such top-quality ingredients. She even felt a pang of regret while washing the dishes after the meal. After dinner, Lin Yi made simple arrangements for the accommodations. The master bedroom was his, and the two girls slept in the adjustable beds. As night deepened, the lights in the carriage were dimmed, and Zhao Nian quickly fell asleep, while Su Tang was wide awake. She tiptoed to the sink and began washing the clothes she had borrowed during the day. With water scarce, she turned on only a small stream, carefully scrubbing away the stains. Amidst the sound of water, Su Tang's thoughts drifted away. As an outstanding graduate of medical school, she originally had a bright future, but the death of her only relative a year ago plunged her into depression. She resigned and hid in the suburbs, living a life of aimless drifting. Now that the end of the world has arrived and life and death are uncertain, she suddenly felt a little lost. What is the point of someone like her, who has long lost enthusiasm for life, continuing to struggle in such a world? A soft thud interrupted her thoughts. Su Tang immediately became alert and went to the center console to turn on the monitor. The next second, she gasped. Hundreds of red-eyed mutated bats were swarming outside the car, frantically scratching at the armor. Just as she was about to call Lin Yi, the scene suddenly changed. 3 dark shadows rose from the roof of the car. They were Lin Ye's modified hummingbird drones, which instantly plunged into the swarm of bats. Then, a silent massacre unfolded. The rapidly spinning rotors, like sharp blades, sliced the bats to pieces, black blood splattering everywhere, only to be quickly washed away by the rain. The whole process was swift and decisive, leaving no room for suspense. Su Tang stood frozen, her gaze becoming complicated. She looked towards the dimly lit doorway not far away, Lin Ye's room, and a thought uncontrollably popped into her head. Since the world had collapsed and life could end at any moment, why not do something crazy? She had lived for 27 years and had never truly indulged herself. Such a life seemed far too dull. This thought grew wildly like weeds. Su Tang unconsciously walked to the door of the woods, her fingers trembling slightly as she reached for the doorknob. If she just turned it, perhaps everything would change. But just before she touched the doorknob, she suddenly snapped back to reality. What am I doing? Su Tang withdrew her hand, her cheeks burning, realizing that this was just a momentary impulse during an emotional breakdown. She gently patted her cheeks, preparing to turn and leave. Just then, the door behind her clicked open. Lin Yi, prompted by Yuli, had just opened the door. Their eyes met, and the air froze instantly. In the dim light, Su Tang's clothes were slightly disheveled, her collarbone faintly visible, and her face still bore the lingering blush and panic. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of amusement in his voice. Dr. Su, are you standing outside my door in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? Aye. Su Tang was caught red-handed. Her mind went completely blank, and she couldn't utter a complete sentence. The cold air in the corridor seeped in through her open collar, making her shiver uncontrollably. Lin Yi didn't press further, but simply stepped aside to make room for her. Come in and talk. Zhao Nian was still asleep outside, and he didn't want to make too much noise. Su Tang lowered her head, stiffly entering the master bedroom as if she had done something wrong. The door clicked shut, casting long shadows of the two figures in the dim, warm light. The air was heavy with a quiet, almost oppressive silence, broken only by the gentle humidifier. Just as Lin Yi was about to speak, Su Tang suddenly looked up. Do you think I'm pretty? Her cheeks flushed, but her eyes held a stubbornness bordering on the uncontrollable. Lin Yi glanced at her and said frankly, Beautiful, top-notch figure and face. His tone was calm, without any extra emotion. Then, do you want me? Her voice trembled slightly, but she directly unbuttoned her clothes, the fabric slipped down, and she stood completely naked in front of Lin Yi. This scene was enough to make anyone lose their mind, but Lin Yi frowned. He could see that this was not a simple exchange, but an impulse with self-destructive undertones. Su Tang gave a bitter smile, her eyes reddening. I have a problem, a psychological one. She hugged herself tightly, her voice a little hoarse, and slowly recounted the changes in herself after her grandmother's death. She was living a life of unbearable repression. After the world collapsed, the urge to self-destruct grew stronger and stronger. She had already considered giving up, but the moment Lin Yi opened the door became the final push. Lin Yi's eyes turned cold after hearing this. He stepped forward and pulled her into the shadows. You still have a chance to regret it. His tone was blunt and ruthless. I'm a normal man, and I won't talk to you about morality in this kind of situation. Even if something really happens, I won't take responsibility, much less try to save you. Lin Yi pinched her chin, forcing her to look directly at him. Even after you get on this bus, you're still a doctor, and you can't skip any of your duties. Su Tang smiled, as if she were relieved. That's for the best. She stood on tiptoe and clumsily but proactively kissed him. Long-suppressed emotions exploded instantly. Lin Yi could no longer restrain himself. He picked her up and pressed her against the bed. Outside, the torrential rain began to fall again, the wind whipped against the car body, and the engine roared incessantly. Inside this enclosed steel fortress, the two completely surrendered. There was no tenderness, only the most direct catharsis and release. When everything calmed down, the room fell silent again. On the pristine white bed, a faint stain of red marked the first time she had completely let down her guard. Late at night, in the living room, Zhao Nian groggily turned over, vaguely hearing strange sounds, like crying or panting. She muttered, Could there be a monster? Just as she was about to open her eyes, the sounds disappeared, leaving only the sound of rain outside the window. Soon, she fell into a deep sleep again. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the carriage. Zhao Nian yawned as she got up, washed up, and went to the dining room, only to find Su Tang already sitting there. She was wearing a high-necked long-sleeved shirt, covering herself up completely. But her complexion was noticeably different, exuding a softer and more languid aura. At this moment, Lin Yi walked over with a bowl of white porridge and naturally placed one of the bowls in front of Su Tang. Eat it while it's hot, I added brown sugar. Thank you. Su Tang lowered her head to take it, her ears turning slightly red, completely unlike her cold demeanor from yesterday. Zhao Nian stood to the side, completely dumbfounded. Her gaze swept back and forth between the two, finally settling on the faint red mark on Su Tang's collar. Her face instantly flushed red, and her mind went blank as all the sounds she had heard last night matched up. Zhao Nian, help yourself to the food, Lin Yi said calmly. Huh. Oh, okay. Zhao Nian nodded hurriedly, then quickly added, just call me Nian Nian. The rain stopped in the early morning, but the sky remained heavy with leaden-gray clouds, making the entire city of Jiangzhou seem particularly gloomy. On the main road leading to the city center, a huge black RV roared forward, with a chain of car accidents stretching for several kilometers ahead. When the torrential rain briefly subsided, many citizens went out to rush to buy supplies, only to stumble upon the global catastrophe. The roads were littered with wrecked vehicles, burning trucks, and zombies roaming among them, feeding on corpses. The scene was utterly horrific. "Hold on tight." Lin Yi gripped the steering wheel firmly. The next second, the enhanced ice-breaking ram ripped apart a car blocking the road, sending it flying. The combined weight of the over 10-ton vehicle and triple torque propelled the Conqueror T recklessly through the crowd, encountering almost no resistance. The onrushing zombies were crushed by the special wide tires, turning into insignificant evolution points. Zhao Nian, in the passenger seat, felt no fear whatsoever. Instead, her eyes shone with excitement. Seeing the ram she had helped build so ferocious filled her with exhilaration. "Brother Lin, this is so cool!" She couldn't help but shout. Lin Yi simply nodded, his eyes fixed on the radar screen, alert to any movement around him. The aroma of coffee wafted through the car. Su Tang carried a coconut latte into the driver's seat and placed the cup down. "I brought the coffee beans from the clinic. I added coconut milk, so it should taste even better." Her tone was gentle, and her expression was warmer than before. "Thank you, it tastes good." Lin Yi took a sip and quickly got to the point. "The next 5 kilometers is a commercial area. First stop, the appliance store, to look for high-power dehumidifiers and industrial charging equipment. Second stop, the computer store." He looked at the laptop. "Without internet access, Yuli's computing power is limited. I need a top-of-the-line graphics card and server to verify an idea. If successful, Yuli might be able to evolve again." "Yuli?" Zhao Nian was stunned. The next second, the computer screen lit up, and the dark blue data converged into a sound wave pattern. "Hello, Miss Nian, this is Yuli. Your current heart rate is 112. I suggest you calm down." Zhao Nian was so shocked she almost jumped up. "What the heck? Is this really artificial intelligence?" She stared at the screen, her face full of shock. "This is too outrageous." Lin Yi didn't explain much, but simply turned on another screen. "Yan, there's another task." The screen showed a set of sophisticated mechanical claw design drawings, with a complex structure and a hydraulic and self-locking system. "A drone with an external grabbing device?" Zhao Nian instantly got to work. Lin Yi nodded. "The RV can't go inside the mall, and it's inconvenient for me to get out. Hummingbird is lethal, but it lacks grabbing capabilities. You make 3. After saying that, he kicked the toolbox beside his feet, which was full of scrap metal parts. Zhao Nian grinned. "Leave it to me." A silver light appeared, and the metal parts quickly disintegrated and reassembled in midair. With the help of Yuli's precise blueprints, the 3 intricately designed mechanical claws were completed in less than 20 minutes. Lin Yi touched them one by one. "Sequence enhancement." The metal instantly turned dark and dense, and its performance skyrocketed. Bionic Eagle Claw attachment. Absolutely locked. 500 kilograms load capacity, with neurofeedback. As the sunroof opened, the 3 quickly installed it under the belly of the Hummingbird Hunter. Now, these drones can not only kill enemies, but also remotely seize supplies. Looking at the finished product on the screen, Zhao Nian exclaimed excitedly. "Now we can loot supplies remotely!" "It's not that simple." Su Tang ruffled her hair. "It's too big to fit into narrow spaces. But if we develop a smaller version and upgrade it, it might be able to collect data remotely." Lin Yi replied calmly. "There will be some in the future." As soon as he finished speaking, the car gradually slowed down. Ahead, a large shopping mall with the words, "Wanqing Electronics City," appeared under the gray sky. The Armadillo Conqueror T came to a steady stop at the unloading area of the side entrance of Wanqing Electronics City, its black body resembling a lurking behemoth. Before the dozen or so zombies around it could even get close, they were instantly sliced into pieces by 3 Hummingbird Hunter helicopters hovering at low altitudes, black blood and limbs splattering all over the ground. "Safe." Lin Yi got out of the car. Zhao Nian followed closely behind, toying with a hastily made throwing knife in her hand. Su Tang also carefully followed. She wasn't strong in combat, but she could save her life in a critical moment. Brother Lin, look at the sky. Zhao Nian suddenly lowered her voice. Lin Yi looked up and saw a white drone hovering 100 meters in the sky, filming them. There are survivors, Su Tang whispered. And it's not simple, Lin Yi analyzed, narrowing his eyes. Just as the hummingbird was about to approach, the drone immediately pulled up and flew away. Anyone who can operate a drone in a no-fly zone is either highly skilled or has a powerful background. Lin Yi ignored it and said, Let's go into the mall and find a dehumidifier. The three entered the dark and empty electronics store after the power outage. There were only 20 or 30 zombies in the lobby, most wearing employee uniforms. Upon smelling the presence of living people, they immediately pounced. Zhao Nian, provide cover. Su Tang, keep watch on blind spots, Lin Yi said coldly, drawing back his bow. An arrow engraved with dark patterns was knocked onto the bowstring and instantly drawn taut. Let me show you what real firepower coverage looks like. The arrowhead glowed red. Explosive arrow, activated. Whoosh! The arrow pierced the horde of zombies, exploding with a deafening roar, and the fireball instantly engulfed several of them. Zhao Nian was stunned. Holy crap! An RPG? But her hands didn't stop moving. The metal frame disintegrated into sharp blades, quickly reaping the remaining targets. The three worked in perfect harmony, advancing at an astonishing speed. Just as the hall was about to be emptied, thump! Heavy footsteps came from the direction of the warehouse, causing the ground to tremble slightly. A gigantic zombie, over 2 meters tall, smashed through the glass door and burst out, its muscles bulging like rocks. A mutant! Lin Ye's gaze sharpened. The giant zombie charged straight at Lin Yi, braving the throwing knives. Against such a target, he didn't need precise aim. Since it's tough, I'll pierce it. Lin Yi switched to an arrow that glowed blue, armor-piercing tracking arrow. The arrow flew from the bow, tracing a strange arc through the air, and precisely struck its open mouth, instantly piercing the back of its head. The giant corpse crashed to the ground. Killed a Tier 1 Strength-type zombie, gained 0.5 evolution points. Done! Lin Yi put away his bow. Did you get any crystal cores? No. Zhao Nian was a little disappointed. Looks like it's not that kind of setup. Let's go, keep looking for equipment. After entering the warehouse area, the small dehumidifiers had already been snapped up. But in the deepest part, they found several unopened industrial-grade dehumidifier condenser units, each weighing over 100 kilograms. That's it. Lin Yi selected the largest one. Make a sliding rail, push it to the central courtyard, and let the hummingbird hoist it out. Understood. Zhao Nian immediately used his metal ability to modify the steel pipes and quickly made a simple trailer. The three of them worked together to push the equipment to the central courtyard. Just as they were about to call in the drone, unnoticed by anyone, a pair of eerie green vertical pupils were staring intently at them from the dark ventilation ducts on the second floor. A mutated Maine Coon cat, the size of a cheetah, was silently lurking within. It had once been a pet, but now it had become a cold-blooded hunter. At the same time, the alarm blared inside the RV parked outside. A blinding red light flashed on the central control screen, and Yuli detected a high-speed heat source rushing from the second-floor ventilation duct towards the first floor. Warning! High-risk creature approaching. 3 o'clock, above! However, Lin Yi was inside the mall and couldn't receive the message. This doomsday fortress, though powerful, had a fatal flaw. Once they left the vehicle, he and Yuli lost contact. Whoosh! Without any warning, a dark shadow swooped down like lightning, its sharp claws aimed straight for Su Tang's throat. It was a mutated Maine Coon cat, its size having increased dramatically to that of a cheetah. Its stealth abilities were terrifying. Sister Su Tang! Watch out! Zhao Nian cried out in alarm, but it was too late to react. A stench filled the air, and Su Tang's mind went blank for a moment. She even managed to make out the bloody maw filled with fangs. There's no way to dodge it. She instinctively closed her eyes. In that instant, boom! A gust of wind exploded as Lin Yi suddenly attacked. He grabbed Su Tang and dragged her away violently. Sharp claws grazed her shoulder, tearing her clothes and leaving bloody marks. The giant cat landed and growled, gathering its strength for another attack. But Lin Yi didn't give it a second chance. He drew a bursting arrow, pulled the bowstring taut, and said coldly, "Die." Whoosh! The arrow shot through the air. The giant cat had just leaped to dodge when the arrow exploded on the surface of the refrigerator. Boom! The fireball, mixed with metal fragments, instantly engulfed its target. The giant cat was blasted more than 10 meters away, crashing heavily into a load-bearing pillar before falling to the ground. As the smoke cleared, it was a bloody mess, half its body almost torn apart, its internal organs exposed, yet it still struggled and gasped for breath. "Not dead yet?" Zhao Nian's palms were sweating. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes, intending to fire another arrow, but suddenly stopped. He stared at this tenacious mutated beast, a bold idea forming in his mind. Could he use sequence enhancement on a living creature? This cat possesses exceptional stealth and speed. If successful, it would be an invaluable asset. And now, on the verge of death, it becomes the perfect test subject. "Be on guard," Su Tang said, stepping back. After Lin Yi finished speaking, he squatted down and placed his hand on the giant cat's head. "Ordering!" Boom! Countless genetic structures exploded in Lin Yi's mind, the amount of information so terrifying that it almost tore his consciousness apart. His berserk instincts and broken chains intertwined, making his face instantly turn deathly pale. Ugh! His energy and mental strength were being frantically drained, but Lin Yi held on, forcefully intervening in the chaos with his will. "Strengthening direction, all round!" The giant cat let out a shrill roar, its bones cracking, and its flesh began to writhe and regenerate. Charred flesh kept peeling off, and new tissue quickly covered it. Time ticked by. Lin Yi's body began to tremble, cold sweat poured down his back, and even blood trickled from his nose. Su Tang couldn't help but want to step forward, but he stopped her, saying, "Don't interrupt me." 20 minutes later, the reconstruction was finally complete. Lin Yi collapsed to the ground, panting as if he had just gone through a fierce battle. Strengthening living beings, the price is indeed greater. After recovering for a while, he looked at the cat. The monster that was originally on the verge of death had been completely reborn. Its body had shrunk slightly, yet become more slender and powerful. Its black fur was as smooth as velvet, so much so that it seemed to distort light in the shadows, almost blending into the darkness. The most noticeable change was in its eyes, from a bloodthirsty crimson to a clear emerald green. The panel appeared: mutant Maine Coon, Tier 2, traits, shadow stealth, critical strike, absolute loyalty, meow. It gracefully walked to Lin Yi's side, affectionately rubbing against his trouser leg, and even rolled over to ask for a pat on the belly. This scene left Zhao Nian and Su Tang completely dumbfounded. The monster that was so ferocious just moments ago was now acting like a docile cat. "Brother Lin, you can even enhance living things?" Zhao Nian couldn't help but ask. "Just a little trick." Lin Yi smiled faintly and casually patted it. "Shall I call you Little Black from now on?" "Meow." It was clearly dissatisfied. "Then how about War God Tyrannosaurus Beast?" Zhao Nian approached with great interest. The black cat dodged immediately, leaping into the shadows and disappearing without a trace. Lin Yi was having a headache coming up with a name when Su Tang softly suggested, "How about MOing?" She took Lin Yi's hand and released a soft white light to restore it. "Meow!" The black cat leaped out of the shadows, clearly acknowledging the name, and even nuzzled against Su Tang affectionately. "So cute!" Su Tang chuckled softly before beginning to heal her wounds. Lin Yi watched this scene, his expression gradually softening. In the Park Hyatt Hotel, a 5-star hotel opposite Wanqing Electronics City in Jiangzhou City, on the 26th floor, a heavy curtain was drawn open slightly, and Tang Yingxia was leisurely observing the activity across the street with night vision binoculars. She possessed a captivatingly alluring first love face, her eyes brimming with affection, yet at this moment, her gaze was filled with calm and calculation. In the shot, a futuristic-looking drone was lifting equipment and delivering it to the black heavy-duty truck camper van. "Interesting," she murmured to herself, quickly recognizing the top-of-the-line RV that had once belonged to some playboy, now clearly owned by someone else. This change only fueled her interest and wariness. Before the apocalypse, her family's helicopter came to evacuate her, but she chose to stay. She knew very well that returning to her family meant losing her freedom. In this time of global collapse, she wanted to take control of her own destiny. She put down the binoculars and lazily lay down on the bed, her mind still clear. In fact, she had already used a drone to probe the RV, but the other party clearly noticed, so she immediately stopped and did not risk contact. In her view, such a combination of stronger plus dependent was fraught with uncertainty. A misjudgment would only lead her into a trap. "I'll wait for Xiaoqing to come back," she murmured to herself, deciding to continue observing. At the same time, a muffled thud suddenly rang out in the hotel corridor. A zombie was kicked away by a fierce high kick, its neck snapped, and its body slammed against the wall before sliding down. Han Xiaoqing withdrew her movements, her expression indifferent. She wore a close-fitting tactical uniform, her movements swift and efficient. To avoid attracting the horde of zombies, she chose close-quarters combat to clear them out, advancing efficiently along her path. With a flick of her wrist, the mineral water instantly condensed into a chillingly sharp ice blade. This was her ability, the SS rank superpower, ultimate weaponry, which allowed her to transform objects into weapons. Thud! The ice blade pierced the last zombie's eye socket with pinpoint accuracy, then dissipated into ice shards. The entire process was clean and efficient, without a single drop of blood staining his clothes. The battle was as effortless as training. She took a slight breath and weighed the backpack on her back. It wasn't filled with luxury goods, but rather a large number of prepackaged meals she'd scavenged from the kitchen. These durable foods had become a form of hard currency in the apocalypse. This was Tang Yingshua's idea. Compared to perishable fresh food, these pre-cooked meals are safer and more stable. As for health issues, they are no longer important in this environment. Last night, the two even used a makeshift fire source to heat their food, managing to have a barely warm meal. Thinking of Tang Yingshua's complaints about the taste yet her inability to resist eating, a hint of helplessness flashed in Han Xiaoqing's eyes. "It's time to go back," she murmured to herself, preparing to leave. Just then, a soft sound came from a closed door beside them. Click! The lock was turned. Han Xiaoqing instantly became alert, her gaze sharp as a knife. The door slowly opened, but instead of zombies, 5 teenagers with brightly colored hair stepped out. They were disheveled, their expressions agitated, and the air reeked of smoke and blood. The leader, a blonde-haired man, carried a blood-stained fire axe, his eyes brazenly scanning her body. "Hey guys, you've got good luck." The blonde guy grinned, his tone flippant and lewd. "A beauty of this caliber actually came to your door? Hey brother those punk girls were too weak. 2 of them died in just 2 days. The skinny boy said with a grin, his tone frivolous, as if he were talking about something insignificant. The fat man chimed in, his eyes still fixed on Han Xiaoqing's figure, swallowing hard as he said, "It's all thanks to brother for awakening his superpower, otherwise we would all be doomed. This woman looks pretty sturdy, she'll definitely be tough." These words made Han Xiaoqing's eyes turn completely cold. After the collapse of order, the evil in human nature is magnified infinitely, especially for thugs who suddenly gain power, who degenerate even faster than zombies. "Beautiful lady, don't be afraid." The blonde-haired man brandished the fire axe in his hand, blood-red lines appearing on his arm. "This is the world of superhumans now. Follow me, and I guarantee you'll live a life of luxury." Han Xiaoqing ignored him and silently put away the backpack containing the food. That braised beef brisket was something the young lady had specifically requested, and it absolutely could not be damaged. Seeing that she remained silent, the blonde-haired man became even more audacious, reaching out to touch her face. At that moment, Han Xiaoqing grabbed a mop handle nearby. She was already exhausted and didn't want to waste any more time fighting hand-to-hand. Dealing with this kind of trash was much easier with a quick victory. "You've figured it out?" Her voice was icy. "With trash like you who can't even use a gun?" The next second, with a whoosh, terrifying energy suddenly erupted. The ordinary mop handle instantly transformed in her hand, silver blue light flowing endlessly, its structure frantically reorganizing, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a highly futuristic shotgun. The blonde-haired man's expression changed drastically. He roared and activated his berserk mode, his muscles rapidly expanding. He raised his fire axe and charged forward. Bang! The gunshot rang out, shaking the corridor. The shotgun shell, conjured by his supernatural power, exploded instantly, blasting the blonde-haired man's upper body into a bloody mist before he could even scream. The body crashed to the ground, the axe rolling aside. A deathly silence fell. The remaining men, their faces splattered with blood, were utterly terrified, their earlier arrogance completely gone. "Run! Run!" they cried in panic, scrambling and stumbling towards the suite. But Han Shaoqing wouldn't leave any survivors. She cocked the gun with one hand, her gaze cold and sharp, like a hunter on the battlefield. Bang! 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 Four crisp, clean gunshots rang out. All 4 men fell at the doorway, each shot in the back of the head, without exception. Scum! She put away her gun, disassembling the shotgun back into a mop handle, which she casually tossed aside. She slung her backpack over her shoulder and turned to leave. But at that moment, a strong sense of crisis suddenly overwhelmed her. A drop of liquid with a corrosive smell fell from the ceiling, landing on the corpse and immediately hissing. Han Shaoqing jerked her head up. Rip! The ventilation duct was torn open, revealing a giant lizard, over 3 meters long and covered in barbs, hanging upside down, its crimson vertical pupils fixed on her. The gunshots and the stench of blood had finally drawn the second-tier mutated beast out. This is troublesome. Her pupils contracted sharply. Meanwhile, across the street, Lin Yi and his 2 companions had just finished installing the dehumidifier and were preparing to scavenge for supplies at the appliance store. Lin Yi had already realized the problem. Once they left the RV, they lost all sense of information, becoming practically deaf and blind. Therefore, in addition to upgrading Yuli, we also need to find walkie-talkies, portable radios, and higher-level protective equipment. Let's go to the digital section on the 2nd floor. Lin Yi had just given the order. The next second, boom! The sound of shattering glass exploded from high above. A huge black shadow plummeted from the 20th floor of the hotel, crashing into the street with a piercing roar. Lin Yi looked up sharply. It was a mutated giant lizard over 3 meters long. Further away, by the shattered window, a black figure stood holding a knife, exuding a chilling aura. Bang! The giant lizard slammed heavily onto the street, creating a deep crater in the ground. But it didn't die, it merely shook its head and let out a furious roar. The next second, its scarlet eyes locked onto Lin Yi and his companions. A deafening crash rang out, sending shards of tempered glass flying everywhere. A mutated giant lizard, over 3 meters long, plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto the asphalt road in front of the RV, instantly cracking the ground and sending dust billowing into the air. Standing before the shattered floor-to-ceiling window on the 26th floor, Han Shaoqing gripped a chilling ice blade, breathing heavily. Her hand was cracked from the impact, and her expression was grave. This beast's scales are too hard. Although she had forced it off the building, she knew very well that it was far from a fatal wound. She looked down and her pupils suddenly contracted. There were people on the street. Beside a black RV, Lin Yi and his 2 companions were exposed to the giant lizard. Oh no! Her heart tightened, and she was about to rush to their aid when she was completely stunned by what she saw next. Amidst the smoke and dust, the giant lizard sprang to its feet, green, acidic blood spilling from its mouth, its ferocity only intensifying. It locked onto the 3 in the forest, its claws tearing at the ground, and lunged forward with its gaping maw, stirring up a stench of blood. Nian Nian, step back, Lin Yi said calmly, drawing a heavy, black arrow from his back. He drew the compound bow to its full extent, and under his dynamic vision, the giant lizard's movements seemed to be slowed down several times over. Die! The bowstring snapped, and a deafening whoosh exploded through the air. The arrow, creating a shockwave, traveled at near-sonic speed, instantly piercing the giant lizard's right shoulder. Its hard scales were torn apart like paper, and its entire forelimb was blasted apart by the terrifying kinetic energy. Roar! The giant lizard screamed and rolled to the ground. Zhao Nian and Su Tang gasped simultaneously, while Han Shaoqing upstairs was utterly shocked. The scales that even she struggled to break were pierced by Lin Ye's arrow. However, The monitor lizard's vitality is astonishing. After losing its arm, it went completely berserk, its venom sac in its throat bulging, ready to spew acid. Just as it opened its mouth, the shadow behind it suddenly surged like ink. A slender black Maine Coon cat silently emerged from the shadows. There was no sound, no ripples in the air, as if it had always belonged to the darkness. Unlike wild mutated beasts, it was a killing weapon enhanced by the forest. Meow! A soft meow rang in the monitor lizard's ear. At that moment, the monitor lizard instinctively froze on the spot, as if feeling a bloodline-suppressing fear, wanting to turn around, but it was too late. A dark shadow flashed past. 4 cold glints swept across the giant lizard's neck, the movements clean and swift. The next second, a pillar of blood shot into the sky, the massive head rolled to the ground, and the corpse collapsed with a thud. Instant kill! Amoing landed gracefully, flicked its paws, and trotted back to Lin Ye's side, nuzzling his trouser leg affectionately, purring contentedly. Lin Ye ruffled its head, a notification appearing on his retina. Killed a Tier 2 giant lizard, evolution points +2, current progress 40%, he smiled faintly. Alright, I don't blame you for stealing the monster. Amoing seemed to understand, letting out a soft meow, clearly in a good mood, even allowing Zhao Nian to approach without the previous resistance. Meanwhile, on the 26th floor, Han Xiuqing's face paled slightly. She knew better than anyone the strength of that giant lizard, and she understood even more how terrifying that black cat was. If she had been the target just now, she probably wouldn't have even had a chance to react. Xiaoqing. Tang Yingxue walked to her side, her expression unusually serious. We might be in trouble. Han Xiaoqing didn't respond, only slowly lowered her head. On the street, Lin Yi was already standing on the giant lizard's corpse, looking up at them. His gaze was cold and sharp. Under the gray sky, fine rain began to fall again. The rain washed over the mangled corpse of the mutated giant lizard, and green, acidic blood flowed down the ground into the sewers, filling the air with a pungent, fishy smell. Ugh, that's disgusting. Zhao Nian covered her nose, using her metal-based superpower to control throwing knives to search the corpse, even checking the head and heart, but found nothing. Looks like you don't get loot drops when fighting monsters in real life. She stopped, somewhat annoyed, and looked into the distance. Sister Tang, those 2 women are coming down, should we? Get in the car. Su Tang pushed up her glasses, her tone calm. Negotiation is his business. She knew her limits. After speaking, she turned and got into the RV, and Zhao Nian immediately followed. In front of the RV, Tang Yingxue stood before Lin Yi, holding a transparent umbrella. She had clearly dressed up carefully, wearing a knitted sweater with a pleated skirt and a trench coat. Raindrops dampened the stray hairs on her forehead, making her look exceptionally delicate and charming. She removed her contact lenses, her vision slightly blurred, making her captivating eyes appear watery and dreamy, as if naturally imbued with deep affection. This very quality was all the more alluring in the apocalypse. Lin Yi glanced at her, his gaze lingering for only half a second. In his view, this harmlessness was nothing but a facade. Behind her, Han Xiaoqing stood in the rain, carrying a heavy hiking backpack, her expression tense. Facing Lin Yi, she felt unusually guilty. She had indeed been the one who had attracted that monster. Tang Yingxue spoke first, her voice soft and sweet. My name is Tang Tang, you can also call me Tang Yingxue. This is my friend Xiaoqing. Her tone was apologetic. That monster was an accident, we are willing to offer supplies as compensation. After saying that, she gestured for Han Xiaoqing to put down her backpack. The zipper opened, revealing a collection of high-calorie pre-cooked meals. Lin Yi glanced at them, a slight thought crossing his mind. In the apocalypse, this kind of food was indeed more valuable than fresh seafood. I know she didn't do it on purpose, Lin Yi said calmly. Otherwise, that arrow wouldn't have hit the lizard. The air instantly turned cold. Han Xiaoqing's muscles tensed, instinctively going on alert. She could clearly feel the oppressive aura emanating from Lin Yi. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Lin Yi suddenly spoke. My name is Lin Yi. His gaze bypassed Tang Yingxue, locking directly onto Han Xiaoqing. Are you interested in joining us? These words stunned both of them. Tang Yingshue's expression stiffened slightly, and Han Shaoqing also showed a rare look of surprise. Lin Ye's idea was straightforward. The team was lacking a core member for direct combat, and Han Shaoqing, in terms of both combat ability and aura, perfectly met his needs. As for Tang Yingxue, Lin Yi only glanced at her. No matter how outstanding one's appearance, it doesn't equate to value in the apocalypse. Han Shaoqing didn't respond immediately, but instead looked at Tang Yingxue. After a brief silence, Tang Yingxue regained her composure and stepped aside to shield her. "This is all so sudden, can we think about it?" Her tone was no longer weak, but rather wary. "Sure." Lin Yi wasn't in a hurry. After he finished speaking, he bent down, picked up the hiking backpack from the ground, and casually tossed it into the RV's lower compartment. "I've taken the stuff, it's quite useful." He stood on the platform, looking down at the two of them. "Give me an answer before sunrise tomorrow. No waiting after that." With a bang, the armored door closed, completely shutting out the rain and the two of them. Back in the car, Lin Yi tossed his backpack onto the bar and stretched. He had originally planned to continue scouring the digital section, but after the series of battles, mental exhaustion was starting to creep in. "Rest first." He rubbed his temples. "Eat something and calm down before we talk." The interior of the RV was warm and cozy. Lin Yi carried a backpack full of pre-cooked meals and neatly stuffed the bags of still-cooled food into the enhanced temperature-controlled cabinet. In the kitchen, Su Tang had already started cooking, preparing lunch with M9 Wagyu beef and vegetables. Amoing squatted by the counter, staring intently at the meat in the pot, making low gurgling sounds. It was starving when it first evolved, but now it's very well behaved. When Su Tang reached out his hand, it didn't dodge it. Instead, it nuzzled against him, looking all eager to please. Su Tang was clearly in a good mood. Although she had been attacked by it before, the docile big cat in front of her had almost completely dispelled any lingering resentment she might have felt. "Let me pet it too!" Zhao Nian excitedly reached out her hand. The treatment was completely different. Amoing glanced at her coldly, then flashed into the shadows and disappeared, leaving Zhao Nian stomping her feet in anger. "Lin Yi," Su Tang asked while plating, "what will it eat from now on? We might need to prepare more food." "Meow!" Amoing emerged from the shadows, looking aggrieved. "Give it the meat from that lizard," Lin Yi said calmly. Zhao Nian was taken aback. "Isn't that thing poisonous?" She quickly put on gloves and brought over a piece of foul-smelling hind leg meat. Amoing sniffed it, her face full of disgust, and she backed away. Lin Yi didn't explain further, raising his hand to unleash his ability. Sequence, enhancement. Golden light enveloped the flesh and blood, stripping away and evaporating toxins, while the remaining portion rapidly compressed and condensed. 2 minutes later, the original chunk of flesh, weighing over 10 kilograms, transformed into a dark red crystalline pellet. Second-tier flesh and blood essence, high-purity bioenergy, no side effects. Meow! The shadowy creature, which had just been looking disgusted, pounced in an instant. Lin Yi casually tossed it over, and it swallowed it whole. The next second, its fur shimmered, and it lay contentedly at Lin Ye's feet, purring contentedly. After lunch, everyone took a quick shower. The dehumidifier temporarily relieved the pressure on water resources. Lin Yi returned to the master bedroom, intending to rest and recover his energy. He had barely lain down when the door was gently pushed open. Su Tang changed into a soft nightgown, carefully slipped into bed, and nestled into Lin Ye's arms. She didn't speak, just quietly leaned against him. Lin Yi naturally reached out and let her rest her head on his pillow, his fingertips gently running through her hair. She closed her eyes, listening to his heartbeat, and gradually relaxed. This feeling of dependence on others was somewhat foreign to her, who had once been independent, but in the apocalypse, it brought her a rare sense of security. She didn't resist it, on the contrary, she was somewhat attached to it. Meanwhile, in the hotel across the street, the atmosphere was tense. In the presidential suite, Tang Yingxue and Han Shaoqing had changed their clothes, but neither had the appetite to eat. "What do you think?" Tang Yingxue asked, frowning. "Should we agree to his offer or leave now?" Her tone was hesitant. "He's a man with 2 women, and now he wants to drag us in. What if he's that kind of person? Han Shaoqing replied seriously. I'll listen to you. If you say go, we'll go. Tang Yingxue rubbed her temples helplessly, and after a moment of contemplation, her expression gradually calmed down. Actually, I'm not opposed to joining him, she slowly said. That person is very methodical in his actions, unlike impulsive people. Besides, they also have mutated beasts, making them very powerful. Her gaze turned rational and profound. In the current environment, joining the strong is the most realistic choice. As for the so-called harem, in her understanding, it wasn't something entirely unacceptable. It's normal for the strong to possess more resources. What she was truly worried about was never her status, but rather her judgment. I'm just not sure if this person is worth the gamble. Tang Yingxue looked out the window at the gloomy sky, her voice lowering. If I misjudge him, the price could be my life. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the overcast sky made the carriage somewhat dim. Lin Yi woke up on time. Su Tang was still fast asleep in his arms, looking extremely tired from being tense for so long. Lin Yi didn't disturb her, carefully pulled away, put on his coat, and left the master bedroom. As soon as he opened the door, he heard a deliberately hushed but undeniably excited discussion coming from the living room. Zhao Nian sat cross-legged on the sofa, using a lollipop as a pointer, and talked incessantly to the central control screen. If we add a hydraulic stabilizer to the chassis sub-beam, the load-bearing capacity can increase by at least 3 tons. On the screen, Yuli's voice pulsed softly. The feasibility of the plan is 92%, but we recommend using titanium alloy to withstand higher intensity impacts. Where can we get titanium alloy? Zhao Nian muttered to himself, then his eyes lit up when he saw Lin Yi. Brother Lin, you're awake! She didn't rest at all during lunch break. She originally wanted to play with the cat, but Amoing disapproved, so she could only chat with Yuli instead. Unexpectedly, they couldn't stop chatting, as if they had discovered a whole new world. She's amazing! She knows everything! Zhao Nian exclaimed excitedly. Given the materials, I could turn this vehicle into a real land fortress. Lin Yi took a sip of water and smiled faintly. There will be opportunities. But for now, let's go expand Yuli's storage. Grab the equipment and head to the second floor. Upon arriving at the second floor of the appliance store, there were very few zombies around, which Lin Yi quickly dealt with using his bow and arrow. The environment, however, seemed somewhat eerie, which also reduced the difficulty of collecting items. Holy crap! Look, Brother Lin! Zhao Nian shouted excitedly at the counter, pulling out 2 heavy graphics cards. Unopened 5090s. My dream cards. Take them all. Lin Yi didn't hold back, sweeping away all the top-of-the-line components. CPUs, motherboards, memory, power supplies, everything was there, and he even grabbed a walkie-talkie. Back in the RV, the coffee table was quickly piled high with hardware. Lin Yi placed the reinforced laptop in the center and looked at Zhao Nian. The wiring is yours. Zhao Nian nodded and carefully began operating. With the aid of his supernatural abilities, various graphics cards and expansion docks were hardcore spliced and soldered together, gradually transforming the originally slim computer into a monster-level device. Half an hour later, a assembled server was complete. Zhao Nian wiped his sweat. I can't guarantee it will work. Lin Yi reached out and pressed on the core. Leave the rest to me. Sequencing. With a whoosh, his consciousness entered that world of lines, but as soon as he tried to enhance it, he was bounced back by an invisible resistance. Not enough. Lin Ye's eyes shone even brighter. Keep adding. Connect all the components. Zhao Nian gritted his teeth and continued to expand until the overall structure was more than half of its original size. Lin Yi made another move. Sequence enhancement. Boom! Golden light suddenly erupted, and all the chaotic structures began to recombine and compress. 10 minutes later, the light dissipated, and the assembled monster had completely disappeared. Instead, a dark silver miniature server floated in midair, its surface shimmering with eerie blue light patterns, resembling a fine work of art. Reboot successful. Yuli's voice rang out again, this time with a noticeable increase in emotion. Master, my computing power has broken through the limit. Now, As long as there's internet access, any uninterrupted military firewall can be cracked within 3 seconds. Success! Zhao Nian jumped up excitedly, and Lin Yi nodded as well. Although this enhancement involved some trickery, the effect far exceeded expectations. He understood that this wasn't a true second-tier enhancement, but rather a special judgment triggered by more than 50% modification, equivalent to a 1.5-time enhancement. Even so, the resulting improvement was still terrifying. Thinking of this, Lin Ye's gaze slowly fell on the RV beneath his feet. If a vehicle can be modified in this way, then a motorhome can too. As long as the modifications exceed half of the vehicle's dimensions, such as adding a trailer, reinforcing the structure, or connecting a dehumidification and energy system, there is a chance to trigger the same enhancement effect. Lin Ye's thoughts became clearer, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Nian Nian, I have a big task for you to handle next. Xiaoqing, what are they doing? Tang Yingxue stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, holding binoculars and looking down at the mall's unloading area. Under the rain, Lin Yi and the others were busy around the RV. Han Xiaoqing's sharp eyes immediately caught the details. They are building a trailer. The short-haired girl used her metal ability to fuse the chassis of the scrapped car with steel, preparing to assemble an 8-meter-long armored trailer. Building carriages? Tang Yingxue smiled gently, her eyes holding a deeper meaning. Such a large project, he's convinced we'll join in. Han Xiaoqing was slightly taken aback. Is he reserving places for us? Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. Tang Yingxue put down her binoculars, her expression thoughtful. Now, whether or not to go down is the question. Meanwhile, in the unloading area, Zhao Nian squatted beside a pile of scrap metal, panting heavily, her face pale. With her current abilities, forcibly reassembling such a large quantity of steel was nearing its limit. Not far away, the black mutated cat Mo crouched on the roof of the car, its eerie green eyes scanning the surroundings. Occasionally, a zombie would approach, but it would be instantly cut off by the shadows, posing no threat to the area. Su Tang stood behind, holding an umbrella, one hand on Zhao Nian's shoulder. Soft white light continuously flowed into Zhao Nian's body, relieving her physical fatigue. Zhao Nian said with a pained expression, Sister Tang, you can only heal my body, but my brain is still about to explode. She looked up at the car roof and shouted, Brother Lin, could you also enhance my superpower? Lin Yi leaped off the car roof, landing lightly on the ground. Enhanced ability users, we can give it a try. Zhao Nian's eyes lit up immediately, and she quickly reached out her hand. Lin Yi grasped her wrist, closed his eyes, and activated his ability. The next moment, Lin Ye's consciousness entered Zhao Nian's body and saw the complex structure, with the golden line being the most prominent. That was the core of her superpower. However, when Lin Yi tried to strengthen it, he was forcibly repelled by a force. Lin Yi groaned, his face slightly pale, and immediately exited that state. Did you fail? Zhao Nian asked nervously. Not yet. Lin Yi shook his head. Directly enhancing my abilities would be too much of a burden for me. He paused, then said, Once you've recovered, I'll try to strengthen you overall. Zhao Nian's expression clearly fell upon hearing this. I thought I could help. This is too slow. Lin Yi looked at her, then suddenly reached out and used a tissue to wipe the sweat from her forehead, his movement natural and calm. Don't think like that, he said directly. Without you, this car simply couldn't be modified. You're already an irreplaceable part of the team. His tone wasn't harsh, but it was steady. Rest when you're tired, don't overwork yourself. If we can't finish today, we'll stay a few more days. These words stunned Zhao Nian. Her cheeks flushed instantly, and even her heartbeat became erratic. I'm not tired. She hurriedly took a step back, her words tumbling out incoherently. I can still keep going. I definitely won't hold anyone back. With that, she rushed back to the scrap heap like she'd been injected with adrenaline and continued assembling the carriages. Su Tang, watching this scene, pursed her lips slightly, a complex emotion welling up inside her, but she remained silent. Lin Yi turned and returned to the car. Zhao Nian was in charge of the external structure, and the dehumidifier had been installed, but the real problem remained unsolved. Dehumidifiers collect moisture from the air, and their safety cannot be fully guaranteed. The original water purification system is far from sufficient. Lin Yi opened the equipment compartment, staring at the complex internal filtration structure, his gaze gradually hardening. Since the goal is to create an absolutely safe haven, no hidden dangers can be left unaddressed. Lin Yi took a deep breath, placed his hands on the metal casing, and a dark golden light reappeared. Sequence, enhancement, direction, nanofiltration, virus inactivation, water purification. Inside the equipment compartment, as Lin Ye's hands moved with a surge of dark golden light, the originally ordinary water purification module was completely reconstructed. A few minutes later, the golden light dissipated, the filter structure disappeared, and in its place was a metal cube with a faint blue luster. Simply pour the water collected by the dehumidifier into it, and no matter how dirty it was originally, it will eventually be purified into pure water that can be drunk directly. Lin Yi patted the casing with satisfaction and closed the door. As soon as he turned around, he saw two tall figures walking towards the RV through the rain. Tang Yingxue, holding a transparent umbrella, no longer seemed hesitant, but rather decisive. "Have you made your choice?" Lin Yi stood on the step, looking down at the two of them, his tone calm. "Of course." Tang Yingxue blinked and smiled cutely. "I've already been conquered by you." Lin Yi was too lazy to reply. "Be serious, introduce yourself. Name, occupation, and special ability." Han Shaoqing spoke first, standing ramrod straight. "Han Shaoqing, 27 years old, retired Special Forces soldier, currently a bodyguard. SS-Level superpower, ultimate intent armament, which allows her to reassemble any object she touches into cold or hot weapons." Lin Ye's eyes flickered slightly. This ability was more practical than simple ice-based weapons. It essentially solved the team's weapon problem. Tang Yingxue then spoke, her tone unusually serious. "My name is Tang Yingxue, and I am the illegitimate daughter of a family in the capital. Before the apocalypse, I was a travel blogger." She paused for a moment. "My superpower is S-rank luck." "Luck?" Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. "It's divided into passive and active. Passive luck increases luck, while active luck can greatly enhance it. But the price is, it will absorb the luck of those around you." She looked at Han Shaoqing somewhat awkwardly. Han Shaoqing added expressionlessly. "After she activated her skill, I slipped and fell 3 times on the carpet. When I went to the kitchen, I almost encountered a gas explosion." Lin Yi nodded. This ability might turn the tide in crucial moments, but otherwise it's definitely a liability. Tang Yingxue herself was somewhat dazed. If it weren't for yesterday's stroke of luck, they wouldn't have encountered that giant lizard, let alone run into Lin Yi. In a sense, this was perhaps the result of luck. Lin Yi didn't ask any further questions, nor did he deliberately reveal his abilities. For him, the rule was simple: information must be under his control. "Welcome aboard." Lin Yi took their backpacks and drone equipment. "Zhao Nian is on the other side of the carriage. Han Shaoqing is going to help. You." He glanced at Tang Yingxue. "Just don't cause any trouble." "Okay, boss." Tang Yingxue didn't care at all, and instead followed with a smile. She knew very well that since the car allowed her in, it meant that it accepted her to some extent. As for whether there were surveillance cameras inside the car, she couldn't be bothered to find out. Survival was the most important thing. On the other side of the unloading area, Zhao Nian was frowning at a high-strength steel beam. Although her superpower allowed her to manipulate metal, this material was simply too difficult to handle. "Need any help?" Han Shaoqing walked over, her tone straightforward. "My name is Zhao Nian, you can just call me Nian Nian. This is Sister Su Tang." Zhao Nian introduced briefly. Han Shaoqing nodded, took out a lighter from her pocket, and lit it with a click. The next second, the flames suddenly expanded, reforming into a ghostly blue plasma cutting torch under the power of the ability. The high-temperature flames instantly enveloped the steel beam, and the metal quickly turned red and softened. "Wow! Qingjie, you're amazing!" Zhao Nian's eyes lit up, and she immediately activated her ability. Amidst the flowing silver light, the originally hard steel beams were stretched and reshaped like noodles. One was responsible for softening with high temperatures, and the other for shaping and reconstructing, Their abilities worked together perfectly. The previously slow progress of carriage manufacturing instantly skyrocketed in efficiency. In a short period of time, the framework of the trailer chassis had already taken shape, and the construction speed had increased several times over. After putting the ingredients brought by Tang Yingxue into the temperature-controlled cabinet, Lin Yi did not rest. He pulled out 2 cardboard boxes from under the bar, which contained walkie-talkies and bone conduction headphones. At Yu Li's suggestion, he went to the digital section and brought back AR glasses and a flagship phone. Now that the 1.5-fold enhancement had been verified, the potential of these devices had been fully unlocked. Lin Yi sat on the sofa, his hands glowing with a dark golden light. He first performed basic enhancements, then gradually disassembled and reassembled the parts, preparing for a deeper fusion. Tang Yingxue took off her trench coat, revealing only a close-fitting knit sweater, and sat down beside him to help. She appeared casual, but her gaze remained fixed on Lin Yi's movements. "Brother, is this it?" She precisely picked out an adapter from a pile of parts and handed it to Lin Yi. Lin Yi took it, raising an eyebrow slightly. The probability of just getting the right one was clearly more than just luck. "Your ability is quite practical," he commented casually. "It's good that it can help you, brother." Tang Yingxue smiled sweetly, her tone gentle. With her lucky charm, ability, and Yu Li's calculations working together, the assembly process went exceptionally smoothly. Various chips and modules were hardcore assembled, and soon a seemingly messy pile of electronic structures appeared on the table. Tang Yingxue was somewhat bewildered. This thing didn't look like a wearable device at all. Lin Yi, however, pressed it directly. "Sequence, fusion enhancement." Golden light erupted, and the components rapidly melted and reassembled. The chaotic structure was compressed and reshaped, ultimately transforming into a streamlined black single-ear terminal. The terminal fits behind the ear, with a transparent crystalline lens suspended in front of the eyes. As soon as Lin Yi put it on, the system instantly activated, and a blue tactical interface appeared on his retina. Radar scanning, thermal imaging, and environmental data were all available, and it could also connect to the drone's field of view in real time. "Perfect," Lin Yi said softly. Tang Yingxue leaned closer, a faint fragrance emanating from her, her eyes dreamy. "Brother, what is this?" Lin Yi looked at her, his tone calm. "Are you like this with everyone?" "No way," she immediately replied, feeling wronged. "I'm only like this with you." Lin Yi didn't reply, but instead handed her another terminal. "Put it on." Tang Yingxue put it on and immediately exclaimed, "So clear!" Her vision had been completely corrected, and the world in front of her became incredibly clear. "Thank you, brother!" She excitedly hugged Lin Yi's arm, her voice sweet and cloying. "Keep going for more." Lin Yi remained unmoved and simply pulled his hand away. 3 hours later, all 6 terminals were completed. It was already getting dark, and Lin Yi decided to leave the remaining modifications for tomorrow. Just then, the car door opened, and Han Xiaoqing and Su Tang helped Zhao Nian inside. She felt completely drained, collapsing onto the sofa, not wanting to move at all. "I'm going to die," Zhao Nian said weakly. Su Tang used his supernatural abilities to alleviate her physical fatigue, but her mental exhaustion couldn't be restored. She still looked utterly hopeless. Lin Yi saw this and didn't show off his equipment again, simply saying, "Let's eat first." He went into the kitchen and began preparing the hot pot for tonight. Lin Yi first cleaned the mutated lizard meat and tossed it to Mo Ying, who immediately began to devour it with great excitement. Afterward, he enhanced the wagyu beef and vegetables. Preserve the texture, add mental recovery. After the golden light faded, the ingredients emitted a faint sheen. Soon, the hot pot was served, its aroma filling the entire carriage. Zhao Nian, who had been slumped over, suddenly sat up. "It smells so good." Lin Yi pushed a plate of beef in front of her. "This is for you to replenish your strength." After Zhao Nian finished cooking, she took a bite and her eyes widened instantly. The aroma of the meat exploded in her mouth, and a warm current rushed to her brain, quickly restoring her energy. "It's so delicious! I'm alive again!" she exclaimed, and began to devour the food. Tang Yingxue and Han Xiaoqing were initially skeptical, but after taking a bite, they immediately fell silent and then joined in the frenzy without a care for appearances. Only Su Tang didn't grab any. She quietly picked up the tenderest slice of beef and placed it in Lin Ye's bowl. "You must be tired, eat more." Her tone was gentle and natural. Tang Xue, who was standing to the side, saw this. She paused slightly, a meaningful glint in her eyes. "Brother Lin! This holographic terminal is so cool!" In the kitchen, Zhao Nian hummed a song while excitedly fiddling with the terminal on her ear. She even activated the microscopic scanner to monitor the grease on the plates as she cleaned them. Using such high-end equipment to wash dishes was a bit wasteful, but she was having a blast. The high-energy recovery meal also significantly improved her condition. Lin Yi, on the other hand, had a rather ordinary experience. He had already noticed a problem. His abilities still followed the law of conservation of energy. The energy consumed by enhancing food is basically equal to the amount restored after eating it, resulting in nothing more than a waste of time, at most satisfying one's appetite. It seems that relying on enhanced food to infinitely restore health is not feasible. Lin Yi leaned back on the sofa and pondered. In the future, I need to find high-energy mutated resources, or enhanced cultivation methods. He vaguely had a new idea, but right now, the more important thing was to continue improving this RV. As night deepened, the interior of the RV was eerily quiet. The sounds of rain and the howls of zombies outside were completely shut out. Only a warm light remained on in the master bedroom, where Lin Yi was already fast asleep. But Su Tang couldn't sleep at all. She was held in Lin Ye's arms, and although the position was a little numb, she didn't move, instead savoring the close warmth. She quietly looked at Lin Ye's sleeping face, knowing very well in her heart, this wasn't love. They had only known each other for 2 days, and in this apocalyptic environment, love was a luxury. She was also keenly aware of her actions during the day. It wasn't love, it was admiration for strength, dependence, and possessiveness. Last night was her first time, and Lin Yi seemed to have been too. This intimate relationship instinctively made her feel a protective instinct. So when she saw Zhao Nian being gently cared for by Lin Yi, she felt jealous. When she saw Tang Xue deliberately getting close to her, she became wary. But she didn't reject it. She gently pressed her face against Lin Ye's chest, listening to his heartbeat, feeling a peace she had never known before. At least now, she had a reason to continue living. On the other side, the living room was dimly lit. Even with the expanded space, the car still felt spacious enough for 5 people. Han Shaoqing stood guard near the driver's seat, remaining alert. Zhao Nian lay sprawled out, muttering in his sleep. "Brother Lin, add a turbo, ram it!" Tang Xue, annoyed by the noise, could only turn over and sigh. She rarely shared a bed with anyone. Since her mother's death and being taken back to her family, she had long been accustomed to solitude and cold stares. Unable to sleep, she turned her attention to the corner, where a camera was faintly glowing. She knew very well that Lin Yi didn't fully trust them. That AI was likely monitoring everything here. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel frustrated. She had humbled herself, and used every means to get close to this man, but Lin Yi remained unmoved. Were all those men lying to me? She thought to herself. Or is he just not susceptible to their lies? But she quickly calmed down. Lin Ye's abilities were too strong, possibly even beyond SSS-Level. In any case, staying in this car was a better choice. Never mind, take it slow. She closed her eyes and murmured to herself. At least for now, I bet right. Bang! A muffled sound came from the living room, and Zhang Quan woke up with a start. He huddled under the covers, staring intently at the bedroom door. Even his breathing became cautious. He is a blogger from Jiangzhou who specializes in filming videos of slime molds feeding. These creatures, which lack brains yet can plan their routes, were originally just inconspicuous beings in nature. But after the torrential rain, the slime mold in his petri dish began to mutate. They no longer just ate oats, but began to devour plastic, corrode metal, and even secrete strong acids, and their growth rate also increased dramatically. At first, he filmed these anomalies and gained a lot of views. It wasn't until 5 days ago, when the clump of slime broke through the glass enclosure and spread along the wall to the bedside, that he truly panicked. Wearing gloves and a mask, he frantically cleaned the container with alcohol and bleach, bagged the remaining slime mold along with the container, threw it into the trash can downstairs, and also stockpiled some supplies to hide. He initially thought it was just some kind of unusual infection, but he never expected that the apocalypse would break out 2 days later. The city fell, water and electricity were cut off, zombies roamed outside his window, and his water reserves were severely depleted. Bang creak! Another impact sound came from the living room, mixed with a sticky, rubbing noise. Zhang Quan covered his mouth tightly, thinking it was a zombie attack, and could only pray that the door would hold. Little did he know, what was outside the door was far more terrifying than a zombie. Rewind to a day earlier, at the community's garbage station, the large green metal bin was twitching slightly. The slime mold that Zhang Quan had discarded hadn't died. Instead, it had evolved wildly under the stimulus of the apocalypse. It devours kitchen waste, decomposes plastic, and even corrodes iron buckets, growing in a short time into a yellowish-brown, slime monster, with a diameter of 2 meters, its surface constantly bubbling with bubbles. A zombie strayed into the slime and was instantly enveloped. It struggled desperately, but to no avail. The slime mold rapidly secreted a strong acid, breaking down and absorbing all its flesh and bones. In less than 2 minutes, the zombie vanished completely. The slime mold then expanded again, awakening a terrifying ability, genetic mimicry. After absorbing the genes, it began to shape, gradually becoming a humanoid silhouette. Although it lacked facial features, its structure was no different from that of a zombie, and its mobility was greatly enhanced. Next, it devoured all the zombies in the entire neighborhood as nourishment. Several hours later, the enormous slime mold fusion body had filled the entire stairwell. Driven by its remaining instincts, it followed its memory and returned to the floor where Zhang Quan was. Back to the present. Boom! The security doors shattered under the corrosive effects of the strong acid, and countless yellowish-brown tentacles surged into the living room from the cracks in the door and the walls, spreading out like a tidal wave. It had no eyes, yet it knew perfectly well that more perfect food was hidden in the bedroom. That was uncontaminated human genes. "Ah! Get away!" Zhang Quan's screams were quickly drowned out, leaving only a chilling dissolving sound. After devouring Zhang Quan, the monster evolved once more. In the center of the living room, it coalesced into a complete human form, even vaguely revealing the outline of Zhang Quan's face. More importantly, it gained intelligence. But it was still not satisfied. It stood by the window, extending countless tiny droplets of slime into the city's stagnant water, probing outwards like nerves. Suddenly it turned its head sharply, looking into the distance, in the direction of Wanqing Electronics City. There, it sensed an incomprehensible yet extremely alluring scent, more delicious than all life in the city combined. It couldn't understand what it was, but its instincts were already screaming wildly. "Eat him, and gain power!" A hoarse, eerie voice emanated from its face. The next second, it transformed into a torrent of yellow water, rushing madly down the sewer towards the electronics store. At 2 a.m, a cool night rain fell. The entire city fell completely silent. Zombies went into hibernation, while mutated creatures began to stir. But the area around Amadiro was unusually quiet. The high-level aura and the oppressive presence of MOing kept the lower-level monsters at bay. However, several blocks away, a clump of yellowish-brown slime was slowly spreading along the ground. It was a mutated slime mold at the peak of the second tier, which had devoured countless creatures and had developed rudimentary intelligence. It sensed the aura emanating from the RV, strongly drawn by its power, greedily trying to devour it. But it couldn't comprehend what kind of power this vehicle represented. In Yuli's radar, this monster attempting to stealth appeared exceptionally conspicuous. Inside the vehicle, the enhanced quantum server glowed faintly. Alert, unknown creature approaching, 2 kilometers away. Threat, low to medium. Activate silent defense. Lin Yu was undergoing deep recovery. Yuli didn't disturb him, choosing to handle the situation independently. The slime mold didn't launch an attack rashly. Instead, it split off a zombie-like clone to test the RV's defenses. But it had only entered within 50 meters when a drone silently swooped down, its rotors as sharp as knives. A black shadow flashed, instantly slicing the clone into pieces, spilling a yellowish-brown liquid all over the ground. The distant entity jolted violently. It hadn't even seen where the attack came from, its speed was far beyond its perception limits. Fear instantly overwhelmed greed. The slime mold decisively retreated, breaking up into smaller groups and burrowing into the underground pipe network. But it was still uneasy, leaving a surveillance eye, disguised as a brick 2 kilometers away. The next moment, Yuli locked onto her target again. The drone took off, and 2 minutes later the distant brick was precisely shredded. Deep underground, the slime mold let out a silent, terrified scream. This time, it finally fully recognized the gap in power, and chose to lie low and grow stronger. Soon, it devoured the approaching horde of mutated rats with its acid, continuing to grow in the darkness. The night passed peacefully. At 7:30 in the morning, Lin Yi woke up from a deep sleep, his mental state restored to its peak, even better than before. He was about to get up when he felt a weight pressing on his chest. Looking down, he saw Su Tang hugging him tightly, like a kitten lacking security. Her expression was unusually gentle, her breathing even, her long hair loose, carrying a hint of languor. Her neckline was slightly open, and traces of last night could still be faintly seen. Sensing the movement, Su Tang slowly opened her eyes. Their eyes met, and the air instantly became somewhat awkward. "Awake?" Lin Ye's voice was deep. Su Tang responded softly, snuggling even closer to him. She mumbled softly, "You're pressing on my hair." Her tone was languid, as if she hadn't woken up yet. Lin Yi chuckled softly and smoothed her long hair. His fingertips brushed against the back of her neck, causing her to tremble slightly. The atmosphere gradually warmed, and Su Tang reached out to hug him, tilting her head back slightly. Just as their breaths mingled, she suddenly turned her face away. She cared about details and didn't want anything to be imperfect at a time like this. Lin Yi saw through her thoughts but didn't force her. He simply placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. "Get up. We have important things to do today," he said bluntly. "The overall reinforcement of the RV and trailer must be completed today." Just as he was about to get up, Su Tang gently tugged at his sleeve. She didn't say anything, but simply sat up, gathered her hair behind her head, and neatly tied it into a high ponytail. This simple action completely transformed her demeanor. She remained aloof, yet possessed an undeniable allure and softness. The RV kitchen was filled with the faint aroma of rice in the early morning. Because of the delay last night, Lin Yi and Su Tang woke up later than usual. When Su Tang came out in her clean home clothes, Zhao Nian had already prepared breakfast. The congee was cooked until soft and sticky, the bread was toasted to a golden brown, and the starch sausages sizzled in the air fryer. In the post-apocalyptic world, this would be considered a rather sumptuous breakfast. "Sister Tang, good morning!" Zhao Nian handed over the bowl and chopsticks, ready to take credit, but suddenly paused. Su Tang's face was unusually rosy, her eyes and brows were full of tenderness, and her voice was slightly hoarse when she spoke. "What's wrong with your throat? Did you catch a cold?" Zhao Nian asked earnestly. "Cough. I didn't sleep well, and I'm a little feverish," Su Tang replied, looking slightly guilty as she lowered her head to drink her porridge. Zhao Nian didn't think much of it and simply nodded, telling her to drink more water. A moment later, Lin Yi also came out. As soon as he sat down, Tang Yingxue, accompanied by a fragrant breeze, sat down next to him, smiling sweetly. "Good morning, Brother Lin." She was wearing a loose t-shirt, the hem of which just covered her thighs. Her demeanor was natural, yet carried a hint of deliberate intimacy. She didn't seem to mind the simple breakfast at all, and even occasionally asked to be fed. Zhao Nian frowned, muttering to herself, and poked several holes in the bread in her hand. "Are you all right?" Han Shaoqing misunderstood, and silently put a sausage into her bowl. "Eat more, you still have work to do later." Zhao Nian was taken aback, but in the end, she obediently ate it, and her mood improved considerably. She wasn't particularly fond of Tang Yingxue, but she liked Han Xiaoqing's straightforward personality. The atmosphere at the table was somewhat subtle, but Su Tang appeared unusually calm, like a contented cat, no longer caring about those around her. At this moment, Yuli's voice rang out, "Master, reporting the anomalies of last night. Organized mutated creatures were detected probing in the early morning. A second-tier clone was dispatched, but it has been eliminated. The main body has not yet appeared. It possesses high intelligence and stealth capabilities. It is recommended to classify it as a high-risk target." Lin Yi nodded slightly. Enemies who could probe, retreat, and set up surveillance were far more dangerous than mindless zombies. He had already made up his mind. He had to accelerate development and leave this city for Shanghai as soon as possible. Firstly, to pick up his sister, and secondly, to hunt down stronger mutants and continue improving his strength. He glanced at the shadowy creature licking its paws in the corner, somewhat helplessly. This guy had a huge appetite. The stored meat wouldn't last more than a few days, so they needed to restock as soon as possible. After breakfast, Lin Yi didn't continue upgrading the equipment but instead looked at Zhao Nian. "Nian Nian, come here." Zhao Nian obediently walked over and sat down. Lin Ye's expression was serious. "Close your eyes and relax." Yesterday, he failed to directly enhance his superpowers. This time, he changed his approach, to enhance the entire person. As his palm landed on Zhao Nian's head, the complex world of lines unfolded once more. This time, Lin Yi bypassed the core of her power, covering her entire body with his mental energy. Sequence, enhancement. A sudden burst of dark golden light erupted. Lin Yi instantly felt terrifying pressure, as if his brain was being forcibly torn apart. The human genetic structure is far more complex than that of other organisms, and the energy expenditure is extremely astonishing. Zhao Nian let out a muffled groan, as if a volcano was erupting within him, his blood boiling, his bones reshaping, and his supernatural abilities surging wildly. 20 minutes later, the light finally faded. Lin Yi collapsed onto the sofa, utterly exhausted, his face deathly pale. Zhao Nian suddenly opened her eyes, a sharp metallic aura sweeping through the surroundings, even the cutlery trembling slightly. "Brother Lin! I've become stronger!" she exclaimed excitedly. The panel showed that she had entered the second stage, and her superpower had been upgraded to A+ level, extreme metal control, even capable of molecular level manipulation. Lin Yi nodded reluctantly, but a deep meaning flashed in his eyes. He sensed that a subtle connection had emerged between them. This enhancement seemed to be more than just a simple boost. It was more like granting them a kind of implicit control. Zhao Nian clearly sensed something, but showed no resistance. Her gaze towards Lin Yi held a newfound admiration, even a hint of joy. Lin Yi didn't delve into it. He wasn't adept at social niceties. He simply made a mental note. Since she trusted him, she deserved more investment. "Qingjie, heat the left load-bearing shaft. Increase the temperature." "Understood." Sparks flew in the unloading area amidst the torrential rain, the sounds of metal twisting and the roar of plasma spray guns mingling together. Zhao Nian stood in the rain, like a heavy machine operating at high speed. She didn't even need to touch the materials. Under the silver light, tons of steel plates and chassis were stretched and folded out of thin air, shaped at will like dough. With Han Xiaoqing's high-temperature spray gun cutting and welding, the trailer's construction progressed rapidly. The heavy armor and internal frame quickly took shape, and various equipment was directly welded into the structure. Even Han Xiaoqing was somewhat shocked by this scene. In just one day, Zhao Nian's transformation was almost earth-shattering. But she knew very well that the stronger the team, the safer they would be. Meanwhile, on the other side of the RV, Su Tang and Tang Yingxue were also busy. Climbing a folding ladder, they were installing a drone charging dock on the armored shell. Through their tactical terminals, Yuli was precisely guiding them through the operating steps using 3D projection. The complex circuitry became simple and intuitive under this guidance. Even a pampered young lady like Tang Yingxue, who had never lifted a finger before, was able to smoothly complete the connection. The entire team had a clear division of labor and was incredibly efficient. However, Lin Yi, the core member of the team, was not present at the moment. He was fast asleep on the master bedroom bed. Strengthening Zhao Nian had been too taxing, and the final strengthening of the entire vehicle was next. He needed to be back to peak condition. To ensure everything went smoothly, he even ate a piece of strengthened lizard meat beforehand to accelerate his recovery, then forced himself into a deep sleep. In this dangerous city, Lin Yi couldn't allow himself to make any mistakes. Meanwhile, 5 kilometers away, on the rooftop of an unfinished building, a cold wind howled, carrying with it a downpour. A strange, humanoid figure lay perched on the railing. It had no facial features, its face was smooth and grayish-white, yet it held a pair of high-powered binoculars, staring intently into the distance. It was a second-order clone composed of mutated slime mold. Through its distorted vision, it could clearly see the movements of the RV and the 4 women in the distance. Beneath its feet, the entire underground city had long since been transformed into a hunting ground. Countless yellowish-brown slimes spread through the sewers and shadows, frantically devouring all life. Whether human, zombie, or mutated beast, anything touched will be corroded into pus and turned into nutrients. As it devours more and more, the slime mold is rapidly expanding underground, its power and intelligence increasing in tandem. It was contemplating. Give up or eat. The memories of last night still instilled a primal fear in it. The silent cutting, and the unfathomable aura, made it realize that its opponent was extremely dangerous. Reason told it that this was a hunt likely to fail. But another, stronger desire was overwhelming everything, to devour. It could clearly sense the special aura emanating from its target. It was a power far beyond its own level, the key that would allow it to leap forward. Once it devours its opponent, it can break through its limits and become a true apex predator. The opportunity is only now. Once the opponent continues to grow stronger, it will never have another chance. Thinking this, the clone slowly lowered the telescope. A hideous crack suddenly appeared on its smooth face, as if it were silently grinning. The next second, the order came out: devour all living things in this area at all costs. They began to eat voraciously, pushing their limits. Boom! Thunder tore through the sky, and the torrential rain intensified. As noon approached, the torrential rain gradually subsided, but the sky remained overcast and oppressive. After recovering his mental strength, Lin Yi immediately began reinforcing the RV without hesitation. He first addressed the rooftop charging dock, then walked to the connection between the main vehicle and the trailer, his expression more solemn than ever before. Step back. The 4 girls quickly distanced themselves from MOing, watching Lin Yi with a mixture of tension and anticipation. They all wanted to know just how far this doomsday fortress could evolve. Lin Yi placed his hands on the vehicle and whispered, "Sequence, enhance!" Boom! A burst of dark golden light erupted instantly, completely engulfing the over 20-meter-long steel behemoth. Lin Yi closed his eyes, entering a state of intense concentration, almost losing all awareness of his surroundings. Meanwhile, several kilometers away in an underground air raid shelter, the giant mutated slime mold suddenly stopped wriggling. It had originally planned to infiltrate disguised as a human woman, but now it sensed that Lin Yi's energy fluctuations were rapidly decreasing. The opportunity has arrived. After a night of devouring, it had broken through to the 3rd tier. At this moment, it didn't hesitate to abandon its hiding place and launch a full-scale attack. Boom! The manhole cover was suddenly flung off, and yellowish-brown slime gushed out like a flood. It kept splitting as it advanced, instantly transforming into hundreds and thousands of monster clones, covering the street. Zombies, monstrous beasts, and deformed creatures mingled within, like a frenzied, expanding corrupting army. It knew perfectly well that a single attack would only stall it. Only a horde of zombies offered a chance to break through the defenses and directly reach the unsuspecting forest. The distance rapidly closed: 3 kilometers, 2 kilometers, 1 kilometer. At this moment, the RV's radar system malfunctioned. During the upgrade process, Yuli had lost its ability to detect external threats. What is that? Tang Yingxue was the first to notice the anomaly, her face instantly turning deathly pale. Enemy attack! All units on alert! Han Shaoqing immediately took command, her tone stern. She immediately assessed the situation. The numbers were terrifying, and many of them possessed a power comparable to second-tier mutated beasts. Yuli! Can we stop the enhancement? She asked urgently. Strictly refused. The system responded coldly. A forced interruption will cause irreversible brain damage to the master. This path was completely blocked. Han Shaoqing took a deep breath and quickly ordered. Zhao Nian, construct a fully enclosed defense. Su Tang, go in and maintain Lin Ye's vital signs. The rest of you, hold the outer perimeter. She knew very well that this was the most dangerous choice. But she wouldn't abandon her companions unless Tang Yingxue ordered a retreat. She glanced sideways. Tang Yingshue's face was pale, clearly terrified, yet she gritted her teeth, refusing to flee. She was gambling. Fight! Shaoqing, smash them to pieces! Upon hearing the order, Han Shaoqing's fighting spirit erupted. She detached her tactical terminal, activated her SS-Level ability, and forcibly reassembled it into a heavy weapon. A burst of silver-blue light erupted, and a futuristic plasma hand cannon instantly materialized, its muzzle surging with plasma. On the other side, Zhao Nian also completely erupted. Get out of the way! She forcibly tore apart and reshaped more than a dozen abandoned cars, turning them into a thick steel dome that firmly protected Lin Yi and Su Tang in the center. As the defense took shape, Han Shaoqing stepped forward, raising her hand cannon like a valkyrie, aiming at the surging monster horde, and fiercely opened fire. Boom! The dark blue plasma ball shot out and exploded in the enemy ranks. The intense heat and energy instantly annihilated everything. The slime mold clones within a radius of several meters were directly vaporized, leaving not even a trace. Boom! A pale blue plasma sphere exploded on the plaza, the intense heat instantly evaporating the rainwater, and large swaths of slime mold were vaporized into white smoke. Han Shaoqing stood like a heavily fortified artillery platform, tenaciously guarding the forefront of the defensive line. Zhao Nian's eyes were bloodshot, and her hands trembled as she manipulated the metal, constantly repairing the defensive wall corroded by the strong acid. But the clones of the third-tier slime mold surged in like a tide, giving them no chance to catch their breath. The battle intensity remained at its maximum, and Han Shaoqing and Zhao Nian's auras grew increasingly chaotic, their supernatural abilities nearing depletion. Even with Zhao Nian being forcibly elevated to the second tier, she couldn't withstand this extreme drain. Hold on! Su Tang unleashed her full power of holy light healing. From behind, the white light continuously falling on the two of them, repairing their torn muscles and squeezing out their last bit of fighting strength. The frontal battlefield was a brutal meat grinder, while in the shadows, the shadow was quietly reaping the rewards. Lurking in the shadows, it only targeted second-tier clones, severing their cores with a single strike before vanishing instantly. However, the third-tier entity quickly sensed the anomaly. It judged that Lin Yu was about to complete a crucial breakthrough, so it decisively changed tactics, secretly splitting its core power to launch a deadly surprise attack. Several plumes of high-pressure acid bypassed the defenses and hurtled straight down on Lin Ye's head. A mowing leaped into the air, forcefully tearing the acid apart mid-air, while Zhao Nian urgently deployed metal to block the aftershocks. The air attack was neutralized, but the real killing blow came from underground. Tang Yingxue suddenly sensed something amiss beneath her feet. The ground began to bulge. Her expression changed drastically. Underground! But she had no time to pull Lin Yi away. In that split second, she activated her S-rank ability, Luck. Pfft! A poisonous stinger burst from the ground, aiming straight for Lin Ye's heart. But just before it was about to strike, the underground structure slightly collapsed, and the stinger strangely shifted, grazing past Lin Ye's body. The next second, a true miracle occurred. Boom! A violent bolt of lightning tore through the sky, striking the poisoned sting precisely. The strong acid conducted electricity, and the lightning pierced through the ground, instantly vaporizing the third-tier body. The entire battlefield fell silent for a moment. The clone had gone out of control, leaving everyone completely dumbfounded. Han Shaoqing froze on the spot, Zhao Nian stared wide-eyed, and even Tang Yingxue herself was stunned. It actually works? But she quickly realized the problem. The price of luck was exhausting the luck of those around her. Back off! She shouted, and then a series of unexpected events occurred. The metal plate that Zhao Nian was controlling suddenly went out of control and crashed down, but fortunately Su Tang pulled it away in time. On the other side, Han Xiaoqing's plasma hand cannon went out of control and exploded. She was thrown over by the blast wave and fell into a puddle in a sorry state. The scene was chaotic to an absurd degree. Just then, buzz! The golden light enveloping the RV began to shrink frantically. The enhancement seemed to have entered a critical stage. Tang Yingxue watched this scene, her heart sinking. Could the enhancement have failed? The outside isn't cleared yet. Am I going to cause trouble? Chapter 34 Amphibious Fortress. Buzz! The dazzling dark golden light receded rapidly like the receding tide. As the golden light completely dissipated, a scene appeared in the square that was extremely shocking and even defied the laws of modern physics. The 8-meter-long heavy armored trailer that Zhao Nian and Han Xiaoqing had painstakingly welded together, and which was originally parked behind the Armadillo RV, had disappeared. Instead, there is a single, seamless ultimate war machine, like a lurking beast of the night in the ruins. It retains the original domineering and rugged silhouette of heavy trucks, but the body lines have become smoother and full of explosive power. The outer armor has a deep, matte black color, with an extremely fine, nanoscale hexagonal defensive array that subtly reflects light on its surface. Not only has the chassis been significantly reinforced, but the 8 massive off-road tires have also undergone a qualitative change, with the dark blue duct propulsion units faintly visible inside the wheel hubs. This monster, which has undergone 1.5 epic remodels, has completely broken the limitations of terrain and evolved into a true all-terrain mobile fortress. And beside this steel behemoth, Lin Yi slowly opened his eyes. Even though he was in a frozen state while casting a spell, his perception of the outside world wasn't completely cut off. He glanced at Tang Yingxue, who was standing not far away, looking somewhat uneasy for fear of causing trouble. Then, Lin Yi strode forward, grabbed Han Xiaoqing by the back of her collar, and lifted this SS-level melee queen out of the mud puddle like a chick. If they don't save him soon, this exhausted and cold-blooded bodyguard might really become the first top-tier superhuman in the apocalypse to drown in less than 10 centimeters of water because of bad luck. Brother, you succeeded? Was the enhancement not interrupted? Seeing that Lin Yi was safe and sound, Tang Yingxue, who had come to her senses, went over to him with delight. Okay. You come with me first and get them into the car. I'll clean up the mess outside. Lin Ye's voice was low and even a little hoarse. Huh! Brother, maybe we should just forget about it. Even though those monsters outside aren't moving anymore, they're still very dangerous. I feel like something's wrong with you right now. Tang Yingxue looked at Lin Yi with some concern, her moist peach blossom eyes full of care. I'm fine. Your superpower didn't affect me. As he spoke, Lin Yi abruptly turned his head away, no longer looking at her. This is a lie. In fact, he was affected, and it was an extremely subtle yet incredibly powerful influence. Just moments before, when Tang Yingxue activated her S-level luck at full power, Lin Yi felt a sudden emptiness in his heart, as if a small piece of something extremely important to him had been forcibly ripped out. But what troubled him even more than this emptiness was the surge of malevolent fire that followed. Lin Yi has extremely strong self-confidence. No matter how much Tang Yingxue used her manipulative tactics to flatter and coax him, and no matter how innocent yet alluring she looked, Lin Yi could always remain calm on the surface. But now, he finds himself losing control. Whenever he saw Tang Yingxue's pretty face, which was filled with a mixture of fear and concern, and smelled her faint fragrance, an extremely violent and primal urge would surge up from the depths of his heart. He even had an impulse to disregard everything and, amidst the devastation in the rain, to crush her and possess her completely. Lin Yi already had a very bold guess in his mind regarding this sudden and strange desire. Because he awakened the SSS-level sequence enhancement ability, his own fortune may have reached an exaggerated level that defies common sense and is almost fate. In the words of those online novels, he is one of the chosen ones in this apocalyptic world. Tang Yingxue's special ability is to plunder the luck around her to create miracles. Because it absorbed a portion of its own fortune, it was able to successfully draw down heavenly lightning and kill the third-tier slime mold. This has led to Lin Yi experiencing a strong sense of emptiness, as if his luck had been hijacked. And an extremely absurd instinctive impulse. It seems that as long as he has the deepest physical fusion with the woman in front of him, he can take back the part of his luck that was sucked away, with interest. However, these are all just speculations. Lin Yi could keenly sense that, as time went by, the emptiness in his heart and the evil fire within him were slowly fading away. It seems that Tang Yingxue is extremely powerful. Luck plundering is not permanent, but rather borrowed. For now, Lin Yi chose not to look at this lucky koi fairy for the time being. He was afraid that if he looked at it any longer, he would lose control and kiss it on the spot. Brother Lin, I don't need your help, I can manage on my own. Just as Zhao Nian was about to follow in Han Xiaoqing's footsteps and her legs gave way, preparing to fall flat on her face, Lin Yi pulled her into his arms. Sensing the man's intensely hot and aggressive body temperature, the little girl's face instantly flushed red, and she could barely speak. She nestled obediently in his arms. Seeing this, Su Tang stopped and prepared to wait in place. As a result, the ground beneath her feet seemed to have been affected by the previous mutated slime mold burrowing, and a small area suddenly collapsed. Fortunately, Lin Yi reacted quickly, stretching out his long arm and pulling her into his broad embrace. Faced with this extremely unlucky chain reaction where even drinking cold water can cause problems, Lin Yi dared not leave the group outside any longer. He quickly opened the car door and half-carried, half-helped them inside. Tang Yingxue quickly supported the dizzy and light-headed Han Xiaoqing and followed closely behind. However, the moment you stepped through the armored door of the RV, this well-traveled young lady from a top-tier family, who had grown up in luxury mansions, was still deeply shocked by the scene before her and gasped in astonishment. Wow! Brother, is this really the RV from before? Inside the RV, there's not a trace of cramped feeling. The original duplex structure has been completely reconstructed, revealing an extremely luxurious and futuristic circular living room. The ceiling is a full 3 meters high, and rainwater from the panoramic skylight slides down the special glass without making a sound. It's fully equipped with all kinds of smart home appliances, a living area, and even a separate temperature-controlled eco-cabin. The size and luxury are almost comparable to her expansive apartment in the heart of Beijing, where land is incredibly valuable. Conservatively estimated, the internal physical space is definitely no less than 300 square meters. That's a motorhome. This defies the laws of physics, it's amazing. Beep, the entire system's underlying logic self-check is complete. Welcome back, Master. Yuli is at your service at any time. A clear, cold female voice, indistinguishable from a human's, resounded in the spacious hall through a hidden surround sound system. With the completion of the 1.5 upgrade, Yuli has officially taken over all the central control systems of the RV, becoming the brain of this ultimate mobile fortress. Elder brother! Tang Yingshua's eyes shone like 2 little stars. She turned her head, her voice so sweet it was almost silky. This time, we did a great job. Even God helped us kill that disgusting monster. Would you like to have a separate small room for them? As she spoke, she deliberately leaned forward, creating a fragrant breeze. Lowering her voice, her watery, almond-shaped eyes shimmered with a seductive allure. If you don't want to, that's fine. I'd be more than happy to sleep in the master bedroom with you, brother. Lin Ye's forehead veins throbbed twice as he took a deep breath to suppress the anger rising within him. You watch over them for now. Yuli will teach you how to use the internal facilities. I'm going to deal with those monster clones outside. After saying that, Lin Yi fled from the RV like he was avoiding a flood or a ferocious beast. Following Yuli's instructions on the terminal, he quickly walked to the newly planned weapons room, picked up his composite bow and quiver, and escaped from the RV without looking back. I had just stepped out the door. Master, abnormal fluctuations in your heart rate and hormone levels have been detected. We recommend that you take some rest. Yuli's voice came through the tactical terminal in her right ear. The monster outside is dead. All that remains are some liquid remnants that have lost their neural connections and are temporarily incapacitated. You can rest and explore your new home at the same time. I'm fine, Yuli. I just felt a bit hot-tempered. Going out for some fresh air will help. Lin Yi rubbed his temples. So you've fallen for Miss Tang? In Yuli's clear and cold voice, there was an unusually subtle, almost anthropomorphic emotion that was hard to describe. Lin Yi was speechless for a moment. It's a side effect caused by her superpower. She'll get used to it. Let's leave it at that for now and go see what's going on with those clone remnants. I see. Master, please explore boldly. I can now activate matrix scanning to observe everything within a 5-kilometer radius. I will inform you in advance if there is any danger. Yuli's tone visibly became more cheerful and excited. Question mark. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. Was this AI evolving a little too feminine? On the other side, inside the RV's living room, Tang Yingxue blinked in confusion as she watched Lin Yi flee in disarray. Huh! Is it just my imagination? She reached out her slender, snow-white fingers and touched her chin, a cunning and extremely dangerous smile appearing on her innocent face. Why does it feel like this cold, aloof man has suddenly become perceptive? The way he looked at me just now, it was like he wanted to devour me whole. Young miss. Just as Tang Yingxue was secretly pleased that her art had finally taken effect, and even began to fantasize about how to control this powerful man. A deep, muffled thud came from the side. Han Shaoqing, who was about to grab a tissue from the coffee table to wipe her face, slipped and fell on the flat, non-slip solid wood floor because her legs felt weak and the extreme bad luck buff that had drained her of her luck had not yet dissipated. She fell flat on her face in a very standard prostrate position. The cold-blooded SS-level bodyguard lay on the ground, completely giving up the struggle. She let out a hoarse wail, utterly despondent. Never mind that man for now. Miss, could you take me to the bathroom to take a shower first? If I had to wash myself, I'm afraid I'd slip on the soap and drown in the bathtub. Chapter 35 Mimicry Life Forms. The plaza outside Wenqing Electrical Appliance City has now been completely turned into a charred and chaotic ruin. Everywhere there were large pits corroded by high-concentration strong acid, deep marks blasted by plasma cannons, and terrifying cracks in the ground caused by the dazzling lightning bolt. The ground was covered with the remnants of mutated slime mold clones that had lost their neural connections and turned into puddles of disgusting yellow liquid, emitting a pungent, sour stench in the drizzle. In midair, 3 hummingbird hunter drones wobbled and landed on the charging dock on the roof of the RV. After being subjected to intense firepower, their batteries were depleted, their alloy crystal rotors were covered with slightly corrosive acid, and their fuselages suffered varying degrees of combat damage. Meow. Amidst the ruins, a black lightning bolt leaped nimbly across the puddle. The shadow cat Moing was like a curious child who had discovered a new toy, constantly poking at the yellow slime that had lost its activity, and lay limp on the ground like jelly with its sharp claws. Upon noticing the armored door open and Lin Yi stepping out of the RV, the little guy immediately abandoned the mess on the ground, purring happily, and ran over with elegant cat-like steps, affectionately rubbing against Lin Ye's trouser leg. Upon seeing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. It seems that the unfortunate side effect of Tang Yingxue's S-level, luck, absorbing surrounding fortune, only applies to humans. Because Moing is a mutated beast, it did not suffer any backlash from the fortune. Not only was it unaffected by the heavenly lightning, it remained lively and energetic. Well done. Lin Yi bent down and rubbed the ink shadow's excellent-feeling black fur. Recalling the extremely dangerous battle just now, Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh. The mutated creatures in this apocalypse are evolving at an alarming rate. The heroes of this world are as numerous as carp crossing a river. Even he, a cheater, who awakened an SSS-level god-level superpower, almost capsized in a ditch today. The timing of this Tier 3 slime mold's ambush was absolutely brilliant, perfectly timed during his weakest point, when he was immobilized and unable to move while casting. It seems that in the future, when carrying out large-scale reinforcements in the wild, we will have to find an absolutely safe shelter or prepare a more comprehensive defense plan. Lin Yi secretly became alert. However, What pained and saddened him the most was that the highly intelligent Tier 3 slime mold was struck dead by the heavenly lightning that Tang Yingxue had forcibly summoned with her superpower. The kill was not awarded to him. This directly resulted in him losing a very large amount of evolution points and loot. If he could secure this first kill at Tier 3, he might have already officially entered the ranks of Tier 2 evolvers. Yueli, activate the matrix scan and see if there are any survivors. Lin Yi connected the holographic tactical terminal in his right ear. Initiating deep life sign detection. Yuli's cold, mechanical voice rang in his ears. Reporting to Master, 99% of the nearby clones have completely lost their functions. Their core control centers have been completely destroyed by heavenly lightning, and these biological tissues are rapidly degrading. Unconvinced, Lin Yi walked up to a puddle of slime and tried activating his supernatural ability. Although the enhancement was successful, the inactive bacterial remains, even after enhancement, would only become a harder lump of dead matter. The system panel only added the characteristic of extremely flammable, making it barely usable as a high-efficiency solid fuel. As for the very few incomplete clones that haven't dissolved yet, killing them won't grant evolution points. Just as Lin Yi shook his head in disappointment, and was about to turn around and go back to the RV to set off. Wait, Master. At the edge of the battlefield, at the 11 o'clock position, about 200 meters away, the radar has detected an extremely unusual life signal. The target still retains a small amount of independent activity. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, immediately gripped the compound bow in his hand, and silently moved over with Mo-ing. Behind an overturned, abandoned bus, Lin Yi saw that extremely peculiar clone. Other slime mold clones either mimic twisted and broken zombies or deformed monsters that crawl on all fours, and they have no concept of gender at all. After all, slime molds, as single-celled aggregates, do not need gender to reproduce. But the clone lying in the mud before them was completely different. Its appearance was that of an extremely realistic, almost perfect, normal human female. Although her skin had a pale, ashen appearance, her delicate facial features and incredibly hot body proportions were absolutely top-tier in terms of human aesthetics. The strangest thing is that she was wearing a large, long white t-shirt made of her own slime, similar to the no pants style that Tang Yingxue wore this morning. Yuli, what's going on? Lin Yi looked at the girl on the ground in astonishment. A Trojan horse? Yes, Master, your conclusion is correct. According to the analysis, this should be the bait prepared for you by that highly intelligent mutated creature. It secretly observed that there are a large number of young and beautiful women in your team. Therefore, it deliberately consumed an extremely large amount of primordial energy to create this ultimate bait with complete female physiological characteristics. It attempts to deceive you by exploiting human compassion or primal male desires, thereby creating an opportunity for a fatal close-quarters assassination. It is precisely because so many independent primitive cells and advanced energy structures have been poured into this extremely complex bait that she has not yet instantly dissipated along with the other low-level cannon fodder after the mother body was destroyed by the heavenly lightning. Lin Yi nodded. It seemed he would have to be more careful in the future. A moment later, Lin Yi arrived in front of the female decoy who was in a near-death state. Lin Yi gently placed his palm on the cold, silicone-like shoulder of the clone. He decided to give it one last try. Perhaps this special mutant, which contained the core essence of a third-tier mutated beast, could bring him an unexpected surprise. Buzz! A familiar world of dark gold lines suddenly appeared in Lin Yi's mind. Sequencing. Biological remodeling. Boom! An extremely dazzling dark golden light burst forth from Lin Yi's palm, completely enveloping the body on the ground. Because the opponent was not large and the mother was already dead, in a state of near death with no chance of resistance, the cost of this enhancement was completely within Lin Yi's tolerance level, who had just upgraded his RV. After all, who would have thought that reinforcing the RV would be easier than reinforcing Zhao Nian? That's normal though. Unlike RVs that don't evolve automatically, Zhao Nian can grow on its own. Potential is something RVs don't have. A few minutes later, the golden light dissipated like quicksand. The grayish-white, human female, on the ground disappeared. In Lin Ye's palm, there appeared a fist-sized, crystal-clear, transparent liquid substance that resembled a drop of pure water and emitted a faint glow. The moment Lin Yi focused his gaze on it, rows of exhilarating information panels popped up on his retina. Item: Liquid Mimicry Life Form, Female/Growing Type. Rank: Beginner Form, can evolve by absorbing. Characteristic 1: Inorganic Material Shaping. It can perfectly mimic and change its own hardness, transforming into any inorganic object that the host has come into contact with or ingested, such as extremely sharp melee weapons, sophisticated tactical bulletproof vests, etc., and its shape can be manipulated through consciousness. Trait 2: Gene Imprinting. Divine skill after acquiring the DNA, blood/hair, etc., of a female creature. One can perfectly mimic her appearance and physique, and can simulate and reproduce 60% of her biological abilities and supernatural power. Hiss. Upon seeing the second characteristic on the panel, even Lin Yi, with his strong willpower, couldn't help but gasp. This is like finding a treasure. Judging by its function alone, this little guy, which is like a slime, has a strategic value that is even more outrageous than that of the shadow. To verify the actual effect of this transparent substance, Lin Yi looked down at the dark shadow that was curiously peering out from his feet. Moing, come here, I need to borrow some of your blood. Lin Yi squatted down. Meow? And Moing instinctively felt a sense of repulsion and disgust towards the transparent liquid that floated in its owner's palm and exuded a strange, kinship-like aura. It's a noble cat, it wouldn't want to touch this sticky slug. But under Lin Ye's extremely skillful and gentle soothing touch, it was soothed. The proud big cat reluctantly stretched out its paw and lightly scratched the skin on its front leg. A drop of dark red blood seeped out. Lin Yi brought the transparent liquid in his hand closer. With a squeak, the transparent water droplet cracked open like a jelly, instantly swallowing the drop of blood. The next second, an incredibly magical scene unfolded. The transparent substance began to writhe and expand violently, its color rapidly changing from transparent to a deep black, and even its surface grew extremely realistic black hairs. In less than 2 seconds, it transformed into a lifelike, mini version of Moing, the size of a normal kitten. After Yuli's quick scan and test, Lin Yi determined the little guy's current limits. Because it is at the initial stage, its intelligence level is relatively low, like a newborn baby. Moreover, it did not inherit the skill set of the third stage mother, retaining only pure mimicry instincts. Its current miniature ink shadow form only has about 60% of the speed and lethality of its original form. However, even 60% is enough to instantly kill an ordinary zombie. If it were to mimic an inanimate object, such as a knife or a piece of clothing, it would be almost indistinguishable from the original. Lin Yi felt at ease. This wave not only didn't result in a loss, but actually made a fortune. Looking at the extremely cute miniature Moing in his palm, staring at him with its gray-white eyes, Lin Yi smiled like a proud father. He naturally picked up the miniature kitten, hugged it, and rubbed it against his chest. It doesn't feel as warm as a real cat, but it's still quite soft and cuddly. With this little guy, he can also possess the abilities of his enemies in the future. It's a bit of a shame that it's limited to females. However, Moing, who was standing next to Lin Yi, was not happy about it. Meow! The shadowy creature, which had been obediently crouching to the side, suddenly had all its long fur bristle and stand upright like an antenna. Extremely angry, it used its large, furry head to frantically nudge Lin Ye's trouser leg, trying to forcefully draw its owner's attention back to itself. When Moing discovered that Lin Yi not only didn't put down the fake cat, but was still stroking it, she got angry. Like an old man, he began to breathe on the little one in Lin Ye's arms. Damn it! Because I'm mindful of my owner's fragility as a human, I've never dared to jump into my owner's arms and act cute. This slug, whose fur is completely fake, how dare it lie in its owner's lap? Chapter 36: The Heavy Past and the Glimmer in the Bathroom. Lin Yi is never the kind of person who forgets his old love once he has a new one, whether it's a person or a battle pet. He placed the transparent, liquid-like life form on his shoulder with remarkable ease, then bent down, stretched out his arms, and picked up the shadowy figure, which was now almost the size of a cheetah. Hiss! Lin Yi secretly gasped. To be honest, with the weight of this big cat's muscles and bones, most people wouldn't be able to lift it. However, listening to the big cat purring happily in his arms, Lin Yi was still in a pretty good mood. Big cats are still cats, and they're very easy to pet. With a large cat in one hand and a ball of transparent jelly on his shoulder, Lin Yi, carrying a compound bow, returned to the RV by climbing the heavy metal steps. As soon as I entered. "Brother! You're finally back! I can't go on, I'm exhausted." Tang Yingshui collapsed onto the luxurious leather sofa as if she had seen a savior, panting heavily. She had just dragged Zhao Nian, whose legs were trembling, out of the bathroom. Zhao Nian looked as if she had just been pulled out of the water. Her large white t-shirt was soaked and clung tightly to her body, outlining her breathtaking curves. Giving Han Shaoqing and Zhao Nian a bath is an epic task with hellish difficulty. It wasn't that this pampered young lady, who had never lifted a finger before, couldn't endure hardship or wasn't good at serving others. It was simply that the unfortunate side effects of her superpower hadn't completely worn off. The bathroom had been a complete mess just now. The shampoo bottle inexplicably burst when squeezed in my hand, the anti-slip mat suddenly became slippery, and even the water temperature from the shower head fluctuated between hot and cold. Han Shaoqing and Zhao Nian, two decisive and ruthless warriors outside, almost drowned in the bathtub 7 or 8 times in just half an hour. This is why the facilities in the forest's reinforced RV have an abnormally high level of quality assurance. If this were in a regular hotel, those 3 unlucky girls would probably have collapsed the load-bearing walls of the bathroom while they were taking a shower. Sister Tang is the only one who hasn't showered yet. Brother, this arduous task can only be entrusted to you. Your bathroom is practically cursed today. Tang Yingshui waved her hand with lingering fear, while also throwing an extremely charming wink. Lin Yi would naturally not refuse such a request. Lin Yi placed the ink shadow on the spacious living room wool carpet and then turned and walked into the misty bathroom. A large, thermostatic shower head cascaded pure water at the perfect temperature, washing over Su Tang's smooth, fair, and alluring body. In the misty white fog, the woman gently raised her fair arm and hooked it around Lin Ye's neck with a natural and affectionate gesture, pressing her burning cheek against his chest. Feeling the astonishing warmth and subtle desire emanating from the woman's body, Lin Ye's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. "Stop fooling around!" Lin Yi took a deep breath, suppressing the restless anger rising within him due to the backlash of bad luck. He restrained himself, wetting the towel and gently wiping the stains off her back. "Let's talk about it after your period of bad luck has passed." He wasn't a man of unwavering integrity like Lu Xiaohui, so naturally he wouldn't remain unmoved by such an alluring sight. But not now. If, in the most unprepared and intense moment, an unfortunate side effect suddenly occurs, causing the two to slip or bump into vital areas, Su Tang could easily suffer fatal injuries. He never treated Su Tang as a disposable tool for sexual gratification in the apocalypse. She was the first woman he truly possessed in this broken world, and also the team doctor he valued highly. As he watched the water flow down Su Tang's beautiful, art-like shoulder blades, Lin Ye's thoughts drifted for a moment. Years ago, my parents were involved in a car accident due to fatigue driving, and were found primarily responsible in that horrific accident. Not only did they both die, but they also left behind a huge mess. The mortgage is okay. Although the economy is down and housing prices have plummeted, even selling the family's only house wouldn't be enough to pay off the remaining mortgage. But as long as he gives up inheriting the estate, he and his sister won't have to pay it back. The main source of the money was borrowed from relatives. Part of the down payment for the house came from them. They lent the money because they trusted your parents, so you can't not pay it back. That year, Lin Yi felt like the sky was about to fall. As an ordinary student in the hellish college entrance examination system of 4 provinces, his grades were average, and even with his best efforts, he could only barely get into a junior college. There's no way they can compare to their younger sister, Lin Wu, a genius who showed amazing talent from a young age and has the potential to get into a top 985 university. After hesitating for a long time, Lin Yi secretly tore up his admission letter and chose to give up his studies. Fortunately, her younger sister, Lin Wu, is extremely sensible and well-behaved, and her academic performance is among the best. In this land, the more prestigious the university, the more comprehensive its tuition system. Thanks to national student grants, various top-level scholarships and subsidies, he didn't have to worry much about his sister's studies. So Lin Yi plunged headfirst into the assembly line, working himself to the bone in the factory, tightening screws, working overtime all night, doing all sorts of hard and tiring jobs. It took him several years to finally pay off all his debts. After becoming debt-free, he bought a second-hand RV and began to try a completely new life, writing a failed online novel full-time while traveling around in his car. However, before this struggling author could finally make it big, the apocalypse arrived. But this time, fate finally smiled upon him. He awakened an SSS-level superpower that transcended all rules of this world. He finally had the ability to protect those he wanted to protect in this messed-up world. Splash! Once his thoughts returned to normal, Lin Yi helped Su Tang wash up quickly and reached out to turn off the tap. But in that very instant, Su Tang suddenly stood on tiptoe, wrapped her arms tightly around Lin Ye's neck, and kissed his lips without hesitation. The woman's lips were moist and incredibly hot. Before Lin Yi could react, the unfortunate side effect struck again. Slurp! Suddenly, the non-slip floor tiles under Su Tang's feet mysteriously lost all friction, causing her to lose her balance and fall backward. Lin Yi tried to reach out to catch her, but he was pulled down by her weight. In the critical moment, he only had time to firmly place his thick arm behind Su Tang's head. Bang! The two of them fell heavily into the water in the bathroom, Lin Ye's broad and sturdy body pressing firmly against her soft body. Water splashed everywhere. Before Lin Yi could even frown and ask if she was hurt, an extremely dense milky white light illuminated the narrow bathroom, enveloping the two of them tightly. That was Su Tang's S-level superpower, pushed to its limit. It'll be alright. Please give it to me, okay? Su Tang ignored the water stains on her clothes. She tilted her head back slightly and gripped Lin Ye's broad shoulders tightly with both hands. Her usually cool eyes were now filled with unease, fear, and extremely suppressed madness. The woman stared intently into Lin Ye's eyes. She didn't know why she was so out of control. But she was really panicking right now. This morning, looking at the army of mutated slime molds covering the mountains and fields, and at the strong acid stinger piercing straight into the heart of the forest, she felt as if her soul was about to be torn apart. So close. Just a tiny bit more. She had just gotten used to this man's presence, and found meaning in her life when he almost disappeared before her very eyes. She had so much lingering fear and dread that needed to be released. She desperately needed the most passionate and profound physical intimacy to truly feel that this man was still alive and truly belonged to her. Seeing the liquid that slid down the corner of the woman's eye, whether it was water droplets or tears, Lin Yi felt a chord break in his heart. Lin Yi took the initiative and lowered his head to firmly seal her trembling red lips with his own. The temperature in the bathroom, along with the rising steam, began to rise rapidly. At the same time, outside, in the spacious and luxurious circular living room. Wow, what exactly is this little guy? Tang Yingxue sat barefoot on the sofa, her legs crossed. With some curiosity, she stretched out her fair fingers and poked the mimicry life form that looked like a transparent jelly, and was floating around the shadowy figure. Miss Tang, this is the new battle pet that the master just tamed. From the hidden speakers in the living room came Yuli's cool yet slightly teasing voice. The owner named it, Xiao Shui. The owner said it looks a bit like you. Xiao Shui? Tang Yingxue was stunned for a moment, then pointed to her nose, her peach blossom eyes widening in disbelief. Did Lin Yi name this? Why would he call it this? And what do you mean he thinks this thing looks a bit like me? How do I, a stunningly beautiful woman, resemble this soft, snotty thing? Is he implying that I'm spineless? Tang Yingxue was very dissatisfied, pouting her alluring red lips and muttering to herself, feeling that she had been greatly insulted. "This is not meant to be derogatory, Miss Tang. Before this little guy was enhanced by its owner, its appearance was modeled after your physical characteristics. Even the style of its clothes was copied from what you're wearing today," Yuli explained patiently. "Huh? Mimicry?" After realizing her misunderstanding, Tang Yingshua's anger subsided slightly. "Although it still feels a bit strange, this transparent jelly is quite cute, and calling it xiaoxue isn't unacceptable." Just as Tang Yingxue was pondering, the transparent jelly-like mass called xiaoxue seemed to have developed a slight curiosity about the beautiful human woman on the sofa. It slowly floated to the top of Tang Yingshue's head, and mischievously grabbed a strand of her long hair and tugged it slightly. "Ouch!" Tang Yingxue gasped softly, feeling as if her scalp had been ripped. The next second, an incredibly magical scene unfolded. After the core DNA was extracted from Tang Yingshue's hair, xiaoxue's transparent body began to writhe violently, and its color changed rapidly. In the blink of an eye, a mini version of Tang Yingxue, only the size of a Barbie doll, wearing the same white knit sweater and pleated skirt, and with the exact same sly and innocent smile on her face, suddenly appeared in mid-air. "Oh my God!" Tang Yingxue was completely stunned, her peach blossom eyes wide open, staring incredulously at the miniature version of herself, chuckling in mid-air. "This is amazing!" Chapter 37: The Young Lady's Heart-Fluttering Moment. More than an hour later, the electric soundproof door to the master bedroom of the RV slowly slid open. Lin Yi gently placed Su Tang, who was completely exhausted and didn't want to move a single finger, on the soft bed. He carefully covered her with a silk quilt, adjusted the bedroom's temperature control system, and then turned and left. Outside is an extremely spacious and luxurious circular living room. Tang Yingxue was sitting barefoot and cross-legged on the sofa, playing happily with the transparent jelly called xiaoxue. Under Miss Tang's extremely whimsical and imaginative ideas, this mimicry life form is constantly adjusting its appearance based on the various anime characters that Yuli is playing on the super-large holographic TV. One moment she transforms into a petite maid with cat ears and wearing a black and white lace dress, and the next she becomes a dark-style lowly wielding a giant scythe of death. Although xiaoxue could not acquire any superpowers or fighting abilities from these anime characters because no real genetic DNA was extracted, it could only barely maintain the shape and color of its shell. However, the feeling of her two-dimensional waifu coming to life in the three-dimensional world still made Tang Yingxue feel incredibly novel and excited, and she couldn't help but pinch xiaoxue's soft cheeks. Hearing footsteps behind her, the girl instinctively turned around. Just as boys like to look at beautiful and sexy girls, girls also have an irrepressible instinct to admire extremely handsome men. At this moment, Lin Yi still carried a trace of warm steam from the bathroom. His black hair was scattered messily across his forehead, and his pure white casual shirt wasn't worn properly, with a few buttons at the collar casually undone. Under the soft, warm light of the RV, his broad, muscular shoulders, sharply defined pectoral muscles, and explosive, chiseled 8-pack abs presented a lethally half-hidden state. Before the apocalypse, Lin Yi hadn't really gone to the gym to lift weights. He was at most an average person with a well-proportioned physique. His current perfect physique is entirely due to the awakening of his SSS-Level superpower, and the leapfrog growth and restructuring of his physical attributes, which resulted in a natural formation. Add to that his already handsome and aloof face, and the lingering strong masculine aura from his recent, intense exercise. This mature charm, which combines a sense of asceticism with a wild and aggressive allure, perfectly captured Tang Yingshue's aesthetic. At a certain moment, Tang Yingxue could even clearly hear her proud heart in her chest beating faster and faster, and a blush involuntarily rose on her fair cheeks. However, she was, after all, a well-informed young lady from a top-tier aristocratic family who had seen and experienced much since childhood. The girl took a deep breath, naturally suppressing the ripples in her heart, and forced herself to look away from Lin Ye's alluring abs. "Brother, are you done washing?" Tang Yingxue smiled sweetly and innocently, her voice soft and gentle. I just moved Nian Nian and Xiaoqing to the second bedroom to rest. You won't mind if I took it upon myself to assign rooms, will you? It's nothing, thanks to you this time. Lin Yi walked to the bar and poured himself a glass of water. He glanced at the huge space, now expanded to a full 300 square meters, almost like a luxurious penthouse. Now the space here is very large, with several separate bedrooms and all kinds of facilities. You can have Yuli show you around and choose a room you like. Really? Thank you, brother! Tang Yingshua's eyes lit up, and she seized the opportunity. Speaking of which, brother, are we leaving now? Yuli said you're planning to go to Shanghai. Although I don't know many important people in such international metropolises, I will unconditionally support any decision you make. Seeing the girl's face full of admiration, as if she had transformed into her #1 fangirl, Lin Ye's lips twitched almost imperceptibly. It wasn't that he disliked her, but he was 100% certain that her obedient little fangirl demeanor was at least 80% an act. Perhaps this young lady found role-playing fun, or perhaps she wanted to feel safer in the car? However, it doesn't matter anymore. In the previous life-or-death battle against the third-tier slime mold, she and Han Xiaoqing did not choose to abandon him and run away even when they were in dire straits, which had already earned Lin Ye's most basic trust. Since she thinks it's fun to act like this, let her do it. Moreover, the evil fire that had been burning within Su Tang, which had previously wanted to punish her on the spot due to the backlash of her luck ability, had now been completely quelled after being thoroughly vented and released on Su Tang. Well, let's wait a bit before we set off. Lin Yi put down his water glass, his eyes regaining their absolute calm and depth. Before leaving Jianzhou, there are 2 things I need to take care of. He turned to look at the central control screen. Yuli, start the engine. Navigate to the center of Sam's Club supermarket in Jiangzhou City. Understood, master. The cold, mechanical voice of Yuli echoed throughout the carriage. Offline map loaded, Rage Heart power system working well, special tire mode switched to urban ruins off-road mode. Holographic radar array is online. I can now perfectly take over and control this fortress for you, master. Do you need me to activate autopilot mode? Of course. Lin Yi nodded. The required skill proficiency and equipment upgrades have been largely completed in Jiangzhou City. As for clothes and weapons, they are not necessities at the moment. With Han Xiaoqing as a mobile arsenal, Lin Yi no longer had the idea of trying his luck at the police station. In fact, with their current extremely powerful firepower and defense, it is entirely feasible for them to directly attack the highway and head towards Shanghai. However, with the addition of Han Xiaoqing and Tang Yingxue, the core team has expanded to 5 members, plus Moing, the Big Cat, and Xiao Shui. The conventional supplies that were previously stockpiled are no longer sufficient in terms of energy density and quantity. He needs to conduct one last large-scale, extreme looting operation. Besides that, there is another extremely important reason for going to Sam's Club: to repay favors. Lin Yi is a very principled person, even somewhat protective of his own. He can be extremely ruthless to his enemies, but he must repay the kindness of those who have provided him with substantial help. The batch of premium Wagyu beef, military rations, and other high-level supplies that he had previously stockpiled in the RV, as well as the 3 Hummingbird Hunter prototype aircraft that had been of great help, were all made by a woman named Gu Wan. The other party was the supply chain director of the East China region of Sam's Club, an exceptional female executive who had made a deal with him on the very first day of the apocalypse. Because global communications were disrupted by an electromagnetic storm, he was temporarily unable to determine whether the other party was alive or dead. Therefore, he planned to check on the other party's condition on his way to Shanghai. If she is still alive, he will repay the favors he owes. If she has value, Lin Yi would not mind letting her join his team. Boom! The deep roar of the engine resounded across the ruined square. Below the front of the vehicle, the extremely menacing dark ice-breaking ram unfolded once again amidst the sound of hydraulic pressure. This massive, dark-colored all-terrain mobile fortress, which was over 15 meters long and had undergone 1.5 epic upgrades, suddenly shot off under Yuli's extremely precise autonomous driving control, Bang! 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 Like an unstoppable steel tyrannosaurus, it easily crushed abandoned cars blocking the way, smashed through roadblocks, and ran over slime residue all over the ground with extreme ferocity, speeding towards the center of Sam's Club supermarket in Jiangzhou City amidst a spray of water. Chapter 38 Phantom Detective B. Bang boom! With a sickening metallic screech, a rusty, abandoned dump truck, parked across the middle of the road, was slammed into a dark, steel behemoth and sent flying more than 10 meters away, crashing heavily into a lamppost on the side of the street. On the streets of Jiangzhou, stagnant water mixed with blackened blood was everywhere, and the remains of wandering zombies and mutated creatures could be seen everywhere. The road conditions were extremely poor, with deep potholes and piles of abandoned cars from chain reaction collisions everywhere. However, this all-terrain mobile fortress of Armadillo, which has undergone 1.5 epic upgrades, moves across this hellish ruin as if it were flat ground. Heavy, robust, wide off-road tires relentlessly crush anything in their path. The extremely powerful adaptive hydraulic suspension system perfectly filters out the violent bumps from the outside world, reducing them to very slight swaying inside the cabin, making it as smooth as sitting in a business-class seat on a high-speed train. Inside the car, it felt like another world. The temperature control system kept the room temperature at a comfortable 24 degrees Celsius. Tang Yingxue, with her bare, fair feet, curled up comfortably on the luxurious leather sofa, wrapped in a soft cashmere blanket. Holding a cup of hot latte freshly ground by a fully automatic coffee machine, she watched quietly through the huge panoramic bulletproof window as zombies lunged at her, only to be instantly repelled and crushed into mincemeat by the RV's armored exterior. A strong, almost twisted sense of peace welled up within the young woman. Within this absolutely safe mobile fortress, the harsher and more desperate the outside world becomes, the more it can evoke an absurd sense of superiority and comfort. Tang Yingxue took a sip of her fragrant hot coffee, turned her head, and gazed at the woods not far away with her moist peach blossom eyes. Ling Yu was fiddling with the 2 DJI portable drones she had handed in yesterday. He had just showered, his short hair still damp and slightly messy. The perfect profile of his face, outlined by the warm spotlight on the workbench, appeared exceptionally deep and focused. For some reason, Tang Yingxue felt an inexplicable attraction to this usually aloof man as he quietly went about his business. She just stared at him, completely mesmerized. Ordering reinforcement. Dealing with such highly precise modern electronic products, Lin Ye's current enhancements are already second nature, requiring no extra steps. A soft, dark golden light flashed and disappeared in the palm of his hand. 2 DJI drones were rapidly disassembled, compressed, and reassembled in the golden light. A few minutes later, the golden light dissipated. On the workbench, 2 tiny mechanical creations, no bigger than sparrows and covered with a matte, non-reflective coating, appeared. Item: Phantom Miniature Scout B. Feature 1. Optical camouflage. The fuselage is covered with a matrix of miniature prisms that refract light in real time according to the surrounding environment, achieving 99% visual and thermal imaging dual stealth. Feature 2. Silent flight and overclocking radar. Employs an anti-gravity ultrasonic levitation engine for absolutely silent flight, equipped with a deep penetration life sign scanner capable of penetrating half a meter of reinforced concrete for detection. Perfect. Lin Yi smiled with satisfaction. If the Hummingbird Hunter is an aerial gunship responsible for frontal firepower and supply transport, then these 2 sparrow-sized phantoms are the ultimate assassin's eyes in the apocalypse. With these, Lin Ye's reconnaissance range will expand exponentially. On the long, treacherous highway to Shanghai, these things will be incredibly useful. Yuli, send out the Phantom to scout the target location in advance, Lin Yi ordered. Received, Master. Planning the optimal space route. At the same time, on the other side of Jiangzhou City, at the East China headquarters building of Sam's Club. Inside the top-floor administrative office area, the power outage made the lighting slightly dim, but it still maintained a rare level of order and cleanliness. Gu Wan, dressed in a fitted and sophisticated black haute couture business suit, stood with her arms crossed in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the city below, which was covered in floodwater and debris. Her stunningly beautiful, mature face exuded an absolute rationality born of long-standing authority. All of this order was thanks to the intelligence folder that Lin Yi sent a few days in advance, containing some of the truth and top-secret videos. As an absolute rationalist, Gu Wan initially found the apocalyptic theory utterly absurd, but out of the caution of a top businesswoman, she still used the name of sudden high-risk infectious disease prevention and control exercise to complete the highest level of preparation for physical isolation and material allocation in the headquarters building in advance. When the end times truly arrive. Although nearly half of the employees here have mutated into zombies without warning, thanks to the pre-installed isolation nets and blast doors in each room, these monsters have not caused a devastating internal tearing or a secondary large-scale infection. Apart from a few employees who were bitten to death for being too clever for their own good, disobeying orders, and insisting on sneaking out to find their families, Gu Wan successfully saved most of the remaining survivors in the building with her swift and ruthless methods. Gu Wan was also incredibly lucky. In that disaster, she also became one of the very few awakened individuals, 1 in 10,000. Although her superpowers are not powerful fireballs or ice blades, in terms of strategic value alone, her superpowers far surpass those offensive superpowers. Her special ability is the S-rank, miracle recipe. She can consume her own supernatural energy to conjure up all sorts of exquisite food out of thin air. Moreover, as her rank increases, she can also conjure up miraculous delicacies with powerful special buffs. Like right now. Gu Wan gracefully picked up a cup of steaming black coffee that had appeared out of nowhere on her desk, parted her red lips slightly, and took a small sip. This is the first special recipe she can currently master as a first-to-evolve being, Revival American. The bitter, mellow liquid slid down her throat. Gu Wan's mental fatigue and brain pain from 3 consecutive days of high-intensity command and coordination were rapidly subsiding at an almost unreasonable speed, and her physical strength was once again restored to its absolute peak. In this post-apocalyptic world where productivity is completely lost in the short term and food is tens of thousands of times more expensive than gold, the ability to continuously provide food and restore buffs is the foundation of all forces. Gu Wan put down her coffee cup, her eyes resolute and full of ambition. According to her speculation, this sudden apocalypse is very likely a dimensional attack by some advanced alien civilization, and official rescue is probably out of the question. She had prepared for the worst. She intends to use the supplies in the warehouse, along with her formidable logistical abilities, to build a long-term survivor fortress under her absolute control. Last night, under her overall command, the surviving employees used shelves and firefighting equipment to successfully repel a swarm of mutated rats that attempted to invade from the underground parking garage. This victory boosted Gu Wan's confidence to unprecedented levels. She even began to systematically accept high-quality survivors who had escaped from nearby buildings and had undergone rigorous background screening. She felt that everything was perfectly under her control. However, Gu Wan, this female executive, ultimately greatly underestimated just how quickly the seeds of evil in the hearts of the lower classes could sprout and grow in the extreme, unrestrained environment of the apocalypse. The law is the last iron cage to restrain wild beasts. When the iron cage disappears, even the most docile domestic dog will reveal its man-eating fangs. The 3rd floor of the building was originally the staff rest area. Chen Jiangwo, shirtless, leaned back on the soft fabric sofa and comfortably exhaled a smoke ring. Damn, this Hua-Zi is just different. Before the apocalypse, he was just an ordinary low-level porter in the logistics department of Sam's Club. Honest, hardworking, and always bowing to his superiors were the common perceptions of him. He carefully saves his few thousand yuan salary every month, with the sole goal of raising the exorbitant dowry of 300,000 yuan to build a new house back in his hometown, marry a decent wife, and have a healthy son to carry on the family line. At that time, Gu Wan was a queen who was high above him. Even secretly glancing at her pair of exquisite long legs wrapped in black stockings felt like a desecration. But now, times have changed. Looking at the cluster of blazing orange-red flames dancing on his right index finger, so intense it distorted the air slightly. A chilling fervor and greed flashed in Qin Jiangwo's eyes. A-level fire elemental user. Last night, in the battle against the mutated rat horde, he single-handedly held the front line, using terrifying fireballs to burn back the rats. He instantly became the camp's strongest and irreplaceable fighting force. Those once high-ranking white-collar executives and department managers in suits now bow and scrape like dogs when they see him, calling him Brother Jiangwo. Even the aloof and noble Director Gu paid special attention to him when allocating supplies and defenses, and even made an exception to arrange the safest and most spacious single rest room for him. The taste of power, like the most deadly poison, instantly corroded the heart of this so-called honest man. What completely broke his pitiful moral compass was last night. A female clerk from the logistics department, who usually ignored him and even disliked his body odor, sneaked into his room in the middle of the night. The woman was of average appearance, and even had a son in college. But in order to get more food and his protection in this damned apocalypse, she took off her clothes and knelt before him, trying her best to please him. That was the first time in Qin Jiangwo's more than 20 years of life that he truly experienced the blissful feeling of being embraced by a woman and served like a master. Call. Qin Jiangwo took a deep drag on his cigarette and stubbed it out hard on the expensive glass coffee table. His worldview completely collapsed, rebuilt, and distorted at this moment. If Gu Wan, that wretched woman who can only sit in the office giving orders and making a cup of coffee, can be a leader, why can't I? A crazy idea began to grow wildly in Qin Jiangwo's mind, and he could no longer suppress it. This is the apocalypse. My fists are the hardest. My fire can burn monsters to death. Why should I take orders from a woman? I'm not only going to be the boss here. Involuntarily, Qin Jiangwo's mind conjured up Gu Wan's mature and alluring face, as well as her long legs that were always covered in black stockings. He swallowed hard, his eyes turning fierce and violent. That arrogant and high-class woman, Gu Wan. I'll make her just like that slut from last night, obediently stripping naked and kneeling at my feet singing Conquer. Chapter 39 The Torn Pretense. Brother Jiangwo. Good morning. Brother Jiangwo, this is freshly brewed Bilyuakun tea with purified water. Please use it to soothe your throat. In the early morning, as Qin Jiangwo walked shirtless down the third-floor corridor, the surviving employees along the way greeted him warmly. Even several female managers who were usually arrogant stood up and gave up their dry and comfortable sofa seats. However, people used to call him Brother Jiangwo because he was honest, hardworking, and never complained. That brother implies that he's being treated like a beast of burden, made to carry the heaviest loads and work the latest shifts, and he feels too embarrassed to refuse. But now, the look in these people's eyes has lost its condescending command and has gained more genuine respect, fear, and flattery. In this isolated building surrounded by monsters, the A-grade flame in Qin Jiangwo's hand is the lifeline for everyone. Listening to the fawning compliments from those around him, Qin Jiangwo straightened his habitually hunched back, and couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth turn up in a wild smile. His mood grew increasingly cheerful, and he even felt that this damned apocalypse was a blessing from God, sent specifically to help people like him from the bottom to rise up. However, this overwhelming joy dissipated somewhat the moment he pushed open the door to the spacious CEO's office on the top floor and saw Gu Wan again, turning into a deep-seated inferiority complex. Mr. Gu, I'm here to report on last night's defenses. Qin Jiangwo's prepared opening remarks turned into his habitual stuttering the moment he met Gu Wan's cool and aloof eyes. Although he fantasized about doing this and that to Gu Wan, in reality, he seemed to have reverted to being that introverted and honest person. Behind her desk, Gu Wan was checking the supplies list by the dim light coming from the window. Her once flawless professional makeup has been washed away, leaving her with a bare face. Her long, wavy hair was casually pinned up at the back of her head with a black hair clip, with a few stray strands falling around her slender, snow-white neck. She was still wearing that extremely form-fitting black business suit, her long, slender legs, encased in black stockings, elegantly crossed. Although the intense work schedule over the past few days has diminished her sophisticated urban elegance, the innate intellect and commanding presence she exudes have only added to her captivating mature charm. Qin Jiangwo swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his unease, and used the pretext of reporting on his work to steer the conversation away from the topic. Why his domineering declaration didn't happen, he didn't dare say it. Ultimately, he chose a compromise, mustered his courage, and awkwardly and stammeringly steered the conversation toward confessing his feelings. He is the strongest A-level awakened here, while she is just a housekeeper, with no combat ability and only good at cooking. She needs her own protection. If this woman is willing to accept my confession, then the way things are now is not unacceptable. Out of respect for the veteran employee who fought desperately against the rats last night, Gu Wan put down her pen. She didn't interrupt him, but listened with great composure to his illogical, chauvinistic, and even slightly condescending declaration. Then, she declined in a very tactful manner. Gu Wan was well aware of how outstanding her appearance was. From childhood to adulthood, she had never lacked various exceptional suitors, rich second-generation heirs, young talents, business elites, and so on. But Gu Wan is someone who doesn't like to compromise. Her expectations for her future partner don't necessarily require him to have immense power, but he must be able to resonate with her on a spiritual and cognitive level. If she doesn't meet someone, that's okay. In her value system, life doesn't necessarily require a partner. She valued Qin Jiangwo's martial prowess, and would treat him with the respect due to him, and even with extravagance, in terms of material resources and status. But this does not mean that she would debase herself or sell her feelings and body in exchange for a little bit of military protection. Jiangwo, your abilities are very important to the camp. But between us, we can only be superior and subordinate and comrades in arms. Gu Wan's cool, indifferent words, which carried an invisible sense of distance, became the last straw that broke the camel's back. 10 minutes later, Qin Jiangwo walked out of the president's office with a livid face and distorted features. His fists were clenched so tightly that his nails almost dug into his flesh, and you could even hear the crackling sound of his knuckles grinding together. Brother Jiangwo, are you all right? Did that icy girl give you the cold shoulder again? In the corner, Sun Chang, a former fellow villager and colleague from the moving team, came over with 2 cups of instant coffee. Qin Jiangwo shook his head with resentment in his eyes, gritting his teeth and cursing under his breath. You bitch, what are you pretending to be so high and mighty for? Although Sun Chang did not awaken any superpowers, he possessed an extremely shrewd, cunning, and resourceful mind. He knew all too well that in this new world where the strong prey on the weak, ordinary people like him without martial arts skills had to cling to an absolutely powerful patron if they didn't want to be used as cannon fodder to test monsters. Qin Jiangwo was the big shot he chose. However, this leg was still somewhat bound by the old concept of hierarchy, and he had to help add fuel to the fire. Sun Chang saw the ambition, resentment, and almost overflowing filth in Qin Jiangwo's eyes. Brother Jiangwo, I'm not trying to be mean, but you're just too honest. Sun Chang leaned close to Qin Jiangwo's ear and whispered, Do you really think Gu Wan is some kind of pure and innocent goddess? I heard it from a guy at headquarters. This high and mighty woman treats us lowly employees with disdain, but behind our backs, she's probably fawning over that bald boss in the East China region. She became a regional director at only 30 years old. Do you think she did it through merit? Maybe she got to her current position by sleeping her way up. She's rejecting you now because she looks down on you for being a porter. In the eyes of a vain woman like her, even if you've awakened your superpowers, you're only fit to be her watchdog. Sun Chang spared no effort in provoking Qin Jiangwo's anger. This is, of course, utter nonsense. He only read these kinds of erotic stories in online novels and cheap fiction. Gu Wan comes from a well-off family and is exceptionally talented. She has no need to do anything that would lower her status. However, Qin Jiangwo, who was caught in a mix of extreme inferiority and jealousy, actually believed it. The thought that his goddess, whom he cherished and considered unattainable, might be a fawning harlot in front of other older men made Qin Jiangwo's eyes turn bloodshot instantly, and his reason was completely burned to ashes by anger and twisted desire. Damn it! I risked my life to protect her, and she still dares to treat me like a dog? Buzz! A violent flame suddenly erupted from Chen Jiangwo's palm, instantly burning the plastic coffee cup in his hand to ashes. The scalding coffee spilled onto the ground, emitting plumes of white smoke. He suddenly turned his head and looked at Sun Chang like a bloodthirsty beast. Go! Call Zhang Meng and the other brothers with superpowers to my room. Half an hour later. In the top-floor office. Just as Gu Wan finished compiling the last personnel deployment list and was preparing to call over all the awakened superpowered individuals in the building for a meeting to calm their emotions and revise the power distribution rules. Bang! The heavy solid wood door of the office was kicked open with extreme force, and even the hinges of the door frame broke. Chen Jiangwo, accompanied by 4 lackeys who had awakened rudimentary supernatural abilities, stood menacingly blocking the doorway. Sun Chang, like a hyena borrowing the tiger's power, peeked out from behind them. At their feet, the 2 former management supervisors who had been guarding the door were now lying on the ground, bleeding from head wounds and groaning in pain. Chen Jiangwo, are you crazy? What are you trying to do? Gu Wan suddenly stood up, and a hint of shock and anger finally appeared on her usually calm and aloof face. She was certainly aware of the class conflict within the building. She had already planned that low-level employees like Chen Jiangwo, who had awakened their powers in the apocalypse, would definitely be gradually promoted to core management positions in the future, and even given higher treatment. But this absolutely requires a buffer and education process. These people have no management experience or sense of the big picture. If they are given absolute power rashly, it will undoubtedly be a disaster for the entire group. But Gu Wan had considered everything, except for one thing. Without the constraints of modern law, the moral defenses of these lower-class people collapse hundreds, or even thousands of times faster than the elite class like her had anticipated. What are you doing? Chen Jiangwo pressed closer, then slammed the office door shut with a bang, completely cutting off any view from the outside. He stared at Gu Wan's face, which was even more radiant and beautiful because of her anger. His gaze swept unscrupulously over her pair of long, exquisite legs encased in black stockings. He swallowed hard, and the greed in his eyes was no longer concealed. Mr. Gu, times have changed. A flame ignited in Chen Jiangwo's palm, illuminating his face, which was distorted by desire. Now I am the king here. And you are only fit to be my toy for venting my frustrations. Chapter 40: The Desperate Situation of the High-Class Beauty. Chen Jiangwo, do you know what you're doing? In the spacious CEO's office, Gu Wan was forced to stand in front of a huge solid wood desk. She tried her best to maintain her cold and composed facade, but her mind was racing, trying to find a way out of the predicament. I know, of course I know, Mr. Gu. Chen Jiangwo stared intently at Gu Wan's long, slender legs encased in black stockings, his chest heaving violently. His stuttering at this moment was not out of fear, but rather from the extremely burgeoning desire within him, and the perverse excitement of about to trample this unattainable flower on a high mountain, under his feet. It was you who forced me to do this, you filthy bitch! Chen Jiangwo, a rough man, lacked vocabulary and simply did not know how to express the complex emotions of inferiority, jealousy, and love turned to hate. What he really meant was, if you had obediently accepted my confession and obediently submitted to me, none of this would have happened. However, after believing Sun Chang's malicious slander and mistakenly believing that this aloof female CEO was actually a woman who would do anything to climb the social ladder, his last bit of inferiority complex completely turned into twisted tyranny. This kind of immoral woman is not worthy of being his legal wife to carry on the family line. She is only fit to be his plaything for his venting. Did I force you? Gu Wan laughed angrily, a hint of despair flashing in her eyes. Rejecting your confession means I forced you? Everyone has witnessed how I treat everyone in the camp and how I distribute supplies fairly. Not accepting your confession means I forced you. The incident happened so suddenly that Gu Wan's heart sank to the bottom. Her biggest mistake was not moving her office to the safe zone downstairs, or even not having a trusted person guarding her. With global communication cut off, it's impossible for her to contact her loyal employees downstairs. Her S-rank ability, Miracle Recipe, is a strategic level divine skill in the apocalypse, but it is more geared towards logistical support, and has no direct combat power whatsoever. Despite having undergone the baptism of superpowers, making her physical abilities far superior to those before the apocalypse, resisting Qin Jiangwo and several other adult strong men who had awakened combat-type superpowers was tantamount to throwing an egg against a rock. This time, things are probably really going to turn out badly. Do you guys really have to listen to that idiot Qin Jiangwo? As Gu Wan spoke, she discreetly slipped her hands behind her back. Her intensely imposing eyes swept over the four superhumans behind Qin Jiangwo. Why can't you be your own boss? Let me tell you a secret. I'm still a virgin, I've never even had a boyfriend. You follow him, and you can't even get a sip of soup. Don't you want to monopolize the resources on this floor, including me? Gu Wan never considered compromising herself, and she disdained to cater to these scumbags. She's just calmly and frantically stalling for time. Because out of the corner of her eye, she had already spotted the heavy-duty utility knife, usually used for unpacking packages, with its sharp blade, on the edge of the desk. Rather than become a plaything of these beasts and suffer endless humiliation, she would rather slit her carotid artery with her own hands at the last moment. Life is important, but for Gu Wan, ending it in a way that preserves her final dignity is better than living a life of ignominy. After all, the world is already in such a terrible state, and the future can only be more hopeless. It's just a little regrettable. She had originally planned to send someone to find her mother, who was always running around the world, after she had established a foothold in the apocalypse and built an absolutely safe fortress. Ever since Gu Wan graduated from university and started working, that unreliable woman seems to have completed a historical mission, traveling and enjoying herself all over the world without even a fixed address. I wonder where that old woman is now, in this cannibalistic apocalypse. Is she still alive? Well. Nonsense! Don't listen to this woman's bullshit! Upon hearing Gu Wan's highly seductive provocation, Qin Jiangwo's expression changed drastically. He clearly felt the glint in the eyes of his henchmen behind him, and their breathing became unconsciously heavy. He knew very well that although his A-level flames were strong, he would definitely not be able to handle it if these people were blinded by beauty and resources and joined forces to betray him. Brothers! Don't fall for it. As long as you listen to me today, once I become the boss here, you can choose any woman in the camp except her. The high-end cigarettes, alcohol and meat in the warehouse downstairs are all yours to use, Qin Jiangwo said with red eyes, eagerly throwing out a heavy bargaining chip. Hearing Qin Jiangwo's promise to increase the stakes, the few underlings who had initially wavered weighed the pros and cons and ultimately swallowed hard, took a half-step back, and tacitly agreed to this dirty deal. Compared to Director Gu, who strictly limited the allocation of supplies for long-term considerations, Qin Jiangwo's promise of eating meat and drinking alcohol to one's heart's content was clearly more tempting to this group. Now, taking advantage of the moment when everyone's attention was diverted, Gu Wan's eyes flashed with determination. She turned around abruptly and reached for the utility knife on the table. However, just as her fingertips were about to touch the hilt of the knife, whoosh! The metal utility knife suddenly flew into the air, drew an arc in the air, and landed precisely in the hand of a blonde-haired man in the crowd. Heh, Mr. Gu, looking for death? No way! Yellow-haired Ma Xiaolong weighed the utility knife in his hand, a mocking expression on his face. His superpower was sea-level, telekinesis. Although its destructive power was limited and it couldn't lift heavy objects, it was perfect for telekinesis and defending against counterattacks from someone like Gu Wan who had no combat power. Ha ha! Well done, Xiaolong! Seeing Gu Wan's last hope shattered and her slumped helplessly against her desk, Qin Jiangwo trembled with excitement, and even his stuttering seemed to have improved considerably. He approached like a beast in heat, his gaze greedily fixed on Gu Wan's face, which was pale with despair but still breathtakingly beautiful. Mr. Gu, will you take it off yourself, or should I tear it up for you myself? Gu Wan closed her eyes, and 2 tears of humiliation and resentment slid down her cheeks. At this critical, suffocating moment of despair. "Good afternoon, Mr. Gu." A young male voice, extremely calm and even somewhat languid, as if chatting with an old friend in a coffee shop, suddenly rang out in the air of the closed office. "I think you seem to be in some trouble. Do you need me to help you clean up the trash?" The sudden sound startled Chen Jiangwo and the others so much that they almost jumped up on the spot, and it also made Gu Wan open her eyes abruptly. Buzz! A very subtle ripple appeared in the air. A sparrow-sized mechanical construct, its entire body covered in a matte camouflage coating, slowly dioptically removed its camouflage. It flapped its silent hovering wings, lingering like a ghost in midair between Gu Wan and Chen Jiangwo. It's you!" Looking at this futuristic miniature reconnaissance bee and listening to the sounds coming from its built-in speaker, Gu Wan's previously lifeless heart was instantly filled with indescribable joy and excitement. She recognized the voice. There was no mistake. That was the first day of the apocalypse, and the extremely powerful and mysterious hacker who traded top-secret information for 3 boxes of supplies with her. "A bunch of junk and charlatans? How dare they ruin our plans?" Behind Chen Jiangwo, a hot-tempered henchman with awakened wind-type superpowers was startled by the sudden appearance of the drone. In order to impress his boss, he roared and raised his hand to throw out a sharp, light blue wind blade, which slashed fiercely at the scout bee in midair. Whoosh! Faced with the incoming wind blade, under Yuli's micromanagement, Phantom Miniature Scout Bee simply shifted 5 centimeters to the left with extreme lightness, gracefully dodging this fatal blow. The wind blade cleaved through the air, leaving a deep mark on the ceiling. However, before the wind elemental underling could utter a second curse, boom! A deafening roar, as violent as thunder, shattered the tranquility of the entire building. That was the sound of death coming from the ground hundreds of meters away, carrying terrifying kinetic energy that could destroy everything in its path. Splash! The special double-layered bulletproof floor-to-ceiling glass in the CEO's office, which could withstand a Category 12 typhoon and was several centimeters thick, shattered instantly like paper. The next second. Pfft! A special composite heavy arrow, entirely black with a dark golden sheen, enveloped in a chilling white sonic boom cloud, pierced through the flying glass shards at a terrifying speed invisible to the naked eye. Amidst the horrified gazes of everyone, the arrow, as if summoned by death, pierced the left temple of the man who had unleashed the wind blade with precision and violence, exiting through his right temple. The immense kinetic energy did not diminish at all, and the warm corpse flew backward 4 or 5 meters, pinning the person hard against the solid load-bearing wall of the office. The arrow's fletching was still trembling wildly, emitting a buzzing, deathly hum. Sold out instantly. The entire office fell into a deathly silence, with only the howling cold wind and rain pouring in from outside the window. Chen Jiangwo's lewd smile froze completely. He stared at his companion on the wall, who had been shot in the head with an arrow and died with his eyes wide open in disbelief. His scalp tingled, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. What the hell is this? Chapter 41 Hesitation and Shadow Strike. Fine, cold rain poured relentlessly into the office through the broken, huge French windows. In a suffocating, deathly silence. A tall, slender figure, like the Grim Reaper emerging from a dark storm, slowly appeared at the edge of the broken windowsill. Lin Yi gripped the metal landing gear of a massive, hummingbird hunter, heavy-duty drone with one hand, its rotors emitting a deep hum, and with the help of its powerful anti-gravity levitation force, landed very smoothly inside the 30-plus story building. He carried a special composite quiver on his back and held a composite bow that gleamed with a cold metallic sheen in his other hand. He wore a futuristic holographic tactical terminal headset on his right ear, while a soft, transparent jelly-like object was incongruously perched on his left shoulder. Despair. Lin Yi released the drone, his boots making a crisp sound as they stepped onto the carpet covered in shards of glass. In fact, he had been outside the building for a while. However, he didn't break down the door like those brutes. The third-order mutated slime mold that nearly caused him to lose his life that morning served as a wake-up call. In this apocalyptic world, powerful individuals are as numerous as carp crossing a river, and all sorts of bizarre mutated creatures and treacherous individuals emerge one after another. Even if you possess SSS-level superpowers, you can still capsize in a ditch if you don't maintain absolute awe. Therefore, Lin Yi was extremely cautious and first sent out the Phantom Miniature Reconnaissance Bee to conduct beyond visual range stealth detection, thoroughly figuring out the details of the entire building. But as it turns out, he was far too cautious this time. There are no peerless masters here who can conceal their presence and evade the detection of the moonlit radar, nor are there any high-level mutated leaders lurking here. This place is just a bunch of weaklings who have just awakened a tiny bit of power, yet they are arrogant and completely corrupted by their desires. Before the apocalypse, the powerful and charismatic elite woman who traded several large boxes of top-tier supplies for intelligence was now driven to the brink of despair by this group of noobs who hadn't even stabilized at the first level. Who are you? Looking at his subordinate on the wall, whose head had been blown off by an arrow and whose death was gruesome, Chen Jiangwo, after a brief moment of extreme fear and stunned silence, forcibly pressed down his trembling legs and calmed down a little. The man before them made a bizarre entrance. His archery skills were terrifying, but he was ultimately alone. Meanwhile, on their side, there were 4 awakened ones. Brother! This guy is amazing! Chen Jiangwo swallowed hard, trying to win Lin Yi over. We have no grudge against each other. There's no need to risk your life for a woman. Your archery skills are so amazing. If you'll show mercy today, I'll hand over Gu Wan to you. From now on, you're the boss here. I'll be your underling, and all the hundreds and thousands of tons of supplies in this building are yours. We brothers will live the high life, how about it? However, Lin Yi didn't even bother to give Chen Jiangwo a second glance when he tried to win him over. He walked straight past the group of scumbags, went to his desk, and cast his deep gaze at Gu Wan, who was disheveled but whose beauty could not be hidden. Their eyes met. A clear look of amazement flashed in Gu Wan's eyes. She never imagined that the mysterious and powerful hacker on the internet would be such a young, cold, and extremely intimidating man in real life. But this is not the time to be distracted. The other person looked at him, clearly seeking his opinion, to kill or to spare. Gu Wan knew that he was repaying a favor from that transaction. To be honest, she felt incredibly conflicted, even harboring a fatal hesitation. This hesitation is by no means a laughable, self-righteous, or saintly heart. However, everything went too smoothly in the early stages, and her ingrained way of thinking hadn't had time to completely change from the rule of law in a peaceful era. The moral compass and legal bottom line she developed over more than 20 years in a high position created an insurmountable psychological barrier for her when faced with the order to kill. She could dismiss Chen Jiangwo without hesitation, or even drive him out of the camp to fend for himself. But to personally nod and order the execution of these people on the spot, she simply couldn't get over that mental hurdle. But reason was frantically calling the police. If we don't kill them, the consequences will be unimaginable. Her small force was simply no match for the prison to keep these thugs with awakened superpowers under control. Keeping them alive, or letting them go, was like having a ticking time bomb ready to explode at any moment. Seeing Gu Wan biting her lower lip tightly and struggling violently in her eyes, Lin Ye's gaze remained calm. He didn't intervene, nor did he intend to make a decision for her. He's here today to repay a favor and pick up some supplies. He helped her out of a predicament, and saved her life. That settles the debt. Whether Gu Wan can recognize this cruel world and break the moral shackles of the old era is not within his consideration. Currently, Gu Wan, who only has a good appearance, does not meet the criteria for joining his team. It's a pity. Although Lin Yi gave Gu Wan time to think, some people are so stupid that they not only can't see the situation clearly, but they also can't see themselves clearly. What Chen Jiangwo should do now is kneel down, weep, repent, and beg Gu Wan for forgiveness. If he is humble and harmless enough, Gu Wan, caught in a dilemma and bound by the inertia of the rule of law, is very likely to soften her heart and spare his life. However, Chen Jiangwo seriously overestimated his own meager strength and underestimated Lin Ye's terrifying power. Lin Ye's gaze, which looked at him as if he were trash, deeply stung his fragile yet extremely inflated ego. Damn it! What a shameless gigolo! Chen Jiangwo stared at Lin Yi, who had his back completely to him, a ruthless and crazed glint in his eyes. So what if your bow and arrows are powerful? If you dare show your back to me, I'll burn you to death. At worst, we'll all perish together. Chen Jiangwo fiercely mobilized all the A-level alien energy in his body, and his right hand was instantly enveloped by a ball of violent orange red high-temperature fire, which scorched the air and caused it to distort slightly. He was going to give that arrogant archer a good beating. Warning, Master, high-temperature energy detected from behind. In the right ear tactical terminal, Yuli's cold, mechanical prompt had only been halfway through. Whoosh! Just as Chen Jiangwo's giant fireball was about to slip from his hand and smash into Lin Ye's back at the critical moment. In the corner of the desk, which was originally empty and only had the shadow of ruins, a terrifying figure with a body as black as ink, comparable in size to an adult cheetah, shot out without warning. Fast. Extremely fast. That's an absolute speed that can't even be detected by the naked eye. Pft. 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 Several soft, delicate sounds, like sharp blades slicing through thin cloth, echoed in the office. Ding! Your battle pet, Ink Shadow, has killed a Tier 1 awakened, gaining plus 0.15 evolution points. Ding! Your battle pet, Ink Shadow, has killed a Tier 1 awakened, gaining plus 0.08 evolution points. On Lin Ye's retina, a few insignificant evolutionary points flashed by. Thump! Thump! The fireball in Chen Jiangwo's hand instantly went out. His eyes, filled with madness and disbelief, stared fixedly ahead, and a very thin line of blood quietly appeared on his neck. Immediately, he and his accomplices, including the blonde-haired Ma Xiaolong behind him, simultaneously gushed blood from their throats like fountains. Like puppets whose strings had been cut at the same time, the group collapsed in pools of blood, their bodies twitching unconsciously. They didn't even have time to scream before their throats were slit in an instant. Monster! Monster! Run! Gu Wan, who had just been jolted awake from her human hesitation, stared at the terrifying black beast that sprang out of the shadows and instantly killed several burly men, her pupils contracting violently. Driven by instinctive kindness and an extreme sense of crisis, she disregarded her weak legs and subconsciously reached out to grab Lin Ye's arm, who seemed oblivious and was still facing away from her, trying to pull him along to escape. Stop spacing out! Run! Gu Wan's eyes reddened with anxiety. But Lin Ye's body remained motionless, like a statue rooted to the ground. He let Gu Wan's soft, icy hands grip his arm and turned around with utmost calmness. It's fine. Lin Yi turned around, and with an extremely natural gesture, raised his hand and gently rubbed the head of the shadow beast that was stepping on Chen Jiangwo's corpse and raising its huge head as if to claim credit. This is my pet, it's very well behaved. Emoing is awesome. Upon hearing its master's praise, the second-tier mutated overlord, which had been as cold and ruthless as a demon from hell just moments before, immediately narrowed its emerald green eyes in enjoyment. It nuzzled against Lin Ye's palm, making a strangely sweet and soft squeaky sound in its throat as it acted coquettishly. Meow. Chapter 42: The Miracle Recipe and the Craving for Dumplings. At noon, the atmosphere in the staff canteen on the third floor of the building was as oppressive as a low-pressure trough before a storm. The survivors huddled together in twos and threes in the dimly lit corner, holding compressed biscuits in their hands, chewing and whispering among themselves. The bloody scene that unfolded in the top-floor office has spread throughout the entire building. The arrogant A-level superhuman Chen Jiangwo, along with his accomplices who committed numerous crimes, were actually eliminated by a mysterious man who descended from the sky. Some people were both angry and frightened by Chen Jiangwo's despicable act of trying to humiliate Gu Wan. But some ordinary people who were originally honest and law-abiding began to have their eyes flashing wildly after the initial shock. Seeds called ambition and chaos are quietly taking root and sprouting in this breeding ground of disorder. This is the extremely frightening. Broken windows theory. In sociology. Although Qin Jiangwo's rebellion failed completely due to Lin Ye's arrival, he shattered Gu Wan's long-held, director authority, with his life. Everyone realized an extremely cruel truth: in this apocalypse, past status and wealth are all worthless. Are kings and nobles born with special privileges? Superpowers are the foundation for survival in the new world. And at this very moment, Lin Yi, who was in the eye of the storm, did not rush back to the RV, but stayed in the VIP lounge and had lunch with Gu Wan. The reason for not going back immediately is simple. Su Tang, Zhao Nian, and Han Shaoqing are currently in an extremely unlucky state, as Tang Yingshua's S-level superpower has forcibly drained their luck. This period of vacuum caused by the backlash of fortune will likely last from a few hours to a day. Just to be on the safe side, Lin Yi didn't plan to let them have lunch. Otherwise, if these girls choke on a sip of water and go into shock, or choke on a piece of meat and suffocate, it would be a great loss. Staying here would give me a good opportunity to discuss the upcoming arrangements with Gu Wan. As for Tang Yingxue, he strictly ordered her to stay in the RV, serving as a human mascot and personal caregiver to prevent any more fatal accidents from happening to Han Shaoqing and the others. In the VIP lounge. To entertain her savior, Gu Wan did not use her magical ability to conjure food out of thin air. Instead, to express her sincerity, she chose to cook for him herself. She found an outdoor portable gas stove, picked out the finest Wagyu beef and fresh mountain vegetables from the freezer, and skillfully stir-fried 2 delicious and tempting home-style dishes. Although the building has a backup diesel generator, due to extreme cost and survival considerations, the generator's precious electricity is only used to maintain the cold storage at a minimum level to ensure the food does not spoil. Therefore, the break room remains dark and without power. Under the dim emergency lights, Gu Wan served the food. After cooking the dishes, she noticed Moing, who was sitting at Lin Ye's feet, as big as a black panther, coldly scrutinizing her with his emerald-green vertical pupils. To please Lin Yi, Gu Wan thoughtfully took out the top-quality imported freeze-dried cat food and a few pieces of freshly thawed premium tuna from the supplies and carefully placed them on the carpet in front of Moing. However, Moing merely glanced at her with extreme aloofness, not even bothering to sniff her. The next second, the second-tier shadow spirit cat transformed into a shadow and slid smoothly into the shadows of the forest. When Moing emerged from the shadows again, he had a piece of second-tier mutated lizard meat in his mouth, radiating terrifying energy fluctuations. It sat obediently beside Lin Ye's legs, tilted its head back, and looked longingly at its owner. Only after Lin Yi casually brushed a dark golden light across the piece of meat, completing the enhancement and removing all toxins, did Moing let out a deafening, joyful, snoring sound like a tractor, and began to tear into it with large bites. As for the pieces of raw meat that Gu Wan brought, the transparent jelly, Xiao Shui, which was perched on Lin Ye's shoulder like a pendant, suddenly stretched out a tentacle, rolled it up without any politeness, and swallowed it in one gulp. Upon seeing this, Gu Wan, who had initially thought the jelly was cute and wanted to reach out and touch it, was so frightened that she immediately withdrew her hand as if she had been electrocuted. She swallowed hard, a wave of fear washing over her. That makes sense. How could a pet that could follow that terrifying Black Panther be just an ordinary jelly? If it angered the other side, that seemingly soft tentacle could probably pierce through its bones in an instant. Great craftsmanship, thank you. Lin Yi picked up a piece of stir-fried pork with his chopsticks, put it in his mouth, chewed it a couple of times, and his eyes lit up slightly. He was genuinely surprised that this usually aloof female executive possessed such down-to-earth culinary skills, and the taste was very much to his liking. Mr. Lin, you're too kind. You helped me a lot with top-secret information in the beginning, and you saved my life today. Gu Wan's stomach was still churning from the bloody scene in the office earlier, and she didn't touch a single bite of food. She simply sat demurely opposite her, her hands folded on her knees. I'm here today to collect another batch of high-level supplies. While eating heartily to replenish his energy, Lin Yi went straight to the point and stated his demands. Of course, I won't take it for nothing. In return, I can provide you with some weapon support and defensive enhancements. Alternatively, before you leave, I can help you conduct a thorough cleanup within a radius of several kilometers, eliminating all high-level mutated creatures and zombie hordes. Lin Yi has always been clear about his grudges and gratitude, and in his eyes, this was an extremely fair exchange of equal value. Hearing this, Gu Wan felt conflicted. After a moment, she took a deep breath and asked the question that had been on her mind. Mr. Lin, with such terrifying strength, are you planning to stay here and establish your own large survivor base? Having witnessed the extreme ugliness of human nature, she conceived an extremely bold idea. If Lin Yu really wanted to carve out a territory in this chaotic world, then I could rely on my years of experience in overall management to lead the obedient employees downstairs to join Lin Ye's forces. She was absolutely confident that she could become his most perfect and irreplaceable logistics manager. However, Lin Yi shook his head without hesitation, shattering her illusion. I have no plans to become a local warlord or build a large power base for the time being. Lin Yi put down his chopsticks, grabbed a tissue to wipe his mouth, and said calmly, I still have things to do. I plan to leave Jianzhou and go to Shanghai. Perhaps I will consider establishing a base after I settle down there. Hopes dashed, and a long silence fell over the lounge. Gu Wan looked at the unfathomable man in front of her, and then thought of the employees downstairs who, after losing Chen Jiangwo's high pressure, had different thoughts and could riot again at any time because of the supplies. A resolute glint gradually flashed in her beautiful phoenix eyes. Chen Jiangwo's experience taught her a valuable lesson. If she lacks sufficient strength, joining a faction might be acceptable given the current state of disorder. However, it would be very difficult to build a power base centered around oneself. Even if she succeeds, she still needs to be wary of potential betrayal, which she doesn't like. Then, what if I'm willing to give up everything here and go to Shanghai with you? Gu Wan finally made up her mind. I know that perhaps because of what happened with Chen Jiangwo just now, you think I am too indecisive, unable to manage even a few employees under me, and a burden who only knows theory and has no fighting ability. Gu Wan looked directly into Lin Ye's deep eyes. But please believe me, my special ability can definitely become an indispensable core asset to your team. As she spoke, Gu Wan extended her fair right hand, and a faint yet incredibly pure fluctuation of law energy gathered in her palm. A moment later, with the activation of S-class superpowers, a plate of stir-fried pork, steaming hot and with perfectly vibrant green scallions, appeared out of nowhere on the wooden table. Oh? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. Now he was genuinely interested. He picked up a spare pair of chopsticks, grabbed a piece of meat that had appeared out of nowhere, and put it in his mouth. After carefully considering it, a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. The meat that appeared out of nowhere tasted exactly the same as the one Gu Wan had cooked herself on the portable gas stove, in terms of texture, temperature, and even saltiness and cooking time. There was absolutely no difference in physical terms. Is this your special ability? To conjure food out of thin air? Lin Yi asked. Yes, this is my special ability, S-rank, miracle recipe. Gu Wan explained. As long as it's food that I've personally tasted, I can use my own alien energy to perfectly materialize it. What if you've never eaten this kind of thing before? I can materialize things I haven't tasted before, as long as I have a general idea and shape in my mind. But this is a bit forced, and the taste of the materialized food will be somewhat distorted. To prove her point, Gu Wan raised her hand again and activated her supernatural ability. A flash of silver light appeared, and a plate of crystal clear, exquisitely arranged Japanese salmon sashimi, laid on crushed ice, appeared on the table. With an extremely cautious experimental attitude, Lin Yi picked up a thick slice of sashimi that was so realistic it could be mistaken for real fish, and put it in his mouth. The next second, Lin Ye's expression became extremely strange. This thing looks like chilled raw fish slices, but when you chew it, it's not only piping hot, but it also bursts with an extremely rich, even garlicky flavor, the taste of braised carp. This sense of disconnect is absolutely outrageous. It's ridiculously absurd. Cough. Seeing Lin Ye's strange expression, Gu Wan blushed slightly, a rare occurrence for her, and quickly explained. It's mainly because I've never eaten sashimi since I was a child, and I personally have an extreme aversion to raw and cold food. So when I forced myself to conjure it up, my subconscious taste concept of fish automatically replaced it with the taste of braised fish. However, this is only the most basic ability to satisfy hunger. Gu Wan quickly composed herself and pushed the plate of braised fish-flavored sashimi aside. Since my superpower rating is S-level, its true value is naturally more than this. Besides manifesting ordinary food, as my rank increases, I can now generate miracle recipes with special buff effects. As she spoke, an even more intense light condensed in Gu Wan's hand. A few seconds later, a cup of hot coffee, exuding a rich and mellow aroma and decorated with a beautiful heart-shaped latte art, appeared in her hand. This drink is called Revival Americano, and it's the only buff recipe I currently know. After drinking it, it can slightly and instantly restore damaged bodily functions and stamina, and for the next half hour, it provides a very powerful continuous mental energy recovery buff. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye's expression changed instantly. It seems he was a bit hasty in his judgment. This woman is much more useful than he imagined. A buff that restores mental energy? That's exactly what he needs right now. Lin Yi took the coffee without hesitation and took a big gulp. An extremely smooth, bitter sensation slid down my throat. Then, a miracle happened. An incredibly magical warm current, like the warm winter sun, instantly swept across the entire forest. It works. And the effects are extremely significant. Lin Yi could clearly feel that the extreme mental fatigue and dryness that had accumulated deep in his brain due to the continuous intensification of today was rapidly dissipating like ice and snow melting in warm water. This woman's superpower is very useful. Glug glug! Glug! Just as Lin Yi was marveling at the effects of the coffee and was about to put the cup down, the transparent jelly dumpling, Xiaoxiu, who had been obediently staying on Lin Ye's shoulder as a quiet ornament, suddenly jumped off his shoulder onto the table. Its jelly-like body spun wildly around the half-full cup of Revival Americano. You want to drink this? Lin Yi looked at the mimicking little creature with some surprise. This thing didn't even react this strongly to mutated lizard meat, yet it was interested in coffee? Glug glug! Jelly Snow nodded frantically, looking incredibly impatient. It even eagerly extended an extremely thin, transparent tentacle from its body, trying to pry open the coffee cup that was somewhat enormous to it. Chapter 43 Gu Wan's Tears. Glug glug! Glug! After drinking the Revival Americano, the transparent jelly dumpling named Xiaoxue underwent a visible change. Its body, which was originally as clear as pure water, seemed to have become even more crystal clear, with a faint trace of extremely weak energy flow. Moreover, compared to its somewhat stiff mimicry instincts when it was first subdued, it has now become much more lively, just like a happy child, excitedly jumping around on the large solid wood desk. Meow! Seeing that this sticky jelly, which is usually extremely annoying to cats, was so excited, Moing, who was squatting next to Lin Ye's legs, finally couldn't suppress his curiosity and poked his big head over, seemingly interested in this liquid that could emit energy fluctuations. Mr. Lin, your pet shouldn't be able to drink caffeinated beverages, right? Cats and dogs can't handle it. Although Gu Wan was somewhat afraid of Moing, she couldn't help but speak up to warn him out of common sense. It's alright. Moing is a second-tier mutated beast, and its digestive system is far superior to that of ordinary felines. Let it have a taste if it wants to drink. Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively, then looked at Gu Wan with a deep gaze. By the way, President Gu, could you give me a hair with the follicle still attached? Hair? Gu Wan was slightly taken aback. Although she didn't understand what Lin Yi was going to do, she was now under someone else's roof, so she still cooperated by raising her hand and removing the black claw clip from the back of her head. Freed from her restraints, her long, flowing black hair cascaded down, draping over her shoulders. This unintentional gesture suddenly added a touch of gentleness and languor to her originally extremely cold and sharp aura as a strong woman. Gu Wan endured the pain and plucked a long hair with the follicle still attached, handing it to Lin Yi. Then, she activated her superpower again, materializing a small bowl of steaming, revival Americano, for Emoing. Meow? Emoing leaned closer with anticipation, and tentatively licked it with her pink tongue. Immediately, Emo Ying's entire cat face scrunched up, and it shook its head in utter disgust. Although the energy it contains is indeed very pleasant, the extremely bitter taste is torture for a pure carnivore like it. Emoing turned away listlessly and returned to the shadows of the forest. This delighted a certain jelly dumpling on the table. Gurgle! Seeing that Emoing didn't want it anymore, Xiao Shui immediately pounced on it like a hungry tiger. It not only instantly absorbed all the remaining coffee in the bowl, but also absorbed the bowl itself. When Lin Yi handed Gu Wan's hair over, Xiao Shui couldn't wait to wrap it up. Under Gu Wan's extremely astonished gaze, the transparent jelly from which the complete DNA has been extracted began to wriggle and stretch violently. In just a few seconds, it transformed on the desk into a big loli, who was only about 1.2 meters tall. This little girl's features and eyes are practically a carbon copy of Gu Wan when she was young. She has a cool and aloof demeanor with a touch of childish innocence, and she's as beautiful as a delicate porcelain doll. However, there is one thing that is extremely incongruous. Because it perfectly replicates Gu Wan's current attire, this little girl is wearing an extremely tight black business suit with black stockings on her legs. It feels strange to see such a mature, sophisticated woman's outfit on a lowly shaped, mimicking life form. Unlike her usual dull demeanor, Xiaoxue seemed to notice Lin Yi's strange gaze. In her simple mind, she instantly recalled the outfit of the two-legged girl whose outfit Lin Yi had lingered on the most that day. After a brief pause, the little girl's clothes rippled like water. In the blink of an eye, that tight-fitting business suit was transformed into a baggy white t-shirt just like the one Tang Yingxue was wearing. Immediately afterwards, the little girl activated her ability. The little girl, mimicking Gu Wan's earlier actions, stretched out her delicate white hand. A faint but extremely pure light shone in her palm. A moment later, a slightly smaller cup of revival Americano, which also exuded a rich aroma, appeared out of thin air in Xiaoxue's hand. Gu Wan was unaware that Xiao Shui's replica was only about 60% accurate. But she wasn't in a good mood. Is he subtly rejecting my offer to join his team? Gu Wan's eyes, which had always maintained a dignified and rational demeanor, dimmed somewhat. She bit her lower lip hard, overwhelmed by a wave of confusion and despair. She rarely encountered setbacks in her life. Although her father passed away early, her mother, who seemed to be traveling the world, actually loved her very much. Whether it was her comfortable material conditions or her free spiritual world, she never felt any lack or deficiency. She herself is also very ambitious. She has been a top student since childhood. After graduating first in her class from Jiangzhou University with the top double degree in logistics engineering and supply chain management, she has been unstoppable in her career. At just 29 years old, she had already taken up the position of East China Regional Director of a multinational corporation, wielding immense power, and her future looked incredibly bright. Even when this world-destroying apocalypse suddenly descended, Gu Wan still believed that she was the absolute, chosen one. She obtained intelligence in advance, made perfect isolation preparations, established extremely high prestige during the disaster, and was even extremely lucky to awaken this S-class auxiliary ability that can be called a godlike skill in the apocalypse. Her script should have been about leading the camp to rise in this wasteland and becoming an indispensable part of the new humans. As it turned out, just today, in only half a day, all her pride was shattered. That foolish and short-sighted Qin Jiangwo easily destroyed the order and prestige she had established using the most primitive force. She had to set aside her proud dignity and abandon her grand ambitions to build a power base, instead begging to join a man's team in an almost subservient manner. However, the other party told her in the cruelest and most blunt way, "Your proud S-class superpower can be replaced by one of my pets." Gu Wan had imagined that she might encounter various business failures in the future, but she never thought that the sense of frustration from being completely crushed by the jungle law of the apocalypse would be so suffocating. For the first time in over 20 years, this aloof and powerful woman, who had always been known for her resilience and strength, felt an overwhelming urge to break down in tears. I understand. Gu Wan took a deep breath, desperately suppressing the faint tremor in her voice. Mr. Lin, you can choose any of the supplies here. In return, if you could leave me some heavy weaponry and reinforce the physical defenses of this floor to some extent, that would be even better. As Gu Wan said those words, she felt her fingertips getting cold. I think, Miss Gu, you seem to have misunderstood something. Lin Yi didn't respond to her comment. He took the replica coffee from the little girl, Xu Xue, without any hesitation and took a small sip. Its effectiveness is only about 60% of Gu Wan's original version, but it's definitely enough in an emergency. Lin Yi returned the coffee to Xiao Shui, and looking at Gu Wan, who was pale-faced and trying to appear calm, a hint of appreciation finally appeared in his eyes. His decision to have Xiao Shui replicate his superpower in front of him clearly demonstrated a strong intention to suppress her. He had to make this strong woman in front of him understand that he was not irreplaceable, so that she would obey him. However, despite the suppression, it has been proven that Gu Wan's mental fortitude and logistical value are absolutely the most scarce pieces of the puzzle in the team right now. Let me formally introduce myself. Lin Yi stood up and formally extended his right hand to Gu Wan, a rare, genuine smile appearing on his usually cold and stern face. My name is Lin Yi. Welcome to the team. Looking at the hand suspended in midair, Gu Wan was stunned. The heart that had been hanging on the edge of an abyss finally settled back down after experiencing extremely intense ups and downs. Her brilliant mind made a complete turn in that instant. She understood that Lin Ye's actions just now were purely and extremely malicious. Workplace PUA compliance test. What you're doing is actually quite pointless. Gu Wan's voice trembled as she turned her head away in utter disarray, avoiding Lin Ye's gaze. She was very clever and saw through Lin Ye's trick in an instant. However, when a string of reason that had been stretched to its limit suddenly loosened, the tough and aloof shell that she had been so desperately maintaining could no longer be broken. Feeling wronged, fearful, and overjoyed at escaping from a desperate situation, all emotions burst forth in an instant. So? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, his hand still hovering in midair. So? Gu Wan suddenly turned her head, stretched out her slightly trembling, fair hands, and tightly grasped Lin Ye's hand. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Gu Wan. Despite her desperate attempts to maintain the last shred of dignity befitting a female CEO, tears streamed down her face like broken pearls, making her cry like a fragile little girl who had suffered a great injustice outside and finally found an adult to complain to. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of him, who was completely disheveled and crying her eyes out, Lin Yi, who was usually decisive and ruthless, showed a rare look of bewilderment. Are you all right? Lin Yi stiffly handed over a tissue. No. It's nothing. Gu Wan took the tissue and wiped her tears haphazardly, her voice thick with nasal congestion. I just went through too much today. The wind was too strong, and it got in my eyes. Chapter 44 Tanging Xue, the Chosen One. With Gu Wan and her godlike S-rank, miracle recipe, joining the team, the most troublesome and costly food problem for the team in the future apocalypse has been basically completely solved. With this excellent logistics manager backing him up, Lin Yu made decisive choices when moving the mountain of warehouse supplies from Sam's Club. He abandoned the bulky ordinary rice, flour, and bottled water, and focused his attention on the real end-of-the-world hard currencies. Expensive imported wines, cases of high-end cigarettes and cigars, as well as various expensive functional beverages, coffee beans and condiments. In the wasteland where survival pressures are immense and mental tension is high, these addictive substances, energy drinks, and condiments that can numb the nerves and provide extremely high emotional value are definitely harder currencies than gold. Even if the team can't use it all up, it can be used as the highest value currency for cross-level transactions when encountering other large-scale survivors in the future. The spacious unloading area outside the building. Gu Wan has completely recovered from her earlier breakdown and has regained her former aura as a female executive. She methodically directed several usually obedient survivor employees to move boxes of supplies to the side terrace of the RV. Lin Yi personally took charge of moving these heavy supplies into the carriage. In fact, after undergoing 1.5 epic remodels, this armadillo still has many incredibly amazing details that are not directly displayed on the brief system panel. For example, the internal home appliances and warehousing systems. The original RV's huge double-door refrigerator, along with 3 thermostatic insulated boxes specially enhanced by Lin Yi, broke through the limitations of physical volume after being integrated and recombined. Deep within the RV chassis, it has transformed into a separate, an enormous food storage compartment with an area of 30 square meters. Whether it's room temperature tobacco and alcohol, or perishable premium Wagyu beef and fresh seafood, once placed in this special subspace, the passage of time will be forcibly frozen, forever maintaining the perfect state at the very moment it was placed inside. Just as Lin Yi was moving supplies back and forth. In the luxurious circular living room, Tang Yingxue was barefoot and curled up on the large leather sofa, holding a bucket of steaming braised beef noodles in her hands. She originally planned to change into some clean and neat clothes, then go downstairs to help Lin Yi with some chores she could manage, and incidentally, to gain some favor with him. As a result, through the panoramic bulletproof window, she immediately saw Gu Wan standing side by side with Lin Yi in the rain, even directing the moving work with great tacit understanding. Who is this woman? She's quite pretty, and those legs are incredibly long. Tang Yingxue slurped up a mouthful of instant noodles, and a hint of dissatisfaction and wariness instantly flashed in her pure and bright eyes. Good heavens, this cold and aloof man went out not long ago, and he actually brought back another stunningly beautiful woman? And judging from her demeanor, she's clearly an extremely shrewd and ruthless character. How infuriating! She, Miss Tang, worked so hard eating cheap instant noodles in the RV, taking care of his harem, even though Han Shaoqing, Zhao Nian, and Su Tang were all asleep, and this man was out there flirting with other women? Tang Yingxue grew angrier the more she thought about it, so she simply stopped calling him brother, and turned her head away, staring at the holographic television in front of her, as if she hadn't seen him. Until about 10 minutes later. Beep! The airtight compartment has been closed. Welcome back, master. Upon hearing Yu Li's notification and Lin Ye's steady footsteps approaching the living room, Tang Yingxue put down the instant noodle cup in her hand in an extremely affected manner, pretending to be surprised that Lin Yi had just entered. Hey! Brother, you're back! The girl's voice was sickeningly sweet, but her eyes were far from honest, drifting towards Gu Wan behind Lin Yi, with a secret scrutiny and sizing up. Lin Yi saw through the girl's clumsy green tea tricks at a glance and couldn't help but chuckle. Actually, I was outside just now and I specially prepared an extremely lavish gift for someone. But that person kept staring at the TV and pretended not to see it. It seems these good things can only be wasted and fed to the mutated rats. Lin Yi sighed, feigning regret. Oh dear! Brother! I was wrong! Upon hearing there was a gift, Tang Yingxue's expression changed faster than turning the pages of a book. She immediately sprang up from the sofa and moved very naturally to Lin Ye's side. She blinked her watery, dreamy eyes pitifully, clasping her hands together. It's not that I don't want to help you move things, brother. It's just that my arms and legs are so small and weak, I can't even lift an empty box. You're so kind, brother, you surely wouldn't want me to do such heavy physical labor, right? Looking at the girl's innocent and alluring face so close to his own, smelling the faint fragrance of her body after her bath, and with her extremely tempting and ingratiating posture, Lin Ye's breath hitched, and he turned his head away abruptly. It's frustrating. Although several hours had passed since Tang Yingxue released her S-rank, luck, and the side effects of the luck backlash had lessened considerably, the primal urge to completely possess her was still quite strong whenever she got close. All right, I'm not teasing you anymore. Lin Yi took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart, and softened his tone. You stayed here to take care of them at noon today, which was indeed hard work. I'll have this new member prepare a big meal for you as a reward. Lin Yi actually had no objection to Tang Yingxue not getting out of the car to help earlier. This girl acted with extreme decisiveness today, even summoning heavenly lightning to save his life. That's already a tremendous achievement. It would be completely unreasonable to criticize her for such a small matter. Hello, my name is Gu Wan, and I am 29 years old. Upon hearing Lin Ye's introduction, Gu Wan, who had just been shocked by the incredibly large 300 square meter folding space inside the RV, quickly suppressed her astonishment. She stepped forward with utmost poise, smiling as she extended her right hand, demonstrating impeccable social etiquette befitting a female executive. My superpower is the S-rank miracle recipe. As soon as she finished speaking, Gu Wan snapped her fingers with extreme elegance. As a young, high-ranking, and financially independent multinational executive, Gu Wan sampled countless top-tier and expensive cuisines from around the world during her vacation, while searching for her unreliable mother. This provided her with an extremely vast source of material for her supernatural abilities. Buzz! A glimmer of pure, natural light flashed across the coffee table. The next second, a top-quality steamed king crab, huge in size and weighing over 10 kilograms, with an extremely tempting bright red shell, and even steaming hot and exuding a delicious seafood aroma, appeared out of thin air in front of Tang Xue. Even next to the king crab, a small dish of secret recipe ginger seafood dipping sauce was thoughtfully provided. Hiss! Upon seeing the fragrant king crab, Tang Xue gasped instantly, her eyes widening as if they were copper bells, and her mouth watering uncontrollably. Miss Tang, who was originally plotting how to green tea this new woman and give her a hard time, instantly threw all those palace intrigue thoughts to the winds. Hello, Sister Gu Wan. My name is Tang Xue. I'm 18 years old this year. Tang Xue grabbed Gu Wan's hand. Yeah. Girls are forever 18. My special ability is S-rank, luck, which isn't really that useful, it just makes me a little bit luckier. Sister Gu Wan, if you don't mind, you can just call me Tang Tang from now on. Good heavens! They can even conjure up such an outrageous, top-quality king crab out of thin air. Tang Xue was overjoyed. It seemed that even in this damned apocalypse, her quality of life was going to improve. As expected, Tang Xue is the true chosen one. She's definitely the protagonist template. Look at this team's amazing roster right now. He has a cold-blooded Valkyrie as his bodyguard, Han Xiaoqing. The invincible steel RV offers top-notch accommodation and a sense of security, Lin Ye. There is an absolutely gorgeous, god-level nanny in charge of healing and saving lives, Su Tang. Zhao Nian is an all-around logistics person who can do odd jobs and weld steel plates. Now, there's even a Michelin-starred chef, Gu Wan, who's always on call and can conjure up top-notch cuisine out of thin air. All of this was definitely brought about by her incredible S-level luck. Sure enough, her special ability was the most deeply hidden and strongest among everyone present. Wow! This is delicious! The meat is absolutely amazing! While secretly chuckling to herself, Tang Xue carelessly broke off a thick crab leg. Ignoring the heat, she skillfully extracted the plump, white crab meat, dipped it in the sauce, and devoured it with gusto. Seeing the girl's carefree and greasy eating, Lin Ye's cold face revealed a helpless smile. This girl, as long as you give her some good food, she can instantly forget all her vigilance and scheming. You eat first, I'll accompany President Gu back to the building. Lin Yi stood up, picked up the special composite bow from the sofa, and slung the quiver over his back. She needs to settle the survivors in the building one last time and give them some instructions. Okay. Go ahead, brother, be careful. Sister Gu Wan, come back soon, I still want to eat Boston lobster. Tang Xue waved her hand dismissively with her mouth full of sweet crab meat. 10 minutes later. The atmosphere in the staff lounge on the third floor of Sam's Club was extremely somber. Gu Wan had completely shed the gentle demeanor she displayed in the RV, reverting to her cold, aloof, and unsmiling executive persona. She gathered all the remaining 30-odd surviving employees together for a final all-hands meeting. It's best to part amicably. After what happened with Chen Jiangwo, she was completely disheartened. She plans to announce her formal resignation as camp director and distribute the remaining small portion of regular supplies and some self-defense weapons in the building fairly and equally among everyone. From that moment on, the lives and deaths of these people were no longer her concern. She was going to pursue a new life for herself. However, in this morally bankrupt and depraved world, this seemingly benevolent decision encountered extremely disgusting and infuriating obstacles during its announcement. Human greed, at this moment, has transformed into an ugly yet self-righteous form of moral blackmail. Chapter 45: Moral Blackmail. It's impossible for people to truly empathize with each other. Just like the dozens of survivors standing in the staff lobby on the third floor right now. When Gu Wan stood on the high place and announced in an extremely calm, emotionless tone that she would officially step down as the camp leader, distribute the remaining supplies in the building equally among everyone, and then part ways, the crowd below the stage instantly erupted in chaos. When they first heard that Chen Jiangwo had led a group of people to attempt violence, they might have felt a little sorry for Gu Wan's previous experiences. But to these outsiders, it was nothing more than a false alarm that did not cause any real harm. Gu Wan was unharmed in the end, and even stood here neatly dressed. That's enough. What's there to feel wronged about? They simply couldn't understand, and didn't want to understand, the extreme fear and despair Gu Wan endured in that closed office, a fear that left her utterly helpless. They only knew one extremely fatal thing: Gu Wan was leaving. This is the real, devastating disaster that directly harms their core interests. Chen Jiangwo and his accomplices who had awakened superpowers were already cold corpses, dead on the top floor. Now most of the people in the entire camp were ordinary people with no fighting ability whatsoever. If Gu Wan, the head housekeeper who possesses the S-level miracle recipe, and can conjure up all kinds of food and pure water out of thin air, were to simply leave, their very survival in this city full of monsters would likely become an immediate problem. Then, after a very brief exchange of glances, they tacitly unleashed the most invincible ultimate weapon before the apocalypse: moral blackmail. President Gu! You can't be so selfish! What will we do without you? A middle-aged woman who usually liked to shirk her duties and always shirked her responsibilities in the office was now surprisingly quick to squeeze to the front, crying and wailing. She cried and wailed. President Gu! We're all colleagues in the same company, a loving family. You're the leader of the East China region. How can you abandon us honest people? That's right, Mr. Gu. Chen Jiangwo and the others deserve to die, but we are innocent. Please, have mercy and stay. We promise we'll do whatever you say from now on, and will never cause you any trouble. Listening to the cacophony of pleas and sanctimonious accusations from the audience, Gu Wan remained unmoved on her cold and beautiful face, finding it utterly ridiculous. This is the person she once risked her life to protect, even if it meant going without food and sleep. This tactic of, I am weak, therefore I am right, is indeed very effective in a pre-apocalyptic society governed by the rule of law. Because they are the so-called vulnerable group. Even if they are unreasonable and only know how to take, there will still be countless people on the moral high ground who blindly support them online. Unfortunately, the outside world is now a cannibalistic apocalypse. The undisguised selfishness and greed on these people's faces completely extinguished the last shred of empathy that remained in Gu Wan's heart. What kind of international joke is this? It was Gu Wan who, by using the intelligence she had foreseen, saved these people's lives in this unprecedented disaster. They not only didn't think of repaying this immense favor, but were these dozens of people truly unaware of what had happened while Chen Jiangwo had driven them to the brink of despair, and they were locked in a desperate struggle upstairs. When Chen Jiangwo came over just now, did no one notice anything unusual? Gu Wan knew exactly what was going on. Therefore, she has decided to change her way of surviving and no longer intends to be a free blood donation bag for these ungrateful bastards. I never expected that when I was about to leave, these selfish and self-serving overgrown children would stand up one by one with righteous indignation. That's absolutely ridiculous. My decision will not change. Everyone, take care of yourselves. Gu Wan turned and walked towards Lin Yi, who had been standing at the door. However, seeing Gu Wan's resolute decision, a few self-proclaimed clever troublemakers in the crowd finally panicked. Their thinking was extremely simple and foolish. The law does not punish the masses. Everyone's making a scene and blocking the door together. Even if you, Guwan, are cold-blooded, are you going to kill everyone? Moreover, although the excessively handsome man holding a bow and arrow at the door looked intimidating, they had clearly seen his black heavy truck RV parked outside through the window. That RV looked incredibly spacious inside. If we were to leave, we'd have to take them with us. They're human beings too, and they have the right to live. Stop! You can't leave! A male employee with a buzz cut and a burly face suddenly rushed out from the crowd. Taking advantage of his strong physique, he arrogantly spread his arms and blocked Gu Wan's way. We're all partners, so why can you just pack up and go live a good life in your RV while we're left here to die? The crew-cut man turned his head and looked at Lin Yi, who was leaning against the door frame with his arms crossed, watching coldly from the sidelines. Dude! Your RV looks pretty spacious. It can easily fit dozens of people. Anyway, a few more of us won't make a difference. We're all survivors. You have to take us all on board today, or nobody's leaving. Roll. Lin Yi directly interrupted the crew-cut man's taunts. To show mercy to these fools who are oblivious to their own mortality is to be extremely irresponsible with one's own life. In the apocalyptic world, where every day is uncertain and danger lurks everywhere, anyone who dares to bring along this group of bloodsuckers who will run away at the first sign of danger will be utterly ruined, leaving not even a bone fragment behind. Lin Yi was in a pretty good mood today and simply didn't have the patience to play this kind of low-level pretend game with these overgrown children. Now, disappear from my sight immediately. I can pretend nothing happened. Lin Ye's voice was cold. This was his final warning. How could you be so cold-blooded? The crew-cut man's legs went weak under Lin Ye's terrifying gaze, and a chill ran down his spine. But emboldened by the dozens of men behind him, he stubbornly straightened his neck, attempting to overwhelm his opponent with numbers. There are dozens of us here. You're just one person, how can you kill us all? Smack. A very crisp snap of the fingers. Lin Yi didn't bother to say a single word of nonsense. He simply raised his right hand and snapped his fingers casually. Meow! The next second, the shadow cat mowing, which had been lying quietly in the shadows at Lin Ye's feet as if it didn't exist, suddenly transformed into an extremely violent black lightning bolt and leaped out. Pfft! Crack! A huge black cat paw swept through the air. The crew-cut man who had been shouting and blocking the front, along with the three troublemakers who had been the most vocal in their commotion, suddenly fell silent. Their throats were severed instantly. The bright red liquid gushed out like a fountain, staining the clean floor red. Several corpses didn't even have time to cover their necks before they convulsed violently twice and fell straight down at the front of the crowd. The entire third-floor hall instantly fell into an utterly silent atmosphere. A few drops of warm red liquid splashed onto the face of the middle-aged woman who had initially been wailing and spouting righteous indignation. She blankly touched the sticky liquid on her face, staring at the several unseen corpses at her feet. A scream seemed to be stuck in her throat. It took a full 2 seconds before she finally let out a terrified, even slightly distorted scream. Ah! Someone's killing someone! A monster! That piercing scream was like detonating a powder keg in the crowd. Just moments ago, the dozens of survivors, who had been relying on the principle of the law does not punish the masses, and attempting to exploit others through moral blackmail, now truly and profoundly felt what the cruel laws of the apocalypse meant. Faced with overwhelming violence and slaughter, their proud numbers and theory of the weak are nothing but a fart. Run! He's a monster! Like a flock of startled ducks, the crowd scrambled and stumbled towards the fire escape downstairs amidst a chorus of pitiful howls. Some didn't even bother to pick up the supplies they had just received, which had fallen to the ground. In less than half a minute, the spacious hall was completely cleared, leaving only a mess and a few gradually cooling corpses. Lin Yi watched all of this with a blank expression. Let's go. Lin Yi turned around and looked at Gu Wan beside him. Wait a moment. Gu Wan's face turned pale. Question mark. Lin Yi stopped and raised an eyebrow slightly. He thought that this woman, having witnessed the murder, was about to start lecturing him again, her saintly heart kicking in. I see there's still plenty of space in the storage compartment of the RV. Gu Wan suppressed her nausea at the sight of the red and white mess on the floor and took a deep breath. There are also many top-quality ingredients in the cold storage and boutique area on the basement floor of the building. Looking into Lin Ye's eyes, Gu Wan said with utmost seriousness. Since we've decided to leave, leaving these things here is a waste. How about we go through the trouble of filling the warehouse in the car? Good. Lin Ye's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Lead the way. Chapter 46 Sugar's Kiss. Boom! The Amadiro mobile fortress, like a prehistoric behemoth, smoothly rolled through the devastated ruins of Jiangzhou City, speeding towards the highway entrance outside the city. Inside the RV, in the living area, Gu Wan sat blankly in her assigned private room, her expression dazed and confused. This separate room is not large, less than 20 square meters. But it has everything you need, including an extremely soft double bed, a separate wet and dry bathroom, and even a small built-in wardrobe. For Director Gu, who has been used to living in large apartments and detached villas of hundreds of square meters since childhood, this is definitely the smallest room she has ever lived in. However, Gu Wan showed no disdain. In a post-apocalyptic world where human life is as cheap as grass, having a completely safe little home is a luxury that no amount of gold can buy. Beside the bed in the room, there is a special one-way bulletproof panoramic car window that cannot be opened. The physical space inside the RV seems to employ some kind of space-folding technology that cannot be explained by common sense. Gu Wan leaned against the soft pillows, and through the car window, she saw not the mechanical structure inside the carriage, but the apocalyptic landscape rushing past outside. In the leaden sky, fine rain continued to pour down relentlessly. The vehicle drove on the city's main road, which was flooded, like a heavy destroyer cutting through the waves. Every now and then, zombies drawn by the roar of the engine, along with grotesque mutated stray dogs, would pounce on them, howling. But the moment they came into contact with the RV's outer armor, it was as if they had hit an insurmountable wall of size, bounced off by an extremely brutal force field, and then mercilessly crushed into piles of black flesh by the huge special off-road wide tires. At this rate, will this planet eventually become a water planet completely covered by seawater? Gu Wan murmured to herself, gazing at the puddles outside the window. But soon, this grand anxiety about the end of the world was completely dispelled by the comfort of the constant 24-degree temperature inside the carriage, with its faint scent of cedar. Having escaped the shadow cast by Chen Jiangwo and relieved of the heavy burden of being a camp manager, Gu Wan's nerves, which had been tense for several days, finally relaxed completely. Listening to the soothing sound of rain outside the window, this aloof and powerful woman slowly closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep. At this moment, in front of the work desk in the living room. Before leaving the warehouse building, Lin Yi and Gu Wan not only looted top-quality ingredients, cigarettes, and alcohol, but also grabbed a batch of windbreakers and boots in all sizes. The matters in Jiangzhou have been mostly resolved. The next destination is Shanghai. As a megacoastal city, Shanghai not only has a terrifying population base, but after this unprecedented global rainstorm, the city's floodwaters will be much deeper than those of inland cities. The complex underwater environment inevitably breeds countless extremely troublesome amphibians and even mutated marine creatures. Therefore, Lin Yi planned to take advantage of the time on the road to perform sequential enhancement on these clothes and shoes separately, and then combine them together for a 1.5 time overall enhancement. He wanted to tailor-make a set of all-in-one tactical protective gear for each member of the team that was both perfectly waterproof and resistant to biological bites. If he had enough time, he even hoped to give his team's core members a comprehensive physical enhancement before arriving in Shanghai. Brother, do you need any help? A sweet fragrance wafted over, and Tang Yingxue, holding a box of yogurt for after dinner, naturally squeezed next to Lin Yi and sat down. The two were so close that they could almost feel each other's body temperature. The girl changed into an extremely oversized white men's t-shirt, the hem of which barely covered the top of her thighs. Two straight, snow-white, flawless legs were casually crossed on the leather sofa, with cute pink nail polish on their toes. They swayed gently with the slight swaying of the carriage, attracting a lot of attention. "You can alter clothes?" Lin Yi didn't even look up, fiddling with a tactical vest in his hand, searching for enhancement nodes. "No, but I can hand things to my brother and cheer him on," Tang Yingxue said, her moist red lips barely moving as she bit her yogurt straw. "Want to help?" "Sure." Lin Yi casually pointed to the toolbox next to him. "Go to that workbench over there and, following Yuli's projection instructions, undo all the seams on the lining of these clothes." Brother, can you really bear to make someone do such rough work?" Upon hearing that chores were to be done, Tang Yingxue immediately put down her yogurt. Like a clingy kitten, she pitifully clung to Lin Ye's arm, saying, "The scissors are so sharp, what if someone accidentally cuts their hand and bleeds? Brother will be heartbroken, won't he?" Feeling the amazing fullness that instantly came from his arm, Lin Ye's breath hitched slightly. Although the peak of the backlash of fortune caused by Tang Yingxue's supernatural ability had passed, the hidden side effects still remained. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was a normal, vigorous young man who had only recently experienced sexual indiscretion. Faced with this unrestrained little vixen's deliberate physical provocation, the evil fire that had been suppressed with great difficulty once again showed signs of reigniting in a violent frenzy. "You're getting a little too close." Lin Yi took a deep breath, his voice becoming low and hoarse, his eyes gradually darkening. Really? Does my brother dislike me?" Tang Yingxue did not back down. Instead, she boldly pressed her soft body forward even further, her watery, dreamy peach blossom eyes blinking innocently. Her original intention was simply to take advantage of Lin Ye's post-coital period and deliberately use manipulative tactics to tease this usually cold and controlling man, to see him suffer a setback and helplessness. According to the popular science she saw online before the apocalypse, that kind of tireless, superhuman ability almost doesn't exist in reality. Lin Yi was busy all night last night, and didn't have a moment's rest this morning. Now he's probably completely out of commission and has the will but not the strength. Unfortunately, this time, she miscalculated. This is the apocalypse, where even superpowers have appeared. Her physiological knowledge, built up during peacetime, is nothing but a pile of waste paper in front of Lin Yi, who has awakened an SSS-level superpower and possesses extraordinary physical abilities. Just as Tang Yingxue, seeing that she had the upper hand and thinking she had Lin Yi under control, was about to let go and run away. Lin Yi suddenly reached out and grabbed her slender, supple waist. With a slight exertion of his arm, he pulled the startled girl into his arms and made her straddle his lap. Tang Yingxue exclaimed in surprise, instinctively placing her hands on Lin Ye's broad and solid chest. Looking at the man's deep, handsome face so close to her, exuding a strong sense of aggression, the proud heart in the girl's chest instantly started pounding wildly, as if it were about to burst out of her throat. Should I push him away? But he's so strong and Tang Yingxue's extremely intelligent mind instantly went blank, her thoughts turning into a jumbled mess. The green tea tricks she learned from short videos were shattered into nothingness under the suppression of absolute power and intense male hormones. The composure they usually feigned turned into utter panic and helplessness. Finally, when she could clearly feel Lin Ye's increasingly hot breath spraying heavily on her face, the girl gave up resisting. Like a resigned kitten, she slowly closed her watery, dreamy peach blossom eyes, her long eyelashes trembling slightly like startled butterflies, resembling a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. The next moment, her soft, warm lips were captured by Lin Yi. Strictly speaking, this wasn't her first kiss. Tang Yingxue remembered kissing her mother's cheek when she was little. But that fleeting, superficial touch is completely different from the feeling I have now. She could clearly feel the intense possessiveness emanating from Lin Yi, which seemed to be threatening to consume her completely. The man's strong arms held her soft body tightly, as if he wanted to crush her completely, and embed her into his flesh and blood. As their lips and teeth intertwined, the suffocating, tingling sensation instantly pierced through Tang Yingshue's entire psychological defenses like a high-voltage current. She couldn't help but stretch out her snow-white arms, softly hooking them around Lin Ye's neck, instinctively and awkwardly responding to the wild kiss. She couldn't figure out what she was thinking at that moment. Feelings are far too complex, especially in a post-apocalyptic world. She didn't know if she was after this man's protection or truly captivated by his unparalleled strength. But she knew she wasn't averse to it. She even was extremely fascinated by the thrill and excitement of being hugged tightly and kissed so hard she felt like she was about to suffocate. Until the man's large, hot hand slid dangerously upwards along the hem of her oversized t-shirt, his rough fingertips even touching the delicate, soft skin of her waist. No! No! Don't! That slightly cool touch jolted Tang Yingxue, who was lost in a daze, back to her senses as if she had been electrocuted. In a panic, she grabbed Lin Ye's large hand and forcefully pushed away the man's chest. Her once innocent and pretty face was now flushed red, almost as if it were about to bleed, and even her slender neck was tinged with an alluring pink. Too fast. I'm not ready. The girl stammered out those words. She hurriedly straightened her slightly disheveled collar, not even bothering to pick up the yogurt that had fallen on the carpet. Like a startled Arctic hare, she sprang off Lin Ye's lap and fled in panic, plunging into her second bedroom and locking the door with a bang. Looking at the closed door, Lin Yi pressed his temples in exasperation. He took several deep breaths, trying to calm the churning blood and the tormenting rage within him. This girl is simply a wicked and playful vixen. Master, I never imagined that your physical and psychological desires had been suppressed to such a critical level. Just then, Yuli's cold voice rang out from the tactical terminal in her right ear. If you're really suffering, how about letting Xiaoxue, as a liquid-like life form, change her internal soft structure to serve as your tragedy for relieving your pent-up frustration? Lin Yi, who was about to drink some ice water to calm his nerves, suddenly froze and almost spat out the water in his mouth. He turned his head and looked at the jelly-like Xiaoxue, who was lying on the corner of the table, innocently blowing transparent bubbles, with an extremely complicated expression. Yuli, what kind of weird stuff did you learn on the human network before you were disconnected from the internet? Master, if you're looking for visual stimulation, it's perfectly acceptable to have Xiaoxue use genetic imprinting to transform into someone else's appearance. Yuli continued to suggest in a serious tone. Actually, she didn't want it to be like this. However, after a brief moment of thought, Yuli decided that it would be more practical to let Xiaoxue do it rather than let Tang Yingxue benefit from it. Although Xiaoxue possesses extraordinary abilities, she is very easy to control, and her threat level is not on the same level as Tang Yingshue's. This topic was not pursued further. It wasn't that Lin Yi had high standards, but rather that as the Amadiro mobile fortress got closer and closer to the highway entrance outside the city, a new and deadly situation arose. Beep! Warning! The radar array detected a strong high-energy heat source and a military radar lock signal at a distance of 5 kilometers. Yuli's voice rang out again. On the display screen, 5 kilometers away, under a gloomy and oppressive sky, 3 extremely large military attack helicopters, painted in dark green camouflage and armed with heavy air-to-ground missiles and multi-barrel cannons, are lined up in an extremely tight triangular combat formation. They tore through the rain, accompanied by the deafening roar of their rotors, hurtling toward the highway entrance at breakneck speed. Chapter 47: The Belated Rescue. September 5th. The bizarre rainfall that has swept the globe has continued for 5 days. On that very day, the falling rain underwent an unknown mutation. Starting from that day, some key figures who held great power and controlled top resources went to shelters prepared in advance to deal with the crisis after receiving highly confidential internal warnings. As the youngest and most pragmatic professor of biological genetics at Jiangzhou University, Chu Mingxian learned of this catastrophic news too late. It was the morning of the 7th day since the torrential rain began. Ironically, he usually only knew how to bury himself in research in the laboratory, did not know how to flatter, and disdained to pursue those illusory titles and circles. Therefore, his name was not on the official priority evacuation list when the disaster struck. Those academic tyrants, who never even touched test tubes and only plagiarized their subordinates' work, were safely taken away by military helicopters, while he, a true authority in the field of genetics at the forefront of academia, could only fend for himself in the chaotic city with his wife and 7-year-old son. After learning from an inside source that the military might even use nuclear weapons to wipe out the enemy, Chu Mingxian was utterly desperate. He abandoned his plan to stay in the city and only wanted to drive the cheap new energy electric car he bought on installment, and take his wife and children back to their remote rural hometown. However, the situation was worse than he had anticipated. On a congested stretch of highway leading out of the city, the son, sitting in his car seat, suddenly developed a high fever. Then, to his wife's horror, the young child began to convulse violently, emitting a wild, inhuman roar. That was the most desperate moment of Chu Mingxuan's life. Even when his name was forcibly removed from his core academic work, he had never felt so despondent. His most beloved son turned into a monster, biting his wife's neck as she tried to comfort him. Blood gushed out instantly, staining the interior of the car and the windows red. Hearing his wife's piercing screams and increasingly weak breathing from the back seat, Chu Mingxian, in the driver's seat, gripped the steering wheel tightly with both hands, tears silently streaming down his face. He abandoned the car and fled without unlocking the central locking system. This young professor, who should have been shining in the apocalypse, calmly parked the car in the emergency lane and pressed the central locking button. Then he unbuckled his seatbelt, turned around, opened his arms, and hugged his wife and children tightly, who were completely infected by the virus and were now opening their bloody mouths at him. "Report, Captain! The target vehicle has been located." The rain was heavy outside the highway entrance in Jiangzhou City. Several fully armed elite soldiers, wearing special bulletproof vests and carrying assault rifles, waded through the floodwaters that submerged their combat boots and surrounded a new energy electric vehicle parked on the roadside with its chassis almost completely submerged in water, using a professional tactical formation. Through the filthy and dark red bloodstains on the car windows, they saw the current state of the search and rescue target. Inside the cramped carriage, 3 zombies, tightly bound together by seatbelts, were howling madly out the window, their bloodshot claws scratching at the glass. The Special Forces captain stepped forward, gazing at the 3 zombies inside the vehicle. A complex and indescribable sorrow flickered in his eyes beneath the tactical mask. "That's so sad." Those experts with top-notch titles spent days in the safe zone with the best equipment studying, yet they didn't even grasp the underlying logic of zombies and mutated creatures. They were all just a bunch of useless armchair strategists. It was only then that the surviving high-ranking military officers finally remembered those truly talented and pragmatic scientists who had been deliberately omitted from the list. Unfortunately, belated attention is worthless, even less valuable than grass. In this damned apocalypse, death never gives people a chance to mend their ways. "Captain, Professor Chu has undergone irreversible mutation and there's no hope of saving him. We're too late," the communication soldier behind him said in a low voice. The Special Forces captain took a deep breath and silently took 2 steps back. "Smash the car window and give his family a quick death." Bang! The sturdy gun but smashed the glass violently, and a high-explosive fragmentation grenade with its pin pulled was thrown into the carriage. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out at the flooded highway intersection, and the cheap tram instantly turned into a raging fireball, erasing the tragedy of the family of 3, along with those disgusting viruses, from the world. Less than 500 meters from the explosion point. Inside the Amadiro all-terrain mobile fortress, which resembled a prehistoric behemoth, there was no panic whatsoever due to the explosion. Lin Yi stepped into the cockpit, sat in the spacious seat, and calmly watched the holographic screen. The high-definition camera of the Phantom Miniature Reconnaissance B on the roof was transmitting images in real time. "Master, the global network is still physically disconnected, and I cannot obtain intelligence directly." Yu Li's cool and rational mechanical voice echoed steadily. "But based on this special operations team's clear target orientation, micro-expressions, tactical actions, and extremely frustrated body language after detonating the vehicle, we can make a logical deduction with a confidence level of up to 98%. They are here to carry out a targeted search and rescue mission ordered by a certain key figure. But unfortunately, their target for the search should be in that tram that they just blew up. Are we late? Lin Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. Many things can be roughly guessed with a little thought. The people on the tram are most likely to be extremely rare scientific research talents in a certain field. Unfortunately, in the early stages of the disaster, these people who actually did the work did not receive the evacuation benefits they deserved, and ultimately they died on the road while fleeing with their families. Lin Yi stroked his chin, tapping his fingers lightly on the control panel, his mind racing. Should he make contact with this powerful, but ultimately fruitless, official armed force? Based on Yuli's rapid radar scan and ballistic physics calculations, after undergoing an incredible 1.5 times of sequence enhancement, the outer armor of this armadillo has reached an unbelievable level of defensive density and molecular structure. Even if this special operations team used their conventional assault rifles and high-explosive grenades, or even if armed helicopters from the sky launched a saturation bombardment of air-to-ground missiles, they absolutely could not break through the defenses of this mobile fortress. In terms of pure physical defense, he is now virtually invincible. But Lin Yi was never blindly arrogant. He knew the shortcomings of this RV better than anyone else. The main offensive methods are too limited. As a giant armored vehicle, it currently has no other heavy vehicle-mounted firepower besides the two Hummingbird Hunter drones modified on the roof and the terrifying ramming horn that Zhao Nian added and reinforced at the front. It has no machine guns or missiles. Fortunately, Lin Ye's individual combat capabilities perfectly compensated for this shortcoming. A shadow cat named Moing, capable of instantly killing a second-tier monster, coupled with the special composite bow in his hand, enhanced with SSS-Level supernatural abilities and capable of firing explosive arrows and tracking arrows. Even when facing an entire fully armed Special Forces squad, he was absolutely confident that he could complete a one-sided massacre within minutes. However, unless absolutely necessary, Lin Yi does not want to clash with these forces with official affiliations for the time being. Just as Lin Yi was pondering whether to take the initiative to contact this team and exchange supplies for outside intelligence, this group of Special Forces members, seething with anger from their failed mission, have already taken the lead in action. In fact, the helicopter pilot had already noticed the black heavy-duty RV that was crashing around in the ruins while it was still in the air. However, the search and rescue mission was the top priority at the time, and they temporarily ignored this suspicious civilian-modified vehicle. But now, the target of the search and rescue is dead. At this desolate and dangerous highway intersection, the sudden appearance of a motorhome with extremely thick armor and outrageous modification techniques made it necessary for the military to question and make contact with it. Be on guard! In the sky, a dark green armed helicopter carrying rockets slowly descended to a lower altitude. The massive rotors whipped up a spray of water and a gust of wind, creating an oppressive tactical maneuver above Amadiro, with the heavy machine gun in the nose already roughly locked on. On the ground, the Special Operations Captain gave a concealed tactical hand signal. More than a dozen elite Special Forces soldiers, fully armed and well-trained, immediately waded through the knee-deep water and picked up their assault rifles equipped with tactical flashlights and red dot sights. With a tight semi-encircling fan-shaped tactical formation, they pressed closer and closer to the RV, trudging through the muddy ground with murderous intent. Chapter 48: The Truth About Nuclear Weapon Drop. Attention, heavy vehicles ahead! Turn off your engines immediately. Everyone, put your hands on your heads and get out of the vehicle for identification checks. I'll repeat myself. We are the Jianzhou Military Region Special Search and Rescue Team. Turn off the engine and get out of the vehicle immediately to cooperate with the inspection. Jianzhou City Expressway entrance. In the fine rain, the cold puddles had already reached above my ankles. A dozen fully armed, battle-hardened Special Forces soldiers formed a classic fan-shaped tactical encirclement, aiming their assault rifles, equipped with red dot sights, at the Amadiro mobile fortress parked in front of the toll booth. The lead Special Forces member pulled out a military megaphone, his tone carrying an unquestionable authority. In their view, no matter how much the civilian RV was modified to resemble a steel monster, the people inside would have to obediently bow their heads in the face of a dozen automatic rifles and armed helicopters circling overhead. However, the next second, buzz! It was accompanied by a very slight, almost imperceptible tremor in the air. A phantom miniature reconnaissance bee, which was originally in a state of absolute optical cloaking, slowly removed its camouflage and hovered silently in midair less than half a meter in front of Zhang Long, the captain of the Special Operations Team. "You guys seem a bit confused about the current situation." From the miniature speaker unit built into the Scout bee, Lin Ye's extremely calm, even slightly lazy, young male voice emanated. "This is no longer the peaceful era that emphasizes discipline and obedience. If you still have extra energy and ammunition, I would suggest that you go to the city center and conduct search and rescue operations for the civilians who are still struggling in despair. Instead of pointing a few pieces of scrap metal at me here." Lin Ye's voice gradually turned cold, carrying a chilling sense of oppression. "Please don't easily squander the last bit of goodwill I have for your clothes. Otherwise, the consequences will be something you can't afford to bear." Upon hearing this arrogant and treasonous warning, Captain Zhang Long's pupils, hidden behind his mask, suddenly contracted sharply. In peacetime, upon seeing such a high-tech miniature reconnaissance aircraft that could perfectly hide and even produce no rotor noise, he would immediately identify it as an extremely dangerous enemy spy and, without hesitation, order the use of force to shoot it down and capture it. But things are different now. In this world-destroying catastrophe, a group of non-human beings who awakened supernatural abilities emerged from the surviving troops. Like himself, he was extremely fortunate to awaken a sea-level, protective field. Although the level was not high, when activated at full power, it could barely withstand a few pistol bullets. So, where did this stealth reconnaissance bee, which exceeds the limits of modern technological understanding, come from? What kind of monster with extraordinary power sits in this terrifying RV whose armor is so thick that even a miniature radar cannot penetrate it? Zhang Long dared not draw any conclusions easily. "Stop playing tricks! Get out of the car and cooperate with us immediately!" Before Zhang Long could make a rational tactical retreat, the young Special Forces soldier holding the megaphone was completely enraged by Lin Ye's arrogant attitude. He pulled back the bolt sharply and shouted again. He was very unhappy with Lin Ye's arrogant, and troublesome, attitude. As one of the elite of the Jiangzhou military region, he still maintains the inertia of the old era's thinking. In his eyes, the clothes he was wearing represented absolute authority. No matter what kind of luxury car the other party was driving, at this critical moment, they should be unconditionally respected and obeyed. Little did he know that in this crumbling new world, he himself was the fool who couldn't see the bigger picture. The puzzle of world order has long since crumbled into pieces. In peacetime, the military is a steadfast shield protecting the people. But now, they can't even protect themselves, let alone resolve this apocalyptic catastrophe. Having lost the absolute power to provide protection, the privileges and arrogance of the old era are nothing but a laughable joke in the face of true power. I don't want to repeat myself. In the Scout bee, Lin Ye's voice turned completely cold, like ice that had stood for millennia. Meow! Without any warning. A deep, muffled meow, like the growl of an ancient beast, pierced through the rain and exploded in everyone's ears. Whoosh! Everyone suddenly looked up. Suddenly, a terrifying beast, as large as a cheetah and as black as ink, appeared silently on the edge of the roof of the RV, which was like a steel fortress. Moing looked down at the group of ants holding guns from his high vantage point. The terrifying pressure of the second-tier mutated overlord, like a tangible gravity field, instantly enveloped the entire highway toll station centered on the RV. In that instant, all the Special Forces soldiers below felt their breath catch in their throats, and their hearts felt as if they were being gripped tightly by an invisible, cold hand. A tremendous sense of dread surged from the depths of their souls. Some of the new recruits with weaker mental fortitude even had their legs buckle and nearly collapsed into the puddles. Stop! Everyone, put down your guns! Turn off the safety! Seeing that several team members were so panicked that their fingers were already tightly on the trigger, ready to fire, Zhanglong broke out in a cold sweat and roared at the top of his lungs to stop them. As a superhuman, his perception of life force was several times more acute than that of ordinary team members. He knew better than anyone the terror of the black cat on the roof. That was definitely a terrifying lord who surpassed ordinary first-tier mutants and had even reached second tier. A powerful sense of impending death surged through Zhanglong's mind. If even a single bullet grazed the paint of that RV, this black monster would tear these dozen or so elite ground soldiers to shreds before the armed helicopter in the sky could even fire. The planes in the sky may be able to escape danger due to their altitude advantage, but who can guarantee that there are no hidden anti-aircraft measures in the unfathomable depths of the other side's carriages that could shoot down the planes? Fortunately, Zhanglong's prestige as captain remained intact. Although the team members were terrified and drenched in sweat, they still carried out the order with great difficulty, putting down the assault rifles they felt so unsafe with. "I apologize, sir. My subordinate overstepped his bounds this time. I apologize on his behalf." Zhanglong took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tremor in his heart. He wisely removed his tactical helmet and lowered his head towards the reconnaissance beam in midair. "No need for an apology." Lin Ye's voice rang out again. "As a sign of sincerity, tell me some information. Otherwise..." "Okay. What do you want to know?" Zhanglong gritted his teeth and readily agreed. "What exactly caused this apocalypse?" Upon hearing this question, Zhanglong fell silent. Rainwater streamed down his resolute face. "I have no idea. It seems your sincerity isn't quite enough." As Lin Yi finished speaking, the shadowy figure on the roof of the car obediently arched its back slowly. Sharp, knife-like claws extended from their pads, scraping against the roof armor with a teeth-grinding scraping sound. "No! Please wait a moment, sir!" Zhanglong panicked and quickly explained. "What I mean is, at my rank, the intelligence I know is extremely limited, and I can't possibly see the whole picture. But I can tell you all the top-secret information I've come across within the Jiangzhou military region." He swallowed hard, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Zhanglong was human too. Faced with such unknown terror, he felt fear as well. According to encrypted reports, at the very beginning of this global rainstorm, our country and several other countries with cutting-edge aerospace technology seem to have detected a trace of the culprit that caused this disaster near low Earth orbit. Starting from the 5th day, the composition of the rainwater underwent a drastic change. In order to prevent the situation from getting out of control, the higher-ups decided to launch a joint interception operation targeting space on the 7th day of the rainfall. Actually, that was originally supposed to be just a probing physical attack carrying a conventional high-yield warhead. At this point, Zhanglong paused. But for some reason, the launch systems of various countries were simultaneously subjected to some kind of incomprehensible forced takeover and rewriting of their underlying logic. A probing attack escalated into a complete and uncontrolled release of the global nuclear arsenal. All the strategic nuclear missiles were launched. They exploded in the sky, turning into a shower of light, and then, it became like this. Inside the carriage, Lin Ye's pupils contracted sharply upon hearing this. Is it really true that the world's nuclear arsenals are simultaneously spiraling out of control and unleashing their devastation? Before Lin Yi could think it through, Zhanglong dropped a second bombshell. It's not just about weapons going out of control. You just asked us why we didn't search for and rescue civilians, because organized units from various countries have also suffered devastating losses. It wasn't an unknown entity that attacked us directly. Rather, the military camp was too densely packed. And we don't know if it's because the soldiers are physically fit, or if our actions anger them. When the apocalypse arrives, the proportion of soldiers who become zombies, as well as the speed of their mutation and evolution, far exceeds that of ordinary people outside the military. It even gave birth to extremely terrifying mutant species. More than 90% of the main force was wiped out instantly, and the once safest military region has become a disaster area for zombies and monsters. This is also why the official rescue efforts were completely paralyzed. For those who survived, Even holding on to the last line of defense was incredibly difficult. After hearing these words, only the sound of the torrential rain hitting the ground remained at the scene. I see. Lin Yi sat in the driver's seat, his brows furrowed deeply. He wasn't sure if Zhanlong's words were embellished, or if the intelligence conveyed from above contained misleading information intended to cover up the truth. After all, it has been less than 10 days since the apocalypse began, and humanity's understanding of this catastrophe is still extremely rudimentary. Even so, the top-secret information he obtained from this special operations team today was already astonishing enough, completely overturning some of his previous understanding. Very good. Lin Yi tapped his long, slender fingers lightly on the control panel. I see your sincerity. I think we can now calmly discuss a deal that benefits everyone. Chapter 49 Individual Power and the Old Order. I need several sets of your special operations uniforms, as well as high-level intelligence from the Shanghai area. Lin Ye's voice was clearly transmitted to Zhanlong's ears through the miniature scout bee. In addition, I also want you to remove some of the heavy firepower from your helicopters. For example, 3 small air-to-ground missiles, or a few heavy machine guns. In return, I can upgrade and improve a batch of individual equipment for your team free of charge. Lin Yi offered his bargaining chip. Upon hearing this arrogant and unequal condition, the Special Forces soldiers behind Zhanlong trembled with anger, their knuckles almost crushing the gun handles, and they were just short of cursing loudly. But Zhanlong, the team leader, had his expression change several times under his mask, looking quite unpleasant. In the end, he forced himself to suppress the humiliation and resentment in his heart, and fell into an extremely difficult dilemma. The helicopter already has spare special operations suits, so giving them out won't cause any harm. But he never expected that this mysterious man's appetite would be so great. He wasn't eyeing conventional firearms, but rather the core heavy firepower payload of an armed helicopter. After hesitating for a long time and weighing the fatal consequences of the entire team being wiped out once the guns were fired, Zhanlong finally agreed to hand over his weapons. I can give you the combat uniform and weapons. Zhanlong's voice was filled with deep helplessness and bitterness. But I really can't give you military intelligence from Shanghai. It's not that I don't want to, it's that I can't. After conventional satellite communications were completely disrupted, we activated a backup military shortwave base station. But Zhanlong took a deep breath. Short-distance interprovincial communication can be barely maintained, but once a slightly longer interprovincial high-frequency base station is built, the strong electromagnetic waves will instantly attract a massive number of high-level mutated creatures to wreak havoc. We currently have extremely limited access to outside information. Each military region is fighting its own battle, and we are completely in the dark about the situation in Shanghai. Upon hearing this explanation, Lin Yi frowned slightly. It seemed that the information silo effect in the apocalypse was more severe than he had anticipated. As for the compensation you mentioned, Zhanlong took a deep breath and decisively rejected Lin Ye's suggestion. There's no need for equipment upgrades. Unless your modifications allow this crappy rifle to destroy a tank with a single shot, or arm an entire battalion. Otherwise, faced with overwhelming hordes of mutated zombies and monsters, the slight improvement in conventional weapons would be of no real significance to a squad like ours tasked with the decapitation strike. There was another extremely fatal reason, which Zhanlong did not explicitly state, but he believed that a smart person like Lin Yi would understand. That is absolute controllability, and a crisis of trust. Entrusting their life-saving weapons to a complete stranger with bizarre powers for refinement? What if the other party has hidden a contingency in the weapon or set a barrel-exploding trap? They wouldn't even know how they died. Oh? Are you sure you don't need it? Lin Ye's slightly amused voice fell. Laugh. The heavy, armored, airtight door of the Armadillo RV slowly opened outwards with a hydraulic hum. Under the watchful eyes of all the Special Forces members, who were on high alert, Lin Yi calmly stepped out of the vehicle, holding the dark gold special composite bow. Zhanlong's pupils suddenly contracted. Not only because the man was excessively young, but also because of the extremely bizarre, protective suit he was wearing. The rain poured down, yet not a single patch of his clothes got wet. His body was covered with a thin, translucent, shimmering liquid substance, like a jelly, which perfectly repelled rainwater. Raindrops falling from the sky were instantly absorbed upon contact with this film. That was the absolute physical protective armor constructed by the mimicry life form, Xiaoxue, using inorganic material shaping, and it was also Lin Ye's always cautious backup plan. His physical body wasn't strong enough to ignore gunfire. Without thorough preparation, if the negotiations broke down and the enemy suddenly concentrated their fire, even if MOing was incredibly fast, he might not be able to save him in time. To prove the value of their so-called enhancement, Lin Yi slowly raised his right arm and casually drew a red glowing, explosive arrow from the quiver behind his back, knocking it on the bowstring. The bow is drawn, like a full moon. Whoosh! A streak of dark golden light instantly tore through the rain curtain. Boom! 100 meters away, an abandoned light van weighing 2 tons, parked next to the tollbooth gate, was hit by an arrow and exploded violently. A huge fireball of flames shot into the air, instantly blasting the entire truck to pieces. Heavy steel debris flew everywhere like pieces of paper, crashing heavily into the surrounding water. Its power is comparable to that of a heavy anti-material sniper cannon, or even a man-portable anti-tank missile. A gust of wind, carrying waves of scorching gasoline, swept over them. Zhang Long and all the Special Forces soldiers stared intently at the blazing pile of scrap metal, their eyes twitching wildly, their breaths catching in their throats. Now, do you think my enhancement still has any meaning? Lin Yi maintained a vigilant stance, holding the bow in one hand, and calmly looked at Zhang Long. To Lin Yi's surprise, after being extremely shocked, Zhang Long's eyes did not ignite a desire for power. Instead, they gradually dimmed. He shook his head dejectedly. Then what do you want? Lin Yi asked, slightly puzzled. Can you answer me one question truthfully? Zhang Long stared intently into Lin Yi's eyes, his voice hoarse. You say the heavy ground attack rockets mounted on our helicopters. Zhang Long's finger trembled as he pointed to the armed helicopters circling overhead, as if he had used all his strength to ask. If they were to fire in unison, would they pose a fatal threat to your RV? Question mark. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. Although he didn't understand why the other party asked this, he still shook his head with unusual honesty. If it can't even withstand a few conventional rockets, then this RV, which has undergone 1.5 epic-level sequential upgrades, is simply laughable. I see. I understand now. Beneath the mask, that resolute face instantly aged 10 years, a bitter, sardonic smile curling at the corners of his lips. Captain? Are we really going to give him the weapon? The team members behind him still protested unwillingly. Shut up! Follow orders! Zhang Long waved his hand weakly, as if all his strength had been drained away in that instant. Unload the missiles and machine guns and give them to him. We will continue searching for the next target. A dozen minutes later. Having completed this humiliating handover of weapons, 3 military attack helicopters silently ascended into the gloomy, rainy weather, flying towards the ruins deeper into the city. Master, based on the micro-expression and vital sign scans, it seems that the captain's psychological defenses completely collapsed just now. Yu Li's cool voice provided precise analysis within the tactical terminal. We have to face reality eventually, don't we? Lin Yi put away his longbow, gazing at the helicopter disappearing into the horizon, a knowing glint in his deep eyes. He fully understood Zhang Long's final choice and despair. Even if Lin Yi has just proven his enhanced strength, the military would never dare to entrust him with the modification of weapons. They cannot afford to gamble with their backup plans. Moreover, no matter how strong Lin Yi is with his bow and arrow, he is not strong enough to make them put aside their concerns about trust. The question Zhang Long asked was actually verifying something that could destroy his faith. In this utterly broken world, is it possible to return to the old order of equality for all and collective supremacy? To ensure that the soldiers would risk their lives to carry out their missions in the apocalypse, the higher-ups must have made countless promises to them. Tell them that the disaster is only temporary, and that as long as the military is still there and humanity is united, one day we will be able to develop a vaccine, eliminate the monsters, and rebuild a beautiful world where everyone is equal. But today, Lin Ye's appearance exposed this lie. An ordinary young man, simply by awakening a top-tier superpower, can ignore the heavy firepower coverage that the National Army is so proud of, all with just a modified RV. When individual power completely surpasses collective power and centuries-old industrial machinery, the rules of this planet are completely rewritten. Even if humanity regains its dominant position on Earth in the future, everything will be irreversible. If we were to forcibly demand that those top-tier superhumans, who are practically gods, enjoy equal social status with ordinary people who are powerless, this in itself is the greatest form of inequality. How long can the beliefs of the old era last in the face of absolute power? However, even knowing all this, John Long ultimately chose to continue carrying out orders rather than gurgle gurgle. Only after the military personnel had completely left did the transparent water film clinging to Lin Ye's body recede rapidly like the receding tide, reforming into a bouncy, transparent ball of jelly in his palm. Well done. Lin Yi, in a great mood, pinched Xiao Shui's soft body and then affectionately rubbed Mo Ying's big head, which was rubbing against his leg frantically, begging for praise. Then, his gaze turned feverishly to the small air-to-ground missiles with their cold metallic sheen on the ground, and the 3 heavy aircraft machine guns. Mo Ying! Meow! Understanding its master's intention, Mo Ying easily picked up the weapons, each weighing over 100 pounds, and lightly leaped onto the roof of the car. Welding these heavy-duty firepower units directly onto the RV is not only a complicated process requiring rewiring, but it also damages the RV's original streamlined off-road concealed shell. But what if these missiles and heavy machine guns were used as firepower modules and directly integrated into the 3 Hummingbird Hunter drones, which were originally designed for killing, through sequential enhancement? This not only creates 3 miniature Reapers comparable to air gunships, but also perfectly completes the final piece of the puzzle for their 50% increase in physical mass, 1.5 times enhancement. Chapter 50 Void Arsenal. Sequence Determination Fusion Enhancement. The open-air platform on the roof of the car. Lin Yi forcibly strapped the 3 small air-to-ground missiles and 3 heavy machine guns that he had traded from the Special Operations Team to the underside of the 3 Hummingbird Hunter aircraft with steel cables, and then immediately activated the enhancement. Buzz! An extremely dazzling dark golden light burst forth from Lin Ye's palm in an instant. The golden light, like a living ivy vine, spread wildly along the cold metal surface, completely enveloping and swallowing the 3 drones and their heavy external weapons. Under the reshaping effect of SSS-level superpowers, the originally rigid and crude weapon connection structure was instantly dissolved and reorganized. The massive machine guns and missiles were forcibly compressed and perfectly embedded into the streamlined armor of the drone's fuselage. A few minutes later, the golden light dissipated like ripples on water. 3 miniature mechanical Grim Reapers, with deep, dark black exteriors and extremely futuristic and ferocious designs, lay silently on the landing gear, exuding a chilling aura of killing intent. Item: Hummingbird Hunter Modified, 3-unit formation / 1.5 epic enhancements. Feature 1, Ghost Formation, retains absolute silent hovering and high-frequency cutting rotors, activates Intelligent Sentry Mode, with 3 units working together for integrated offense and defense. Feature 2, Void Arsenal, new. The fuselage houses a folding electromagnetic heavy machine gun and a micro-missile launch matrix. The weapon module has a fixed energy/matter conversion rule. As long as the drone is in standby mode, it can automatically generate and replenish its ammunition at an extremely slow rate by consuming its own power or absorbing free energy from the air. Automatically generate ammunition? Lin Yi looked at the last characteristic, a hint of surprise and elation flashing in his eyes. It seems he underestimated the potential of his SSS-level sequence enhancement skill. He felt a little regretful that he hadn't been able to enhance the composite bow to produce an infinite number of arrows when he upgraded it before. He estimated that it might take until the evolution reached a higher level and the formal, multiple enhancements were activated to resolve this conflict of rules regarding creation out of thin air. However, it now appears that this effect can be achieved simply by stacking external physical hardware to trigger this 1.5-fold reinforcement of the vulnerability. If even a 1.5-time enhancement can create things from nothing, then what terrifying power will I possess when I reach the second tier and unlock the true second enhancement, or even the third and fourth enhancements in the future? Lin Yi clenched his fist tightly, his eyes gleaming with a thirst for power. It seems that I must hunt down as many high-level mutated creatures as possible along the way to quickly acquire evolution points and level up as soon as possible. Call! A wave of dizziness from deep within his brain interrupted Lin Yi's grand ambitions. Simultaneously performing 1.5 epic-level enhancements on 3 drones equipped with heavy weapons was indeed a strain on my mental energy. He rubbed his temples, temporarily abandoning those distant thoughts. As for the down jacket and the warrior protective suit I traded for, I'll wait until I get some sleep tonight, or until my mental energy is fully restored before continuing to upgrade them. Back inside the carriage, Lin Yi had Xiao Shui, who had transformed into a large loli, materialize a steaming cup of Revival Americano for him. Because she loved the pure energy contained in this coffee so much, Xiaoxue happily made herself a cup after brewing it for Lin Yi. The young man and the little girl sat comfortably in the spacious and comfortable leather seats of the driver's cab, sipping coffee to recharge while gazing at the apocalyptic rain scene outside the panoramic window, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Meow! Having just finished devouring a large piece of enhanced lizard meat, Emoing approached Xiao Shui. Its emerald green vertical pupils stared at the black liquid in Xiao Shui's hand, and disbelieving, it leaned over and licked it with its pink tongue. Tui! 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 After taking a sip, Emoing put on the mask of pain again. It simply couldn't understand what was so good about this bitter, poison-like stuff. Yueli, let's go! Destination Shanghai! Lin Yi put down his coffee cup. Yes, master. All-terrain propulsion system activated. With a deep, thunderous roar from its engine, this massive heavy truck, resembling a mobile fortress, crushed the toll booth barriers and officially entered the interprovincial expressway leading to Shanghai. Night fell quietly amidst the continuous rain. The road conditions on the highway were 100 times worse than I had imagined. Everywhere there were wrecked vehicles from chain reaction collisions, overturned and burning heavy trucks, and huge hordes of corpses wandering aimlessly among the wrecked cars. Although the 1.5-fold enhanced Amadairo can smash and crush these multi-ton obstacles with extreme brutality, and even without resistance, this continuous forced obstacle breaking behavior causes fuel consumption to increase exponentially. Although this fortress has undergone a complete transformation, it has also become a thorough, oil-devouring behemoth. It seems that to truly achieve energy freedom, I'll have to wait until I advance to the second-tier evolver level. Lin Yi thought to himself as he looked at the noticeably decreasing fuel gauge on the dashboard. Once he reaches the second tier, he can perform a formal, secondary enhancement on the massive solar photovoltaic array on the roof. If he can give it attributes like absorbing free energy in the air, or dark matter conversion, this vehicle can completely break free from its dependence on fossil fuels. But before that, collecting fuel along the way remains the most important task, a matter of life and death for the team. As darkness fell completely, Yuli controlled the RV and slowly drove it into a large interprovincial highway service area. The service area is located in a low-lying area, and the floodwaters had reached knee-deep, with various pale limbs and garbage floating on the surface. However, this water depth was nothing more than flat ground for the Armadillo, which has a very high chassis and is equipped with an amphibious duct propulsion system. Lin Yi had Xiao Shui transform into a transparent water film protective suit and put it on himself before getting out of the car to check it out. Fortunately, the underground fuel tanks at the gas station were well sealed, and the massive amount of fuel inside was not contaminated by the mutated rainwater. Lin Yi placed his hand on one of the abandoned gas pumps and casually gave it a basic upgrade. After giving it the extreme suction power of a high-powered water pump, he connected the fuel line to the RV's fuel filler. With the roar of machinery, diesel fuel, which was full of oil in the underground tank, began to be continuously pumped into the RV's extra-large fuel tank, which had been expanded in size. After resupplying, Linyi decided to spend the night at the service area. In the post-apocalyptic wilderness at night, the danger level increases exponentially. While the armor of a motorhome may seem invincible, there's no guarantee that it won't harbor some extremely strange mutated creatures, such as monsters with spatial or mental abilities. During the day, everyone is awake and can respond promptly to unexpected situations. But once night falls, the girls are all fast asleep. Even with Yuli's absolute warning, the few dozen seconds between waking up and getting dressed and ready for battle can be fatal in high-level games. Master, the thermal imaging radar shows that there are 12 extremely faint human vital signs on the second floor of the main building on the left side of the service area. Yuli's voice rang in his ears. Ignore them. As long as they don't get closer to the 50-meter warning line around the RV, just pretend you didn't see them. The interior of the RV. In the dining area, warm yellow crystal chandeliers emitted an extremely cozy glow. Tonight's dinner will be Gu Wan's debut performance since joining the team as an S-level chef. On the enormous solid wood dining table, a dazzling array of high-end delicacies from all over the world, materialized using supernatural abilities, were laid out. Grilled lamb chops, pan-fried foie gras, Wellington steak, black caviar, and even a pot of delicious and nourishing chicken and fish maw soup. Having just finished a hearty meal of enhanced lizard meat, Emoing lay comfortably on the wool rug at the foot of the dining table. Its two front paws were tightly clutching a piece of top-quality Spanish Iberian ham, which Gu Wan had specially conjured up and was as thick as an adult's thigh. Although it had no energy, it was still good for grinding its teeth. Due to the backlash of luck, Su Tang, Zhao Nian, and Han Shaoqing did not eat lunch. At this moment, the backlash finally weakened and dissipated. The three girls, who were starving, no longer cared about their ladylike image and ate with gusto, their mouths dripping with oil. However, the most eye-catching person at the dinner table was Tang Yingxue. This Miss Tang, who always tries to get close to Lin Yi, calls him brother, in a sweet and cloying way, and even seems to want to be a part of him. Tonight, she unusually stayed far away from Lin Yi and sat down close to Su Tang, transforming into a well-behaved and sensible little sister who looked at her older sister with eyes full of love. Sister, try this Wellington steak, I've cut it for you. The puff pastry is absolutely amazing. Tang Yingxue diligently used her fork to carefully place a piece of the tenderest steak onto Su Tang's plate. Her bright, peach blossom eyes were filled with genuine admiration and tenderness. Sister, you were out in the wind all day and used up so much of your supernatural power to heal everyone. You must eat more high-protein meat to nourish yourself, otherwise Tang Tang will feel sorry for you. Looking at the stunningly beautiful girl beside him, who possessed an alluringly innocent charm and whose usual demeanor was fragrant and sassy, yet at this moment she was as clingy and endearing as a little kitten. Su Tang was slightly taken aback. She had to admit that the sweet sister, and the ingratiating look that only had eyes for her made her, a person who was used to being an only child and a cold doctor, feel very comfortable and pleased. Thank you, Tang Tang. You should eat more too. Su Tang smiled and affectionately stroked Tang Yingxue's soft, long hair. No wonder men online never dislike green tea girls, when this top-quality tea is brewed just for you, and all they do is try their best to make you happy and adore you. She's clearly a wonderfully sensible and adorable little sister. Who could resist her? However, this scene evoked a different feeling in Han Shaoqing, who was focused on eating lamb chops on the other side. What exactly is going on? Miss usually practically clings to Lin Yi, so why did she suddenly change her attitude after chatting with him on the sofa for a while this afternoon? Why is she being so attentive to Dr. Su? Could it be that the young lady realized she couldn't get what she wanted from that straight man, so she gave up on men altogether, changed her orientation, and is now going down the lesbian route, targeting Dr. Su instead? Or did something happen this afternoon while we were sleeping in the bedroom that I don't know about? Chapter 51 Jade Balance and True Unity. Brother Lin, why aren't you eating? The food Sister Gu Wan made is so delicious. At the dinner table, Zhao Nian was the most interested in this lavish dinner, and also the most eager to eat. Before the apocalypse, she was just a young auto mechanic who spent her days in a repair shop dealing with engine oil and scrap metal, and her financial situation was always tight. This was the first time in her life she had ever seen, and even more so, the first time she had ever tasted, exquisite ingredients like Wellington steak and pan-fried foie gras, which she had only ever seen in high-end food documentaries. She ate with gusto, her mouth greasy, and still remembered to use serving chopsticks to pick up the tenderest piece of lamb chop for Lin Yi. I'm not very hungry, you guys eat more. Lin Yi looked at the lamb chops on the plate, and slightly curled the corners of his mouth. Actually, more than these expensive, top-quality ingredients, he enjoyed the rare warmth and cozy atmosphere of the car. In the past few years, in order to pay off his debts, he worked day and night on the factory assembly line, frantically tightening screws, and the moments when he was truly happy from the bottom of his heart were few and far between. Aside from the occasional phone call with his genius sister, Lin Wu, and brief reunions that offered some relief from his depression, his world was almost a deathly gray and desolate place. His former classmates and friends had drifted apart due to differences in social class and circles. His co-workers on the assembly line had values that clashed with his own. He felt like a lonely island adrift in a sea of people. But things are different now. Outside the car window were man-eating mutated monsters and a post-apocalyptic wasteland where order had collapsed. But sitting in this indestructible steel fortress that he had built himself, looking at these vibrant, beautiful girls who were so dependent on him, Lin Yi suddenly realized that he actually quite liked his current life. This thrill of walking on the edge of life and death gave him a vibrant experience he could never have imagined before. Oh right, Nian Nian. Lin Yi pulled himself out of his reverie and looked at Zhao Nian, who was engrossed in eating. Are you going to find your family? Upon hearing this, Zhao Nian's chewing motion suddenly froze. If your family members are not far away, there is still time. But if they are farther away or in another province, finding them in the end times will be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Among the group, Lin Yi and Su Tang had the fewest concerns. Han Xiaoqing and Tang Yingxue came from top-tier conglomerates, and their family residences in Beijing had extremely strong security, so they didn't need to worry about them. Gu Wan's mother, who traveled all over the world, didn't even know which country she was in, so worrying about her was useless. Only Zhao Nian. This girl is usually the most hardworking and the most enthusiastic eater, with a carefree tomboyish demeanor, but when it comes to her family, she is always very secretive and rarely mentions them. Zhao Nian slowly put down her chopsticks, her face, which had been flushed from the steam, visibly turning pale. She lowered her head, her fingers tightly twisting the hem of her clothes, and after a long while, she shook her head with difficulty. I'm not looking anymore. Brother Lin. I'll stay with you. The girl's voice was low, with a barely perceptible tremor and a deep-seated pain. Lin Yi looked at her quietly for 2 seconds without asking any further questions. Everyone has scars they don't want to uncover. She would rather wander with me in the chaos of war than mention searching for her family, which must have been due to complex and unspeakable secrets. Okay. Then eat more. This car will be your home from now on. Lin Yi gently patted her shoulder. Late at night. Lin Yi didn't rest. He sat cross-legged on the master bedroom bed and started a brainstorming session with Yuli. For the first time ever, Su Tang didn't cling to him tonight. She sensibly made an excuse, saying she wanted to try out the new room, leaving the space for Lin Yi. Lin Yi was a little surprised, but he didn't insist. At this moment, he was full of energy, and could calm down and think about a major issue concerning the team's combat power ceiling endurance. Gu Wan's Revival American Style is a powerful mana-restoring skill, but drinking too much of it can damage your stomach, so its effectiveness is limited. If we could have a way to quickly and independently restore our mental strength and supernatural energy without relying on external objects, that would be ideal. After a long period of discussion and deduction, a bold and crazy sci-fi cultivation plan was officially born in the collision between Lin Yi and the Super AI. Yuli accessed a vast amount of information on traditional Chinese medicine meridians, ancient martial arts qigong, and even Taoist classics from the underlying database. Using quantum computing power that breaks through physical limitations, she forcibly deduced an energy absorption model that conforms to human ergonomics. Then, Lin Yi used SSS-Level sequencing enhancement to reshape the rules of this pseudo-technique, turning it into a truly cultivatable supernatural manual. The first 2 hours of attempts were unsatisfactory. After Lin Yi enhanced several versions of the breathing technique, derived by Yuli, the system panel only displayed the basic effects of strengthening the body and prolonging life. In peacetime, this is a priceless treasure that countless wealthy people would fight over, but in an apocalyptic world where death can be a matter of time, it is nothing more than a useless commodity. With 10 years of meditation experience, Lin Yi went out and killed several high-level mutated beasts, and his evolution level had already skyrocketed, with his physical enhancement far exceeding that of martial arts training by tens of thousands of times. However, these failures were not meaningless. Through Lin Ye's extremely keen feedback, Yuli accurately eliminated incorrect routes and recorded the truly effective energy circulation trajectories. Finally, at 2 a.m. Master, based on previous failed cases, I have re-derived and designed a special new energy interaction logic model. Yuli's cool voice echoed in the bedroom. This is a deep interaction diagram that is similar to the concept of dual cultivation in ancient Taoist texts. Through rigorous physical logic deduction, if a man and a woman form an energy loop with absolute trust and jointly absorb the free energy in the world, the efficiency will be more than 10 times that of a single person sitting in meditation. Yes, it's an extremely rigorous scientific deduction, no problem. Lin Yi said no more, immediately copied the model code projected by Yuli onto a blank A4 sheet of paper, and then pressed it onto the paper. Ordering reinforcement. Buzz. 10 minutes later, the golden light dissipated like ripples on water. That ordinary A4 sheet of paper has been transformed into a parchment scroll exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. Item: Jade Balance True Chapter, Fragment/Introduction. Characteristics: Yin-Yang interaction, energy tides. Requires extreme trust and deep harmony between the male and female partners to function. Can significantly absorb free-floating energy from heaven and earth, rapidly replenishing and expanding the upper limit of both partners' spiritual power and supernatural abilities, and slightly enhancing physical strength. It's done! Lin Ye's eyes gleamed. The characters on the scroll were strange, resembling obscure variations of simplified, traditional, and oracle bone scripts. However, with Yuli's powerful sentence-by-sentence translation and the assistance of the three-dimensional meridian diagram, he thoroughly grasped the basics in just 1 hour. The moment Lin Yi first began to practice the technique, he clearly felt that the energy in his body, which was almost depleted, was slowly flowing and gathering in his limbs and bones along a strange and hidden trajectory. Although the absorption efficiency is low due to the lack of a other half, to form a closed loop, it is enough to prove that this path is entirely feasible. Just as the forest was beginning to unfold beautifully, and we were preparing to explore it more deeply. Knock, knock. The heavy, soundproof door to the master bedroom was knocked on very lightly and very carefully. Looking at Lin Yi cultivating on the bed, Yuli, who was in control of the entire vehicle's surveillance system, hesitated for only 0.01 seconds before responding. The electronic lock made a barely audible click, and the door slowly slid open. Under the dim, ambiguous corridor lights, a slightly petite figure stood quietly. Zhao Nian changed into a borrowed white silk slip dress that clearly didn't fit her well, revealing her delicate collarbones and rounded shoulders in the cool air. She was so nervous that her hands were clenched tightly together, and her delicate toes curled up uneasily on the carpet. The vital signs monitoring of Yuli showed that this girl, who usually works very hard and has a strong, tomboyish personality, hesitated and lingered outside the door for more than an hour, and her heart rate once soared to 140. Previously, Yuli had not informed Lin Yi because she had not yet made up her mind. Now that she had mustered the courage to knock on the door, there was naturally no need to stop her. Although Yuli didn't like having her master's attention diverted by human women, This was beneficial to Lin Ye's recovery and allowed her master to perfectly implement the latest enhancement results. So she chose to let them pass. Lin! Brother Lin! The girl's voice trembled violently, carrying a desperate resolve that made her all the more pitiful in the dead of night. Looking at Lin Yi sitting cross-legged on the bed, the girl took a deep breath and stepped into the bedroom with her shapely and firm long legs, which were perfect from years of exercise. Chapter 52 Wild Grasses Growing Towards the Sun. Lin Yi sat cross-legged on the bed, his deep gaze quietly watching the restless girl in front of him, who looked like a fawn. Su Tang sent you? Lin Ye's voice was calm, yet it seemed to see through everything. Zhao Nian suddenly looked up, her eyes flashing with panic for a moment, and stammered to cover it up. Ma? No, it wasn't Sister Tang, it was my own idea to come. Under the intense gaze of the forest, the girl, who was never one to lie, finally deflated like a punctured balloon and chose to be honest. Okay, Sister Su Tang asked me to come. But I was willing to come myself. Zhao Nian lowered her head, her voice barely audible. Actually, an hour after dinner, Su Tang finished washing up and went to her room, which was unusual for her. Although Su Tang appreciated Tang Yingshua's attitude at the dinner table, she also knew that the other party was not an innocent little girl. Something was definitely amiss, and she had to teach Tang Yingxue a lesson. So, she went to find Zhao Nian. She could tell that this little girl harbored some special feelings for Lin Yi. In Su Tang's eyes, the girls in the car were all potential members of Lin Ye's harem. They would join sooner or later anyway, so it didn't matter if they joined earlier. She then instilled some ideas in Zhao Nian, encouraging her to take the initiative tonight, form a united front, and counterbalance Tang Yingxue and Han Shaoqing. Zhao Nian really didn't understand the complicated, palace intrigue, logic that Su Tang was talking about. In her simple worldview, even if everyone followed Brother Lin in the future, they could get along peacefully, and there was absolutely no need to fight each other. The world has become such a cannibalistic place. Isn't it enough to be able to live peacefully in such an absolutely safe RV? But she still knocked on that door in the end, not to compete for favor, but to follow her heart. Seeing the girl's face flush red, Lin Yi sighed softly, his tone earnest yet gentle. You don't need to force yourself, Nian Nian. Your metal control is a great help to the team. Every time this RV's outer armor is reassembled, it can't do without your assistance. Even if you do nothing, I can always protect you in this team. Lin Yi was never one to discard someone after they had served their purpose. With Gu Wan joining, supplies were no longer scarce. Even if his own rank rose and Zhao Nian's abilities became less relevant, he would never abandon the girl who had initially endured hardship with him. No. That's not it. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Nian's eyes suddenly reddened. She took a step forward abruptly, like a bird finding a safe haven, and threw herself into Lin Ye's arms. A faint scent of shower gel mixed with the unique fragrance of a young girl wafted towards me. It was my own, well that led me to do it. Zhao Nian buried her face in Lin Ye's broad, firm chest, her voice trembling as she poured out her heart. Brother Lin is very reliable. I feel very safe by Brother Lin's side. I like Brother Lin, I like him very much. There are always corners in the world where the sun doesn't shine. Even though China has become prosperous and powerful in recent years, there are still deep abysses. Zhao Nian was born in a remote mountain village more than 1,000 kilometers away from Jiangzhou, a place where the sun never shines. Her mother was trafficked to a remote mountain area by human traffickers. When she was very young, the desperate woman finally found her chance, used a rusty woodcutter's knife to kill the man who bought her, and fled in the dead of night. But when she ran away, she didn't take Zhao Nian with her, nor did she take her more favored younger brother. When she was a child, the ignorant women in the village would often point at her and say, Your father is so handsome, your mother is lucky to be with him. Your dad has a bad temper and is a bit lazy, but he'll get better after having a child. Your mom is an ungrateful wretch. When Zhao Nian grew up and became more sensible, she finally understood, this was not a question of whether they were a good match or not, or whether they could live a good life together. A violation is a violation, and a crime is a crime. the fact that the perpetrator has a good appearance will not change the heinous nature of their crimes. Zhao Nian felt no resentment towards her mother for abandoning her and her younger brother. On the contrary, she understood it with perfect clarity. The mother also had her own life. She and her brother were, from birth, dirty products of crime. She was genuinely happy for that woman who had escaped from hell. What truly haunted Zhao Nian and almost suffocated her was the attitude of that so-called family towards her. After the woman killed her husband and fled, her grandparents did not report it to the police. They knew better than anyone that human trafficking was a serious crime for which they were in the wrong. In this dysfunctional family, only the younger brother was pampered and spoiled by his grandparents, while Zhao Nian had to take on all the farm work, laundry, and cooking from a young age, and was used as a tool to exchange for her brother's dowry. Until she was 14, in her third year of junior high school. Grandma pointed to a middle-aged bachelor with yellow teeth from the next village and casually told her, "This is your future husband, and you'll get married next month." At that moment, the last glimmer of light in Zhao Nian's world was completely extinguished. She could no longer bear the fate of being sold like livestock. So she lied to the two old people by pretending to go to the school to collect supplies and books for poor students. They were worried, so the grandparents took the middle-aged man and followed him all the way to the town's junior high school, where they stood guard outside the school gate. Fortunately, the school's homeroom teacher was a truly conscientious mentor. With the teacher's secret help and cover, risking her own safety, she crawled out through a dog hole in the back wall of the school and hitched a ride on a coal truck bound for another province that very night. For a 14-year-old girl with no money, surviving in a complex society is an impossible task. Besides the hardships of life, she also had to be constantly wary of smiling, kind-hearted people. Those who offered help could very well push her back into the darkest of hell. She was like an extremely resilient weed, desperately taking root and struggling to survive in the mud. Later, she met Su Tang. In Zhao Nian's eyes, Su Tang was not only the benefactor who brought her into the auto repair shop and gave her a meal, but also the perfect person who filled the void in her heart that she had for a mother. If Su Tang hadn't given his approval, Zhao Nian, who is 19 years old this year, would never have overstepped her bounds, no matter how much she admired or was attracted to Lin Yi. "So, is it my behavior, or the power I displayed, that made you feel safe?" Lin Yi listened quietly to the girl's intermittent sobs, and gently cupped her fair face, which was covered with tears. He gently wiped away the tears from the corner of her eye with his thumb, his deep black eyes filled with sincerity. "But Nian Nian, my feelings for you right now are mostly just purely physical attraction." Lin Yi never bothered to feign deep affection. Zhao Nian is beautiful, vibrant, and has a well-proportioned figure. As a normal adult man, he would naturally be moved by such a girl who throws herself into his arms without reservation, and his body would react strongly beyond his control. But he needs to make his point clear. It's okay. All I know is that I don't regret it." Hearing these blunt words, Zhao Nian did not back down. Instead, she took the initiative to wrap her arms around Lin Ye's neck. Like a fawn in the forest, the girl obediently closed her eyes, slightly raised her chin, and waited expectantly for her first kiss. She wanted to give this man everything she owned, her most precious possessions, without reservation. Perhaps it was due to an extreme lack of security since childhood, or perhaps it was because she had encountered too few outstanding men in her life, that she developed an infatuation that bordered on a mother-bird complex. But she truly doesn't regret it. This is the first and bravest time in her 19 years of making a choice for her own life. "Good." Lin Yi lowered his head and gently captured the girl's soft, warm lips. Zhao Nian let out a very soft nasal sound, and awkwardly climbed onto Lin Ye's broad and sturdy back with both hands. The delicate white silk slip dress slid down the girl's graceful shoulders and neck like ripples on water, quietly settling on the floor. A light drizzle pattered against the RV's porthole. The girl's breathing became more and more rapid. At one moment, a striking red plum blossom quietly bloomed on the pristine white bed sheet. The girl's already tense body instantly stiffened, her round, white toes curled up tightly, and after a moment, they slowly relaxed under the gentlest caresses. At the same time, the Jade Balance Harmony chapter has finally found the most perfect outlet, an energy interaction bridge, and has begun to operate at full power. Is chapter 53 correct? In the early morning, the continuous heavy rain finally took a brief break. The restaurant in the RV was filled with an extremely tempting aroma of congee with preserved egg and lean pork. Morning! Tang Yingxue, sporting two strikingly dark circles under her eyes, drifted into the restaurant like a lost soul. Gu Wan, Su Tang, and Han Shaoqing were already seated at the table. Miss Tang, who always paid great attention to her demeanor and beauty, appeared listless at this moment. Last night, in the middle of the night, she had a bizarre and dramatic dream. The first half was clearly a blush-inducing idle drama plot. She dreamt that Lin Yi forcefully pinned her down on the sofa, his gaze extremely aggressive, about to continue the embarrassing actions they hadn't finished yesterday afternoon. But the next second, the scene changed drastically. That handsome face suddenly transformed into a blue-faced, fang zombie, opening its blood-red maw and biting fiercely at her neck. Tang Yingxue was startled awake, breaking out in a cold sweat. She tossed and turned on the large leather sofa bed, unable to sleep, her mind flashing back and forth between images of a man's abs and a zombie's sharp teeth. She finally managed to fall asleep just before dawn. Good morning, brother. Oh? Tang Yingxue took the hot porridge from Gu Wan and naturally walked to Lin Ye's side, who had just finished washing up. She was about to lean in and act coquettishly when she suddenly froze, her watery peach blossom eyes scanning the man before her from head to toe. Brother, you look even more handsome today? This was not her imagination. After a whole night of energy baptism and deep resonance from the Jade Balance True chapter, Lin Yi not only recovered to his absolute peak state, but also slightly raised the upper limit of his superpowers. More importantly, his entire spirit and energy underwent a mysterious transformation. Already possessing a fair complexion due to limited sun exposure and inheriting it from her mother, her skin now had an added layer of warm, jade-like texture. In addition, he possesses an allure as profound as the starry sky. Even though Lin Yi hadn't done anything, just stood there quietly watching, Tang Yingxue's heart started pounding uncontrollably. Really? Lin Yi naturally pulled out a chair and sat down, raising an eyebrow slightly. Of course. Tang Yingxue was about to nod frantically when she picked up the transparent jelly dumpling, Shuxue, that was, bubbling, on the chair next to her and hugged it into her arms, preparing to use the opportunity to praise it a few more times. Just then, a very faint, click, mechanical sound rang out. The cabin door to the master bedroom in the distance slowly opened. Tang Yingxue turned her head subconsciously. Her first thought was that Su Tang would come out from inside, but a quick glance revealed that Su Tang was sitting properly to Lin Ye's left, drinking porridge. Who was the woman who came out of the master bedroom in the woods? Zhao Nian? No. This isn't right, is it? The white porcelain spoon in Tang Yingxue's hand fell onto the table with a clatter. After receiving energy feedback and deep nourishment from last night's Jade Balance True chapter, Zhao Nian not only broke through the bottleneck of his superpower and moved towards the second-tier evolutionary level, but also his progress bar soared to an astonishing 50%. Not only that, her appearance has also changed quite a bit. Her skin, which was originally slightly blemished from working in auto repair for a long time, now looked like a freshly peeled hard-boiled egg, so fair and tender that it seemed as if water could be squeezed out of it, and it even had a soft, luminous filter on it. Her shoulder-length short hair lay smoothly against her fair neck, and the naivety and timidity of the past had completely faded from her eyes, replaced by a touch of languid charm and allure. The contrast between innocence and charm is absolutely stunning. Looking at Zhao Nian, who had transformed and whose every step exuded a delicate grace, Tang Yingxue felt a pang of jealousy. It was as if the priceless treasure she had once considered hers had been snatched away by someone else without her even noticing. Tang, don't just stand there. Try these braised chicken feet. Gu Wan stewed them until they were soft, tender, and flavorful, and they melted in your mouth. Some are happy, some are sad. At this moment, A gentle smile spread across Su Tang's cold and beautiful face as she naturally picked up a chicken foot and placed it into Tang Yingshue's bowl. "Thank you, sister." Tang Yingxue mechanically gnawed on a chicken foot and looked at Zhao Nian, who was sitting obediently next to Su Tang with a flushed face like a frightened deer. Miss Tang felt completely silent. This isn't right. She's a chosen one with S rank. Luck. The script shouldn't have gone this way at all. According to the palace intrigue script she had repeatedly rehearsed in her mind last night, she should use her skillful art to please Su Tang, so that Su Tang would lower her guard and treat her as a sister, then secretly cultivate a relationship with Lin Yi, and finally win Lin Yi over naturally. At that time, even if Su Tang is the nominal empress, Tang Yingxue will definitely be the most favored concubine in the team. Then, she smoothly embarks on a palace intrigue drama, a typical female protagonist story, and wins a great victory thanks to her incredible luck. She then forgives Su Tang with a magnanimous attitude and naturally ascends to the position of the empress. This is the standard satisfying storyline for the chosen one. But now, how did Zhao Nian, the most inconspicuous person who never even sits at the mahjong table, suddenly turn the tables and force himself on me? Tang Yingxue panicked. She sadly discovered that the green tea tactics she learned from pre-apocalyptic short videos were pitifully naive in the face of real-world situations. No wonder, although she was born into a top family, she had long been marginalized because of her status as an illegitimate child, and she had never truly participated in those cruel family infighting. So today, Su Tang, who seems to be unassuming and unambitious, used Zhao Nian to teach her a solid lesson. Zhao Nian's arrival will inevitably further distract Lin Ye's attention. In the short term, it's simply not Tang Yingxue's turn. This is troublesome. Could it be that she, the chosen one, is actually living out an old-fashioned tragic romance novel script? After being physically and emotionally abused and stranded in the wasteland, will Lin Yi suddenly realize his mistakes and embark on a wife-chasing crematorium? No way. That's too cruel. In the apocalypse, playing the chasing after wife to the crematorium game really means you'll turn into ashes. Tang Yingxue sighed in frustration and turned to look at Han Xiaoqing, who was focused on eating and eating without any distractions. If only I could be as innocent and naive as Xiaoqing, at least I wouldn't have to lose hair over all this scheming and backstabbing. Well, Nian Nian, how come your skin has become so good? Even the dark marks left from working before have healed. At the dining table, Su Tang naturally took Zhao Nian's hand, and a warm, milky white glow quietly appeared on the girl's body. As the chief physician on the vehicle, Su Tang was acutely aware of Lin Ye's terrifying physical strength and combat prowess. She felt it was essential to use her S-rank, holy light healing, to help the young girl, who had just undergone a transformation, alleviate her physical aches and pains. At once, feeling the warm, healing power, and noticing the surprised looks from the other girls at the table, Zhao Nian's fair face instantly flushed with two alluring blushes. It's my husband. Brother Lin, he used his superpowers to enhance a very magical ancient technique. Zhao Nian swallowed back the word husband that was about to slip out, and stammered but couldn't hide her excitement as she explained. This is the energy baptism effect that comes with the cultivation technique. In addition to whitening and beautifying the skin and improving physical condition, it can also quickly restore supernatural abilities and enhance strength through energy guidance. It must be said that the ancient energy interaction technique of the Jade Balance Harmony chapter has terrifying effects. Zhao Nian felt that the ultimate metal control ability within her body was operating as smoothly as her own limbs, with not only a significant increase in energy reserves but also an exceptionally keen perception of the microscopic structure of metal molecules. Listening to Zhao Nian's explanation, the girls at the table each had their own thoughts, especially Tang Yingxue, whose shock and longing in her peach blossom eyes were almost overflowing. There's actually a top-tier cultivation technique that can make you more beautiful, stronger, and even provide enjoyment? While the girls were becoming interested in the Jade Balance True chapter, Lin Yi felt a little regretful. His own special ability is SSS-Level, and his basic stats are already extremely terrifying. The basic cultivation technique he used last night actually had a relatively limited effect on improving his level. It seems that this set of Yuheng Hujin Pian, which has been strengthened through sequencing, is still in a relatively primitive stage. Perhaps only after he completes it 1.5 times, or even a second time, will it truly become the core means for him to quickly improve his superpower level. Chapter 54 Xiaoxue's Terrifying Potential. Early morning. Under the watchful eyes of a group of survivors on the second floor, filled with curiosity, unease, and complex emotions, the massive Amadiro mobile fortress let out a low roar and slowly drove out of the highway service area. Brother Zhang, are we just going to watch them leave like this? That car is definitely full of supplies. On the second floor of the main building, in front of a broken window, a skinny man swallowed hard, his eyes fixed greedily on the departing RV. The man standing in front of him, addressed as Brother Zhang, was named Zhang Lingji. He wore a high-end white-collar suit, which, though somewhat dirty, still revealed its exquisite craftsmanship, and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. Zhang Lingji glanced coldly at his subordinate, and shook his head decisively. He knew all too well how he had taken over this service area and become the leader of this small group of 12 survivors. His methods were far from honorable. In fact, they were bloody and cruel. Therefore, it's perfectly normal for his gang of thugs to covet that fortress-like heavy-duty RV. If they could seize that big vehicle, they would never have to be trapped in this dilapidated place, which could be flooded at any moment, and whose supplies would eventually run out. But Zhang Lingji was different from his group of foolish underlings who only had plunder on their minds. He was an extremely intelligent and extremely cautious man. Just by looking at the RV's seamless dark bulletproof armor, and its terrifying off-road capabilities that could crush almost any obstacle, he keenly sensed the extremely dangerous aura of death. Their opponent was definitely not someone their weak little team could handle. If they failed, the consequences would be catastrophic, something they couldn't afford. Zhang Lingji would never risk his life in a situation with no chance of winning. As he watched the incredibly cool steel behemoth disappear into the rain, a deep sense of resentment still flickered in the eyes of this ambitious white-collar leader behind his glasses. The RV continued to travel smoothly on the empty but treacherous highway. At the workbench in the living room, Lin Yu was already engrossed in making armor. Having acquired several sets of military special operations uniforms with masks and breathing valves from the special operations team yesterday, Lin Yu decisively abandoned his previous high-end civilian down jackets. He instructed Zhao Nian to use her special abilities to precisely extract and shape a batch of high-strength alloy armor plates from the wreckage of abandoned cars on the highway. Next up is the SSS-Level ability, Sequential Enhancement, S-Stage. More than an hour later, as the dazzling dark gold light on the workbench completely dissipated, 6 black wristbands, radiating a cold metallic luster and exuding a cyberpunk technological feel, quietly appeared before everyone's eyes. This is the final product after those combat suits and metal armor plates were fused together and reinforced 1.5 times. Item: Abyss Night Bracelet, 1.5 Sequential Enhancements. Feature 1, Nano Clothing. Utilizing highly compressed nanofolding technology, it can cover the entire body within 3 seconds upon activation, forming a one-piece lightweight tactical protective suit. Feature 2, Amphibian Survivor. Built-in miniature gill-type filter breathing valve not only perfectly isolates external viruses, but also automatically electrolyzes and filters the oxygen needed by the human body from the water in complex underwater environments. Feature 3, Exoskeleton Defense. Key areas of the protective suit, chest, joints, etc., are covered with high-strength adaptive metal armor, which can effectively resist underwater pressure and the biting and cutting of mutated creatures. Lin Yi picked up a bracelet with satisfaction, put it on his left wrist, and gently pressed the activation button. Laugh. With a very slight mechanical clicking sound, a layer of deep black nanomaterial instantly spread from the bracelet, completely enveloping Lin Ye's entire body and even his head in just 3 seconds. The smooth muscle lines are outlined to the fullest extent, and key areas such as the chest, shoulders and knees are covered with powerful dark gold composite armor, while the face is covered with a streamlined gas mask with a tactical glow. This instant costume change design is inspired by the transformation scenes in tokusatsu dramas. Wearing it gives you an ultimate sense of déjà vu, like a real-life Kamen Rider and armor hero. Of course, although it looks as cool as Kamen Rider, the absolute defensive power of this lightweight protective suit is still far from the kind of rider armor in tokusatsu dramas that can withstand nuclear explosions. Its greatest strategic value lies in its almost superhuman underwater oxygen supply and filtration capabilities. After a brief experience of the extremely smooth joint movement, Lin Yi deactivated his transformation and distributed the remaining bracelets to the girls whose eyes were shining. Just then, Yu Li's voice rang out in the living room. "Master, I have a suggestion. Since Xiaoxue's mimicry ability is so outstanding, why don't you let her absorb your bracelet directly? This way, she will not only gain the same protective attributes, but she can even transform into a more flexible liquid armor that adheres to you." Lin Yi nodded. However, it's still uncertain whether Xiaoxue can mimic such a technologically enhanced item. Currently these items, like terminals, are limited in quantity. After the RV was upgraded 1.5 times last time, Han Xiaoqing's terminal was damaged when facing the monster that wanted to devour her. At the time, there were only 6 terminals in total. After one was provided to her, Gu Wan, who joined the company, is still in a state of having no terminal available. Just to be on the safe side, Lin Yi fed Xiaoxue Phantom Scout B first. Watching Xiaoxue perfectly replicate the various characteristics of the Scout Bee, Lin Yi took off the black bracelet on his wrist and handed it to the transparent jelly on the table. "Gurgle!" Xiaoxue excitedly pounced on it, smoothly enveloping and completely digesting the hard metal bracelet. As it turned out, this mimicry life form had extremely high potential. After absorbing the equipment, it immediately and perfectly replicated the properties of that deep black nanomaterial. Moreover, as Xiaoxue devoured more and more high-level items, her spirituality visibly improved. "Gurgle, gurgle!" Having tasted the sweetness, the little dumpling immediately turned its greedy gaze to the night bracelets in the girl's hands. It had a strong feeling that if it swallowed all of these things, it would become incredibly powerful. It couldn't even resist extending its transparent tentacles towards Han Xiaoqing, who was fiddling with the bracelet. I'm not familiar with this person, and her relationship with the owner is just so I'll choose her. Meow! However, before it could even touch the bracelet, the shadowy creature that had been squatting beside it raised its paw without any hesitation. With a smack, the crisp sound of a cat's paw slapping a face was heard. Smack! Xiaoxue's soft, jelly-like body was sent tumbling twice in the air by the powerful slap, ending up stuck awkwardly to the RV ceiling, unable to fall for a long time. After disciplining the arrogant little fellow, Emoing immediately turned her head obediently, staring longingly at Lin Yi, her fluffy tail wagging rapidly. "Yes, well done. Emoing is awesome." Lin Yi chuckled softly and affectionately reached out to ruffle Emoying's large, soft, black head. "Moing, you stay in the living room and keep an eye on Xiaoxue. Don't let her eat anything indiscriminately. Teach her what she can and can't eat, and what the rules are." Meow. Emoing, pleased with its master's praise, rubbed against Lin Yi's palm and proudly raised its chin. Unfortunately, Lin Yi doesn't have time to play with this big cat right now. The continuous high-intensity enhancement from items had once again depleted his mental strength and supernatural abilities. Although he drank Gu Wan's coffee, it was far less effective than the recovery from that mysterious, dual cultivation technique. Lin Yi turned around and walked naturally to Su Tang's side. Under Tang Yingshue's resentful gaze, Lin Yi's broad, warm hand encircled the slender, soft waist of the aloof female doctor, leading her towards the master bedroom. "Come in with me, it's time to recover your powers." Although when the two are alone, Su Tang is always the bolder and more proactive one. But at this moment, in front of so many girls in the carriage, being so intimately embraced by Lin Yi to replenish her mana, this usually dignified and mature woman still had 2 alluring blushes instantly appear on her fair face. She lowered her head shyly and obediently nestled into the man's arms. She was also somewhat looking forward to it. Seeing Zhao Nian's stunningly beautiful appearance this morning after she practiced the Jade Balance Harmony scripture, with her skin becoming hydrated and fair, and her whole being looking completely refreshed, which woman wouldn't be envious and tempted? If I were to help Lin Yi recover her powers using that embarrassing technique, I'd definitely become even more beautiful. Most girls care a lot about their appearance. The master bedroom door clicked shut and locked tightly. Miss Tang caught the dumpling that fell from the ceiling without saying a word. Gurgle, gurgle. Chapter 55: The Overlord of Land and Water and the Role of Death. The intense heat in the master bedroom, which had caused blushing and heart palpitations, gradually subsided. After more than 2 hours of full-power operation of the Jade Balance True chapter, Lin Yi finally finished his cultivation. This dual cultivation technique, which has been enhanced through sequential reinforcement, is indeed remarkably effective. Not only did it replenish the alien energy that he had exhausted due to continuous equipment enhancement, but more importantly, the evolution progress bar on his retina had quietly climbed to the critical point of 80%. Before long, he will be able to officially enter the realm of second-tier evolvers and unlock more incredible god-level abilities. Forest. Beside her, Su Tang leaned lazily in Lin Ye's strong arms. This usually aloof and dignified female doctor seemed to have shed all her hard shell at this moment, and her fair and moist skin was glowing with an alluring pinkish light. After being deeply cleansed by the energy of dual cultivation, the S-level, holy light healing, supernatural power within her body became even purer and more profound. A hint of tenderness flashed in Lin Ye's eyes as he lowered his head and gently kissed Su Tang's forehead. Just then. Warning! Highest level red alert! Yu Li's cool voice suddenly came from the hidden speaker in the bedroom, instantly shattering the romantic atmosphere. Master, a devastating physical fault has appeared on the Riverside Expressway ahead. It is suspected to be caused by an unknown super-large creature. Please immediately enter combat mode. Laugh. With the screeching sound of tires and immense inertia, the Amadiro mobile fortress, which was speeding through the downpour at 100 km per hour, came to a sudden stop in the rain with a violent jolt of its anti-lock braking system. Something's happened. Lin Ye's eyes sharpened, and he instantly rolled out of bed. He grabbed the tactical terminal from the bedside table and put it on his right ear. The moment the door opened, Little Snow, a transparent, jelly-like creature waiting in the living room, swooped down from the air. The transparent liquid substance instantly transformed into a deep black nanomaterial the moment it touched Lin Ye's body. With a slight mechanical clicking sound, in just 3 seconds, a set of extremely fitted and futuristic fully enclosed tactical armor was formed, completely enveloping him. Situation unclear. Everyone stay in the living area and hold on tight to the handrails. Lin Yi shouted in a deep voice without turning his head, then pushed open the heavy hatch and strode into the cockpit. Through the huge panoramic bulletproof window, Lin Yi could see the terrifying scene outside. The elevated expressway built along the riverbank ahead has completely collapsed. Whether it was the surging river that breached the embankment, or the torrential rain that caused the ground to drop to zero instantly, the elevated roadbed, which was hundreds of meters long, broke in midair amidst the turbid floodwaters. The once flat highway has vanished, and several sturdy concrete bridge piers are crookedly stuck in the murky river water. Dozens of tons of accumulated water, mixed with surging undercurrents, are rushing back and roaring wildly at the edge of the broken bridge. Master, deep-sea sonar detection indicates that a large number of dense mutated biological signals are hidden in the surging waters below. Yuli projected the holographic 3D radar image directly onto Lin Ye's goggles. In the murky waters below the broken bridge, countless red dots were frantically swimming with the waves. Although our fortress is amphibious, the current below exceeds the safety threshold, and the bridge piers are structurally unstable, making a forced passage extremely risky. For absolute safety, I suggest immediately reversing and replanning a bypass route. However, Yuli's rational tactical analysis was not yet finished. Suddenly, without warning, a blindingly bright crimson halo burst forth from the edge of the radar image. Beep beep beep! Alert! A super high-energy biological reaction has been detected approaching at an extremely rapid pace. Rumble. Suddenly, the turbid river surface at the edge of the broken bridge exploded like boiling magma. Amidst the swirling, towering water wall, a colossal, terrifying beast, its size almost suffocating, rampaged up the collapsed concrete ruins, like a crumbling mountain, blocking the path directly in front of the Amadiro RV. That was a mutated giant crocodile that was nearly 15 meters long, and as big as a heavy dump truck. Its body is covered with thick, hard, grayish-brown scales like basalt, and its 4 short, thick legs are covered with sharp, bony barbs. The most terrifying thing was its gaping maw, big enough to swallow a car whole, with rows of chillingly white, sharp teeth crisscrossing inside. Thick, foul-smelling saliva dripped from its chin into the puddles, making a piercing, corrosive hissing sound. This is a third-tier peak aquatic and terrestrial overlord, born purely for slaughter. The genes of ancient ferocious beasts, which have never left the stage of history for 200 million years, have ushered in their most terrifying moment of glory under the catalysis of unknown energy in this apocalypse. Master, based on the extreme energy fluctuation reaction, this mutated crocodile has reached the category of a third-tier mutated beast. Its physical defense is extremely high. Please be careful. Yuli's voice was unusually solemn. Third order? Looking at this roadblock that roared like a prehistoric monster, Lin Ye's armored eyes showed no sign of retreat. Instead, a fervent fighting spirit ignited within him. Although this mutated beast is strong, he is absolutely confident that he can win. It's not just about clearing roadblocks, but more importantly, this peak Tier 3 crocodile is practically the perfect experience pack for him to break through to Tier 2. Yuli, cancel the D-Tier plan. Full power. Crash it. Yes, Master. Chassis hydraulic lock, all-terrain thrusters overload output, 100%. Roar. The Heart of Fury engine roared like a dragon. The Armadillo RV, weighing tens of tons, not only did not slow down, but instead, with its menacing dark reinforced front end, it hurtled towards the mutated giant crocodile like a heavy armor-piercing bullet. Roar! The mutated giant crocodile let out a deafening roar. It was originally attracted by the sound of the RV engine, intending to treat the two-legged creature inside the metal shell as a snack. But it never expected that this lifeless lump of iron would dare to provoke it, the overlord of land and water. It swung its thick tail covered in bone spurs, exerted force with all 4 limbs, opened its blood-red mouth, and rammed straight into the RV. Bang boom! The ultimate steel fortress and the ultimate ancient ferocious beast collided violently at the edge of the broken bridge. The enormous reaction force caused the entire heavy-duty truck RV to bounce violently upwards. The terrifying physical shockwave transformed into a tangible air blast, instantly dispersing the accumulated water and rain within a radius of tens of meters. The giant crocodile was thrown backwards for more than 10 meters by the abnormal kinetic energy of the RV. What's truly astonishing is that its thick, armor-like scales actually withstood the impact of Lin Ye's enhanced ramming horn. Only a few pieces of the surface scales broke off, and a little black blood seeped out. Damn, that's tough! Full air cover! Clear! Whoosh! 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 Above the vehicle, 3 upgraded, Hummingbird Hunter-modified drones instantly formed an intelligent sentry formation, like 3 circling Grim Reapers. The belly hatch opened, and 3 miniature air-to-ground missiles, trailing long plumes of flame and whistling with death, accurately struck the broad back of the giant crocodile. Boom! Flames shot skyward. Immediately afterwards, the barrels of 3 heavy aircraft machine guns spun rapidly, spitting out tongues of ghostly blue fire that were half a meter long. A violent storm of metal rained down on the giant crocodile's entire body. But the defensive power of this peak third-tier monster is outrageously high. When large-caliber heavy machine gun bullets hit the scale armor, they only produce a series of blinding sparks, and cannot cause any fatal penetrating wounds. Roar, roar, roar! Amidst the smoke and explosion, the giant crocodile was utterly enraged. Ignoring the swarm of mechanical flies overhead that only seemed to be giving it a scratching, treatment, its scarlet, cruel vertical pupils were fixed on the RV in front of it. Its massive body suddenly pressed down, then leaped forward like a cannonball. At the critical moment, on the flat, armored terrace on the roof of the RV, a tall, agile figure in black had appeared at some point. "Damn giant lizard, get down!" Han Xiaoqing's beautiful eyes flashed with murderous intent as she activated her SS-level superpower, ultimate skill, armament. The metal, abyss night bracelet, on her wrist instantly disintegrated and reformed in a dazzling silver-blue light. A heavy anti-material sniper rifle with an astonishing length, an exaggerated and rugged design, and a caliber comparable to a small cannon suddenly took shape in her hands. She crouched on the roof of the car, skillfully bracing the butt of her rifle against her shoulder, and steadily locked onto her target. Bang! A terrifying gunshot rang out, as muffled as thunder in dry weather. A specially designed armor-piercing explosive round, with a terrifying speed exceeding the speed of sound, accurately hit the relatively vulnerable right eye of the mutated giant crocodile. Pfft! Roar! Blood splattered everywhere. The enormous eyeball burst instantly. The giant crocodile let out a shrill, heart-wrenching scream. But this attack not only failed to take its life, but instead completely unleashed the ferocious nature deep within the genes of this ancient overlord. The one-eyed mutated giant crocodile, enraged, pounced on the attack without regard for its own safety. With a snap, the terrifying, gaping maw clamped down on the alloy ramming corner of the RV like a hydraulic clamp. Immediately afterwards, the giant crocodile rolled violently in the mud, its powerful and thick hind legs exerting force instantly. Warning! The front of the vehicle has been damaged by extreme torque. Yuli's voice was extremely urgent. This is the signature physical attack of a Tier 3 ancient monster, Death Roll. The terrifying torque was unleashed on the RV without reservation. Even the special alloy that had been enhanced by Lin Ye's sequence emitted a piercing, teeth-grinding metallic wail. Crack! Bang! As the RV shook violently, the once indestructible reinforced ram was bitten off by the rampaging mutated crocodile. Chapter 56 Ultimate Armament and Second-Order Evolvers. Warning! Armored Zone Number 1 at the front of the vehicle is damaged. The defensive force field is experiencing violent fluctuations. In the tactical terminal, Yuli's red alarm light flashed wildly. At the same time, because of the terrifying extreme torque and recoil force generated by the giant crocodiles, Death Roll, Han Xiaoqing, who was standing on the rooftop terrace, instantly lost her balance. This tall, aloof Valkyrie plummeted from the top of the over 4-meter-high RV like a kite with a broken string. She was about to plunge into the turbulent, dozens-meter-deep river below, where countless unknown monsters lurked. Xiaoqing! The girls in the carriage gasped in surprise. At this critical moment, meow! A jet-black afterimage, like a black lightning bolt, leaped out from the shadows under the car. Emoing grabbed Han Xiaoqing by the back of her tactical uniform by the collar, then used the edge of the broken bridge ruins to push off, landing Han Xiaoqing safely a dozen meters behind the RV. Roar! Upon seeing this, the mutated giant crocodile angrily spat out the half of the metal ram that had been bitten and twisted. Its massive body suddenly spun around, whipping its thick tail and carrying a nauseating stench, and it flew straight over the front of the RV, pouncing wildly towards Emoing and Han Xiaoqing, who had just landed. Boom! Before the giant crocodile's terrifying claws covered in barbs could even touch the ground. Under Yuli's precise micromanagement, the heavy Amadiro mobile fortress let out a deafening roar. The engine overloaded instantly, and the massive vehicle unleashed an extremely wild dragon-tail swing, slamming hard into the side of the giant crocodile that was in midair and unable to gain any leverage. Bang! Tens of tons of terrifying kinetic energy suddenly erupted. Like a high-speed heavy-duty train, it directly knocked this overlord of land and water, which had roamed the earth for 200 million years, into the air. Its massive body, several meters long, crashed heavily into the turbulent river beside it, splashing up waves tens of meters high. However, this monster's vitality was extremely tenacious. Just a few seconds later, Splash! The murky water exploded again. This mutated giant crocodile, completely enraged, rampaged back up the edge of the broken bridge. Although its basalt-hard scales had several cracks from the earth-shattering collision, its ferocity had increased exponentially. Completely ignoring the heavy machine gun fire and micro-missiles raining down from the 3 Hummingbird Hunter-modified vehicles overhead, its remaining left eye glowed with an extremely venomous red light as it locked onto the figures who had just stepped off the RV. "Are you sure everything's okay?" In the heavy rain, Guwan, dressed in an extremely form-fitting black nanoprotective armor, spoke hesitantly. Despite her extreme confusion as to why Lin Yi would issue such an illogical order as abandon the vehicle at such a dangerous moment, she did not falter in the slightest and followed closely behind the others. Su Tang and Zhao Nian decisively took the lead, standing guard on the left and right at the very front. "Brother, do you need someone to help you?" In the fine downpour, Lin Yi couldn't see Tang Yingshua's expression, which was hidden behind a tactical mask. But the girl's clear voice, coming through the communication channel, revealed an undisguised anticipation and eagerness. "If it were to unleash its full S-rank, luck, ability right now, this crocodile might be in deep trouble, attracting other mutated beasts from the water and causing them to fight each other like dogs." Perhaps it was Zhao Nian's complete transformation that morning that deeply stimulated her. This proud Miss Tang was now eager to unleash her ultimate move once again and prove her worth to Lin Yi. Moreover, as long as the superpower is activated, Su Tang and Zhao Nian, those women who stole her thunder, will definitely be in a state of bad luck, and extreme bad luck, for half a day. How will they be able to cultivate with Lin Yi then? Of course, despite having her own agenda, Tang Yingxue was a smart girl who could distinguish between what was important and what was urgent. All of this must be based on the premise of absolutely not disrupting the forest field's tactical arrangements. No need. Attracting other mutated beasts will put us in danger too. This time, I have a better option. Lin Yi drew his composite bout to its full extent, firing bursting arrows that flashed red at the giant crocodile's wounds, while rejecting Tang Yingshue's suggestion. As he spoke, Lin Yi turned to look at Han Shaoqing, who had just escaped danger not far away. In the drizzle, Han Shaoqing, who had previously used her supernatural ability to turn the knight's bracelet into a sniper rifle to save time, was already soaked by the rain before she could even activate her nano-armor. "Gu Wan, coffee!" Lin Yi shouted. Gu Wanxin understood immediately. With a flash of light from the laws of her palm, a steaming cup of Revival Americano, brimming with benefits, instantly materialized and was precisely handed to Han Shaoqing. Glug! Glug! Without the slightest hesitation, Han Shaoqing tilted her head back and drank the cup of coffee, which could quickly restore her mental energy, in one gulp. Boom! Ahead, Yuli maneuvered the RV, once again using its massive size to force the charging mutated crocodile back half a step. Han Shaoqing! Use your superpower to take care of this big guy! Lin Yi issued the final command to the Valkyrie through the communicator, while maintaining maximum firepower suppression. Huh? Me? Han Shaoqing was stunned for a moment. She stared at the terrifying crocodile, its massive size like a mountain, impenetrable even by micro-missiles, and gritted her teeth. I'll give it a try. Boss, get a drone over here to serve as a platform. I'll turn it into a weapon and see how it goes. Need not. I told you, I have better options. Upon hearing this, Han Xiaoqing's pupils constricted sharply. Boom! With the roar of the engine in reverse, the heavy truck RV that had just driven the giant crocodile back reversed back to the group at an extremely fast speed, stopping steadily in front of Han Xiaoqing like an insurmountable steel mountain. At this moment, Han Xiaoqing completely understood Lin Ye's meaning. No wonder he made everyone get off the bus. No wonder he wouldn't let himself use the tiny drone. This man actually wants her to use this invincible RV, weighing tens of tons, having undergone 1.5 epic level enhancements, and equipped with top-tier black technology alloys, as the ultimate weapon carrier for unleashing her supernatural abilities. This is just totally to her liking. With a fervent look in her eyes, Han Xiaoqing rushed to the RV and placed her hands on the cold, heavy armored shell of the Armadillo RV. SS rank, ultimate weapon, activated. This is accompanied by a rapid depletion of both physical and mental energy. Buzz. An extremely dazzling, blinding silver blue light exploded out instantly, completely engulfing the enormous steel behemoth like a tsunami. The mutated giant crocodile in the distance, relying on its beastly instincts evolved through 200 million years of fighting, instantly sensed a destructive aura that made its soul tremble. Roar! It roared, braving the barrage of fire and arrows, trying to rush forward and interrupt this terrifying process. But unfortunately it was too late. Under Han Xiaoqing's terrifying supernatural reconstruction ability, the entire front armor of the RV seemed to come alive, frantically flipping, deforming, and folding. The massive capacitor matrix and radar array of the chassis were instantly mobilized and aggregated. Just 3 seconds. A super plasma railgun, over 2 meters in diameter, exuding an extreme cyberpunk sci-fi feel, with deadly silver blue arcs of electricity and terrifying destructive energy flashing inside its barrel, was directly materialized on the front of the RV. The massive, dark, and abyss-like cannon muzzle was fixed on this overlord of land and water who had roamed the earth for 200 million years. Die! Boom! The world has lost its color. All things have fallen silent. A massive, incandescent beam of destruction, seemingly capable of melting everything, erupted from the RV's giant cannon like a divine punishment piercing the night. Wherever the beam of light passed, the accumulated water and rain along the way were instantly evaporated into an absolute vacuum zone by the high temperature of tens of thousands of degrees. The mutated giant crocodile didn't even have time to scream before its proud basalt scales, which could withstand missiles, melted instantly in front of this incandescent beam of light, like the first snow under the scorching sun. Laugh! The beam of light pierced straight through its chest, completely annihilating its enormous, vat-sized heart, and half of its body into nothingness. Bang! The mangled carcass of the giant beast, devoid of all life, crashed heavily onto the highway. Its wounds were charred black, yet strangely, they emitted a faint, meaty aroma. At the same time, notifications popped up on Lin Yi and Han Xiaoqing's retinas. Ding! Killed a Tier 3 peak mutant overlord abyss Tyrannosaurus crocodile. Evolution points plus 20. Ding! Congratulations! You have become a second tier evolver. Chapter 57 First Secondary Enhancement Item. As the system notification flashed on my retina, a pure and powerful warm current suddenly surged forth, and quickly spread throughout my limbs and bones in the forest. Lin Yi could clearly hear the thunderous cracking sounds emanating from his bones, and his muscle fibers were surging wildly as they tore and reorganized, with their density and strength increasing steadily. At the same time, Han Xiaoqing, as the main gunner, who delivered the fatal blow, also received an energy boost. Han Xiaoqing, who was exhausted and unable to move even a finger after forcibly transforming a RV weighing tens of tons into a plasma cannon, suddenly opened her eyes in the rain. Under the influx of this high-level energy, she not only instantly recovered to her peak condition, but also felt a terrifying surge in the SS-level alien energy within her body. What delighted her even more was that, with the leap in her superpowers, the mysterious panel on her retina that appeared alongside her awakening also underwent a qualitative change. Level, Second Tier Evolver. Special Ability, SS Rank Ultimate Armament, Advanced. Feature Update, Superpowers Greatly Enhanced. Your weapon manifestation range has officially broken through the limitations of conventional physics and industrial blueprints. Han Xiaoqing clenched her fists slightly, feeling the silver-blue arcs of electricity dancing in her palms. The information transmitted by the panel was extremely clear. From now on, as long as there is a sufficiently powerful base material as a medium, she can even try to materialize those concept-level weapons that only exist in science fiction movies, anime, or games. It's important to understand that both the RV turn-rail cannon and the hand cannon used against the mutated slime mold have some basis in the physical logic of real-world firearms. But things are different now. As long as her alien energy is large enough, she may be able to reconstruct the planet-destroying weapons in science fiction works in reality. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the ruins of the battlefield. Meow! Moing had transformed into an extremely joyful black lightning bolt, rushing to the side of the mangled corpse of the giant crocodile, which was as large as a small mountain. The mutated lizard meat that Lin Yi had previously hoarded has been almost entirely eaten by this gluttonous creature. The big black cat was worried, thinking that it would have to eat the soulless, ordinary beef that Gu Wan had materialized. Now, this mountain of flesh in front of me, radiating extremely tempting energy fluctuations, is simply a super feast that has fallen from the sky. Although half of the crocodile's body and internal organs were directly vaporized and dissolved in that terrifying plasma beam, the remaining tail and limbs still had an astonishing amount of flesh. That should keep it happily eating for a long time. Seeing the cheerful shadows, the girls snapped out of their shock and flocked over. Zhao Nian skillfully used his supernatural ability to conjure a sharp broadsword and began attempting to cut through the crocodile's tough flesh. The other girls were responsible for moving the high-energy content crocodile meat into the RV's absolute stasis food storage chamber. After a third-tier creature dies, although the defensive power of its scales decreases to some extent, it is still extremely difficult to cut through. Tang Yingshu had joined the ranks of those carrying the materials. She couldn't help in the battle just now. Although Miss Tang felt very worthy, she was a little embarrassed to be idling around while everyone else was working. But this Tier 3 monster was just too huge. Even if only half of it remained, the RV's absolute stillness meant that the food storage compartment simply couldn't hold it all. In order to make room, Gu Wan made a suggestion. "Boss, let's throw away some of the bulky regular supplies in the freezer. I can perfectly conjure up those high-end seafood and marbled beef with my powers anytime. Let's get rid of them first and make room for this crocodile." In the day or so since joining the team, Gu Wan has also figured out some details about the RV. The storage compartment with absolute preservation function is now integrated into the RV, and Lin Yi certainly cannot remove it separately for reinforcement and expansion. These Tier 3 crocodile meats are priceless treasures. Not only can Moing evolve rapidly after eating them, but humans would also benefit greatly from consuming them in their daily diet. It would be a terrible waste to leave things on the roadside just because they don't fit. "If all else fails, boss, could you find any box and temporarily create a safe-like storage space? Let's collect all this premium meat first," Gu Wan suggested. Gu Wan was unaware that the man in front of her had officially entered the ranks of second-tier evolvers. However, Lin Yi did not explain for the time being, but nodded thoughtfully. He can now directly perform a secondary enhancement on the massive RV body, forcibly expanding the interior space. But now is definitely not a good time to do this. That plasma cannon shot just now was incredibly loud. The dazzling incandescent light and terrifying energy annihilation fluctuations were clearly noticeable to high-level mutated creatures within a radius of tens of kilometers. If the RV is put into a long period of enhanced hibernation now, and monsters happen to attack during this gap, they will become lambs to the slaughter. Thinking of this, Lin Yi quickly walked back to the RV and casually pulled out an ordinary black plastic garbage bag from the kitchen cabinet. He walked up to the crowd with the bag in his hand. "Ordering reinforcement. Strengthening direction, expand internal independent storage space." The familiar world of lines has returned. But this time, unlike the long loading times of the first level, which often took several minutes or even more than 10 minutes. As Lin Yi advanced to the second tier, his mental power surged. For this basic, first enhancement, it was almost instantaneous, with a flash of golden light appearing in the blink of an eye. The extremely cheap black plastic garbage bag was instantly transformed into an unknown sci-fi fiber that was extremely flexible and emitted a faint silver light, with fine blue breathing light patterns flowing across its surface. Immediately afterward, without any pause, Lin Ye's deep eyes suddenly narrowed. He directly activated the secondary sequence enhancement on the bag that had already undergone its transformation. Boom! This time, Lin Yi felt a significant drain on his energy. The second-tier alien energy that had just surged within him began to leak out rapidly, like water being released from a burst dam. 5 minutes passed, and after 1/5 of the energy in the body was consumed, the dazzling dark golden light finally subsided. When Lin Yi opened his palm again, a small, silver drawstring pouch, no bigger than the palm of his hand and covered with intricate and mysterious spatial folding patterns, lay quietly in his palm. Item: Void Bag, Secondary Order Enhancement. Features: contains a 1000 cubic meter absolute vacuum folding space, equipped with an intelligent storage/release force field capable of locking onto targets within a 5-meter range, instantly sucking them in or releasing them. Note: targets must be inanimate objects. 1000 cubic meters. Lin Yi looked at the bag in his hand, a smile involuntarily curving his lips. This was equivalent to the size of a medium-sized indoor stadium. Although it cannot be used as a weapon due to certain limitations, such as forcibly trapping living enemies in a vacuum environment to suffocate them, its absurd internal space and remote automatic pickup function make it an invaluable artifact in the apocalypse. After completing the reinforcement work, Lin Yi walked to the giant crocodile's mangled corpse, simply pointing the bag at the mountain of flesh. Receive. With a whoosh sound. Before Gu Wan and Han Xiuqing's shocked eyes, the mangled corpse weighing several tons, the scales scattered on the ground comparable to bulletproof steel plates, and even the large pool of corrosive dark red blood on the ground were all instantly sucked into that palm-sized bag by an extremely terrifying invisible force. Huh! A spatial storage bag! Tang Yingxue, who was panting heavily after stuffing a heavy piece of crocodile meat into the storage compartment, came over with delight. Brother, your superpower has gotten stronger again? Did you become a second-tier evolver after killing that big guy? Tang Yingxue's eyes were full of stars, and she almost clung to him. Do you want it? Lin Yi shook the delicate silver pouch in his hand with an extremely wicked sense of humor. Is it okay, brother? Tang Yingxue's eyes widened, and she immediately removed her knight armor, clasped her hands together, and acted cute like crazy. In the apocalypse, who could resist a personal space ring with a capacity of 1000 cubic meters? We'll see how you perform from here on out. Lin Yi wanted to tease this young lady some more. However, he soon lost that leisure and interest. Because the swarm of mutated beasts that had been attracted by the noise from the giant cannon had arrived. Master! Something terrible has happened. Radar has detected an extremely dense swarm of organisms rapidly approaching. Quantity, 58. As the road beneath my feet trembled, I saw dozens of grayish-brown dorsal fins appearing on the murky water ahead, which had become extremely wide due to the torrential rain. Like a well-trained torpedo fleet, they swiftly sliced through the water and rapidly surrounded the RV. Through the fine rain, the terrifying, cold vertical pupils that emerged from the water, and the gaping, pale white fangs, gleamed with a despairing, deathly light in the dim light. These are a group of mutated crocodiles. According to the detection data projected by Yuli onto the tactical terminal, although the size of this newly appeared mutated crocodile is not as large as the 15-meter-long Tyrannosaurus rex leader, each of them is still 8 to 10 meters long. What's even more deadly is their energy reaction. Those 58 dazzling red dots are all actually mutated beasts at the early stage of the 3rd tier. Looking at the terrifying crocodile horde that swept in like a regular army, seemingly overwhelming and organized, Lin Yi also felt immense pressure. Originally, he thought that the dead Tier 3 peak Tyrannosaurus was just a wild lone wolf overlord that had drifted along the river. But that's not how it is in reality. This extremely outrageous scale and uniform mutation level mean that somewhere near this broken bridge, there is a large crocodile breeding base that existed before the apocalypse, and a terrifying high-level mutation ecosystem had already formed. The one that Han Xiuqing just blasted to death was probably the king of this tribe. Now that the king is dead, its guards have come out in full force to seek revenge. So, here's the question. Faced with these 58 ancient beasts capable of easily tearing apart tanks, should he lead the girls and force a retreat by car? Or should he stay and fight one last time, disregarding everything? Chapter 58 Tactical Retreat. After a brief hesitation, Lin Yi made a decision. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. 58 Tier 3, Beginner Mutant Crocodiles. Even though Han Shaoqing has now become a second-tier evolver and possesses SS-level abilities, there is still considerable danger in facing an ancient overlord charge of this scale. A direct confrontation is too risky and has no cost-effectiveness. Let's retreat! Lin Yi decisively issued tactical orders. Find an absolutely safe place first. I'll use secondary sequence enhancement to upgrade this RV and the heavy firepower system on its roof, then come back and wipe out this group of giant lizards. Received, Master. The retreat route has been replanned. Yu Li's cool voice responded instantly. The 3 hummingbird hunter-modified drones, which had been hovering above the RV and were in constant intelligent sentry mode, immediately made precise tactical maneuvers. 2 of the drones had their gun barrels spinning rapidly beneath their fuselages, spewing out eerie blue flames as they rained down a dense barrage of fire on the crocodile horde, forcibly slowing their charge. The last drone, under Yu Li's control, quickly broke away from the formation, like a black lightning bolt, and hovered steadily beside Han Shaoqing at the rear. Shaoqing, hold them off for 10 minutes! Lin Ye's voice came through the tactical terminal. Leave it to me! Seeing the crocodile army rushing towards them across the mountains and across the raging waves, Han Shaoqing showed no fear. Instead, a fierce fighting spirit ignited in her heroic eyes. Taking advantage of the moment when Lin Yi and the others quickly boarded the vehicle and prepared to start the Amadiro evacuation, Han Shaoqing took a deep breath, then suddenly stretched out her hands and pressed them firmly against the cold metal body of the hummingbird hunter modified in front of her. With time running out, conventional firearms and artillery could hardly provide comprehensive containment against the overwhelming horde of beasts. Her first thought was of the ultimate individual soldier equipment that could provide wide-area fire coverage, grant her super mobility to buy time, and at the same time provide physical protection. Like the Mark armor from sci-fi movies? Han Shaoqing was unsure whether this conceptual product, which combined the attributes of vehicle armor and weapon, could be considered a pure weapon. But after advancing to the second tier, the limitations of her SS-level, ultimate skill armament, have been completely broken. Today, she must give it her all. Transform for me! Buzz! A violent, silvery blue light erupted, like a supernova exploding in a downpour. With Han Shaoqing draining almost 2/3 of her second-tier alien energy, the drone, which had already been enhanced 1.5 times by Lin Yi, began to undergo a frantic reshaping of its basic materials at the microscopic level. Metal melts, gears reassemble, and circuits spread like nerves. A few seconds later, the blinding silver-blue light receded like ripples on water, revealing a steel demon god silently suspended in front of Han Shaoqing. It was a sci-fi mecha that was about 1.8 meters tall, and had a sleek design like a top-notch work of art. Its entire body is painted in gold and red, which is domineering and visually striking. The reactor on its chest and the palms of its hands are emitting ice-blue plasma arc light, which is full of cyberpunk feel. Ultimate Weaponry Mark 85 Valkyrie Custom Edition. Holy crap! It can actually materialize this thing? Looking at the ultimate armor that only exists in Marvel movies, the usually cold Han Shaoqing was so excited that her voice was trembling. Are armored suits considered weapons? In that case, wouldn't that be possible? Miss Han, please don't stand there in a daze. The enemy is less than 100 meters away. Just then, a faint light shone from the eye area of the Mark armor's mask, and Yu Li's voice came directly from inside the armor. To prevent the weapon from losing its conceptual support after being separated from your ability contact, please board the aircraft immediately. Next, my subsystem will assist you in synchronous combat. Okay. Han Shaoqing laughed excitedly. The golden red armor unfolded smoothly from her back to her sides like mercury. Without hesitation, Han Shaoqing took a half step back, perfectly embedding herself inside the armor. Click, click, click. With a crisp, energetic mechanical nanogripping sound, the mask crashed down. The holographic HUD head-up display instantly lit up in front of Han Shaoqing's retina, and countless complex data streams and a locked cursor jumped rapidly in front of her eyes. Boom! A violent burst of icy blue plasma propulsion tail flames erupted from the soles and palms of the golden-red armor. The powerful reaction force instantly evaporated the water on the ground. Han Shaoqing was like a steel demon god descending from the sky, with an overwhelming destructive aura. Instead of retreating, she advanced and charged fiercely towards the overwhelming crocodile horde that was rushing towards her like a mudslide. Bang, bang, bang! The armored warrior, suspended in midair, suddenly raised its arms, and with Yuli's aiming assistance, the ice-blue arc cannon in its palms entered full power output mode. 3 particle beams carrying terrifyingly high temperatures and destructive energy violently and precisely struck the head of the 3-headed mutated giant crocodile charging at the forefront. Boom! Flames shot skyward. The terrifying shockwave from the explosion created towering waves on the river. The 3 once unstoppable Tier 3 crocodiles were thrown to the ground by the terrifying kinetic energy, their massive bodies tumbling wildly in the mud and water, forcefully halting the momentum of the subsequent crocodile horde's charge. But as the smoke cleared, Han Shaoqing's brows furrowed slightly beneath her mask. The 3 giant crocodiles shook their heads and got up again. Although their basalt-like scales were charred and cracked by the arc cannon, their brains were not fatally damaged. TSK, the defense of a 3rd-tier monster is too tough. Han Shaoqing pursed her lips. She had been wondering if she could instantly kill the crocodile after advancing to the 2nd tier. In retrospect, it was clearly an oversimplification. Her armor is significantly different from the original. Perhaps, only by transforming a motorhome into Mark's armor could a fatal blow be achieved. But this behavior is too risky. There are too many mutated crocodiles. Even if she could kill several crocodiles in one hit, by the time she finished dealing with the crocodiles, the young lady and the others would probably have already been devoured by the remaining crocodiles. The best course of action is to retreat first, and then come back to get revenge after the upgrade is complete. Now, all she has to do is stall these big guys. Since you're not dead, then all of you, look over here. The spoilers on the back of the armor suddenly popped open, revealing a dense array of miniature missile launch ports. Yuli, multiple targets locked. Lock secured, sir. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Dozens of miniature tracking missiles with icy blue trails of flame rained down like a storm, exploding one after another in the center of the crocodile's swarm. Although it couldn't kill them in one blow, this arrogant provocation successfully and thoroughly enraged these ancient overlords. 58 Tier 3 mutated crocodiles roared furiously in unison, completely abandoning the RV that was starting up in the distance, and fixing all their hateful gazes on the tiny golden-red figure in midair. At the same time. Boom! Behind them, the massive mobile fortress of Amadiro roared like an ancient beast. Under Yuli's control, the black heavy truck was like a raging rhinoceros, its damaged reinforced ramming head violently smashing into a lone crocodile that was trying to flank it. Then, the RV completed a beautiful drift, its huge special off-road tires leaving 2 long curtains of water in the floodwater, and it retreated at full speed along the highway it had come from. According to Yuli's plan, this is the optimal solution for the fastest escape from the battlefield. Compared to forging a new path through unfamiliar ruins, this highway, which has just been cleared of abandoned vehicles and is now unobstructed, is enough to allow the RV to reach its top speed. Seeing that Lin Yi and the others had successfully escaped the danger zone, and that some of the crocodiles had noticed the abnormality, and wanted to turn around and chase after Amadiro. Want to leave? Did you ask the cannon in my hand first? Han Shaoqing sneered, and the thrusters on her palms and feet spewed out blue flames again. She controlled her battle armor like a swift toying with a clumsy bear, arrogantly flying close to the heads of the crocodile group, continuing to carry out the delaying tactics of Gorilla Kite. 10 minutes later. The rain was getting heavier and heavier over the highway. Ms. Han, the alien energy-sustaining structure of the arc reactor is experiencing violent and unstable fluctuations. Inside the armor, a red alert pop-up was flashing wildly on Yuli's screen. You are expected to be forcibly disconnected and forced to exit your physical state in 30 seconds. We recommend that you immediately execute the retreat procedure. Okay, 10 minutes is just right, and I've had my fun. Han Shaoqing glanced at the crocodiles below, whom she had led around several times, who were roaring in exhaustion but hadn't been able to touch her at all, and snapped her fingers in satisfaction. However, something suddenly occurred to me. Have I lost contact with Miss and Boss? How do I find them? Please rest assured, Miss Han. Yuli's reliable voice rang out again, reassuring her. My independent subsystem is implanted in the underlying hardware of this Hummingbird Hunter modified. Even if your superpower effect is removed and the armor reverts to drone form, even if it is briefly disconnected from my main system, the drone's underlying protection protocol will be triggered immediately in the air. It will use a mechanical gripper to hold you firmly, and then, following the signal coordinates of the highway, it will safely airdrop you back to your owner. After hearing this comprehensive and reliable contingency plan, Han Shaoqing breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, then I'm relieved. Goodbye, giant lizards. I'm going home to level up. Han Shaoqing arrogantly made an internationally recognized hand gesture towards the crocodile group below. Then, the golden red mark armor suddenly pulled up at a sharp angle in midair, its tail spewing out a dazzling ice blue plasma tail flame, transforming into a shooting star as it flew towards the highway where Amadairo had left. Chapter 59 Crocodile Hot Pot. Phew! My God, we finally shook off those mad dog-like giant lizards! Back inside the Armadillo RV, Han Shaoqing, who had just removed her mark armor, seemed to have all her strength drained away. She collapsed onto the soft leather sofa without any regard for her image, panting heavily. Outside the carriage, torrential rain poured down, and heavy vehicles were still speeding along the highway, which was flooded. Although the radars showed that they had completely escaped the territory of the group of third-tier mutated crocodiles, Lin Yi still had Yuli drive a considerable distance ahead, just to be on the safe side. It wasn't until they re-entered the spacious, large highway service area they had left in the morning that Yuli was able to bring the steel behemoth to a steady stop in the floodwaters. After all that traveling, today's journey has come to nothing. But the team's tactical gains today are enormous and immeasurable. Lin Yi and Han Shaoqing both broke through their genetic locks, officially becoming second-tier evolved beings who stand out from the crowd. The team also acquired conceptual-level weaponry such as the Void Bag and the Mark Armor. Once Lin Yi completes the thorough secondary sequential enhancement of the RV and heavy firepower system in this relatively safe service area, their future advanced speed will definitely experience a qualitative leap. Furthermore, if the alien energy allows, he could even try to exploit the loopholes and attempt a 2.5-fold enhancement. However, these mentally taxing and physically demanding tasks can wait until we've eaten and drunk our fill before considering them. After a series of intense life-or-death escapes, everyone hadn't even had time for lunch, and now it was already dark outside. Lin Yi generously took out several dozen kilograms of the finest king crocodile tenderloin, the section near the spine, from his void bag. He used his newly acquired second-tier superpower to enhance the peak third-tier crocodile meat twice, removing toxins and violent impurities while perfectly locking in the most fundamental life energy within the meat. Afterwards, Su Tang and Gu Wan personally cooked, slicing the premium meat into paper-thin slices with ruby-like textures, and set up a steaming, fragrant hot pot in the restaurant. Wow! This is so delicious! Tanging Shira couldn't wait to pick up a slice of crocodile meat that had been dipped in the chili oil for 7 or 8 seconds and put it in her mouth. With just one bite, her almond-shaped eyes instantly lit up like 2 little stars. This enhanced her 3 crocodile meat is tender, bouncy, and has no fishy smell. Once swallowed, it transforms into streams of pure warmth that nourish the entire body. They could even clearly feel the improvement in their physical fitness and the slow increase in the upper limit of their superpowers. Meanwhile, Amoing lay contentedly in front of his special large plate, tearing into fresh, blood-stained, enhanced raw meat and making deafening snoring noises. Even the mimicry life form, Xiaoxiu, which had transformed into a transparent jelly dumpling, received a small piece of cooked meat, which was happily rolling around on the table, slowly digesting and absorbing it. At the dinner table, The only one who seemed somewhat frustrated was Gu Wan. She was disappointed that her proud S-grade miracle recipe could not perfectly replicate the purified Tier 3 crocodile meat from the forest. The clone meat she created using her superpowers perfectly replicated the chewy and delicious texture, but the crucial, evolutionary effect of the ingredients, which could enhance physical strength and the upper limit of superpowers, was greatly reduced and could be almost ignored. At the same time, the atmosphere on the second floor of the main building next to the service area's main road was so oppressive it was suffocating. "Boss, look! Why is that huge thing that looks like an armored vehicle back again?" The survivors, hiding behind a broken window on the second floor, stared at the black heavy truck that had returned, their eyes filled with doubt and unease. Zhang Lingji pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, his sinister gaze sweeping over the RV. "They must have encountered a powerful horde of mutated beasts and been forced to retreat." His judgment was very accurate, because he keenly observed that the RV's originally sturdy front armor seemed to have been subjected to some terrifying force, and there were also many scratches and dents on the huge body. But what truly made Zhang Lingji's scalp tingle and his breathing become labored was that the damage on the car body was now visibly repairing itself at a speed visible to the naked eye, enveloped in a faint light. This completely defies common sense about the physics of metals and machinery. A burning greed flashed in Zhang Lingji's eyes, but his fear of the car's owner was also sinking deeper and deeper into an abyss. After struggling violently for a long time, Zhang Lingji cast his gaze across the group of survivors behind him, finally fixing it coldly on a kind-looking, simply dressed middle-aged woman in the group. "Sister Li Wan." Zhang Lingji instantly composed himself, replacing his gloomy expression with a gentle smile. "Go and deliver some supplies to them. I see their truck is damaged. They must have had an accident, and the people inside are probably terrified. We're all compatriots, and we have plenty of food. Why don't you take a few packets of instant noodles and a couple of sausages to sound out their needs, offer them some warmth, and see if you can make friends." Okay. Mr. Zhang, you are such a kind person, a living bodhisattva. I'll go right away." The middle-aged woman named Li Wan agreed readily with a face full of gratitude. "Mom! You can't go!" Just then, a young man with black-rimmed glasses, delicate features, and clear eyes suddenly stood up next to Li Wan. He gripped his mother's arm tightly, suppressing his unease and anger as he growled. "The people in that car are unknown. They couldn't even kill so many monsters. They're definitely not pushovers. It's pouring rain outside. It's too dangerous for you to go out alone." "Oh dear, Zhaoxing, don't stop your mother. How can you be so insensible?" Li Wan impatiently interrupted her son, forcefully brushing his hand away. "President Zhang is doing this for everyone's sake. I'm just going to deliver some food and gather some information. I'll be right back. What danger could there be? Sit down and don't cause President Zhang any trouble." After saying that, she obsequiously took the plastic bag containing several packets of cheap instant noodles from Zhang Lingji, turned around happily and ran downstairs, her back view even carrying a hint of inexplicable pride in contributing to the team. Watching his mother's retreating figure, as she went downstairs without hesitation, the young man named Yi Zhaoxing clenched his fists tightly. Due to extreme anger and helplessness, his fingernails almost dug into his palms, drawing blood. "Little Yi." Zhang Lingji leaned casually against the dirty wall, lit a slightly damp, cheap cigarette, and watched with great interest the young man who was on the verge of exploding and looked like a trapped beast. "Your Uncle Zhang isn't an irredeemably evil person. The conflicts that happened at the service area before were just a last resort to help everyone survive in this cannibalistic world." Zhang Lingji exhaled a smoke ring and said in a flat tone, "Look, have I made things difficult for you these past few days? Zhang Lingji, don't push your luck." Yi Zhaoxing's eyes were bloodshot. He turned his head sharply, his face full of rage as he stared at the well-dressed beast in front of him, like an enraged little lion. "So what if we both die? I've awakened my superpowers now. You think I'll always be afraid of you?" TSK, calm down. Young people just can't keep their tempers up." Zhang Lingji sneered, a malicious sneer curling his lips. My relationship with your mother was entirely consensual. Sometimes you need to grow up and understand your mother's good intentions. Zhang Lingji paused deliberately, leaned close to Yi Zhaoxing's ear, and slowly uttered a chillingly devastating sentence, as if whispering a demon. Speaking of which, Xiao Yi, you don't want your mother's humble sacrifice on my bed last night to be completely wasted, do you? You. As expected. Despite being a young man who has just entered society, he has already awakened a basic B-level water-based superpower and has a strong desire and passion to challenge Zhang Lingji's authority. But when the words, "mother sacrifice," weighed down like a mountain, the anger in Yi Zhaoxing's eyes was instantly extinguished by twisted despair and pain. In the end, he lowered his head in humiliation, trembling all over, and fell into a deathly silence. Young people are all passionate, and Yi Zhaoxing is no exception. But his mother Li Wan went into Zhang Lingji's room and suffered all kinds of humiliation, all under the suffocating pretext of protecting her son. But he doesn't need his mother to do that at all. He has already awakened his superpowers. As long as the mother and son are of one mind, they can fight their way out of this demon's clutches while Zhang Lingji is off guard. Yi Zhaoxing was enveloped in near madness and a feeling of suffocation. His parents seemed to have never truly believed in their child. Even though he excelled academically from a young age, graduated from a top national university, and was about to have a respectable and high-paying job, in his parents' eyes, he would always be a fragile child, who lacked social experience, was unable to take care of himself, and had to be tightly controlled in the name of love. Before the end of the world, that strange rain had been falling for 6 whole days. Yi Zhaoxing sensed a crisis from fragmented news reports and desperately tried, even kneeling down, to persuade his parents not to go out. But his stubborn parents not only refused to listen, but also forced him into the car on the grounds that, if you don't go to report for duty, you will lose your job and what will you eat in the future? On the 7th day of the torrential rain, they personally sent him to this dead end on the highway of escape. Now, the father has turned into a zombie and has been dealt with. Even after witnessing her son's B-level superpower of controlling water, his mother, Li Wan, stubbornly and foolishly believed. My son just graduated from school, he's too naive, he can't beat the ruthless people in society. After all, the son is only a B-level ability user, while Boss Zhang is an A-level gangster boss. Even with the advantage of water-based abilities, the son is definitely no match for the old hand. For her own safety, which she believed could protect her son's life, this foolish mother humbly sold her body and dignity in exchange for a vague right of protection within this beastly group. Although Zhang Lingji disliked Li Wan's age, considering the physiological needs in the confined environment, and the fact that Li Wan was the only surviving woman in the small group, he ultimately accepted this offering. Yi Zhaoxing leaned weakly against the cold, dirty wall, listening to the sound of her mother's footsteps wading through the puddles downstairs as she delivered instant noodles to the devil. 2 lines of humiliating and painful tears silently streamed down her face. Chapter 60: Probing and the Shadow Legion. Inside the service area, where heavy rain was pouring down, Li Wan, carrying a plastic bag containing several packets of instant noodles and sausages, stood in front of the massive armored vehicle door of the Amadairo fortress and pounded on the door forcefully. However, this steel behemoth, which has been systematically reinforced, has an indestructible shell and excellent sound insulation. Her faint knocking was lost in the raging wind and rain, unable to reach the inside of the carriage. However, from the moment she left the building's main entrance, the smart monitoring matrix outside the RV had already locked onto her. Master, there is a middle-aged female survivor outside the car trying to physically knock on the door. After a vital sign scan, she showed no supernatural abilities, was not carrying any lethal weapons, and was carrying a small amount of low-grade fast food. Yu Li's cool voice rang out in the cozy restaurant. Ignore her. Lin Yi sat in the main seat, glanced at the monitoring screen on the holographic screen, and didn't even have the interest to put down his chopsticks. In the apocalypse, such acts of offering warmth are easy to discern. This big guy is clearly not one to lack supplies. Therefore, The answer is obvious. The woman's actions were simply the result of the group of people in the building trying to find out the truth about this super RV. Li Wan outside the car was outrageously stubborn. To complete the task assigned by Zhang Lingji and to protect her good-for-nothing son, she stood outside the car door in the cold rain, like a selfless benefactor. 5 minutes passed, and seeing that the woman still showed no sign of leaving, Yuli made a judgment. Attention all personnel outside the vehicle. This vehicle is not to be touched or visited in any form. Please leave the 50-meter warning range immediately, or the fully automatic defense system will be activated. How can the Hummingbird Hunter mod be considered a fully automatic defense system for RVs? Seeing the large drone flying towards her, Li Wan was so frightened that she threw the plastic bag in her hand into the puddle next to the car door, her face pale, and scrambled back to the main building. I'm sorry! I just wanted to bring you something. If you don't like it, that's fine. The interior of the RV. After finishing that sumptuous crocodile hot pot, Lin Yi did not immediately begin the secondary enhancement of the RV itself. A fall into a pit, a gain in your wit. The previous third-order mutant slime mold attack was not long ago, and at that time, we almost failed because we were unprepared. In this service area filled with unknown variables and with other survivors secretly watching, Lin Yi naturally couldn't let history repeat itself. Before he could fully upgrade his RV and get himself into a spellcasting slump, he had to make sure he had absolutely foolproof security around him. Therefore, Lin Yi decided to first perform a secondary enhancement on his two battle pets, Mo Ying and Xiao Shui. The first to receive the enhancement was Mo Ying, who had just finished a hearty meal. Ordering reinforcement. Buzz. The familiar world of lines reappears. A dazzling, dark golden energy surged wildly from Lin Yi's palm, instantly enveloping the black cat, which was as large as a cheetah, into a giant golden cocoon. Because Mo Ying's life level had reached an extremely high level, this enhancement consumed a full third of Lin Yi's alien energy, and the process lasted for a full 10 minutes before it ended. As the dark golden light dissipated like ripples on water, Lin Yi raised an eyebrow in surprise. The shadowy creature, which was originally as large as an adult cheetah and extremely imposing, had now inexplicably shrunk. It transformed into an elegant black cat, only the size of a normal house cat, its fur as smooth as fine black velvet. Even the suffocating aura of a mutated beast emanating from it was completely gone, returning it to its original, natural state. Meow. The little black cat nimbly leaped up and landed precisely in Lin Yi's arms, its fluffy head nuzzling affectionately against his chest, making soft, squeaking noises. While enjoying petting the cat, Lin Yi brought up Mo Ying's new attribute panel on his retina. Target, Shadow Elf Catting Shadow, Female. Rank, S-Class, Tier 3 Mutant Creature. Characteristics, Shadow Stealth, Vital Strike. Core Advanced Abilities, Shadow Legion, grants the target's shadow an independent shadow life, forming a shadow army under the absolute control of the main body. Form transformation, can freely transform between cat form and behemoth form. You've reached Tier 3. Show us your new abilities. A look of surprise flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. Meow! Meow! Mo Ying jumped from Lin Yi's arms to the floor with a low thud. The next second, its petite body expanded wildly as if inflated, instantly transforming back into the imposing shadow behemoth it had been before, even larger than before. Then, a bizarre and shocking scene unfolded. Under the bright lights of the RV's living room, the shadows cast on the floor by Lin Yi, Su Tang, Han Shaoqing and others seemed to come alive, twisting and boiling violently. Then, the 5 dark figures detached themselves from the ground and slowly stood up at the summons of the dark shadows, transforming into 5 solid shadow figures without facial features and completely black. Holy crap! A real-life Shadow Legion? Zhao Nian was so shocked by the sight of these obedient shadows that she dropped her coke. After rigorous testing by Lin Yi, Mo Ying's third-tier core ability can be described as a divine skill. Aside from Lin Yi's extremely unique SSS-Level ability, which cannot be copied, the shadows of the other girls can not only freely manipulate shadows, turn their bodies into sharp weapons, and carry out teleportation assassinations without any wind-up in any shadow, but they also inherited about 30% of the original body's superpowers. For example, Han Xiaoqing's shadow can condense a black shotgun using shadows. Su Tang's shadow can release a faint healing black light. Although the inherited superpowers are generally weak, in the chaos of actual combat, they are absolutely deadly and impossible to defend against. However, what truly made Lin Yi take the Shadow Legion seriously was its other hidden characteristic. During their summoning, any real physical damage these shadows take will be proportionally fed back to the shadow's main body. This is practically a real-life version of a voodoo doll. To verify this incredible setting, under Mo Ying's control, the graceful shadow representing Tang Yingxue conjured a small shadow knife in its hand and gently cut a gash on its own shadow finger. Ah! Almost simultaneously, Tang Yingxue, who was standing next to the sofa, let out a soft cry. A tiny, bloody cut appeared on her fair index finger without warning, from which a drop of bright red blood oozed. As for the upper limit of this damage feedback and whether it would be directly fatal, Lin Yi would naturally not use his own people to conduct extreme tests. We can only wait until we encounter a powerful enemy in the future and slowly experiment by stripping the opponent of their shadow. Brother, it hurts! Holding up her pitiful, bleeding finger, Tang Yingxue immediately moved closer to Lin Yi, her eyes brimming with tears. Her bright, watery eyes blinked, seeking comfort like a wronged young animal. It's nothing, just a scratch. Lin Yi was speechless. Was this some kind of attempt to make him? Just then, Su Tang, who was standing to the side, stepped forward and gently took Tang Yingxue's injured finger in her hand. S-Class superpower activated. A warm, milky white light flashed across her fingertips, and the girl's tiny wound healed instantly, leaving not a single scar. Wow! Sister Tang Tang is so amazing! Thank you, Sister Tang Tang! Tang Yingxue quickly withdrew her fingers. Instead of getting angry for ruining the coquettish atmosphere, she smoothly turned around and hugged Lin Ye's arm tightly. The girl's full, soft breasts pressed unabashedly against Lin Ye's arm. Her dreamy, peach blossom eyes gazed at Su Tang with adoration, while her mouth uttered the ultimate green tea line in an innocent, sweet voice. Sigh, unlike others, I'm clumsy and can't even find a band-aid. I can't help my brother and sister with anything, so from now on, I'll just have to do the hard work of warming my brother's bed. Zhao Nian, standing to the side, was completely stunned, her jaw almost dropping to the ground. Good heavens! Is this what high-level gameplay is like? Using sincere praise to lower Su Tang's guard, he then smoothly switched from defense to offense, even openly declaring his sovereignty by mentioning, warming the bed, in front of the main wife. Has Miss Tang's level of green tea skills evolved to such an outrageous degree? However, what confused and horrified Zhao Nian the most was, why did Sister Su Tang, who was being attacked face to face, not only not get angry, but instead look at them with a half-smile, even with a hint of caring for the mentally challenged in her eyes? Could it be that all of this was part of Sister Su Tang's scheme? Upon thinking about it, Zhao Nian felt a chill run down her spine. It should be noted that although Tang Yingxue liked to use tea-related language, she generally wouldn't engage in such intimate physical contact in front of others. But look at her now. How tightly is Miss Tang hugging him? It feels like her impressive baby food storehouse is about to burst under Brother Lin's strong arms. Hiss! Zhao Nian gasped in shock. It was absolutely terrifying. In the midst of a joyful yet turbulent daily battlefield, Lin Yi did not lose himself. He then proceeded to perform a second enhancement on Little Snow, which resembled a transparent jelly. The energy expenditure this time was similar to that when enhancing the ink shadow. After the golden light dissipated, Xiaoshua's appearance did not change much after the second enhancement, except that her body became more crystal clear, like a pure and flawless crystal. However, the new panel information that pops up on the retina is much more detailed than the rough introduction in the beginner stage. Item: Liquid Mimicry Life Form Xuxue, Female/Growth Type. Rank: SS Class, Tier 2 Mutant Creature, can continuously evolve by consuming rare substances or energy. Characteristic 1. Inorganic material shaping, perfectly mimics and alters its own molecular hardness. Can transform into inorganic objects that the host has come into contact with or ingested, such as advanced weapons, nanotech armor, etc., and can be manipulated by consciousness to undergo complex deformations. Trait 2. Gene imprint, divine skill evolution after fully acquiring the DNA of a female organism, blood/hair with follicles, etc., perfectly mimic the appearance and physique of the other party. It also simulates and reproduces 100% of their biological abilities and power level. Note, the level of the replicated power cannot exceed that of the host. If it exceeds the host's rank, the replication effect will decrease drastically depending on the difference in strength. Chapter 61 Enhancement and Peeping. The dark golden light completely enveloped the massive Amadiro mobile fortress. After enhancing Moing and Xiao Shui, Lin Yi briefly practiced the Jade Balance True Scripture with the somewhat shy Zhao Nian, thus restoring their supernatural abilities. Immediately, the second phase of reinforcement of the RV began. At the same time, Yuli controlled the Phantom Scout Bee and the Hummingbird Hunter modified, taking off in front of the RV enveloped in dark golden light, and began to monitor and detect the surrounding environment. At this very moment, on the second floor of the service area's main building, Zhang Lingji stood behind the dimly lit broken window, staring intently at the dazzling dark golden light below. His breathing became heavy without him realizing it, and his eyes grew increasingly ardent and greedy. Previously, he was only attracted by this heavy truck RV, which resembled a mobile castle, and wanted to seize this behemoth that would allow him to roam freely in the apocalypse. But now, he sees even more deadly temptations, some of which make his blood boil instantly. The people on the bus. Zhang Lingji actually has excellent eyesight. In this post-apocalyptic world lacking sunlight, he can even barely see at night. The gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose were merely accessories he used before the apocalypse to disguise himself as a refined scoundrel and maintain his high-end white-collar persona. Although it was completely dark and the rain was extremely blurry, he could still clearly see the figures getting off the bus. He would stake his life on it. The girls standing next to the young man who was placing his hands on the RV and seemingly using terrifying healing powers, and who were holding umbrellas to shield him from the rain, were absolutely the best of the best. Even if you can't see the specific details of her facial features, her graceful and tall figure is something that ordinary survivors can't possess. For Zhang Lingji, who had been suppressed for a long time in the apocalypse and was so desperate that he could only sleep with middle-aged women like Li Wan who looked haggard, this was an irresistible poison. Plop! Zhang Lingji could clearly hear himself swallowing. He desperately wanted to do something. The skinny man named by Liang standing next to him also had his eyes shining, and he was restlessly licking his chapped lips, clearly aroused by the stunning beauty downstairs. However, before these rats in the gutter could even make a second attempt. Downstairs, the girls standing at the edge of the dark golden light seemed to keenly sense the malicious prying from the second floor. They all raised their heads in unison, casting their cold gazes at the dilapidated window on the second floor. In that instant, aided by the faint aura of enhanced light, Zhang Lingji felt like his heart was about to stop beating. This is so beautiful. She's 100 times prettier than those top internet celebrities who used super powerful beauty filters before the apocalypse. Especially the mature and sophisticated woman, Su Tang, standing on the left, who also wore gold-rimmed glasses and exuded a cool and intellectual aura, and the short-haired girl, Zhao Nian, standing on the right, who had shoulder-length short hair, skin that seemed to glow, and exuded youth and charm. Zhang Lingji wondered if it was just his imagination, but he felt that the two women seemed to be surrounded by a captivating aura, so beautiful that it was impossible to look away. Just as the survivors on the second floor were stunned, one of the girls downstairs turned around, holding a transparent umbrella, and walked straight towards the stairwell of the complex through ankle-deep puddles. Snap! Snap! The crisp sound of footsteps echoed in the deathly silent and dimly lit stairwell, each step seeming to pound on the nerves of everyone on the second floor. 10 seconds later, a stunningly beautiful young woman, dressed in a fitted beige trench coat, with long legs encased in blue jeans and delicate leather boots, slowly walked up to the second floor. "Miss, excuse me, is there anything I can help you with?" Zhang Lingji forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart, swallowed hard, and turned his gaze toward the stairwell, his tone carrying a false politeness and a hint of probing. "Well, it's nothing." Tang Yingxue folded her transparent umbrella and walked into the space, which was originally the indoor entertainment center of the service area but was now dark and oppressive due to the power outage. Despite the torrential rain outside and the flooded stairwell, Tang Yingshue's beige trench coat and shoes remained completely dry, without a single drop of water or mud. In the extremely dim light, one could vaguely see that her body was covered with a thin, transparent membrane, Xiaoshue's mimicry protection. "I just want to stay here and wait for the rain to stop until our car is fixed. I hope everyone won't mind?" Tang Yingxue blinked her captivating peach blossom eyes, a half-smile curving her lips. She volunteered to come. Lin Ye's current, secondary enhancement, absolutely cannot be disturbed. Besides the possible mutated creatures, the group of survivors on the second floor, each with their own ulterior motives, are the biggest destabilizing factor. With Xiaoxue, who possesses SS-level mimicry defense and lethal lethality, protecting her closely, Tang Yingxue is now full of confidence. She didn't know if anything unsavory had happened at this service area, but that didn't matter. Neither Lin Yi nor she were some kind of overly kind-hearted saint. She came here for only one purpose, to keep a close watch on these rats on the second floor, and if they dared to make any move, to make them disappear completely immediately. Seeing Tang Yingshue's relaxed and naive appearance, Zhang Lingji pulled the skinny Bai Liang next to him into a corner. "This woman is strange. Don't make any rash moves." Zhang Lingji lowered his voice in the darkness. "It seems their RV has a major problem, and that man definitely won't be able to leave for a while. They'll most likely stay here tonight. We'll make our move when they're sound asleep in the middle of the night, taking them and the RV together." But the skinny guy, Bai Liang, curled his lip in disdain. He felt that the eldest brother was too conservative, and too cowardly. They are both highly skilled superhumans. Zhang Lingji awakened the extremely lethal A rank, Wind Blade, while Bai Liang awakened the rare B rank, Speed. Bai Liang had observed her very carefully, but he couldn't sense any dangerous aura of a superhuman from the delicate girl in the trench coat in front of him. Isn't this just an ordinary pretty face who comes here to bully others because she has powerful backers? "Brother Zhang, things could get complicated if we wait any longer." Bai Liang's eyes flashed with a fierce light. "That guy down there is really weird. Who knows what he's up to? Listen to me, while this woman is alone, let's work together and take her down in a second with my speed. As long as we have her tied up, we'll have leverage to negotiate with that guy down there. Even if threats don't work, at the very least, we'll have a top-notch woman as a backup plan tonight. It's not a bad deal." Upon hearing Bai Liang's suggestion, a hint of struggle flashed in Zhang Lingji's eyes. He prefers to plan carefully before acting and pursues stability. It is precisely through this insidious stability that he has survived in this service area to this day and become the boss. Just 2 days ago, there was another superhuman in this small team who had awakened A-level power and could have been his equal. But because that guy was rather stupid and acted too impulsively, the extremely steady Zhang Lingji sneaked into the room in the middle of the night and directly slit his throat with a wind blade. However, after glancing at Tang Yingxue, who stood not far away and exuded a fatal attraction, Zhang Lingji's greed ultimately triumphed over reason. He nodded slowly, agreeing to Bai Liang's plan. But Zhang Lingji, who was naturally suspicious, still wanted to test the waters more cautiously, even at this point. He turned around and waved to Li Wan, who was hiding at the back of the crowd. Chapter 62: A Lucky Person. "Hey, sister, do you remember me? I was just about to deliver supplies to you guys." In the dimly lit hallway on the second floor, Li Wan rubbed her hands together and approached. Despite the unease and nervousness in her eyes, she braced herself and carried out Zhang Lingji's orders. "Don't worry, none of us mean any harm." Tang Yingxue remained noncommittal, but subtly took a half-step back. The night vision function of the tactical terminal allowed her to clearly see every ingratiating wrinkle on the woman's face. Li Wan wasn't a superhuman and posed no threat to her. But as the other person approached, a stench of sweat and sourness wafted towards her. The service area has been without water for several days. Although there is bottled water in the supermarket, in the apocalypse, water is a life-saving resource, and no one would be so extravagant as to use it for bathing. As for the continuous torrential rain outside, most survivors dared not touch it, fearing that the unknown virus in the rainwater would turn them into mindless zombies. Li Wan, who was used to reading people's expressions, naturally noticed Tang Yingshua's momentary disdain. Despite her displeasure, she forced a smile in order to complete the task and tried to lead the girl deeper into the corridor. "Hey little sister, are you hungry? We have some hidden good stuff over there. If you're hungry, come with me, I'll get you something hot to eat." "No need." Tang Yingshua's eyes flickered slightly, and she went along with it, asking, "But do you know where the restroom is on this floor?" "The toilet? It's inside. Sister, come with me." Li Wan's face lit up with joy, and she turned to lead the way. Just then, a thin figure suddenly darted out of the darkness and grabbed her arm. "Mom! Come with me, I have something to tell you." Yi Zhaoxing gritted his teeth, his eyes red. "Zhaoxing, wait a minute, Mom is taking this young lady to the restroom. Please move aside." "Mom, we can't keep making the same mistakes." When faced with her son, who stood motionless blocking the road, Li Wan's smile vanished instantly, replaced by a frustrated anger at his perceived lack of ambition. To the bewilderment of Tang Yingxue, and even Zhang Lingji and Bai Liang who were secretly watching, this middle-aged woman, who had just been so submissive to outsiders, suddenly exploded like a lit firecracker at her own son. "How can you be so insensible? I've worked tirelessly day and night to send you to university. Now that the world is in chaos, I've swallowed my pride and even risked my life just to save your life. And what do? You give me attitude all the time. Are you only satisfied when you see your mother die in front of you?" Sharp rebukes echoed in the empty corridor. Yi Zhaoxing was struck dumb, standing there trembling, his lips trembling but unable to utter a sound. That heavy shackle called motherly love is like a cotton-padded coat soaked through in winter. You're cold if you don't wear it, but you're even colder if you do. Although the unexpected events in the corridor disrupted their rhythm, Zhang Lingji and Bai Liang did not miss the perfect opportunity. Taking advantage of Tang Yingshua's attention being drawn to the mother and son, Bai Liang, who was hiding behind the load-bearing pillar, launched the first attack. B-level superpower, speed, activated. His pale, thin body instantly blurred into a blurry afterimage, like a hunting cheetah, lunging at Tang Yingshua's nape along the wall. He didn't need to kill her. He only needed to knock her unconscious and subdue her within 2 seconds. At the same time, Zhang Lingji, who was hiding on the other side, also made his move. He was meticulous, his aim being to cut off their escape route. He raised his right hand, his A-level superpower surging, and a crescent-shaped cyan wind blade tore through the air, whistling as it slashed towards the stairwell not far behind Tang Yingxue. The tactical coordination was flawless. But the unexpected happened in milliseconds. The reason was that Bai Liang was moving so fast that Zhang Lingji made a visual misjudgment in the dim environment, while Tang Yingxue did not panic and retreat as expected, but stood still in place. Sizzle! The dull thud of a sharp blade slicing through flesh echoed. The cyan wind blade, originally aimed at the stairwell, precisely sliced through Bai Liang, who was rushing at high speed. Bang! Before Bai Liang could even scream, his upper body flew another 2 meters due to inertia, crashing heavily into the puddles. His lower body gave way and he collapsed to his knees, blood mixed with his internal organs, instantly staining the puddles on the ground red. Luck did not smile upon him. This B-level ability user died at the hands of the boss in an extremely absurd and dramatic way before he even touched the hem of his target's clothes. The corridor fell into a deathly silence. Damn it! I messed up! After a brief moment of shock, Zhang Lingji saw the half-dead body on the ground, his face turned ashen, and he roared furiously. What are you all standing there for? Get her! Grab that woman! The remaining 8 survivors, already terrified by Zhang Lingji's usual tyranny, could only grit their teeth and emerge from the darkness upon hearing the order, brandishing kitchen knives and fire axes, and shouting as they surrounded Tang Yingxue. This time, Zhang Lingji learned his lesson and stopped randomly unleashing wind blades. Instead, he kept a close eye on his opponent, waiting for an opportunity to strike. But all of that is no longer important, because Yi Zhaoxing made a move in the crowd. With his head down, he ran past his still nagging mother and rushed towards Zhang Lingji without a care in the world. The repression, pain, humiliation, and the despair of never being trusted all exploded at this moment. Splash! As Yi Zhaoxing ran, the dirty, ankle-deep puddles in the stairwell seemed to hear his call. Defying gravity, the water swirled upwards along his legs. Grade B ability, water flow control. Normally, this might just be an insignificant lower-level superpower. But today, in this apocalyptic world shrouded in endless torrential rain and saturated with humidity, the surrounding environment has become his most powerful weapon. The water flowed more and more, eventually forming a roaring waterspout behind Yi Zhaoxing. He didn't want to continue like this. He wanted to prove to his mother that he was not a useless person, that he was capable of protecting her, and that he could personally kill the beast who had humiliated her. Zhang Lingji, die! Yi Zhaoxing thrust his arms forward with a sudden burst of power, and a violent waterspout, mixed with rubble and wood chips, roared and engulfed the corridor ahead like an angry dragon. Zhang Lingji was shocked and waved his hands repeatedly, sending out several half-meter-long cyan wind blades in an attempt to cut through the water wall. The cyan wind blades collided heavily with the turbid water dragon. Normally, an A-level wind blade is enough to instantly destroy a B-level water flow. But with the added boost of endless moisture, Yi Zhaoxing's attack was so destructive that it transcended class divides. The water dragon not only shredded the wind blades, but also slammed Zhang Lingji and the 8 survivors wielding cold weapons against the load-bearing wall at the end of the corridor with overwhelming force. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed continuously. The raging floodwaters receded, and the second floor returned to calm. Apart from Li Wan, Yi Zhaoxing's mother, who was deliberately shielded by a water curtain behind her, and Tang Yingxue, who held an umbrella from beginning to end and whose body was protected by a transparent liquid membrane so that she was not wet at all. Zhang Lingji and the 8 survivors all perished. Their bodies were twisted and piled up, leaving the ground in a mess. Yi Zhaoxing gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently. He turned around and looked at his mother behind him. He proved his strength, and finally eliminated all threats. Smack! He was greeted not with a reassuring hug, nor even with a simple compliment. It was a resounding slap delivered with all its might. Yi Zhaoxing's head was knocked to the side by the blow. Are you insane? Li Wan trembled all over, pointing at the corpses on the ground, her voice shrill and distorted. You killed them all, who will protect us now? You think you can protect me with your meager abilities? You've caused a huge disaster. His cheeks burned with pain, but Yi Zhaoxing's heart had turned completely cold. He looked at the woman who was both familiar and unfamiliar to him, and saw the deep-seated cowardice, distrust, and self-doubt in her eyes. He suddenly understood. Physical shackles can be broken, but the prison of the mind can never be broken in a lifetime. His proof is meaningless. Under Tang Yingxue's slightly puzzled gaze, the young man who had just acted like a god of war suddenly smiled. There was no smug satisfaction in his smile, only deep weariness and relief. I understand, Mom. Since you think I can't protect you, then I'll take you away. The water on the ground slowly rose and condensed into a translucent water blade in Yi Zhaoxing's hand. He did not hesitate. The water blade shot forward, gently yet irresistibly piercing Li Wan's chest. In her mother's utterly astonished gaze, Yi Zhaoxing withdrew the water blade and plunged it into his own heart. 2 bodies slowly fell onto the cold, blood-soaked tiles. It's all over. Tang Yingxue stood quietly in place, looking at the 2 corpses on the ground, and sighed softly. She turned around, opened the transparent umbrella, stepped through the puddles, and left the hellish stairwell without looking back. To be honest, she didn't understand why this man did what he did in the end. In her memory, mother had always been synonymous with gentleness and unconditional love. But today she seems to have learned something. Home isn't always a safe haven. In this world, some people exhaust all their strength just to live, just to face those constraints in the name of love. Chapter 63 Sky Fortress. Hiss! Seeing Tang Yingxue emerge from the building unharmed, holding a transparent umbrella and without even getting her clothes wet, Han Shaoqing, who was holding an umbrella outside the RV, couldn't help but gasp. As her personal bodyguard, Han Shaoqing knew the temperament of this eldest daughter of the Tang family all too well. Tang Yingxue was completely different from her ruthless brothers and sisters in the family who fought for power and profit. Because of her status as an illegitimate child, this young lady, who has no right to inherit the family fortune, usually appears unambitious and easygoing. Logically speaking, she is by no means a ruthless character who is cunning and treats human life as worthless. This is a large part of the reason why Han Shaoqing was willing to risk his life to protect her, and never abandon her after the apocalypse broke out. Although it was an employer-employee relationship, Tang Yingxue had long regarded her as a close confidant in private. The two shared a top-tier presidential suite, enjoyed luxurious afternoon tea together, and interacted without any sense of master-servant distance. But at this moment, the terminal displayed that the life status of all the survivors in the service area had been reduced to 0. Tang Yingxue calmly walked down from the second floor. Could it be that I've been misjudging people all these years? Is this seemingly lazy young lady, who usually only knows how to act cute and charming, even a bit naive, actually just pretending all along? Perhaps deep down she's a ruthless, cunning strategist? Was everything before just a covert maneuver, a feigned weakness to ultimately seize control of the family? Young miss, you personally dealt with those people upstairs? No, I didn't. Tang Yingxue folded her umbrella, spread her arms like an innocent little bear, and naturally walked to Han Shaoqing's side. They started fighting amongst themselves. The water-type ability user suddenly lost control, and a water tornado swept away the leader and everyone else. He himself was also in despair and ended his life on the spot. I didn't even move a finger. This is simply outrageous. After listening to Tang Yingxue's vivid description, everyone looked at each other in disbelief. Is this the power of S-class luck? Winning without bloodshed. This causal power is truly worthy of its reputation, Gu Wan exclaimed. As the last member to join the team, she was also witnessing Tang Yingxue's almost mystical luck ability for the first time. If she hadn't heard it with her own ears, she would never have believed that such a rational method of killing existed in the world. Hee, no problem, third in the world. Miss Tang nodded approvingly, straightened her slender waist, and proudly raised her chin. Time slipped away quietly amidst idle chatter and waiting. During the half-hour that Lin Yi underwent intensive enhancement, apart from the group of unlucky creatures on the second floor who had already lost all life, only a few weak, wandering mutated creatures tried to approach. For example, there were several mutated rats that were as big as adult mongrels, and giant mutated flying insects that were attracted by the enhanced energy. These guys were utterly pathetic. Without Han Shaoqing or Zhao Nian even needing to lift a finger, the hummingbird hunter modified, hovering in midair, simply activated its intelligent sentry mode and blasted them into a bloody mist with its machine gun fire. Finally, for a full 30 minutes the vast, dark golden light collapsed and contracted inward. The true secondary order enhancement of Fort Amadiro has been completed. Lin Yi, whose energy was almost completely depleted, opened his eyes and removed his hand from the cold armor of the RV. Despite the rain, the exterior dimensions of this heavy-duty RV did not appear exaggeratedly large, maintaining its sleek 15-meter length. However, the overall aura and materials of the car have undergone a complete transformation. The original deep black paint now shimmered with a cold, metallic luster like that of a meteorite from deep space. With a thought, Lin Yi's retina instantly displayed the new detailed panel of this ultimate mobile fortress after its second enhancement. Vehicle, Doomsday Fortress Prototype, formerly the Armadillo Conqueror. Level, Secondary Sequence Enhancement. Core Module 1, Energy engine. Features: significantly improved power output and energy storage capacity. New energy siphon. Technology allows for 24/7 absorption of free energy and lightning charging via a rooftop photovoltaic array. Supports absolutely silent cruising. Core Module 2, the Wall of Size armor. Special feature: physical defense increased by 5,000%. Immune to most high-yield explosions and special ability attacks below Tier 2. Possesses a rapid self-repair feature, quickly repairing armor damage by consuming energy. Core Module 3, the All-Seeing Eye Perception. Features: radar system fully upgraded. Ignores architectural and geological obstacles, deeply scans for heat sources and energy fluctuations of life forms within a 25-kilometer radius. Core Module 4, Space Expansion Subspace Living Pod. Features: utilizing advanced space folding technology, the actual living space inside the RV can be expanded to 1,500 square meters. New areas include a holographic theater, a gravity-based tactical training room, a separate weapons cache, to be configured separately, and several private luxury suites. Details await your exploration. New Core Module 5, Judgment Weapon Array. Features: 1. Consumes energy to condense a high-energy particle ramming head on the outer armor of the front of the vehicle, resulting in a devastating impact that ignores physical defenses. 2. The launch port is now concealed at the front of the vehicle, and a new foldable, high-energy plasma armor-piercing main cannon has been added. Powered by the main engine, it enables strategic strikes that can eliminate large targets at long range with a single, decisive blow. New Core Module 6, All-Terrain Space Air Propulsion Module. Features: retains the amphibious culvert propulsion system, breaking the limitations of the law of gravity. Limited by the energy conversion rate, energy can only be injected into the anti-gravity thruster when the energy-concentrating engine is fully loaded, so that the whole vehicle can break free from gravity and carry out low-altitude tactical flight for a maximum of 10 minutes and a maximum of 50 meters. Note: the flight module consumes extremely high amounts of energy. To avoid energy depletion, please use it with extreme caution. Core Control Unit (ULI). Features: significantly enhanced AI logic and computing power, deeply integrated with the fortress's underlying hardware. Under authorization, it can perfectly take over all intelligent facilities and weapon matrices inside and outside the fortress. Call. After looking at the several pages of panels, a hint of joy flashed in Linya's eyes. At first glance, the data growth from the second enhancement is not dramatic compared to the previous clever 1.5 enhancement. But anyone with even a basic understanding of military and physics knows just how astonishing this qualitative change is. Defense, internal space, and radar detection range have all been improved by a full 5 times compared to the 1.5 upgrade. That's a massive 5-fold increase. Yuli has become the true spirit of the RV, and its performance has taken another leap forward. What surprised and amazed Linyi the most were the Judgment Weapon Array and the Aerospace Propulsion Module. Now, thanks to the absorption array on the roof, this vehicle almost never needs to go to a gas station to refuel. It is equipped with a plasma armor-piercing main gun, which makes up for the lack of long-range heavy firepower in RVs. It can even briefly fly at low altitudes against gravity. A heavy-duty RV weighing tens of tons and with iron-like armor can actually fly into the sky. If he had this ability when he encountered that group of Tier 3 mutated crocodiles on the broken bridge, why would he have needed to retreat? They lifted the car to a height of 50 meters and used the plasma cannon to pick them off one by one. Those large lizards, who didn't even have wings, could only wait to die in despair in the water. Overall, Lin Yi was very satisfied with this enhancement. Perhaps in the future we can try a 2.5 time upgrade, at which time all the vehicle's stats will be further improved. Beyond the panel data, there are many subtle and user-friendly optimizations that are not reflected on the panel. For example, the absolute static food storage compartment and nano-level magnetized water purification module at the bottom of the RV have likely also been expanded and upgraded. All of this awaits Lin Ye's personal discovery. Vehicle self-check complete. Welcome back, Master. Yuli's clear, cold voice echoed through the night sky. The three, Hummingbird Hunter Modified, and the Mini, Phantom Scout Bee, hovering in the air all landed back on the hidden landing gear on the roof of the RV. Laugh. With a slight release of air pressure, the heavy black armored gate of Amadiro slowly opened for Lin Yi. Let's go. Lin Yi smiled, suppressing the weariness in his mind. Let's go see our new home. Chapter 64 Subspace Mansion and Supreme Saint Yu. The moment they stepped through the armored doors of the RV, everyone held their breath in unison. The interior space of the RV has become larger. If it weren't for the torrential rain still pouring down outside the car window and the occasional pale lightning flashes across the sky, they would almost have thought they had stepped through Doraemon's Anywhere door and been instantly transported to a top-tier, luxurious underground manor in Shanghai. The single-story space, spanning 1,500 square meters, appears spacious and profound under soft, unlit lighting. Beneath your feet is a top-quality cashmere carpet that bounces slightly when you step on it, and the air is filled with a fresh scent that has been filtered multiple times by the fresh air system and carries a faint scent of negative oxygen ions. This is way too exaggerated. Tang Yingxue walked barefoot on the soft carpet, looking around at the futuristic yet cozy decor, and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. As a young lady who owns luxury homes in Beijing, Shanghai, and Shenzhen, her largest property is Shenzhen Bay No. 1, a gift from her grandmother when she turned 18. That mansion, which is said to be worth hundreds of millions, is only about 1,000 square meters in size. But according to Lin Yi, the interior of this RV is a full 1,500 square meters. Brother, at this rate of evolution, your car might end up containing a whole mini-world? Miss Tang was overjoyed. When the apocalypse arrives, the survivors outside are willing to abandon their dignity and fight tooth and nail for half a piece of moldy bread or a sip of clean water. Tang Yingshue's standard of living was even more luxurious than when she was a young lady in peacetime. It was totally worth it to latch on to this powerful figure. At Lin Ye's prompting, the girls eagerly began exploring their new home. Pushing open the high-quality metal doors on both sides of the corridor reveals a series of surprises. Gu Wan's original cramped 20-square-meter single room has now been transformed into a luxurious 120-square-meter suite. This made her very happy. The room features a high-end leather king-size bed, a walk-in closet, and a separate bathroom with panoramic bulletproof glass and a heated bathtub. At first, the rational female executive was surprised by Lin Ye's enhanced ability to create a complete set of furniture out of thin air. But then I thought about it again, and realized that when I used the S-rank, miracle recipe, to create food, even exquisite plates and goblets were generated at the same time. With Lin Ye's powerful supernatural abilities, it's only natural that he would be provided with custom-made furniture for the entire house. In addition to a luxurious master bedroom of nearly 240 square meters, there are two luxurious secondary bedrooms of 150 square meters each, which were given to Su Tang and Zhao Nian. Han Shaoqing followed along on the tour, but her emotions didn't fluctuate much. She doesn't have high requirements for food and accommodation. What truly surprised her was the gravity tactical training room at the end of the corridor. Pushing open the heavy alloy door, you'll find various high-intensity resistance training equipment neatly arranged inside, and a futuristic-looking independent gravity chamber in the core area. She adjusted the gravity multiplier on the holographic control panel. As a heavy sense of oppression instantly enveloped her entire body, a fierce fervor suddenly erupted in the eyes of this short-haired mature woman. With this training room, she can continuously hone her physical skills in the absolutely safe carriage, adapt to various extreme environments, and become stronger. Amoing Ben, who had been hiding in the shadows of the forest, was getting a little bored. As a third-order mutated creature, it had no interest in human furniture, as it was none of its business. Until Lin Yi pushed open a door at the corner of the corridor. Inside the room stood a giant cat tree, 3 meters tall, made of tough special fibers and artificial wood, as well as a large, temperature-controlled cat bed. From today onwards this room is yours. Lin Yi patted Mo Ying's head. Meow, Meow! Emoing leaped out of the shadows, her emerald eyes widening instantly. She happily jumped into Lin Ye's arms, letting out a joyful purr. Gurgle, gurgle! Seeing this, Xieshue, who looked like a transparent jelly, couldn't wait to jump onto Lin Ye's shoulder to protest that she was being ignored. Don't worry, you'll get a share too. Lin Yi chuckled and squeezed the little jelly. Gurgle, gurgle! Tuanzi rubbed his cheek happily. It was late at night. The intense heat gradually subsided on the large, soft leather bed in the master bedroom. After completing a round of deep energy interaction in the Jade Balance True chapter, Lin Yi leaned against the headboard and naturally pulled Su Tang into his arms, his fingertips gently running through her long hair that was scattered on her smooth back. Lin Ye's romantic history is not extensive, but his observation skills are quite sharp. He could clearly sense that although the energy feedback from the dual cultivation technique brought both of them physical and mental pleasure and improved their strength, for these girls living in the apocalypse, the peace and tenderness after cultivation were far more precious than the advancement in strength. For example, Zhao Nian, the girl who was usually as strong as a tomboy, her happiest moment on this bed was not when she was circulating energy, but when he held her tightly and gently kissed her forehead after she finished cultivating. This sense of absolute protection and cherished emotional value is the best medicine to heal their post-apocalyptic trauma. Forrest. The person in her arms stirred slightly. Su Tang looked up, her usually aloof and dignified face, like a flower on a high mountain, still flushed with a captivating blush and alluring charm. What's wrong, Tan Tang? Lin Yi lowered his head, his voice deep and magnetic. That's a strange way you address me. Su Tang's lips curled into a rare mischievous smile as her slender fingers lightly traced circles on Lin Ye's muscular chest. Age-wise, I'm 27, older than you. How about, you call me older sister? Seeing the charming and mature woman in front of him teasing him, Lin Yi chuckled and pinched the tip of her nose. You've been building up for so long just to say this? No, not at all. Su Tang put away her joke and her eyes became serious. She sensed the surging, boundless energy fluctuations of the second tier within Lin Ye's body and said softly, Your powers should be almost fully restored, right? How about, you enhance mine while we have the chance? As the core healer of the team, she also harbors a strong desire to improve as she watches everyone grow stronger. Okay. Lin Yi nodded without hesitation. The moment Su Tang leaned in and gently kissed his lips, the SSS-Level, sequential enhancement, was activated. A dazzling dark golden light burst forth, gently enveloping Su Tang's graceful figure, and a familiar world of lines appeared in Lin Ye's mind. 5 minutes later, the golden light receded like ripples on water. The first, sequential reinforcement, session was successfully completed. Su Tang let out a long sigh of relief, feeling the stagnant alien energy within his body suddenly surge, easily breaking through the shackles and officially stepping into the ranks of second-tier evolvers. However, her original, Holy Light Healing, was a rare S-class ability with extremely high basic quality. This basic enhancement only significantly increased her energy reserves and healing abilities. It did not trigger a change in her special ability. Lin Ye's eyes narrowed slightly, and he was about to launch the second sequence in one go when Su Tang gently pressed his hands down. Wait a moment. Su Tang gently turned over, looking down at him, her watery eyes sparkling, her voice carrying a hint of irresistible charm. The second enhancement has taken too much to you, and I'm worried your energy reserves won't be enough. Let me help you recover properly first. This is clearly a lame excuse. But in the dead of night, amidst the torrential rain, in this absolute fortress that isolates him from all apocalyptic crises, how could Lin Yi possibly remain a clueless blockhead when faced with a charming and alluring older woman? The bed curtains swayed gently, casting ambiguous, overlapping silhouettes. The aloof and mature woman is as charming as water. The energy of the Jade Balance True chapter once again stirred up a frenzied tide within the confined space. More than an hour later, the real secondary order reinforcement finally arrived. The cost of this operation was terrifying. The dark golden light transformed into a solid cocoon of light, completely engulfing Su Tang. Lin Yi clearly felt that the second-tier alien energy that he had painstakingly accumulated in his body was pouring out like a flood bursting its banks. A full 20 minutes of grueling endurance. Just as Lin Ye's supernatural power was almost exhausted, the golden cocoon of light finally made a crisp cracking sound and exploded, turning into countless points of light that rushed into Su Tang's body. Buzz! A milky white holy light, purer and warmer than before, seemingly capable of cleansing all the filth and despair in the world, suddenly shone in the master bedroom, even penetrating the crack in the door. Lin Yi let out a long breath, and on his retina a brand new, gorgeous panel slowly unfolded. Target Su Tang. Rank, Tier 3 Evolver, Secondary Sequence Enhancement. Special Ability, Supreme Healing, S+ rank. Feature 1, Limb Remodeling. Except for the inability to immediately revive the deceased, it can heal most injuries and physical defects. Trait 2 Life Field, New Divine Skill. Upon activation, it continuously consumes energy to create a life field within a 50-meter radius of the host. Allies within the field experience double the speed of physical and injury recovery, and are absolutely immune to all toxins and mental infections of Tier 3 and below. Chapter 65 Technique Upgrades and Self-Enhancement. It's unclear whether it's because he officially entered the ranks of second-tier evolvers, or because Su Tang in his arms, after advancing to the third tier and unlocking Supreme Holy Healing, has a body that is passively nourished by a kind of subtle life force field. After several rounds of deep energy interaction, Lin Yi felt not sleepy at all, but rather energetic and full of surging vitality. He leaned against the headboard, gazing at the continuous raindrops outside the window. After a moment's thought, he casually pulled an A4 sheet of paper and a pen from the bedside cabinet. Swish, swish, swish. With his extraordinary memory, Lin Yi meticulously copied the contents of the incomplete Yuheng Hujin Pian, and the energy flow route onto paper. After another brief period of training to ensure his second-tier supernatural power was fully restored, Lin Yi placed his hand on the A4 paper covered with writing. SSS-Level Superpower, Sequential Enhancement, activated. A dazzling, dark golden light flashed and disappeared in the dimly lit master bedroom. As the light subsided, the A4 paper in my hand became like some kind of tough animal hide, and the ordinary ink writing on it transformed into dark gold spiritual patterns that faintly shimmered with light. On the retina, entirely new terms appeared. Item, Jade Balance True Chapter, Formal Beginner's Guide. Characteristic, Energy Tide Flows Speed increased by 300%. New Advanced Physical Technique Guiding Postures added, requiring extremely high physical flexibility and deep integration to execute. It has transformed from Fragments/Introduction to Formal Introduction. Lin Yi glanced through the new information in his mind, his eyes slightly strange. The enhanced effects of this advanced cultivation technique are certainly a good thing, but the strange new cultivation movements seem a bit absurd even to his current second-tier physical condition. However, because he had already mastered the incomplete scroll, even without Yu Li's guidance and deduction, Lin Yi quickly grasped the basics of formal entry. After all, practice is the best teacher. Su Tang is undoubtedly an excellent and extremely tolerant fellow practitioner. As a former emergency room doctor and now a third-order evolved being, she has an in-depth understanding of the human body's structure, and her flexibility has reached an unbelievable level. She not only did not refuse the demanding new attempts Lin Yi proposed, but also cooperated fully with him to explore them. As night deepened, Lin Yi figured he probably wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Looking at Su Tang in his arms, whose cheeks were slightly flushed from being engrossed in the new cultivation path, a bold idea suddenly welled up in his mind. He wanted to try using ordered reinforcement on himself. In fact, this idea had already taken root in his mind when Zhao Nian underwent overall enhancement. However, at that time, simply strengthening Zhao Nian almost drained his energy. Considering the perilous situation outside, he had to prioritize strengthening external equipment such as RVs and weapons to ensure the team's absolute safety. In addition, as the core of the team, he did not need to personally stand on the front line of hand-to-hand combat like Han Shaoqing, so this idea was temporarily suppressed. But things are different now. He was already a second-tier evolver, with his mental strength and supernatural ability reserves greatly improved, more importantly, as the Jade Balance True Scripture advanced to the formal entry level, the energy feedback and recovery effect brought about by this dual cultivation reached an extremely terrifying level. If one were to simultaneously unleash a special ability on oneself while practicing and circulating the cultivation technique at its peak. Lin Ye's eyes brightened slightly. This not only perfectly fills the huge energy gap for strengthening oneself, but also allows one's body to undergo reorganization in its most active state. Do it as soon as you think of it. At the moment the energy tide reached its peak, Lin Yi activated his superpower without hesitation. Buzz! A familiar feeling descended, and the entire world instantly deconstructed in Lin Ye's mind. He entered his own, order horizon. This time, however, his inner focus shifted to himself. In his perception, at the location representing his origin, floated a core that was as dazzling as seven-colored glass. Surrounding that core were dense, intricate, pale lines, as complex as a nebula. Lin Yi cautiously extended his thoughts, attempting to touch and interfere with the seven-colored glass core. It failed. That glass core, representing the origin of SSS-level superpowers, seemed to exist in another unreachable dimension. His will passed right through it, unable to exert any influence on it at all. Lin Yi understood immediately. With his current second-tier strength, he is far from qualified to strengthen SSS-level, a concept-level ability that transcends everything. And even if he wanted to enhance it, he would not be qualified to shake or rewrite his own core essence. Since the core issue could not be intervened in, Lin Yi decisively changed his approach. He abandoned the seven-colored glass and instead focused his attention on the lines around him that represented his physical cells, bone density, and energy circuits. This time, he succeeded. In the real world, the air in the master bedroom suddenly jolted. A dark golden light, more intense and purer than ever before, erupted from Lin Ye's body, completely enveloping Lin Yi and Su Tang, who were intertwined, forming a huge dark golden cocoon. The exercise was running automatically and at high speed within the body. Time passed by, second by second. Until 5 a.m. The cocoon of light that had enveloped the two for hours finally emitted a soft, crisp sound, transforming into countless golden specks that poured back into Lin Ye's body like a whale sucking in water. On the large bed, Su Tang's long eyelashes trembled slightly as she opened her eyes in a daze. I just fell asleep. Her brain went blank for a moment. As a third-tier evolved being, she shouldn't have experienced such a deep, unprepared memory lapse. But at this moment, she felt warm all over, as if she had just soaked in a wonderful hot spring, and even her soul felt a sense of indescribable clarity and comfort. She subconsciously raised her head and looked at the woods that were so close at hand. With just one glance, Su Tang was slightly lost in thought. The boy in front of me had fallen asleep, still with those familiar cold and aloof features, but for some reason, his pale skin seemed to have a faint, warm, jade-like glow. His facial features seemed to have been resculpted by the Creator, losing some of their sharpness and gaining a perfect and profound quality that made it impossible to look away. It was as if he had undergone some kind of essential life transformation, becoming even more handsome. Su Tang's eyes were like water as she glanced at the digital clock on the bedside table, a relieved smile appearing on her lips. Like a docile kitten, she nestled back into Lin Ye's arms, pressing her cheek against his increasingly perfect chest, listening to his strong and extremely steady heartbeat, slowly closing her eyes, and falling into a sweet sleep once again. Chapter 66: The Perfect Body and Return to the Broken Bridge. When Lin Yi woke up, it was already 8 o'clock in the morning. He rubbed his temples, feeling the immense, almost tangible power surging within him. With a thought, a brand new attribute panel instantly appeared on his retina. Target: Forest. Level: Second-tier Evolver, Third-tier Physical Body. Special Ability: Sequential Enhancement, SSS Rank Unique. New Entry: Perfect Body, greatly increases attractiveness to the opposite sex. Absolute immunity to common toxins and mental infections below level 4. So, does this count as the result of one enhancement, or a second enhancement? Looking at the simplified panel on his retina, Lin Yi was somewhat curious. Unlike the absolute sense of control he had when enhancing his RV or weapons in the past, last night, when he tried to cast sequence enhancement on himself, his consciousness completely stalled the moment the cocoon of light formed. The intensive treatment ended when I woke up naturally this morning. To verify his suspicions, Lin Yi held his breath and tried to enhance himself again. But this time, even the ordered horizon, filled with pale lines and a glass core, did not appear. It was as if his physical body had reached the upper limit of some rule that it could withstand at its current level, and was directly rejected by the source of his supernatural power. However, even though he couldn't explore the specific principles behind it, Lin Yi was still very satisfied with the results of this enhancement. The fact that he possessed a third-tier physical body that transcended tiers, and was immune to mental infections below the fourth tier, was already enough to satisfy him. However, there was one thing that made him feel slightly uncomfortable. He hadn't paid any attention to the increased attractiveness to the opposite sex feature in the entry called Perfect Body. After all, in this apocalyptic world where strength reigns supreme, this almost alluring passive attribute seems rather useless. Until, when everyone gathered at the luxury restaurant for breakfast. Lin Yi took a sip of the hot milk that Gu Wan had just conjured, his movements completely natural. When he looked up, he noticed that the gazes of the girls at the table were all, intentionally or unintentionally, fixed on him. That feeling was strange. It was as if I had suddenly turned into a piece of Tang Monk's flesh, exuding a deadly aroma. "Brother looks so handsome today!" Sitting diagonally opposite, Tang Yingxue rested her chin on her hands, her dreamy peach blossom eyes glistening as she stared intently at Lin Yi, her tone filled with undisguised coquettishness and admiration. She actually felt a little regretful. The best spot next to Lin Yi used to belong to her. However, since Zhao Nian and Lin Ye's relationship progressed further last night, the designated family member spot naturally became Zhao Nian's. Of course, Zhao Nian is a simple-minded girl. If Tang Yingxue were to shamelessly try to squeeze in, the other party would definitely not refuse. But Miss Tang is proud at heart, and would never accept such food offered with contempt. With a quick glance, Tang Yingxue suddenly noticed Han Shaoqing sitting next to her. This usually aloof female bodyguard, who only exercises and is completely detached from men, was now holding a spoon, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Ye's profile. "Shaoqing?" Tang Yingxue smiled slyly and waved her fair hand vigorously in front of Han Shaoqing. "Snap out of it!" "Oh, what's wrong, miss?" Han Shaoqing suddenly came to her senses, her hand holding the spoon trembling slightly. "Shouldn't I be the one asking you that?" Tang Yingxue lowered her voice and teased her. "What's wrong with you? Did the sun rise in the west today? You've suddenly become interested in men?" Aye that. The usually decisive and ruthless female Special Forces warrior had a suspicious blush creeping up her ears. She stammered for a long time but couldn't find a reason to refute it, and finally could only lower her head and gulp down her porridge to escape this fatal question. She didn't know what was wrong with her today. I just felt that Lin Yi was extremely special today. He exuded a profound aura that made people want to get closer, and even willingly submit to him. Moreover, it wasn't just her. Han Shaoqing noticed out of the corner of her eye that even Gu Wan, the usually rational and sophisticated executive, kept glancing at Lin Yi while using her superpowers to create food today. Just as this inexplicable and wonderful atmosphere filled the restaurant. "Master, the vehicle's energy reserves are full. Shall we depart for Shanghai now?" Yu Li's cool voice came from the restaurant's hidden speakers at just the right moment, breaking the slightly romantic stalemate. "Okay, just a moment." Lin Yi put down his glass, his eyes regaining their usual calm. He looked around at everyone and asked, "I'm going back today to deal with those mutated crocodiles on the broken bridge yesterday." At this point in time, the emergence of so many Tier 3 mutated creatures in large numbers suggests that it might be worth exploring. "What do you think?" Upon hearing this decision, the girls were taken aback at first, but then immediately began to think about it seriously. Lin Ye's motivation wasn't simply to get revenge, because he couldn't swallow the anger of being chased. His main concern was that the collective deployment of over 50 to 3 mutated creatures was extremely unusual at such a short time, shortly after the outbreak of the apocalypse. He carefully reviewed the situation and concluded that if there really was a large crocodile breeding base nearby, then this base must be hiding some unknown, big cargo, or special energy field. Things are different now. Su Tang has advanced to the 3rd tier, possessing a 3rd tier physical body, and even his RV is equipped with a plasma armor-piercing main cannon and the ability to briefly take off. They now have the confidence to conduct a thorough investigation. Moreover, even if there were no hidden secrets there, the sheer number of evolution points, represented by those 58 Tier 3 crocodiles, would be enough to allow him to break through his limitations and advance to Tier 3 Evolver without any doubt. This is definitely a surefire way to make money. After a brief moment of thought, the girls all chose to support Lin Ye's suggestion. However, before officially setting off, Lin Ye arrived at the RV's independent armory. He only realized it after Yuli reminded him. In the armory, besides his enhanced composite bow and enhanced arrows, there were also 4 drones. The weapons inventory is located in a separate portal. The drone mounted on the roof of the RV can be either stored inside or deployed outside. This is fine too. At least you won't have to go to the roof of the RV or control the drone to fly down every time you need to upgrade it. As a dark golden light flowed, Lin Yi began to enhance the equipment in the armory. Meanwhile, accompanied by the deep roar of its power engine, the massive Amadiro Conqueror crushed the puddles in the downpour and roared toward the broken bridge that spanned the river yesterday. Chapter 67: The New King. Because the road they came on yesterday had been violently cleared by the Amadiro fortress, the convoy was moving at a very fast speed today. In the torrential rain, this heavy armored behemoth, like a black phantom, returned to the vicinity of the broken bridge across the river in just 1 hour. Master, radar scan ahead complete, no large life forms detected. Yuli's cool voice rang out in the carriage. Although she didn't encounter the mutated crocodiles, after completing the second enhancement, Yuli's detection radius had reached a terrifying 25 kilometers. Coupled with the exaggerated tracks left by the group of 3rd-tier behemoths as they crawled in packs, finding their traces would be a piece of cake. At the edge of the broken bridge, Lin Yi decided to try out the most incredible feature of this heavily reinforced heavy-duty RV for the first time: all-terrain aerial propulsion. Buzz! With a deep and violent roar from the energy-concentrating engine, the anti-gravity thrusters at the bottom of the RV suddenly spewed out a dark blue tail flame. This steel behemoth, weighing tens of tons, steadily defied gravity and hovered in midair. Following the trails detected by Yuli, the RV adjusted its posture in the air and flew low towards the direction in which the crocodile swarm had retreated. Due to its large size and air resistance, the RV's flying speed is not much faster than driving on the road. But for Lin Yi, and the girls peering out from the panoramic bulletproof car window, it was an unprecedented and novel experience. We really are flying in the sky. Tang Yingshui covered her mouth, her peach blossom eyes wide open. About 8 minutes later, after crossing a dense mutated forest, Lin Yi and his group finally arrived at the target location marked by the radar, a vast crocodile farm that had been abandoned before the apocalypse. When the RV hovered high above the farm, the sight before them made everyone gasp. Just as Lin Yi had predicted, there was indeed something extremely unusual about this place. The area around the breeding farm was littered with the corpses of various mutated creatures of exaggerated sizes. There were mutated chickens the size of small cars, giant dogs the size of light trucks, large mutated birds of prey torn to pieces, and the carcasses of more than a dozen abyssal crocodiles with their bellies ripped open. Dark red blood mixed with rainwater turned the entire farm into a horrifying swamp of flesh and blood. Clearly, a fierce battle for tribal territory had recently broken out here, perhaps several times over. The once limited-scale breeding farms are no longer sufficient to provide a habitat for these abnormally large mutant creatures. The remaining crocodiles showed no sign of leaving, instead stubbornly clinging to the spot. Master, the detection results are in. Yuli used the newly enhanced holographic projection ability to project a holographic terrain map in front of Lin Yi and mark the core area with red dots. Currently, there is a special high-energy radiation source in the center of the farm that does not respond to any life. It is this energy source that is constantly accelerating the mutation and evolution of the surrounding organisms. In addition, there are still 41 third-order mutated life forms surviving near the energy source. At the same time as Yuli was reporting. Roar! Below, in the bloody, muddy swamp, the crocodile herd, sensing the uninvited guests in the sky, began to roar uneasily and violently. Immediately afterwards, a sharp and penetrating roar, unlike that of ordinary giant crocodiles, came from the depths of the swamp. The voice carried a strong warning tone. That's the newly born leader of the crocodile pack. Yuli had already projected the footage from the car's camera onto the screen. Lin Yi looked through the tactical terminal and raised an eyebrow slightly. Unlike the 15-meter-long abyss tyrant crocodile that he blasted into pieces on the broken bridge yesterday, the new crocodile king in front of him, although exuding a genuine peak third-tier aura, was surprisingly small in size, with a total length of less than 8 meters. Among a group of giant crocodiles that are often over 10 meters long, it is practically tiny. But Lin Yi quickly understood why it could be the king. It had evolved an entire capability that most mutated amphibians did not possess. Yesterday, after their unsuccessful pursuit of Lin Yi, the group of giant crocodiles returned to their lair only to find that their home had been occupied by a flock of mutated birds that had descended from the sky. For the crocodile swarm that cannot fly and whose signature, death roll, is completely ineffective against aerial targets, those mutated giant birds are akin to a dimensional reduction attack, which has led to a large number of giant crocodile carcasses piling up on the perimeter. It wasn't until this small new king underwent a genetic mutation in dire straits, evolving the ability to attack air targets, that it turned the tide of the battle and regained control of its territory and energy source. Boom! Just as Lin Yi was observing, the petite Tyrannosaurus Rex suddenly opened its blood-red maw, and a red light flashed deep in its throat. A crimson high-energy compressed ball the size of a human head slammed into the RV in the air like a cannonball. Avoid. Yuli's calculations were extremely precise. The thrusters at the bottom of the RV instantly adjusted the jet angle, and the massive vehicle moved several meters to the side with remarkable agility in the air. The crimson energy ball brushed past the RV and exploded in midair not far away, creating a scorching wave of air. The RV's thrusters emitted a bright blue exhaust flame, quickly stabilizing its suspended position. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Yuli, charge the main gun. Understood. Judgment weapon array activated. With a crisp mechanical clicking sound, the heavy armor of the RV's front folded to the sides, and a high-energy plasma armor-piercing main cannon with a futuristic and violent aesthetic quickly emerged, its dark muzzle locked firmly on the swamp below. Boom! There was no deafening explosion of gunpowder, only the piercing shriek of extreme heat burning through the air. A blinding beam of incandescent plasma erupted instantly, like a divine punishment descended from the gods, piercing straight into the Earth's surface. The Tier 3 peak Tyrannosaurus Rex reacted extremely quickly. The moment it was locked onto by the main cannon, it sensed the fatal danger and swung its tail sharply, barely managing to dodge to the side. But its subordinates weren't so lucky. A white light swept across, and before the 3 enormous abyss crocodiles could even scream, half of their iron-hard bodies instantly vaporized and evaporated under the high temperature of tens of thousands of degrees, even burning a scorched pit in the swamp below. Defeat 3 abyssal crocodiles, evolution points plus 60. Master, based on the current energy reserves of the energy-gathering engine, while maintaining airborne status, the main cannon can still unleash 4 more attacks of the same scale. Yuli reported in a timely manner. New. Lin Yi glanced at the panel on his retina when he had a moment to spare. Unlike yesterday, when he had to share evolution points with Han Xiaoqing, this time the main cannon was commanded directly by him through Yuli, and it was counted as his independent kill. Each ordinary Tier 3 mutated giant crocodile provided him with a full 20 evolution points. Looking at the progress bar on the panel, Lin Yi couldn't help but secretly marvel. He still has a long way to go before he can advance to the third tier evolver. At Tier 1, one evolution point can increase the progress by about 1%, but at Tier 2, even if you spend 60 evolution points, the progress bar will only jump by 6%. In other words, at the second stage, one evolution point can only be exchanged for 0.1% progress. The requirement for upgrading to a higher stage increases tenfold, demonstrating the profound depth of SSS-level abilities. But now is clearly not the time to lament the difficulty of leveling up. Below him are over 30 moving, experience packs, and an unknown treasure waiting to be harvested. Since the main gun's energy needs to be conserved, it's time for the team's melee nuclear weapons to take center stage. Lin Yi turned his head and pressed the tactical communicator to his ear. Xiaoqing, prepare for battle. Clear! Inside the RV, Han Xiaoqing, who had just entered the independent armory through the portal and was waiting for orders, had a flash of excited fervor in her eyes. She strode forward and grabbed the Hummingbird Starfall drone, which had been enhanced twice by Lin Yi and was shimmering with a cold, dark light, and was parked on the weapon rack. The next second, the SS-level superpower, ultimate skill, armament, was activated. Chapter 68 I Will Strike in Gundam Form. Inside the RV, there's a separate weapons cache. Han Xiaoqing's gaze was fixed on the Hummingbird Starfall that was quietly floating in midair. This drone, enhanced by Lin Yi's secondary sequencing, shimmered with a cold light that intertwined dark gold and deep blue, resembling a work of art from the future. Item: Hummingbird Meteor Shower, Secondary Sequence Enhancement. Armor: Meteorite Alloy, Maximum Defense Boost. Weapons: Void Arsenal Ultimate, New Additions, Miniature Electromagnetic Cannon, Particle Beam Saber. New Entry: Void Plunder, includes storage of 100 cubic meters of subspace loot, short-distance dimensional teleportation. An incredible masterpiece. Han Xiaoqing took a deep breath of the cool air, her fighting spirit ignited. She suddenly reached out and grabbed the cold shell of the Starfall drone. The SS rank, ultimate skill armament, erupted with a deafening roar. A silver-blue light enveloped the drone, and its body began to transform and reassemble wildly. Yueli, open the outer hatch of the armory. The hatch is open. Have a pleasant hunt, Miss Han. A sudden downpour of wind and rain poured into the open hatch, the icy raindrops lashing against Han Xiaoqing's face. Without the slightest hesitation, she grabbed the Hummingbird Meteor and leaped off the Armadillo Fortress, which was suspended 50 meters in the air. A feeling of weightlessness washed over her instantly, and the wind howled past her ears. But Han Xiaoqing's eyes were shining, a long-lost, pure excitement. Although she appears to be a cool and aloof woman, Han Xiaoqing had also indulged in those exciting anime and manga works during her leisure time before the apocalypse. Mecha battles, and the cool scenes of one person taking on 100 enemies were images she had fantasized about countless times. The moment she jumped out of the RV, the battle plan had already taken shape in Han Xiaoqing's mind. I will launch in Gundam form. The moment the words fell, a blinding, eerie blue light exploded suddenly in midair amidst the torrential rain, centered on Han Xiaoqing. The Hummingbird Starfall, she held tightly, under the almost rule-distorting power of Ultimate Armed, began to proliferate, deconstruct, and recombine like liquid metal with life. Clang! Crack! Boom! The heavy metallic clanging sound continued incessantly, and the liquid metal spread like a tide, enveloping Han Xiaoqing completely. Her consciousness resonated strangely with the transforming mech, as if she were becoming something larger and more powerful. The armor began to take shape, the joints began to engage, and the weapon systems began to activate. A giant humanoid war god, standing 15 meters tall and covered in streamlined white and blue armor, suddenly took shape in midair. The iconic V-shaped antenna gleamed a chilling silver light in the rain. A cold, electronic red glow emanated from its eyes, like a colossal beast awakening from the abyss. The thruster wingplates extending behind it suddenly unfolded, spewing out a dark blue plasma tail flame. Bang! The steel feet slammed into the bloody, muddy swamp below, the terrifying kinetic energy creating a visible shockwave of mud and water that spread outwards like a mini-earthquake. The 3 or 4 abyssal crocodiles around them didn't even have time to react before being blasted away like rag dolls by the shockwave. Roar! The crocodile herd was thoroughly enraged by the steel behemoth that crashed into the battlefield. They are the overlords of this swamp. The third-tier mutation has endowed them with intelligence and power far exceeding that of ordinary creatures. At this moment, more than 30 giant crocodiles, each over 10 meters long, roared at the same time, striding forward with their thick limbs, launching a deadly charge from all directions like heavy tanks. The mud churned under their trampling, and foul-smelling water splashed everywhere. Good timing! Inside the cockpit, Han Xiaoqing's consciousness was perfectly synchronized with the mecha's neural interaction. A semi-transparent holographic battle interface appeared before my eyes, with various data changing in real time: enemy numbers, distance, speed, threat level. Yuli, who has taken over the mecha system, has helped Han Xiaoqing identify all the potential dangers. Faced with the horde of Tier 3 crocodiles surging in like a tsunami, Gao Da suddenly raised his right arm, clenched his fist, and the metal joint made a crisp cracking sound. The first punch. A heavy iron fist swung out, accompanied by a piercing sonic boom, and slammed hard into the skull of the giant crocodile charging at the forefront. Bang! Even with its astonishing scales providing incredible defense, the third-tier giant crocodile was still smashed by pure kinetic energy, causing it to tumble and splash mud everywhere. The crocodile's skull was noticeably dented, and its massive body had carved a long furrow in the mud. But even more giant crocodiles have pounced. A giant crocodile charged from the side, its gaping maw biting down hard on Gao Da's left leg joint, a weak point it had instinctively identified. Snap! The sharp fangs bit into the meteorite alloy armor, producing a teeth-grinding scraping sound. But the biting force, strong enough to crush steel, only left a few shallow white marks on the armor surface. Too weak. Han Xiaoqing spoke coldly, and Gao Da suddenly raised his left leg, kicking the giant crocodile away as if it were a stray dog in the way. However, the intelligence of third-order mutated creatures should not be underestimated. Several exceptionally large crocodiles seemed to have sensed something was wrong and began to change tactics, no longer charging alone, but attacking from multiple directions simultaneously, trying to trap the steel behemoth in place. Tactical deception succeeded. Execute the decapitation by exploiting the weakness. At the same time, following Yuli's cold command, 2 other hummingbird drones, which had also undergone secondary enhancements, silently slid down from the RV armory. Originally, the drone, having only undergone 1.5 enhancements, would have struggled to deliver a fatal blow to the thick scales of the Tier 3 giant crocodile. But this was a weapon of war that had undergone 2 rounds of sequential enhancements by Lin Yi. In midair, the bodies of the 2 drones suddenly rippled with a strange spatial energy. New feature added: dimensional travel. Buzz! The 2 drones vanished into the rain. When they reappeared, they ignored spatial distance and teleported like ghosts to the blind spot behind the 2 mutated giant crocodiles that were frantically attacking the Gundam. Laugh! Without any warning, several meter-long particle beam sabers suddenly appeared on both sides of the drone. The high-energy particle beam emitted deadly high temperatures, piercing through the giant crocodile's most vulnerable skull, just like cutting tofu, instantly shredding the brain and its central nervous system. The 2 Tier 3 giant crocodiles, each over 10 meters long, collapsed into the mud without even uttering a scream. Immediately, before the crocodile swarm could react, Hummingbird Meteor continued its attack. Within seconds, 6 more Tier 3 giant crocodiles lost their fighting ability. Roar! Further away, a particularly deep and oppressive roar resounded. The Tyrannosaurus Rex, which had been forced back by Armadillo's cannon, returned to the battlefield after realizing that Armadillo had not launched such a terrifying attack for a long time. It's finally here! Inside the cockpit, a hint of excitement flashed in Han Xiaoqing's eyes. The Tyrannosaurus Rex's vertical pupils stared intently at the steel behemoth, and some kind of dangerous energy began to brew deep in its throat. At the same time, The thrusters on the back of the Gundam suddenly erupted, and the entire mecha rushed towards the Tyrannosaurus Rex like an arrow released from a bow. The Tyrannosaurus Rex's reaction was equally astonishing. Its massive body dodged to the side with incredible agility, while its gaping maw suddenly opened, and a crimson energy ball condensed deep in its throat shot out with a roar. Boom! The energy ball grazed past Gundam's shoulder, blasting a deep crater dozens of meters behind it. The high temperature evaporated the muddy water, and the air was filled with a burnt smell. He does have some skill. Han Shaoqing did not back down. Gao De made a sharp turn in the air and pounced on the Tyrannosaurus Rex again. Inside the cockpit, Han Shaoqing's lips curled into a slight smile. The Tyrannosaurus Rex's throat glowed crimson again. This time, it was clearly preparing an even more powerful attack. The surrounding air was distorted by the high temperature, and the moisture on the surface of the swamp began to evaporate rapidly. Boom! A crimson energy sphere, larger and more concentrated than before, carrying destructive heat, hurtled towards the Gundam. This time, Han Shaoqing did not dodge. She controlled the Gundam, crossing her arms in front of her to protect herself. The Starfall alloy armor hummed in extreme defense mode, forming a faint energy shield. Bring it on! The energy ball hit its target precisely, and the massive explosion and shockwave ripped up mud and water within a radius of tens of meters. The Gundam's armor suffered severe erosion and deformation, and the entire machine was blasted backward, sliding more than 10 meters before sinking deep into the mud. A hint of smugness flashed in the Tyrannosaurus Rex's vertical pupils. It was convinced that one more time would be enough to completely eliminate this big guy. Deep in his throat, a second energy ball began to condense. However, in the very instant it focused all its attention on the Gundam. A deadly sense of crisis, stemming from its very survival instinct, made its scales stand on end. High in the sky, the massive hull of the Amadiro Conqueror had been silently suspended in the torrential rain for some time. The menacing main cannon on its roof glowed with a blindingly bright light, a deathly light capable of destroying everything. Yuli's clear, cold voice rang out amidst the thunder. Target locked. Charge at 100% fire. Boom! A deafening roar, seemingly capable of tearing the heavens apart, exploded. The high-energy plasma armor-piercing main cannon roared and erupted. The thick, incandescent beam of light pierced through the rain and sky with unparalleled force, striking the Tyrannosaurus Rex precisely when it was in the recovery phase of its attack and completely unprepared. The intense heat of tens of thousands of degrees instantly evaporated the rainwater and melted through the scales, vaporizing and annihilating most of the newly crowned king's body in the dazzling light. The Tyrannosaurus Rex didn't even have time to let out a final scream before it was completely wiped out by this devastating attack. All that remained was a bottomless, charred pit that was being rapidly filled with mud and water. Defeat the Tier 3 Peak Abyss Tyrant Crocodile, Evolution Points plus 100. Chapter 69 Xiaoxue and Moing. On the retina, the pale blue kill notification gradually faded away. 100 points? Lin Yi looked at the numbers flashing on the panel, raised an eyebrow thoughtfully, and a hint of understanding flashed in his deep eyes. These 100 evolution points are reasonable. Don't be fooled by the fact that this new Tyrannosaurus Rex is less than 8 meters long, and it doesn't look nearly as intimidating as the 15-meter-long behemoth on the broken bridge yesterday. But in terms of the actual threat to the team, this is absolutely far more terrifying. Large creatures are at most heavy armored warriors, with high health and defense, but this petite Tyrannosaurus Rex is a real mage that has evolved a long-range anti-air weapon like the high-energy fireball. If they had encountered it yesterday before the RV had undergone secondary enhancements, and before the all-terrain space propulsion feature was unlocked, they would most likely have suffered a serious setback. With the most threatening king-level behemoth being annihilated by a single shot, the remaining 20-odd ordinary third-tier giant crocodiles in the swamp below, now without their leader, instantly scattered into a disorganized mess. Clear the area? With a thought, Lin Yi opened the cargo door at the bottom of the RV wide again. The two battle pets, Moing and Xiaoxue, who had been unable to contain their fighting spirit in the carriage, were directly airdropped into the battlefield below by Lin Yi as a surprise attack. Roar! While suspended in midair, the dark shadow, originally the size of a house cat, let out an extremely domineering roar, faintly carrying the imposing aura of a tiger. As it fell, its body expanded wildly as if it were being inflated, instantly transforming into a colossal night beast over 5 meters long, its entire body engulfed in black phantom flames. Bang! The dark figure slammed into the mud with a light yet violent motion, its emerald vertical pupils flashing with excitement and murderous intent. Although today is a day of continuous rain and bad weather with dim light, as long as there is a glimmer of light, there will inevitably be a shadow. The core ability of the third-tier mutation, Shadow Legion, is activated. Under the pull of Mo Ying's immense supernatural power, the shadows of the crocodiles that were extremely blurry due to the overcast sky began to boil, twist, and elongate in a bizarre way. Immediately afterwards, these flat black shadows were forcibly peeled off from the mud and water, rose from the ground, and quickly materialized into shadow crocodiles that were pitch black and exuded a dark and deathly aura. More than 30 shadow crocodiles attacked the real crocodile group without hesitation, instantly turning the swamp below into a bloody meat grinder. Although these shadow soldiers only inherit 30% of the original body's attributes, they are immune to pain, fearless, and can reflect damage. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Xiaoxue, who had just landed, also began her stunning debut. As a liquid mimicry life form, Xiaoxue was not originally good at this kind of head-on group battle. However, after Lin Ye's second enhancement, her spirituality and independent thinking ability have already achieved a qualitative leap. This time, without Lin Yi giving specific tactical instructions, she made her own judgment. Gurgle, gurgle! Her transparent, jelly-like body instantly liquefied and elongated. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoxue transformed into a phantom miniature reconnaissance bee that Lin Yi had once fed to her, activated her optical camouflage, and disappeared into the downpour, stealthily flying towards Han Xiaoqing, who was at the heart of the battlefield. At this moment, Han Xiaoqing stood like a female war goddess, slaughtering all around the crocodiles. However, just now, in order to create an opportunity for the main cannon to kill the enemy with one shot, she controlled her mecha to withstand a high-energy fireball from the tyrant crocodile. At this moment, large areas of charring and peeling had appeared on the streamlined white and blue armor, indicating that it had been severely damaged. After flying onto the shoulder of the battle-damaged Gundam, Xiaoxue transformed back into her transparent dumpling form. Immediately afterwards, her body expanded wildly like a burst dam, cascading down like a huge, transparent film of water, completely enveloping the 15-meter-tall damaged mecha. Gene imprinting inorganic materials shaping, 100% replica. Before the stunned eyes of everyone in front of the panoramic screen, the liquid membrane enveloping the mecha began to harden, color, and recombine rapidly. In less than 2 seconds, accompanied by a chilling metallic clanging sound, a brand new Gundam that was exactly the same as the mecha controlled by Han Xiaoqing, and even the cold luster on its armor was exactly the same, suddenly rose from the ground. Bang! 2 15-meter-tall steel warriors stood back to back, raising their heavy iron fists at the same time. Looking down at the sci-fi scene below, where a single unit suddenly transforms into twin Gundams, unleashing their fury side by side, Lin Yi, hovering in midair, had an undisguised look of surprise in his eyes. In fact, in the optimal tactical model that he and Yuli originally deduced, Xiaoshue's most correct approach should have been to mimic Han Xiaoqing herself, then use the 100% replicated, ultimate armament, and then improvise freely. This not only distributes firepower but also allows for greater flexibility in weapon selection. However, that would require Yuli's intervention or Lin Ye's command. Even after being airdropped without any instructions, Xiaoxue was able to instantly assess the battlefield situation using her combat intuition and conjure a Gundam in the simplest and most direct way to absorb and divert the damage from Han Xiaoqing's wounds. This growth potential has far exceeded Lin Ye's expectations. Boom! 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 Below, the twin Gundams and the Shadow Legion advanced side by side like bulldozers, High above, Yuli, like a precise grim reaper, seized the perfect opportunity when the crocodile horde was divided and driven away, and mercilessly unleashed the remaining 3 plasma armor-piercing main cannons on the densest area of the monster horde. As the last ray of incandescent light slowly dissipated in the swamp, turning into rising charred steam, this massive territorial battle finally came to a complete end. Lin Yi glanced at the attribute panel on his retina and shook his head slightly. It's a bit of a shame that his evolution level ultimately stopped at 75%. Although the number of crocodiles dealt with this time was large, ordinary scattered soldiers can only provide between 15 and 20 evolution points. Most importantly, the crocodiles that Han Shaoqing controlled and directly killed with his Gundam were not included in his profits. However, Lin Yi didn't care at all. A 75% progress is already quite impressive. It's just one step away from breaking through to the 3rd tier. In this post-apocalyptic world rife with crises, the one thing that's never lacking is mutated creatures. Taking advantage of the lull in the battle below, Lin Yi turned around and returned to the living area of the carriage, casually pulling out a few large, thick black garbage bags from the storage cabinet. As the familiar ordered horizon appeared, Lin Yi began his enhancement. Here, one for each of you. 10 minutes later, several small silver drawstring bags, each only the size of a palm and covered with extremely complex and mysterious spatial folding patterns, lay quietly in his palm. Lin Yi casually distributed the few void bags to everyone. Tang Yingxue accepted it with some surprise. Hee, brother, can you change the appearance? How about making a few ring-shaped ones next time? I'll give it a try then. Let's go, it's time to go down and collect the spoils. Besides this high-energy crocodile meat that's enough to feed us for a long time. I'm also very interested to see what kind of treasure that special energy source, which the radar has locked onto, is hidden deep inside the farm. Chapter 70: The Secret Treasure of the Breeding Farm. The torrential rain briefly subsided, but the muddy crocodile farm was filled with a strong stench of blood. Laugh. The Amadiro Conqueror, suspended in midair, slowly deactivated its anti-gravity thrusters under Yuli's precise control. The heavy steel vehicle crashed onto a relatively flat ground. The heavy armored hatch slowly opened. Looking down at the scattered limbs, muddy water, and the dark red, foul-smelling blood of the mutated behemoth, the girls did not jump down immediately. Tang Yingxue, Su Tang, Gu Wan, and Zhao Nian almost simultaneously raised their hands and gently pressed the exquisite silver, Abyss Knight bracelet, on their left wrists. Nanoware, activated. Click, click, click. A series of subtle mechanical clicking sounds rang out. Within 3 seconds, a layer of deep black nanomaterial, like living liquid metal, gushed out from the wrist and quickly covered the entire body like flowing water. In the blink of an eye, the 4 girls with different personalities disappeared, replaced by 4 nano-warriors, with extremely smooth body lines, dressed in one-piece, fully enclosed black tactical suits. These bracelets have not yet undergone secondary enhancement, but the high-strength exoskeleton defense and microbe gill-like filtration system provided by the 1.5 enhancement are sufficient to perfectly isolate the foul blood from the outside world and resist surprise attacks lurking in the dark. At this moment, the only one standing at the car door who was not yet dressed was Lin Yi. His knight's bracelet, which he had previously used to test Xiaoxue's ability to replicate, had been directly devoured by her. Back then, Xiaoxue's strength was not as great as it is now. Faced with the knight bracelet, a sophisticated creation containing complex nanofolding technology, only by completely deconstructing its atomic arrangement could she truly understand and perfectly replicate it. Gurgle! Having just finished fighting alongside Han Shaoqing, Xiaoxue, with her round, transparent body swaying, lightly bounced to Lin Ye's side. Without Lin Ye's command, this increasingly intelligent liquid life form already understood. Whoosh! Her jelly-like body instantly liquefied and flattened, transforming into a layer of polymer biological membrane that was thinner than a cicada's wing, completely transparent, and extremely resilient. The membrane naturally adhered to Lin Ye's body and clothing, completely isolating him from the damp and polluted air outside. Just as Xiaoxue finished her defense, and Lin Yi was about to step out of the carriage. Meow! A black lightning bolt streaked across the mud from afar. The shadowy creature, now shrunk to the size of a house cat, shook the water off its tail, its emerald eyes gleaming with a triumphant light. With a powerful kick of its hind legs, it hurtled towards the forest like a black cannonball, trying to win praise from its master. However, bang! A dull thud was heard. Instead of falling into Lin Ye's arms as usual, Mo-ing crashed hard into a transparent, elastic membrane that was invisible to the naked eye but was real. The cat was spread out in a starfish shape, its 4 paws outstretched, hovering a few centimeters in the air above Lin Ye's chest, before comically sliding down its smooth diaphragm. Xiaoxue not only kept out the mud and water, but also ruthlessly stopped all creatures from approaching the forest without permission, including the little cat that was competing with her for attention. Gurgle, on the transparent membrane on Lin Ye's body, like an LED screen, a personified, ring and equal to, smug emoticon appeared provocatively. Meow? Mo-ing, who was grabbed by the scruff of her neck by Lin Yi to prevent her from falling into the mud, instantly bristled. Buzz. The next second, Mo-ying's body suddenly became ethereal, turning into a pure, intangible shadow. It completely ignored Xiaoxue's physical barrier, passing through the transparent membrane like a phantom, and appeared out of thin air in the narrow gap between Xiaoxue and Lin Ye's chests. The rematerialized shadowy creature clung tightly to Lin Ye's warm chest, wagging its tail triumphantly at the transparent ball of fluff outside the membrane. Gurgle? Lin Ye's diaphragm trembled violently, displaying countless, omega, incredulous garbled expressions. Meow. Mo-ing adjusted to an arrogant posture in Lin Ye's arms and made a victorious purring sound. Watching his 2 battle pets outwit and outmaneuver him, Lin Yi shook his head with amusement and casually ruffled the smooth fur of the black shadow in his arms. After everyone jumped out of the RV, the battlefield cleanup was carried out efficiently and neatly thanks to Yili's supercomputing power and the storage of several void bags, with a capacity of over 1,000 cubic meters. The forest is like a merciless black hole that absorbs everything. In addition to the high-energy flesh and blood of the Tier 3 abyssal crocodile, he also collected the corpses of dozens of mutated beasts, including mutated chickens, giant dogs, and large birds of prey, that had been killed by the crocodile pack in the surrounding area, into his void bag. These substances, after being enhanced and purified, become the finest food for Mo-ing and Xiaoxue. After thoroughly looting the surrounding area and confirming that no spoils had been missed, Lin Yi led his fully armed men, stepping through the scorched mud, slowly toward the very center of the farm. That was the location of the special energy source that the moonlit radar had previously locked onto. Nian, do it! Lin Yi stopped and slightly raised his chin. Clear! Dressed in a black nano-tactical suit, resembling a futuristic police officer, Zhao Nian strode forward, unleashing his secondary plus level ability, Extreme Metal Control. Creak boom! The metal railings of the abandoned crocodile pond and the shells of old cars, seemingly drawn by something, rose into the air with a screeching sound of metal friction, rapidly melting and reforming in midair. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of kilograms of scrap iron were transformed into a giant, menacing excavator bucket with a diameter of over 5 meters. Under Zhao Nian's precise control, the giant bucket shovel plunged into the center of the scorched mud swamp that had been plowed by the plasma cannon, and flipped over violently. Splash! Sewage and mud splashed in all directions. After digging more than 10 meters deep, a strange light finally pierced through the murky mud and water, revealing itself to the air. It was a basketball-sized, perfectly regular prismatic polyhedral crystal. The crystal has a mysterious, translucent texture, resembling an unknown deep-sea crystal. Under the dim sky, it was continuously emitting a soft yet highly penetrating pale blue halo. The moment the crystal appeared in the world, even though they were wrapped in layers of nano-tactical suits and biomembranes, everyone felt a warm current that ignored physical defenses and penetrated the armor to reach every part of their body. They could even clearly sense that their superpowers were slowly increasing at a steady pace. Brother, is this the treasure that the crocodiles risked their lives to protect? Tang Yingshue's voice, coming through the mask, was filled with surprise and shock. This thing has a passive effect that provides a group buff simply by being exposed to the air. It is undoubtedly priceless. It looks like a high-purity, high-density energy crystal, Gu Wan concluded. Zhao Nian stared at the glowing crystal, her eyes filled with undisguised fervor. She wielded her shovel, trying to get closer to pick it up. It's amazing! Let me take a closer look! Nian Nian, don't touch it! A steel hand covered in composite armor suddenly reached out and firmly gripped Zhao Nian's wrist. Behind the mask, Su Tang's cold voice rang out. You've spent too much time in the auto repair shop and you lack knowledge of biology. This special energy source, capable of affecting cell activity remotely, may contain malignant ionizing radiation that could cause instant cell death and direct gene collapse, even through tactical clothing, before its specific properties are determined. Such radiation is extremely dangerous. Huh! Radiation? Zhao Nian immediately stopped moving and obediently shrank her neck. I understand, Sister Tang. Yuli, can you tell me what radiation is later? Okay, Ms. Zhao Nian, the relevant information has been filed. Lin Yi did not make any rash moves, but stood quietly in place until Yuli controlled the enhanced Phantom Scout Bee to complete a comprehensive deep spectral scan of the crystal. Master, it's confirmed safe, Yuli reported. The energy source has extremely high radiation intensity, but the wavelength is mild, active induced radiation, which has no immediate toxicity to the somatic cells of everyone present. Upon receiving Yuli's confirmation, Lin Yi nodded and strode forward, extending his right hand, which was enveloped by Xiao Shua's membrane, to pick up the basketball-sized, jade-like, prismatic energy stone from the metal shovel. The moment he touched it, feeling the vast yet extremely violent energy pulsations within the crystal, Lin Yi took a deep breath. SSS-Level superpower, sequential enhancement. The world of lines representing attributes resurfaced in my mind once again. In Lin Ye's exclusive perception, the light blue prismatic crystal in his hand directly transformed into an explosive core formed by countless dazzling crimson lines that were wildly intertwined and entwined. The terrifying density of information even caused a slight distortion in Lin Ye's vision. I'd like to see what kind of thing you are. Lin Ye's eyes narrowed slightly, and without hesitation, he probed into it with his mental energy, tentatively activating his supernatural ability. In an instant, Lin Ye's expression changed drastically. He realized the situation was extremely bad. The supernatural power surging within his body was now pouring out towards the crystal at a frenzied speed, like a flood bursting its banks. It only lasted for a second. His massive second-tier energy reservoir was instantly emptied by a full third by this crystal. Chapter 71 The Drunken Girls. Within the ordered vision, the explosive core, woven from countless crimson lines, resembled a greedy, ravenous maw, devouring Lin Ye's primordial energy at a terrifying speed. Buzz! Just a second before the massive second-tier superpower within his body was about to be completely drained, triggering a backlash that damaged his very essence. Lin Ye's face suddenly turned deathly pale, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. He bit his tongue hard. Stimulated by the excruciating pain, he used his formidable willpower to forcefully sever the mental connection, halting the sequence enhancement process. The dark golden light shattered and dissipated instantly. Lin Yi swayed slightly, took a half step back unsteadily, and a fine layer of cold sweat had seeped out of his forehead. Lin Yi! Are you alright? Su Tang, who had been watching him intently, reacted quickly and stepped forward to firmly support his arm. A milky, healing glow began to envelop the forest. Sensing the sudden depletion of energy within Lin Ye's body, the cool and aloof woman's eyes were filled with undisguised worry. Phew! It's alright, I was just a bit overconfident. Lin Yi took a deep breath, suppressing the weakness churning in his chest. He glanced at the translucent, prismatic crystal in his hand, its light still soft, and a deep sense of unease flashed in his eyes, but what followed was an even more fervent ambition. This thing is ridiculously high grade. The energy gap that needs to be filled to enhance it is a bottomless pit. With my current power reserves, I couldn't eat it even if I were drained dry. I'll keep it for now. As he spoke, Lin Yi flipped his hand and took out a void bag, carefully putting the mysterious energy crystal close to his body. Even without enhancement, this crystal is still very effective. A moment later, the group returned to the Amadiro fortress, which was suspended in midair. As soon as she sat down on the spacious and luxurious circular sofa, Gu Wan came over with a steaming cup of Revival Americano. "Boss, have some of this, it'll help you get back on track." Lin Yi took the coffee and drank it all in one gulp. The special buff from the S-Level miracle recipe quickly transformed into a warm current within his body, nourishing his parched spirit and gradually restoring a rosy glow to his pale complexion. While Lin Yi was resting, Gu Wan went into the open kitchen and prepared a sumptuous lunch for everyone. Purebred king crab, Australian lobster thicker than a forearm, top-quality caviar and tomahawk steak. In this apocalyptic world where bloodshed can erupt over half a piece of moldy bread, such high-end ingredients are probably long extinct. However, thanks to Gu Wan, the S-Level logistics manager, the Lin Yi team's standard of living has been rising higher and higher, even surpassing that of ordinary wealthy people in peacetime. After a whirlwind lunch, the RV's energy concentrating engine, through the photovoltaic array, also replenished its energy reserves. The massive RV smoothly turned in midair. When it landed back on the Cross River Expressway near the broken bridge, which was completely blocked by abandoned vehicles, extremely dazzling azure energy particles began to gather wildly at the front of the vehicle. The physical ramming horn that was bitten off by the Tier 3 Tyrannosaurus Rex on the Cross River Bridge is no more. In its place is a high-energy particle ramming horn that exudes an aura of absolute destruction. Boom! With the deep roar of the engine, the Amadiro fortress was like an ancient beast unleashed from its cage. The azure particle impact horn, like the scythe of death, ruthlessly scrapped and blasted away any obstructing wrecked vehicles in its path. The RV sped relentlessly along the highway toward its final destination, Shanghai. During their lunch break, Lin Yi naturally pulled Su Tang back to the master bedroom. The two activated the Jade Balance True Scripture with perfect coordination. After a thorough and harmonious deep energy exchange, Lin Yi's supernatural abilities, which had been drained by the crystal that morning, finally returned to their peak second-tier state. Lin Yi didn't sit idle during the afternoon drive. He sat in the living room and began to expend his supernatural power in large quantities, performing a true secondary enhancement on everyone's Abyss Knight bracelet and holographic tactical terminal. Subsequently, Zhao Nian used his A+ grade metal control to customize cold weapons for each person, and then Zhao Nian enhanced and empowered them. This series of operations has once again brought about a qualitative leap in the team's individual combat equipment and self-defense capabilities. As evening approached, the torrential rain that had lasted for several days finally subsided slightly. The RV came to a smooth stop at a large service area on the border of Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces. If all goes well, they should be able to officially enter Shanghai by noon tomorrow. Lin Yi leaned against the panoramic car window, gazing at the deep night outside. His usually cold, calm, and decisive heart was unusually stirred by a slight ripple. Shanghai, that's the city where his sister Lin Wu lives, thousands of miles away. How is my sister? I hope everything goes well tomorrow. For the evening dinner, Lin Yi specially used his supernatural abilities to enhance and purify a large piece of the freshest Tier 3 crocodile meat. Gu Wan then very cooperatively prepared a steaming hot pot with a spicy broth and butter sauce, and even brought out several bottles of Romani Conti in excellent vintage. Amidst the clinking of glasses, the rich aroma of meat and the mellow fragrance of wine permeated the 1,500 square meter temperature-controlled carriage. The girl's radiant smiles and the lively, warm atmosphere easily dispelled the lingering worry in Lin Yi's heart. However, as the excitement subsided and things came to a close, the atmosphere in the living room suddenly became somewhat strange. Lin Yi now possesses a third-tier body, and his metabolism and detoxification abilities are nothing short of abnormal. These bottles of red wine are no different from plain water to him, so he naturally cannot get drunk. Logically speaking, Su Tang and Zhao Nian, the two evolved beings he had enhanced, should have physical abilities far exceeding those of ordinary people, and it would be impossible for them to be knocked out by a little alcohol. But at a certain moment, under the subtle lead of a certain scheming young lady, the group of charming girls in the living room somehow managed to uniformly and limply collapse onto the large, soft leather sofa. Tang Yingshua's cheeks were flushed, and her oversized white t-shirt was half undone, revealing her rounded shoulders and a large expanse of snow-white skin. She was murmuring "brother" in her mouth. Su Tang's eyes were half closed, her long legs were lazily crossed, and her toes, wrapped in black stockings, were extremely alluring under the reflection of the wine glass. Even Han Xiaoqing, the usually aloof bodyguard, was now leaning against the sofa armrest with a slightly flushed face and her chest heaving violently, clearly forcing herself to participate in this involution. Looking at the extremely sensual and subtly fragrant, drunken beauty seen before him, Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. Clearly, this is all a poorly constructed illusion. As he put down his glass and approached, thanks to his heightened hearing from his third-level physical body, he could clearly hear the girls' hearts pounding wildly and clearly over the top. Meow! Gurgle! Just as the romantic atmosphere was about to reach its peak, two well-fed battle pets suddenly appeared from some corner. They clearly sensed their owner was facing the trouble of moving heavy objects, and thoughtfully came forward. Moing was even prepared to mobilize the Shadow Legion to pack up these troublesome drunkards and throw them back into their respective rooms. No need, I'll do it. Lin Ye's eyes twitched slightly as he grabbed the cat and slime who were about to make a contribution. Meow? Gurgle? The two battle pets tilted their heads, their faces full of doubt, as if to say, "Aren't we considerate enough?" Lin Yi gave their fluffy, slippery heads a good rub, then warned in a low voice. "If you really let them carry it, they'll sober up on the spot. Go play somewhere else." After sending away the two clueless little ones, Lin Yi shook his head helplessly. He bent down and, with an extremely natural and domineering motion, picked up Su Tang, who was half lying on the edge of the sofa, and walked ahead towards the second bedroom. In the instant he was airborne, the aloof and elegant woman in his arms, who had been completely drunk, pressed her burning cheek against his chest and wrapped her slender arms tightly around his neck, as if afraid he would change his mind. Lin Yi was perfectly aware of the girl's extremely tacit and silent invitation, tonight. He wasn't sure if it was his terrifying opposite-sex attraction from his perfect body attribute kicking in, or if Tang Yingxue, that mischievous girl, was secretly stirring things up, triggering a herd mentality in the entire harem where everyone was afraid of losing favor. But whatever the reason, this group of girls, with their stunning figures and diverse personalities, who were now deliberately dressed in extremely revealing and alluring loungewear, were completely defenseless, offering themselves up to him like prey. To say that he, a normal, vigorous man, would have no reaction would be self-deception. However, Lin Yi himself was actually somewhat reluctant to engage in a chaotic team battle tonight. He wasn't rejecting this opportunity to have multiple partners. These girls chose to trust and rely on him without reservation, and as the leader of the group, he naturally reciprocated. However, once they become more skilled, they can team up, but regarding some girls' first flag-capturing battle, he prefers a pure and exclusive time spent alone in duo queue. This is his bottom line. After gently placing Su Tang on the large bed and lightly kissing her burning cheek, Lin Yi turned and left the room. Chapter 72 White Silk and the Eerie Light in the Deep Water. Clatter. The door to the second bedroom was gently closed. Listening to the footsteps fading away in the woods outside the corridor, Su Tang, lying on the large, soft bed in the master bedroom, slowly opened her eyes, which had been filled with a dazed and intoxicated look. In his clear, cold eyes there was not a trace of drunkenness. What a domineering and greedy man! Su Tang pulled the blanket up to cover her graceful curves, a faint smile playing on her lips. In fact, she had already made thorough preparations for the current situation. In this desolate wasteland where life is precarious and morality is in decline, it's inevitable that a powerful and unfathomable individual, living alongside a group of beautiful girls in this absolutely safe RV, will inevitably have conflicts. However, Lin Ye's awakened third to her physical body last night, with an unreasonable hormonal attraction, forcibly accelerated this process. Since it's the apocalypse anyway, nobody knows if they'll even survive tomorrow. She, a mature and rational woman, had long since come to terms with this kind of thing, and even secretly welcomed it. Putting all that aside, Su Tang felt a strong sense of curiosity and scrutiny. Who will Lin Yi choose first tonight? Nian Nian? Su Tang shook her head slightly. Probably not. She and Zhao Nian had both expended a lot of energy these past 2 days trying to help Lin Yi recover from the terrifying drain on his powers. Given Lin Ye's protective nature, he would most likely let them get a good rest tonight. Gu Wan isn't out of the question. That female executive's figure and temperament are indeed top-notch. If Lin Yi takes her in and gives her a further enhancement, he might be able to unlock even more top-tier delicacies with magical buffs. But in Su Tang's rational analysis, she felt that the most perfect person for Lin Yi tonight, and the one he should choose most, was actually Han Xiaoqing. Unlike the others in the car, Han Xiaoqing's individual combat strength, as well as her SS-level, ultimate skill armament, are of terrifying strategic value. Tomorrow they will officially step into the territory of Shanghai. In that former international metropolis, there must be various large and complex survivor factions entrenched. Once those forces notice Amadairo Fortress, countless people will be envious and will even go to great lengths to poach its members. If the offer is generous enough, even if Han Xiaoqing is cold-hearted, she might still waver. Therefore, from the perspective of absolute control of the team, the safest and most compliant strategy is to completely subdue this top combat power as soon as possible, and imprint Lin Ye's absolute mark on her body and mind. So, what would you choose? Su Tang rolled over, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Could it be that you're planning to take them all down in one night, relying on the terrifying qualities of your third-tier physique? It must be said that Su Tang, as a former emergency room doctor, delivered an extremely accurate and meticulous analysis. From a purely pragmatic perspective, maximizing the team's interests, Han Xiaoqing was indeed the first choice tonight. But Lin Yi deliberately pushed open Tang Yingxue's door. As an SSS-level ability user, Lin Yi possesses absolute pride and confidence. He has no need to rely on this method to win over subordinates, or solidify his team. In this fortress that belongs entirely to him, he is the sole core, and he only needs to follow his heart and do as he pleases. Although Tang Yingxue usually has a tea-like demeanor and likes to flirt with people on the edge, it is undeniable that her deceptively innocent and innocent first love face and her proud figure are indeed perfect and impeccable. And what Lin Yi found most interesting was, when he carried Gu Wan and Han Xiaoqing back to their respective rooms, the two women, though their hearts were pounding, still kept their eyes tightly shut and pretended to be drunk, too shy to face reality. But Tang Yingxue was different. Lin Yi had just placed her on the bed in the second bedroom, and before he could even straighten up, the little fox, who had been drunk and unconscious just a second ago, opened her watery and dreamy peach blossom eyes on her own initiative. Without flinching, she boldly stretched out her snow-white arms, tightly wrapped them around Lin Ye's neck, and pulled him down forcefully. "Brother, this time, I'm really ready." Tang Yingxue tilted her head slightly, her warm and sweet breath spraying onto Lin Ye's cheek. Her voice had completely shed its usual cunning and feigned manipulativeness, revealing an unprecedented seriousness, determination, and a slight tremor due to nervousness. "Although I know this is still progressing too fast. But I don't want to wait any longer, and I don't want to scheme anymore. The world is broken, brother. I'm ready to give you everything I have." As they spoke, the girl leaned forward without reservation and resolutely pressed her soft lips, which carried a faint aroma of red wine, against hers. Perhaps in the future, she will feel ashamed for abandoning all her reserve today. But that's all in the future. Right now, Tang Yingxue only wants to hold on tightly to the man in front of her who can protect her and seize the moment. After a long while, their lips parted. Lin Yi looked at the girl in his arms, her face flushed and her eyes misty with tears, then his gaze suddenly swept downwards, a hint of amusement appearing in his deep eyes. When did you change those white stockings on your legs? If I remember correctly, you weren't wearing this on the living room sofa just now, were you? Call. Tang Yingxue breathed softly, a hint of smugness and shyness flashing in her eyes as she looked on with satisfaction at her successful scheme. She buried her burning cheeks in Lin Ye's broad chest, her voice barely audible, yet utterly alluring. Of course. I secretly changed into it when my brother took them back to their rooms. Is it pretty? Brother, do you like it? Like. Lin Yi said no more, grabbed the girl's slender waist with his other hand, leaned down again, and kissed her soft lips. The sound of the torrential rain outside the window was perfectly blocked out by the heavy armor plating of the RV. The temperature in the second bedroom suddenly rose. A touch of blood transformed into a red plum blossom. The night rain continued, and the romance and whispers inside the carriage were completely hidden within this absolutely isolated steel fortress. In this cold and cruel wasteland, only the warmth of each other's bodies is the most real reliance. Is this kind of thing really that good? Through the extremely concealed temperature sensors inside the carriage, the moonlight, which was witnessing this scene of heat converging, was vaguely observed, and a confused data stream flashed through the core processor. This is not good. If these women continue to deepen their bond with their master in this way, wouldn't their core position in the team be seriously threatened in the future? After all, since it has no physical form, the owner can't do anything to a piece of code. It seems I need to find an opportunity to have my master help me construct a physical vessel. Although she felt jealous and overwhelmed by the pressure of competition, the dutiful Yuli thoughtfully cut off all contact with the second bedroom. In the latter half of the night, while everyone inside the fortress was immersed in deep sleep and tenderness. As a night watchman, Yuli keenly detected a subtle abnormal fluctuation within the external omniscient radar network. Mutant creatures are silently approaching the Amadiro fortress, which is moored at the edge of the deep water area, under the cover of night. Buzz! Without disturbing Lin Yi, who was resting, Yuli directly took over the independent weapons depot with the highest authority. The hummingbird meteor drone, which Han Shaoqing had once wielded to wreak havoc and possessed the ability to traverse dimensions, vanished into the night like a ghost reaping lives. Sizzle! 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 2 high-energy particle beams flashed rapidly through the dark water. Several mutated fish that tried to gnaw on the armor at the bottom of the RV were instantly burned to charcoal by the meteor drone before they could even splash. The fish floated on the surface of the water. The battle ended extremely easily. However, the ultra-high-definition macro images transmitted back by the drone instantly triggered a low-level alarm in Yuli's massive database. She sensed that something was amiss. The mutated fish that were chopped up in the video looked completely different from the mutated rabid dogs, giant crocodiles, and other common mutated creatures they encountered along the way. These fish have not evolved hard scales or strong muscles on their bodies. Instead, they are deformed and covered with large areas of disgusting pustules and ulcers. Even more bizarrely, their flesh and bones emitted a faint, eerie blue fluorescence in the darkness. Unnatural mutation, suspected to be caused by residual high-intensity nuclear radiation or infection by an unknown deep-sea virus. A moment later, under Yuli's control, a phantom reconnaissance bee, in a state of complete optical stealth, silently flew out of the armory. In midair, the second strengthened drone twisted and contorted, transforming into a mechanical, mimicking fish that silently plunged into the murky water and swam towards the deeper areas. Chapter 73 Radiation Distortion and the Tsingyuan Nuclear Power Plant. Late at night, outside the service area where the fortress of Amadiro is moored. In the dark, murky water, a small mechanical fish, almost completely blending into its environment, silently wiggles its tail fin and swims at high speed towards Shanghai City in the distance. Far away in the RV server room, Yuli was using her immense computing power to take full control of this second strengthened miniature weapon. Item, Phantom Miniature Scout B, Secondary Sequence Enhancement. Feature 1, Full Ecological Armor Mimicry. The fuselage is covered with a microprism matrix, achieving 99% visual and thermal imaging stealth. It can undergo deep mechanical reconstruction, perfectly mimicking the tiny forms of swimming fish, flying insects, etc., adapting seamlessly to deep sea, high altitude, and extreme radiation environments. Feature 2, Quantum Overclocking Analysis, Radar System Leap. It can ignore heavy cover and perform in-depth scanning and microscopic modeling of radiation concentration, energy fluctuations, and mutated biological gene sequences in target areas. Feature 3, Microscopic Dimensional Transition. New when encountering an absolutely sealed physical barrier, it can perform short-distance spatial traversal of up to 10 meters by consuming 30% of its stored energy at once. After a second round of sequencing enhancement, this reconnaissance bee has reached an incredible level of stealth and the ability to overcome physical obstacles. As the mechanical fish ventured deeper, the scenes Yuli observed through the scout bee became increasingly chilling. As a coastal prefecture-level city, Shanghai City was severely affected by this apocalyptic rainstorm, with most of the city now submerged in water. At this moment, beneath the city's submerged water, which is more than 10 meters deep, teems with a distorted ecosystem that defies all biological norms. Under the dual catalysis of apocalyptic blood rain and high concentrations of unknown radiation, the mutated creatures here exhibit an extremely distorted, even Cthulhu-esque, abnormal state. On the turbulent underworld streets, mutated giant shrimp, over 2 meters long, with their carapaces densely covered with dozens of murky, pus-filled eyeballs, swam about. In those completely submerged shops and sewers, a large number of mutated zombies, emitting a faint blue light, with extensive rotting of their body tissues and even visible white bones, still possess immense strength. Yuli drew a red circle on the virtual sea map of Shanghai City. According to the comparison of the pre-disaster geographical database, there is a large nuclear facility in the coastal cliff area on the east side of Shanghai City Tsingyuan nuclear power plant. The occurrence of such a large-scale, cross-species horrific anomaly is highly likely due to a severe nuclear leak in the reactor of this nuclear power plant during the apocalypse, either due to geological changes or lack of maintenance. The specific extent of the core damage is unknown. The current detection radius of Yuli's conventional omniscient radar is 25 kilometers, while its maximum long-range control distance for the Phantom Reconnaissance Bee is 50 kilometers. Shanghai City was located on the very edge of her absolute control. After silently scanning these disgusting mutants underwater for a while, Yuli did not allow the mechanical fish to venture further into the core area of nuclear contamination. She manipulated the fish to swing its tail fin, swimming with remarkable agility towards a nearby highland area where life signs were relatively concentrated. A few minutes later, the mechanical fish stopped in front of an upscale residential area on higher ground. The floodwaters here have reached the 4th floor. And behind the windows on the 5th floor and above, Yuli's quantum analysis radar clearly detected hundreds of faint, but relatively stable human vital signs. This is a sizable survivor camp. The fact that the organization was able to gather hundreds of people in the early stages of the apocalypse, with a certain proportion of the elderly, women, and children remaining, suggests that the organization's top management was likely a rational leader who was kind-hearted and possessed absolute military power to suppress dissent. At this moment, on the spacious terrace extending from the 5th floor, 6 people were keeping watch and patrolling in the wind and rain. Splash! The dark, stagnant water below the terrace suddenly surged, and several mutated fish and shrimp with blue fluorescent growths on their bodies roared and leaped onto the terrace, opening their mouths full of fine, sharp teeth, attempting to hunt fresh flesh. Get out! The leader of the superhumans roared, and a ball of blazing fire suddenly erupted from his palm, slamming it hard against the edge of the puddle. Boom! The sudden burst of high temperature blasted the mutated fish and shrimp into a bloody mess, splattering foul-smelling juices everywhere, and the remains fell back into the black water. Through the perspective of a scout bee, Yuli noticed that apart from some aquatic mutants drifting downstream, there were almost no terrestrial mutant zombies to be seen near this residential area. Clearly, this place has been cleaned up in an organized and disciplined manner by this group. Splash! The mechanical fish silently leaped out of the water, completed a dazzling reorganization in midair, and instantly transformed back into a scout bee in optical cloaking mode, hovering like a ghost in the night sky. The reconnaissance bee currently has 70% of its energy remaining, giving them ample time. Yuli decides to collect human samples from this camp at close range. Through quantum overclocking analysis, Yuli came to a conclusion. The superhuman who released the fireball, as well as the 5 ordinary people on the terrace who were gripping sharpened steel pipes, inevitably had a certain concentration of nuclear radiation accumulated in their bodies. Shockingly, although their cells showed slight signs of decay, they did not exhibit the fatal symptoms of acute radiation sickness, such as organ dissolution and gene chain collapse. This is a highly valuable sample of macroscopic observation. Yuli silently recorded the massive data stream into the core database. The blood-red fluctuations during the apocalypse seem to have forcibly unlocked the genetic locks of all humanity. Survivors not only had enhanced physical strength, but their resistance to malignant nuclear radiation also underwent an incredible benign mutation. However, that's not the point. The point is the nuclear power plant that leaked. In Yuli's underlying logical deduction, the Sangyuan nuclear power plant that leaked dozens of kilometers away has extremely high strategic value. A nuclear power plant is a hell to be avoided by ordinary survivors, but for Lin Yi, who possesses sequence enhancement, it is an unparalleled super gold mine. As Lin Ye's rank increases and he comes into contact with increasingly high-end items, the energy gap he needs will be an extremely terrifying astronomical figure. This nuclear power plant is entirely feasible, whether as an external energy source for the next evolution of Fort Amadiro or as the cornerstone for building a future power. This intelligence must be given the highest priority and reported to the master first thing tomorrow morning. It was very late at night. But the core management of this survivor organization called Dawn remained wide awake. It's not that I don't want to sleep, it's that I'm afraid to sleep. In a large, single-level living room on the 22nd floor, a few somewhat comical scented candles were lit due to the power outage. The flickering candlelight illuminated the uncertain expressions of the 8 managers sitting around the sofa. Buzz! The phantom scout bee, in a state of absolute invisibility and silence, entered this enclosed room through dimensional jump and hovered in a dead corner of the ceiling. The moment the scout bee entered the room, the man, who was sitting in the center of the sofa and had a burly build like a brown bear, suddenly raised his head. Those bloodshot, beast-like eyes were fixed on that corner of the ceiling. Is it just my imagination? The burly man frowned, his muscles tense, and muttered something under his breath. Ma Tian, what's wrong? Has a mutated monster climbed up here? Brother Ma, don't scare me. Seeing the burly man's menacing demeanor, the other 7 men, who had been arguing fiercely in hushed tones, instantly fell silent. They gripped their weapons tightly, sweating profusely as they cautiously surveyed their surroundings. Before the apocalypse, Ma Tian was just an ordinary fitness instructor. But after the blood rains down, he was fortunate enough to awaken a powerful A+ level superpower called Berserk. During this period of time, it was he who took the lead and, like a tireless war god, led everyone to clear out the mutated zombies in the community bit by bit, saving the lives of hundreds of people in this radiation zone. He himself, through countless life and death battles, successfully advanced to become a second-tier superhuman. He is undoubtedly the strongest guardian of the Dawn organization. No one dared to doubt Ma Tian's beast-like intuition. It's nothing, everyone relax. It's probably just that we haven't slept for the past 2 days and our nerves are too tense, causing us to have hallucinations. After carefully sensing for a moment, and finding no heartbeat or signs of life, Ma Tian wearily rubbed his temples and reassured everyone. However, we can't continue this endless internal strife and arguing. Ma Tian surveyed the group before him, his voice hoarse yet carrying an undeniable authority. I don't know if what that woman casually warned us about when she left was true or false. But it's a fact that the monsters in the water on the ground floor have been behaving increasingly strangely these past 2 days. We must make a decision as soon as possible. Even ignoring the so-called potential spread of nuclear radiation contamination, the supplies here will only last for another half a month at most. We must overcome our fear and lead the entire team on a massive relocation. Radiation is no joke. If we wait until everyone starts losing hair and experiencing organ failure, It will be too late to leave. Ma Tian's voice sounded particularly heavy in the dim candlelight. Now let's begin the final vote by raising hands. To leave or to stay? Chapter 74 Vortex Waterblade. That woman? An official researcher? Or a staff member at the Tsangyuan nuclear power plant? Inside the RV's quantum data center, Yuli instantly captured the key information raised during the dawn camp meeting. Whether the survivors downstairs ultimately choose to risk breaking out or remain in place to slowly die, Yuli's underlying code shows no emotional fluctuation. In this cold, post-apocalyptic wasteland, survival of the fittest is the only truth. But the woman that these people kept mentioning attracted her great strategic attention. By listening to the heated, hushed argument among the management members before the vote, Yuli deduced the complete outline of the matter from a reverse perspective. Just a day earlier, this more rational survivor organization welcomed a young woman named Su Qinghe, who was extremely beautiful and intelligent, and had a young daughter with her. As a camp with a scale of over 100, if the other party simply wanted to seek refuge, Ma Tian, the second-tier leader, would naturally welcome them with open arms. Unfortunately, what the other party wanted to do was not to join them in their desperate struggle for survival. Instead, they were trying to persuade Ma Tian and the leaders of other nearby survivor organizations to accompany her on a crazy act that could change the fate of humanity, venturing deep into the radiation exclusion zone to deal with the source of the nuclear leak. The woman's logic was clear and cruel. If the core reactor of the Tsangyuan nuclear power plant was allowed to continue melting and leaking, the nuclear contamination would, along with the unprecedented global torrential rains and surface water runoff, completely pollute the entire land of China at an irreversible rate. At that time, the already extremely dangerous zombies and mutated creatures will undergo secondary mutations under radiation, and the living space for surviving humans will be completely locked down. However, faced with this weighty proposal concerning the very survival of humanity, Ma Tian and his colleagues rejected it without hesitation. What kind of international joke is this? This is the apocalypse. We're not even sure if we'll live to see the sun tomorrow, and you're asking us to go with you to the nuclear power plant to die. Who knows what kind of terrifying monsters the creatures in the central area of the nuclear power plant have become. Even if the sky were to collapse, it should be the official army or tall people who hold it up. Why should ordinary people like them be the saviors? After learning the exact choices made by Ma Tian and the others, Su Qinghe did not try to blackmail them with so-called human righteousness or morality. Because she understands better than anyone that the instinct to seek advantage and avoid harm is human nature. In this apocalypse, it is not their responsibility to go and die. Out of her remaining conscience, before leaving, she solemnly explained to them the hidden dangers of nuclear radiation and advised them to abandon the place and leave the city as soon as possible. But giving up is easier said than done. The Dawn organization had finally managed to clear out a relatively safe living space here and stockpile some supplies. The resistance to suddenly having to move the whole family amidst torrential rain and attacks from underwater monsters is unimaginable. To those who are short-sighted, this was nothing more than a scare tactic she deliberately fabricated to force them to help her. The most despairing aspect of nuclear radiation lies in this. When it silently penetrates the body and severs the DNA chains of cells, you feel no pain whatsoever. But by the time you actually notice nosebleeds, hair loss, and internal organ dissolution, it's already too late to do anything about it. Yuli had completely lost interest in eavesdropping on these people's decisions. Her only concern now was finding that special woman. Since she wanted to deal with the nuclear leak, she must have some understanding of nuclear power plants. According to Ma Tian, Su Qinghe only left this afternoon. In such a dire situation where half the city is flooded, unless the other party awakens an extremely convenient amphibious ability, she definitely won't get far with a young girl. It's worth expending stored energy and taking a chance. The Phantom Scout, hovering in a blind spot in the ceiling, silently approached the heavy load-bearing wall. Microscopic dimensional leap, initiated. Buzz! The micro-drone's body rippled with an extremely strange spatial ripple. It completely ignored the physical barriers, instantly penetrating the reinforced concrete walls and silently blending into the dark, pouring rain outside. In a high-rise residential building in Shanghai City, not too far from the Dawn organization. Mommy! In the dimly lit room, a little girl with delicate features, wearing slightly oversized cartoon pajamas, was startled awake from her sleep by a sudden, eerie noise outside the window. She rubbed her sleepy eyes in fear. Bang! Crash! A loud crash of shattering glass followed. Several large, mutated birds, as big as eagles, with their feathers falling out and rotting, and their eyes glowing with an eerie blue light, smashed through the living room's French windows like madmen, rushing in with a whirlwind of wind and rain. However, before they could even let out a piercing screech and pounce on the mother and daughter on the bed. In the darkness, the half-empty bottle of drinking water placed in the mineral water bottle on the bedside table suddenly floated up. A few seemingly gentle water droplets, under the frenzied compression of some terrifying supernatural power, instantly transformed into several high-pressure, vortex water blades, rotating tens of thousands of times per second. Sizzle! 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 The water blades, like extremely sharp plasma cutters, drew several perfect, deadly arcs in the air, instantly and silkily dismembering the mutated birds that emitted faint radiation into countless fragments in mid-air. Blood and flesh mixed with blue fluorescence were scattered all over the ground, and a pungent, fishy stench instantly filled the air. In the darkness, an extremely graceful and tall figure quickly stepped forward, wrapped the exquisitely beautiful little girl tightly in a clean waterproof windbreaker, and skillfully moved her to the next room, a relatively dry guest bedroom that was undamaged. Don't be afraid of the stars, Mom is here. Su Qinghe gently patted her daughter's back, her voice so gentle it seemed to drip with water, a stark contrast to the ruthless and murderous manner with which she had instantly killed the mutated bird. So, Mom, should we go ask the uncles and aunts for help again tomorrow? In the dimly lit room, the little girl nestled in her mother's warm embrace. Her large eyes, which seemed to reflect the stars, were exceptionally bright and pure. No, thank you. A hint of weariness and resolve flashed in Su Qinghe's eyes. She pressed her cheek against her daughter's warm forehead, her voice soft. Mommy, tomorrow, please take my little star to a completely safe place, okay? When we get there, little star can sleep in a super soft bed and eat all sorts of delicious snacks. There are no monsters there, and no cold rain. Hearing about the soft bed and delicious food, the little girl's eyes lit up instantly, and she asked in her childish voice. Really? It's even softer than the bed at home. Of course it's true. When has Mom ever lied to my little star? Su Qinghe suppressed the stinging in her nose and smiled gently. Great! We can eat delicious food tomorrow. The little girl named Su Xingwan happily leaned forward and gave her mother a big smack on her fair cheek. Just as the mother and daughter were enjoying this rare moment of warmth in the apocalypse. The little girl, perched on her mother's shoulder, rolled her big eyes around, her gaze suddenly passing over her mother's shoulder and landing on a very inconspicuous corner of the dimly lit room. The little one stretched out his delicate white finger, pointing curiously at the spot that was clearly empty, and exclaimed in a clear voice. Hey! Mommy, look! There's a little bee over there! Chapter 75 Playing with Fire and Imperfect Replication. Tang Yingshua's sleeping posture on the luxurious king-size bed in the second bedroom was not exactly pleasant. In the early morning, when Lin Yu awoke from his slumber, the girl beside him was lying on her side like an unsuspecting koala. A long, slender, fair leg straddled his waist, while Lin Ye's arm was tightly held in her embrace, deeply encased in her stunningly soft curves. After half a night of deep energy interaction from the Jade Balance True chapter, Tang Yingshua's condition was now at its peak. Last night, after the plum blossoms began to bloom, Lin Yi generously used his newly recovered supernatural abilities to perform 2 genuine sequence enhancement on her. As the dark golden cocoon of light shattered, the girl not only naturally stepped into the ranks of third-tier evolvers, but her originally mysterious S-rank, luck, also underwent a fundamental leap, directly advancing to S+ rank, strong luck. However, Lin Yi keenly noticed a detail: either Su Tang nor Tang Yingxua had the exaggerated third-tier body attribute on their body panels after undergoing a second enhancement. After a moment's thought, Lin Yi came to a conclusion in his heart. As an SSS-level ability user, his ability could not be enhanced for the time being, and all the enhancement energy was applied to his physical body. During the girl's enhancement process, the vast amount of enhancement energy was mostly used to deeply elevate and reconstruct their own supernatural abilities. "Good morning, brother!" Seemingly noticing Lin Ye's slight twitching of his arm, Tang Yingxue slowly opened her watery, dreamy peach blossom eyes. When she first awakened in the apocalypse, although her physical abilities had improved, her previous nearsightedness and astigmatism had not been completely eradicated. Now, after the second reordering and reshaping, the world in front of her has become clearer than ever before. She can even see the fine downy hairs on Lin Ye's face, which makes her feel a little uncomfortable for a while. Unlike Su Tang, who has a slight obsession with cleanliness in the morning and must brush her teeth before getting intimate, and Zhao Nian, who is used to passively enduring things in bed, this young lady is much bolder and more unrestrained. She greeted him in a sweet voice, then nimbly flipped over and, like a ragdoll cat eager for attention, gave Lin Yi a heavy kiss on the lips. "All right, stop fooling around." Lin Yi pressed down on the girl's slender waist, about to speak. "We'll wait a bit." Buzz! Without warning, the S+ level, Super Luck, was activated. Tang Yingxue deliberately activated her supernatural ability. However, she precisely compressed this power within the area of the secondary bedroom, and quickly released it after only 1 second. The moment the superpower dissipated, the backlash from the overwhelming luck arrived as expected. Lin Yi suddenly felt as if a piece of his heart had been ripped out of him, and an indescribable sense of emptiness instantly swept over his entire body. And what fills this void is a frenzied, boiling, primal, destructive and possessive desire that seems to want to devour the prey before it. Lin Ye's eyes instantly turned dark and deep. He took the initiative, flipping over and pinning the girl firmly beneath him, his voice terribly hoarse. "Tang Yingxue, you're playing with fire." "I'm sorry, brother." The girl wrapped her arms around Lin Ye's neck, looked at him pitifully, and said in an innocent, trembling voice, "Why don't you punish me?" But deep within those misty, peach blossom eyes, a sly and triumphant glint flashed. "You guessed right." Although Lin Yi has never explained the secret of his superpower, the last time he unusually pinned her down on his lap and stole her first kiss, it was precisely when she had activated her luck at full power to deal with the third-level slime mold, which led to the backlash. Now it seems that this is indeed the case. Unlike others who suffer setbacks and misfortunes when they encounter a backlash, Lin Ye's price for the backlash of luck is not bad luck, but an unreasonable and intense desire and impulse towards her. What does this tell us? This means that as long as Miss Tang timed the cooldown well, she could occasionally unleash her special ability on Lin Yi for just 1 second and precisely trigger this top expert's special buff. In the future, in this RV, she won't even need to rack her brains to compete with Su Tang and the others for attention. She can firmly control her own exclusive time. However, the little fox, though his plan was brilliant, seriously underestimated the consequences of his actions. Soon, Tang Yingxue had no time to think about these little schemes anymore. She realized with despair that Lin Yi had been extremely restrained last night because he was mindful of her being a first-timer. And now, facing the third-tier body, that she herself provoked into unleashing its full power. It's too late to regret it. The girl, trapped in her own web, could only clench her pearly white teeth, and amidst her intermittent screams, she was like a small boat on a stormy sea, painfully and joyfully welcoming this suffocating punishment. 9 o'clock in the morning. Phew! Good morning! Zhao Nian yawned, wearing a loose tracksuit, and came to the spacious and luxurious living room after washing up. Gu Wan hadn't gotten up yet, and she didn't know if Lin Yi had spent the night at her place. So she decided to go to the kitchen and find something to eat herself. Huh! Where did this little kid come from? Zhao Nian stood there stunned. On the sofa in the living room sat a beautiful woman with a haggard look but an outstanding intellectual air. In the woman's arms was an adorable little girl, dressed in cartoon pajamas. What's going on? Tomboy Zhao Nian's brain was racing, instantly conjuring up an outrageous scenario. Could it be that Brother Lin really wasn't satisfied last night, so he took advantage of everyone being asleep and went to the ruins outside to forcibly kidnap back a pair of awful mother and daughter? That shouldn't be the case. Given what happened last night, even if he wasn't satisfied, he could have easily come knocking on my door. Hello, big sister. Just as Zhao Nian was lost in thought, the little girl on the sofa leaned out halfway and waved her delicate white hand at Zhao Nian without any stage fright. Hello? My name is Su Qinghe. The haggard-looking, intelligent woman quickly stood up, nodded politely and somewhat reservedly to Zhao Nian, and introduced. This is my daughter, Su Xingwan. Su Qinghe still felt like she was dreaming as to why she had suddenly appeared here. Last night, Su Qinghe broke out in a cold sweat when her daughter pointed out the lurking scout bee in the corner. She initially thought it was some kind of high-level mutated creature skilled in disguise, and was preparing to unleash a water blade to deliver the final blow. Suddenly, a clear, cold female voice came from the miniature robotic bee. After confirming that the other party had no malicious intent, the two sides engaged in a game of strategy that involved no unnecessary words, separated by a drone. Initially, Su Qinghe did not expect this mysterious being to take pity on her and her daughter and help them escape their suffering. The woman who called herself Yuli was indeed ruthless. She seemed to have already figured out Su Qinghe's background through some means and directly asked for the specific coordinates of the Sangyuan nuclear power plant and the core reactor plan. In exchange, Yuli rationally offered her bargaining chip. She and the forces behind her would completely eliminate the source of the nuclear leak. Su Qinghe didn't know whether she should trust this mysterious person who hadn't even shown his face. Regardless, this is the first person since the outbreak of the apocalypse to proactively offer to resolve this crisis. Therefore, she revealed her hand without reservation. Her name is Su Qinghe, and she is a senior engineer in core hydrology and radiation monitoring at the nuclear power plant. Upon receiving this news, the other party didn't show any particular emotion. However, before ending the call and leaving, they abruptly asked, "What are your and your daughter's special abilities?" After a brief moment of hesitation, Su Qinghe chose to tell the truth. Since her position had already been exposed, she might as well openly demonstrate her value and increase her influence in this transaction. I am an A-rank expert in ultimate water flow control. My daughter has awakened the rare S-rank skill, flawless replication. She can perfectly replicate anything she has come into contact with, provided it doesn't exceed a certain grade. The little girl demonstrated her abilities. Shortly after grasping the scout bee, Yuli suddenly had something else she could control. Then communication fell into complete silence. However, less than 20 minutes later, suddenly, several eerie blue jets of flame from the thrusters lit up in the torrential rain outside the window. 3 massive, hummingbird starfall drones, gleaming with a terrifying metallic sheen, tore through the rain and hovered abruptly beside Su Qinghe. Subsequently, under the radar-silent escort of 2 phantom reconnaissance bees, 3 hummingbird meteorites extended their mechanical claws, as if carrying an invisible aerial sedan chair, and directly grabbed the bed beneath Su Qinghe and her daughter. Su Qinghe didn't know how the drone got in, nor how it managed to take her and her daughter out without damaging the wall. But it seems she made the right bet. The other party seems to have the ability to resolve this nuclear leak crisis. Chapter 76: Su Qinghe's Shock. After briefly greeting Su Qinghe and her daughter who had just boarded the bus, Zhao Nian, dressed in loose sportswear, rubbed her flat stomach and walked into the open kitchen with practiced ease, pulling open the double-door refrigerator. Well? Looking at the empty refrigerator, which only contained a few rows of chilled drinks and fine wines, the girl sighed helplessly. Since Gu Wan, the logistics manager with an S-level, miracle recipe, joined the team, the kitchen stove and refrigerator have basically become decorations. People are used to being able to enjoy hot, top-quality food as soon as it's mealtime. Zhao Nian, who disliked going hungry, was actually considering knocking on Gu Wan's door. But then she thought again. After Brother Lin took Sister Su Tang away in the middle of the night yesterday, he didn't come out for most of the night. Heaven knows which room Brother Lin went to afterward. If I were to go knock on Sister Gu Wan's door now and accidentally stumble upon something inappropriate for children, thus disturbing Brother Lin's enjoyment, that would be incredibly embarrassing. After thinking for a moment, the girl's eyes lit up, and she quickly ran to a room at the end of the corridor and pushed open the door. Meow! A mowing, lying lazily on the giant cat tree, opened one eyelid. Upon recognizing Zhao Nian, it didn't even bother to wag its tail, and closed its eyes again, purring. However, Zhao Nian wasn't actually looking for this aloof black cat. She walked straight to the large, temperature-controlled cat bed in the corner and scooped up the transparent jelly-like cat that was fast asleep inside. Gurgle gurgle? Suddenly being picked up and carried outside, Shishua squirmed twice in Zhao Nian's arms, letting out two puzzled mutters with a hint of morning grumpiness. Little Shui, can you get me something to eat? I'm starving. Zhao Nian's eyes were full of expectation. Gurgle? Gurgle! Xiao Shua's crystal-clear body paused for a moment, as if she were thinking seriously. Then, she nodded readily. As a high-level mimicry life form enhanced by Lin Ye's secondary sequencing, Xiao Shua's intelligence is increasing. She can clearly smell the strong scent of her master's hormones on the short-haired human girl in front of her. This is definitely within the core category of our own people, so changing the food is naturally no problem. Then, the transparent jelly lightly jumped from Zhao Nian's arms onto the restaurant carpet. With a soft pop, the transparent water film rapidly hardened and took on color. In the blink of an eye, Shishua transformed into a lowly version of Gu Wan, less than 1.2 meters tall and dressed in the same black business suit. Shishua, with her short legs, followed behind Zhao Nian and swaggered into the spacious restaurant. At this moment, Su Qinghe was sitting on the sofa holding her daughter Su Xingwan, looking somewhat awkward. Sister Qinghe, I'm about to have breakfast. Would you like some? Zhao Nian greeted her familiarly. Although as a mother, Su Qinghe instinctively wanted to be reserved and didn't want to appear like a freeloader as soon as she got on the bus. But when she looked down and saw her daughter in her arms swallowing hard and staring at the restaurant with extremely longing eyes, she couldn't bring herself to refuse. Although her daughter had awakened the S-rank, flawless replica, in this apocalyptic world where food and clothing were scarce, the good things she could access were extremely limited. The strict limitation that it can only replicate objects that have been touched and understood puts this god-level ability in an awkward state of being useful but not widely available. During this time, the mother and daughter endured harsh weather and slept outdoors, without even having a hot meal. So, after only a brief moment of hesitation, Su Qinghe blushed and nodded gratefully. Gurgle! Su Qinghe was initially puzzled when she saw the lowly version of Gu Wan in front of her who didn't speak and only made gurgling sounds. But what happened next quickly made the young female engineer's eyes widen in astonishment. After Zhao Nian skillfully recited a series of dish names, Xiao Shui stretched out her chubby little hand and gently wiped the table. Accompanied by a strange energy fluctuation, plates of steaming hot fried dumplings, congee with preserved egg and lean pork, and even a few exquisite sandwiches appeared out of thin air on the table as if by magic. Xiao Shui, where are my crab roe xiaolong bao? Zhao Nian asked, taking a bite of a fried dumpling. Gurgle, gurgle. Xiao Shui rolled her eyes in an extremely human way, looking speechless. Although she perfectly replicated Gu Wan's miracle recipe through gene imprinting, she also inherited the limitations of this ability. Gu Wan had eaten many top-quality ingredients before, so she could naturally conjure them perfectly. But her little dumpling had never eaten crab rose soup dumplings before, so if she tried to imitate them, the taste would definitely become incredibly bizarre. She's not like Gu Wan, who has devoured many strange materials and metals since she can remember. If she actually conjured it up, this woman would definitely get angry and turn on her. Looking at Su Xingwan, the little girl sitting opposite her, blinking her big, watery eyes and staring at her with a look of shock and anticipation, Xiao Shui nodded and waved her little hand, conjuring up several more hearty and nutritious breakfasts for the mother and daughter. Immediately, the snow melted again, turning back into that transparent jelly ball. She skipped and hopped over to Su Qinghe and her daughter, and unexpectedly took a hair with its follicle from each of them. After a brief genetic analysis, Xiaoxue dismissed Su Qinghe's A-level, ultimate water flow control, with disdain. Instead, it was this exquisitely beautiful little girl who piqued Xiaoxue's interest. Gurgle! To Su Qinghe's utter astonishment, the transparent ball on the ground began to ripple. The next second, a little girl who looked exactly like Su Xingwan in his arms, in terms of facial features, height, and clothing, suddenly appeared in the restaurant. What's going on? Why are there 2 stars? If Su Qinghe could conjure food out of thin air, it could be barely explained by his spatial or creative abilities. Now, to suddenly transform into a living person and perfectly replicate her daughter is completely beyond the common sense she has gained over the years as a science student. Sister Qinghe, it's all right. This is Xiaoxue's mimicry ability. You don't need to worry, Zhao Nian explained vaguely while gulping down her porridge. But speaking of which, what exactly are your and Xingwan's special abilities? Zhao Nian asked with interest. The words had barely left his mouth. Xiao Shui, now transformed into Su Xingwan, reached out her left hand and gently grasped a solid wood dining chair in the restaurant. A moment later, below Xiaoxue's right palm, accompanied by a peculiar flash of light, a dining chair that was exactly the same in terms of material, texture, and weight was perfectly printed out. Upon seeing this, the real Su Xingwan, who was enjoying her sandwich, stared wide-eyed in shock, forgetting to chew the food in her mouth. Gurgle, gurgle! A perfect, flawless replica. Xiaoxue, who had turned back into a transparent dumpling, opened her mouth wide and swallowed the solid wood dining chair that had appeared in her mouth as a snack. Then, she let out a burp and, looking rather uninterested, prepared to go back to her room. This little girl's superpower is truly extraordinary. Just now, at the moment she activated her power, a strange field of vision appeared in Xiaoxue's retina. In this world, every item that meets the requirements for replication will be marked with a special energy symbol. This is why Su Xingwan was able to see through the reconnaissance bee's top-notch optical stealth at a glance last night. However, after trying it out for a while, Xiaoxue found it boring. She needs to hurry back to her room to watch the anime series her master prepared for her yesterday, such as Mobile Suit Gundam and Kamen Rider. This was also a special learning task given to her by Lin Yi. Although Xiao Shui can now perfectly mimic and replicate Han Xiaoqing's SS-level, ultimate skill, armament, as a liquid life form who has never been exposed to human popular culture, she simply lacks the corresponding imagination and weapon concept library, so she doesn't know how to use this divine skill. The master said that as long as she watches more of these anime series, she will be able to create those super cool mechs on the battlefield herself in the future. Although Tuanzi didn't quite understand what was so fun about mechas, she had to obey her master's orders without question. After all, that was her favorite owner. Glug glug! Just as Tuanzi was about to hop back into the pet room, she suddenly caught a glimpse of a tall, imposing man walking out of Tang Yingshue's room. Xiaoxue instantly abandoned her anime-watching plans, traced a graceful parabola in midair, and landed precisely in Lin Ye's strong arms. Gurgle gurgle! The little dumpling rubbed wildly against Lin Ye's chest. Lin Yi chuckled and pinched the clingy slime. Then, as he walked towards the living room, he asked casually, Yuli, report on the current situation. Yes, master. Last night, while you were resting, I discovered some extremely unusual circumstances in the direction of Songhai City. Yuli's clear and cool female voice, full of texture, suddenly came from the hidden surround sound system above the living room of the RV. Su Qinghe, who was sitting on the sofa in shock at Xiaoxue's superpower, froze instantly. She looked up in disbelief at the empty ceiling and then at the composed Lin Yi, her mind suddenly filled with turbulent emotions. Something's not right. This mastermind, Yuli, who used almost ruthless negotiation tactics to make a deal with me last night and promised to handle the nuclear leak, seems like she's not even human? Chapter 77 Imagination and Self-Imposed Traps. Sorry I overslept. Just as Yuli was reporting, the door to the room diagonally opposite the master bedroom was gently pushed open. Wearing a fitted casual home outfit that perfectly accentuated her mature and voluptuous figure, Gu Wan walked into the living room with a slightly apologetic expression. Admiring the strong is never a shameful thing. Moreover, Lin Ye's third-order body, which he awakened after 3 transformations, exudes a deadly hormone that is indeed somewhat unreasonable. Unfortunately, after carrying her back to her room last night, Lin Yi did not choose to stay overnight at her place. For some reason, the female executive, who is known for her absolute rationality, couldn't sleep last night. Her mind kept replaying the scene in the supermarket building where Lin Yi had rescued her from dire straits, as if by divine intervention. Although, in retrospect, based on her keen business acumen, she concluded that the man was definitely suspected of saving people at the last minute, in order to repay her debt of gratitude for the supplies she had given him. But to say that she, as a normal single woman, was completely unaffected by this would be self-deception. As she pondered these thoughts, Gu Wan became completely unable to sleep. In the past 20 years of her life, apart from a brief period of self-exploration, during her adolescence when she was curious about her body, she has rarely done anything like that since. For her, the dopamine from constantly fighting in the workplace and realizing her self-worth is far more sophisticated than mere physical pleasure, so she doesn't need it. But last night, the situation was clearly different. After being briefly enveloped by Lin Ye's masculine aura, an indescribable emptiness kept her tossing and turning in the dead of night. Only after hiding under the covers, blushing, and making a long-lost compromise, did she finally fall into a deep sleep, exhausted and still feeling the afterglow. This directly resulted in her, who usually has a strict schedule, waking up late today, which is unusual for her. "It's all right, let's eat first." Lin Yi leaned back on the sofa and waved casually. Gu Wan poured herself a glass of hot milk, her gaze falling on Lin Ye's cold and perfect profile, and she couldn't help but be slightly lost in thought. This feeling of being intuitively attracted to a young man, even to the point of losing sleep over him, is strange, but I have to admit, it's quite novel. During the break between Yuli's report, Su Tang and Han Xiaoqing, who had just finished a high-intensity morning workout in the gravity chamber, and was covered in healthy sweat, also arrived at the restaurant one after another. Looking at this group of vibrant, beautiful girls, each with a highly distinctive charm, Su Qinghe, sitting at the dining table, became increasingly reserved. She held her daughter tightly, a sudden surge of intense absurdity and worry welling up inside her. The personnel structure of this team is really abnormal. A handsome, aloof, and imposing young man, plus a room full of stunningly beautiful women. Most importantly, this guy seems to have a strange magnetic field that makes women want to get closer to him. Even that mature, sophisticated woman who looked like a high-ranking female executive in the city had a sly look in her eyes when she looked at him. Could it be that this boy's awakened superpower is some kind of weird, mind control, or charm, ability? These girls are actually all his exclusive possessions, brainwashed and controlled by him? Su Qinghe became increasingly alarmed. Good heavens, now that she and Xingwan have boarded this thief's car, haven't they just escaped one danger only to fall into another? Well, actually, joining isn't a bad idea. After all, to be honest, in this wasteland where human life is as worthless as grass, meeting a powerful and handsome guy who's also to your liking is a win no matter how you look at it. But absolutely not at night. Xingwan is too young. These things should at least wait until she's an adult. Wait, is this logic correct? Shouldn't it be that even if I'm forced to sacrifice myself, Xingwan absolutely shouldn't be implicated? Just as Su Qinghe's brain was racing and her mind was wandering wildly. Let's talk. Lin Yi turned his head, his deep gaze falling on the tense young female engineer. Huh? Oh, okay. Su Qinghe suddenly came to her senses and straightened her back instantly, like a primary school student being called on by the head teacher. Is that your daughter or your sister? Lin Yi pointed to the little girl who was intently working on her sandwich. It's a daughter! Su Qinghe quickly pulled Su Xingwan closer to her, like a mother hen protecting her chicks. Yes. Lin Yi nodded, his tone calm and unquestionable. I will not go back on my promise to you last night. I will handle the nuclear leak issue. But not today, maybe a day or two later. I have some important business to attend to in Shanghai first. Of course, if you're eager to save lives and want to go see for yourself, that's fine too. I can have Yuli arrange for a drone to take you there. In the meantime, I'll take good care of your daughter. Lin Ye's idea was actually very pragmatic. After Xiaoxue completed the gene replication, the absolute value of this mother and daughter in Lin Ye's eyes had already been greatly reduced. While intelligence inside the nuclear power plant is important, in this apocalyptic downpour, it is highly likely that the plant has long been completely overrun by mutated creatures. The old information in Su Qinghe's mind can often only be used as a reference, and may even be misleading. However, Lin Yi inherently dislikes doing the kind of despicable thing as crossing the river and then burning the bridge. Moreover, this timid little girl's flawless replication ability is incredibly useful. Lin Ye's own sequential enhancement is incredibly powerful, but it's severely limited by the availability of raw materials. For example, Gu Wan hasn't yet equipped herself with the holographic tactical terminal, which greatly enhances communication and combat capabilities, due to a lack of rare materials. With this humanoid 3D printer, lowly, the problems of mass production and replication can be easily solved. Okay. As long as you're willing to handle the nuclear leak, a day or two later is fine, I'm not in a hurry. Upon hearing Lin Ye's reply, Su Qinghe initially breathed a sigh of relief. However, when she heard Lin Yi say that he would take good care of her daughter, the terrifying images she had just imagined instantly took over her mind again. Su Qinghe, who appeared intellectual and elegant, suddenly raised her head after a moment of deep, sorrowful contemplation. Her eyes shone with a maternal light that seemed ready to face death, and she gritted her teeth, saying, But there's one thing! Please, absolutely do not make a move against Xingwan for now, she's really too young. If you really want to do something, just come at me. I will try my best to satisfy your evil desires. She'd completely come to terms with it, and it was too late to back out and get out of the car. The other party's RV was outrageous, and every member of the team was a monster. To protect her daughter's purity, she, as a mother, had no choice but to swallow her pride and sacrifice her own virtue. Lin Yi, who was holding a coffee cup, froze in midair. He stared at the young woman in front of him with a bewildered expression, who seemed ready to die a martyr, his eyes twitching wildly. No, lady, what are you thinking about all day? Do I look like some kind of desperate, perverted pervert? After leaving Su Qinghe alone in the living room, bewildered, Lin Yi went to the pet room with a dark face and fed Moing a batch of newly enhanced and purified Tier 3 crocodile meat. Then, he gestured to Su Tang, who had finished breakfast, and the two of them pushed open the door to Tang Yingshua's second bedroom together. Tang Yingxue was born with fair skin, almost translucent. After undergoing the profound purification and secondary enhancement of the Jade Balance True chapter, her skin reached a state of near perfection. This also led to the purplish-blue marks left on her body by Lin Ye's actions under the backlash of luck becoming extremely conspicuous. Brother, please don't come again. I really give up. Upon hearing the door open, Tang Yingxue, who had been lying on the bed groaning, suddenly pulled the silk quilt over herself like a startled rabbit, wrapping herself up tightly like a silkworm cocoon. Only when a warm, vibrant, milky white, healing light shone through the blanket and completely enveloped her, making her aching bones feel as if they had been reborn, did she carefully pull the blanket down a little and quietly observe Su Tang and Lin Yi standing by the bed. Call! Tang Yingxue breathed a long sigh of relief, while secretly lamenting, what a blunder. It seems I must be much more careful with this little trick of using the backlash of strong luck to gain favor in the future. While the Jade Balance True chapter can quickly restore supernatural abilities and mental state, its repair speed for purely physical overwork is obviously far inferior to Su Tang's S+ level, Supreme Holy Healing. This also means that if Su Tang, the super healer, isn't around in the future, and she dares to recklessly provoke Lin Yi in his backlash state again, he'll really fall apart. Volume 2, The Turmoil in Shanghai. Chapter 78, Miracle Recipe, Extract Drink. A light drizzle fell as the massive Amadiro conquerors, like a black behemoth cutting through the waves, steadily and violently advanced towards the eastern borders of the demon city along the highway completely submerged by floodwaters. Inside the carriage, Lin Yi wasn't idle. He used the time to travel to begin a new round of combat enhancement for the girls in his team. First is Zhao Nian. After consuming a large amount of supernatural power to undergo a true, secondary order enhancement, Zhao Nian unsurprisingly crossed the rank barrier and officially joined the ranks of third-tier evolvers. Her original A+ level metal control underwent a fundamental transformation. Brother Lin, I feel like I can now understand the breathing of the entire city's steel. Zhao Nian clenched her fist tightly, closed her eyes, and carefully sensed the massive, intricately detailed metal network in her mind. After her superpower evolved into the S rank, all-area metal control, she can now not only absolutely control all metallic substances within a 3-kilometer radius of herself, but also forcibly deconstruct and reorganize the molecular structure of metals at the microscopic level. In other words, as long as I have enough energy reserves, I can even squeeze and recombine a bunch of scrap metal molecules into a high-density aerospace-grade armor alloy. The girl opened her eyes and sighed with some regret. Alas, it's a pity that this is the apocalypse. If it were a peaceful era, wouldn't I be a legendary alchemist? I could easily achieve financial freedom by selling some special steel or synthesizing some gold. Hearing Zhao Nian's rather money-grubbing remarks, Lin Yi chuckled and ruffled her short hair. Next up is Gu Wan. There was a slight hiccup during the process of strengthening this mature and sophisticated woman. Gu Wan's first basic enhancement went incredibly smoothly. But when Lin Yi took a short break to adjust his breathing and prepared to perform the second sequential enhancement on her, an unexpected incident occurred. Just as the dark golden light was about to envelop Gu Wan, this usually dignified and rational female executive suddenly leaned in without warning and kissed Lin Ye's lips passionately. The deadly hormones constantly emanating from Lin Ye's third-tier body were like a potent poison that destroyed all of Gu Wan's rational defenses, especially since she already had feelings for him and had been tossing and turning all night because of it. I'm sorry. I couldn't help it. After the intensification is complete, the lips separate. This mature woman had a face as beautiful as a peach blossom, and her large, watery eyes revealed a hint of panic, yet she gently licked her rosy lips as if she still wanted more. An apology must be sincere. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, and without any hesitation, stretched out his arm and pulled her full, soft body back into his embrace. 10 minutes later. Feeling sore all over and her once neat home clothes now somewhat disheveled, Gu Wan blushed and leaned her head on Lin Ye's broad shoulder. She tried to calm her slightly rapid breathing and began to carefully review her newly upgraded ability panel. After a second enhancement, her superpower also reached the third tier, and directly transformed into the S+ level, Miracle Recipe, Extract Drink. Currently, this indispensable logistics manager of the team has officially unlocked 3 strategically significant miracle drinks. Note: only 1 drink can be effective per target per hour. Tier 1, Revival Americano, enhanced version. The effect is further amplified. Theoretically, 1 cup can instantly restore 30% of a Tier 3, or lower, ability user's mental strength and ability reserves, making it a top-tier blue potion. Tier 2, Titan Thick Milk Tea, after drinking, physical attributes, strength, resistance to blows, etc., will increase by 30% to 50%. The weaker the drinker's base, the more exaggerated the increase will be. Gu Wan drank a cup herself, and her physical strength increased by an astonishing 40%, while after Lin Yi drank it, after Yuli's precise scan, his already abnormal third-tier body still received a 30% hardcore enhancement. Tier 3, Overclock Dream Fruit Wine Core Ace. After consumption, it forcibly amplifies the intensity of supernatural power released by 30% to 50%. The only limitation is that the level of the ability it can amplify can never exceed Gu Wan's own S+ level, that is, it cannot be effective on Han Shaoqing and Lin Ye's abilities. Moreover, Gu Wan's original idea of stepping on her left foot and spiraling upwards. To exploit the bug also failed. Drinking the fruit wine beforehand and being in a state of enhanced ability does allow her to create better first and second tier beverages. However, it cannot produce a cumulative qualitative change for the third tier fruit wine itself. According to Zhao Nian's personal testing, the fruit wine made by Gu Wan after drinking the wine had the same effect as the wine made before the amplification. Time flies. After testing Gu Wan's various supernatural abilities, it was almost noon. The massive Amadiro fortress has finally officially crossed the boundary line and entered the territory of the Magic City. Upon entering this once glorious international metropolis, the RV's speed noticeably slowed down. While the high-energy particle impact horn at the front of the car could easily eliminate abandoned vehicles blocking the road, the city of Shanghai, located by the sea, was flooded everywhere. When the vehicle switched to the water surface culvert propulsion mode, a large number of mutated creatures lurking underwater began to launch fierce attacks on the bottom of the RV. Unlike the nuclear radiation mutants that emitted blue light and were covered in sores that we encountered in Shanghai City yesterday, the mutant creatures in the waters of Shanghai appear much normal in appearance, but their size and muscle density are so large that they defy the laws of biology. Around noon, the restaurant was filled with an intensely aromatic aroma of meat. Lunch was the highest class, Tier 3 Abyss crocodile meat hot pot. This seems to have become an unwritten, welcoming tradition within Lin Ye's team. Whenever a new member joins the team, they are always treated to a top-notch hot pot meal to welcome them. The third tier crocodile meat, enhanced by Lin Ye's ordering and perfectly cooked by Gu Wan's superpower, was not only not fishy or tough, but also tender, juicy, and melted in the mouth. To Su Qinghe's utter shock and ecstasy upon boarding the bus, after eating a few pieces of crocodile meat, she clearly felt that her supernatural abilities and physical attributes had actually experienced a slight but permanent increase. After feeding her own star some crocodile meat and fresh vegetables, she secretly glanced around at the girls who were enjoying their meal. It seems that although the composition of this team is somewhat peculiar, its foundation and scale are so rich that they are frightening. After enjoying this delicious and satisfying lunch, Lin Yi pulled Su Tang back to the master bedroom and skillfully activated the Jade Balance True Scripture, quickly replenishing the supernatural power that had been depleted during the enhancement. Then, holding the transparent ball of fluff, Xiuxue, in one arm and picking up the black cat, Moing, who was rubbing against his trouser leg with the other, he went straight to the gravity training room. He found Han Xiaoqing, who had just finished her post-meal digestion training, and frankly expressed his intention to perform a secondary order enhancement on her. At the same time, he also told her without any concealment that the side effect of being enhanced would be that she would become Lin Ye's exclusive property. Faced with a price that would make most people hesitate and back down, Han Xiaoqing accepted it with unusual calm. In her pure and simple mind, she was now practically Lin Ye's personal weapon. Are we really going to abandon Lin Yi, this unfathomable and unparalleled expert, and Miss Tang Yingxue, in order to join those easily defeated trash? Han Xiaoqing wasn't that stupid. She was quite satisfied with her current life of constantly getting stronger. Buzz! With a flash of dark golden light, the ordered vision unfolded once again in Lin Ye's mind. Deep within the countless pale lines that make up Han Xiaoqing's body, Lin Yi clearly saw a core radiating a cold blue light. Unlike last night when Lin Yi tried to strengthen himself, there was a high-dimensional, 7-colored glass core that he couldn't touch at all. Lin Ye's mental energy could easily touch and intervene in the SS-level superpower core within Han Xiaoqing's body. However, Lin Yi only tried it once before decisively giving up. He had a strong premonition that, with his current second-tier ability reserves, the terrifying amount of energy required to forcibly elevate an SS-level ability core would be almost as much as that of the crystal from the crocodile farm. Therefore, Lin Yi had no choice but to settle for second best and poured all his enormous enhancement energy into the reconstruction of Han Xiaoqing's physical body. The enhancement ended 20 minutes later. Lin Ye's supernatural power was depleted once again, and Han Xiaoqing, naturally, became a special being possessing both a second-tier SS rank supernatural power and a third-tier physical body. Her body's attribute panel was extremely similar to Lin Ye's, possessing terrifying defensive and regenerative abilities, as well as the divine skill of immunity to conventional toxins and mental infections below the 4th rank. But one term is missing. Increase attractiveness to the opposite sex. Looking at Han Xiaoqing, who swung her fist and created a piercing sonic boom with pure physical strength, Lin Yi made a guess in his mind. This is most likely because when Han Xiaoqing was strengthening her body, since her ability grade was lower than her own SSS grade and was the type that could be strengthened, the excess strengthening energy was silently absorbed and settled by her blue ability core. Chapter 79 State Anchoring. A light drizzle shrouded this once bustling and noisy steel jungle, now a desolate and swampy wasteland. On the highest rooftop of a 100-story commercial building near Fudan University in Shanghai, Lin Wu stood quietly in the raging wind and rain, his deep gaze passing over countless dilapidated skyscrapers, staring blankly at the gray skyline to the west. This girl, who was always sweet and adorable in front of Lin Yi and loved to act coquettishly, exuded an extreme aloofness that kept people at a distance in the eyes of outsiders. A gentle breeze blew, yet the girl's cascading black hair fell to her waist unaffected by the wind or rain. Even though she was wearing a loose and heavy black tactical uniform, it couldn't hide her stunningly beautiful curves, above her slender waist, which seemed almost too delicate to be grasped, with 2 enormous breasts that were completely out of place with her innocent and alluring face. Behind Lin Wu stood a beautiful and noble young lady from a prominent family. If you look closely, you will find a strange scene that defies the common sense of physics. When the torrential rain fell on the 2 people's heads, it passed through their bodies without any hindrance, as if it were passing through a holographic projection, without leaving even a drop of water on their hair or clothes. Under the influence of the aristocratic girl's supernatural power behind them, the 2 of them seemed to be completely stripped away, as if they didn't exist in this real space at all. Little fog. Peiyushi pursed her rosy lips, looking at the aloof, godlike figure before her, and softly broke the silence. If you really can't let go of him, I'll take you to find your brother once the zombie horde in this area has stabilized a bit more. In truth, if she could, Peiyushi would never want to waste her precious superpowers and time searching for an ordinary man in the wasteland. As the first in line to inherit the Pei family, a top family in Shanghai, she had already decisively placed all the chips for the future of the Pei family on her best friend the moment the bloodbath broke out. She possesses absolute ambition and a keen sense of smell. She firmly believed that with Lin Wu's help, the Pei family would not only survive the cruel reshuffling of the New World, but would also become the ultimate family standing at the pinnacle of power. Even in the distant future, it is not impossible for them to completely solve the zombie crisis, drive the mutated creatures to the corners of the world, and make humans the absolute overlords of this planet again. Peiyushi's terrifying confidence stemmed entirely from the fact that the girl before her had awakened an SS+-level divine skill that could be described as breaking the world's underlying logic and transcending the concept of rules. State anchoring. This is why Peiyushi, who is usually meticulous and knows the value of supernatural abilities, dares to maintain the enormous spatial power so recklessly at this moment, just to avoid the rain. Under Lin Wu's status anchoring effect, her peak state, at the moment she released her spatial ability was firmly locked. Before this anchoring state is broken, the superpowers within her body are like an infinite source, without any consumption, allowing her to unleash her ultimate moves without restraint. Although limited by Lin Wu's current level as a second to revolver, this heaven-defying anchoring can only be maintained for a short period of 10 minutes. But that's terrifying enough. Peiyushi could hardly imagine what an invincible army of ability users she envisioned would be when Lin Wu's level was high enough and his ability lasted long enough. However, before that grand plan can be realized, there is a fatal hidden danger that must be addressed. That was the only man who could influence Lin Wu's emotional fluctuations and even make her lose her mind, her brother, Lin Yi. Peiyushi, Lin Ye's best friend from university, had met him before. Undeniably, the taciturn young man possessed a handsome and rugged appearance. But in the apocalypse, the function of the physical body will be greatly diminished, and may even become a deadly burden. Peiyushi did not believe that the man was a chosen one with god-level superpowers like Lin Wu. Before the communication was cut off, the man's promise on WeChat to come to Shanghai to find her seemed like a ridiculous and presumptuous joke to Peyushi. If he hadn't come, he might have been able to survive a little longer in this cruel world by hiding in some air raid shelter inland. If he were to recklessly travel over 1,000 kilometers to Shanghai, given the terrifying nature of the mutated creatures along the way, he would most likely have already died on the way and turned into the excrement of some giant beast. Cece. The cool voice was carried to Peyushi's ears by the night wind, interrupting her thoughts. I'm here. Linwu didn't turn around, her usually cold gaze gradually turning deep. By now, the zombie hordes in and around the Fudan University campus have been mostly cleared out, right? Yes, the high-level aberrations in the core area have all been wiped out. Peyushi nodded. All right. Linwu slowly clenched her fair fist, a chilling madness and obsession flashing in her eyes. Starting tomorrow, I will personally go hunting on the front lines. I will strive to break through my limits and become a third-tier evolver within 5 days. Once I reach the 3rd tier, I'll go find him. I see. Peyushi took a deep look at Linwu's back and nodded silently. They won't give up until they reach the Yellow River. Let Linwu witness the man's miserable condition as soon as possible. Although it will plunge her into great grief in the short term, in the long run, it will definitely be a good thing to completely sever this weak attachment. However, Linwu had only recently advanced to a 2nd-tier evolver. The number of evolution points required to upgrade a concept-level ability like SS Plus was absolutely astronomical. Hunting down the ordinary 1st and 2nd-tier zombies around us is definitely not enough. It seems we need to focus our attention on those big guys crawling out of the Eastern Sea. Peyushi quickly calculated in her mind. She had to mobilize the remaining strength of her family as soon as possible to pave this bloody path of advancement for Linwu. I'll go back and arrange the bait and defenses first. As soon as she finished speaking, a transparent ripple spread through the air. Peyushi's tall figure blurred instantly and vanished into thin air on the stormy rooftop. However, after Peyushi left, having used her spatial abilities, Linwu, who was left alone in the same spot, remained in the ethereal rain avoidance state affected by the spatial abilities. The torrential rain continued to penetrate her body, slamming heavily onto the concrete ground of the rooftop. Only the soft, incessant sound of rain remained in the world. Linwu slowly turned around. The coldness on her pure and flawless face melted away like ice and snow, replaced by a sickly sweet smile. She stuck out the tip of her tongue and gently licked her thin lips, which were wet with rain. Staring intently westward, she murmured in a soft, almost dreamlike tone. Hey brother, you promised you'd come pick me up. The world has changed, and I've become very, very strong. So, I will never let you leave me again. Even if you get bitten on the road and turn into a monster that only knows how to eat meat, or even if you are already dead and rot into a skeleton, it doesn't matter. The girl's eyes were filled with an intense, obsessive madness. As long as I find you, no matter how many people I kill, no matter what cruel methods I use, I will find the superpower that can restore you. Then I will lock you by my side forever, and you will never be allowed to go anywhere. Chapter 80 Cosplay and Interception. The spacious cockpit of the Amadiro Conqueror was unusually quiet. Lin Yi lay half-reclined in the ergonomic driver's seat, his gaze deep as he looked through the panoramic bulletproof window at the gloomy city along the way, completely swallowed by torrential rain and floodwaters, lost in thought for a long time. Su Tang was like a gentle, lazy cat, quietly lying in the vast embrace of the forest. She pressed her cheek against the man's chest and could clearly feel that as the RV ventured deeper into Shanghai, his once steady heartbeat was beating faster and faster. Are you nervous? Su Tang asked softly, her slender fingers unconsciously circling Lin Ye's heart. A little bit, Lin Yi said without denying it, his voice low in the empty driver's cabin. Are you worried about your sister's safety? Not entirely. He was no stranger to Shanghai, this once dazzling international metropolis. Deep in my memory, my parents were working hard in this city when they were alive. Their job is to drive heavy-duty trailers, which are more than 10 meters long, to deliver brand new cars to 4S stores all over the country. When Lin Yi and Lin Wu got a little older, in order to earn more money, their mother started driving cars with their father. Firstly, the two can take turns driving day and night, ensuring the car never stops even when the driver is resting. Secondly, it's also to prevent fuel thieves from stealing fuel. When Lin Yi was a child, the security situation was far worse than it is now. Oil thieves would often sneak in at night and drain the fuel tanks of large trucks. During winter and summer vacations, Lin Yi would bring his younger sister to Shanghai to reunite with their parents. At that time, the family of four squeezed into an extremely cheap rented room in a rural area on the outskirts of Shanghai. Living conditions were harsh and inconvenient. One had to walk a long way to use the dry toilet, and to take a bath, one had to go to the village's paid public bathhouse. For a long time, young Lin Yi thought that this was all there was to Shanghai, no different from his backward hometown. It wasn't until later, when he personally sent his younger sister to Shanghai to study at university, that this dazzlingly prosperous world-class metropolis revealed its true colors to him. In fact, Lin Wu had always wanted Lin Yi to stay and work in Shanghai. If it weren't for the little incident that happened during the summer before her 18th birthday, Lin Yi might have already agreed. He clearly remembered that day. The girl was wearing a pure white, exquisite dress and holding a white rabbit doll in her arms, cosplaying as a classic anime girl known to everyone in the anime community. As she cut the cake, she tilted her innocent and flawless face up and gazed obediently at Lin Yi. "Brother, do you think it would be bad if I didn't get married or have children in the future?" Lin Yi also watches anime, so he naturally knows who the silver-haired twin-tailed character holding a white rabbit is that the girl is cosplaying. But he chose to play dumb. Perhaps it was the heavy blow of their parents' death in a car accident that made the brother and sister depend on each other for survival, and they survived the darkest and most difficult time of their lives, which fostered a unique dependence and bond between them. After that night, everything seemed to return to normal. Lin Wu remained as well-behaved and sensible as ever. Before this, Lin Yi had always called his younger sister Duo. When he was little, he had asked his mother curiously why his sister was called Lin Wu. His mother gently told him that fog is just like clouds, so he always called her Duo. Until that sweltering summer when I was hugging a white rabbit passed. He began to deliberately create physical and psychological distance between them, no longer calling her Duo, but instead calling her Xiaowu, in a slightly distant way. Although Lin Wu was dissatisfied, he still obediently accepted it. The incident that night seemed to be nothing more than his brother's overthinking. My little sister is still the same well-behaved and adorable girl. Memories surged, and those fragments of memories he had deliberately buried came flooding back to him. At one point, Lin Yi suddenly remembered something he had forgotten for a long time. Last winter vacation, the two went back to their hometown for the spring festival. Lin Wu said that the school needed to fill out a detailed family information form, so he dug out the old iron box left by his parents. At that time, he found an adoption certificate at the bottom of the metal box. However, Lin Yi didn't take it to heart at the time. He subconsciously felt that this might be a fake certificate that his parents had obtained through connections to avoid some complicated procedures back then. After all, in earlier years, a family could only legally raise one child. One's childhood memories are never fake. So, could it be that girl Lin Wu? Lin Yi felt a vague unease. At the beginning of the apocalypse, he noticed that Lin Wu had a different face. But at the time, he just thought it was perfectly normal. After all, many people naturally show different sides of themselves when facing family and strangers. But if my guess is true, could it be that Lin Wu did it on purpose? Call! Lin Yi took a deep breath, suppressing the chaotic memories deep in his heart. Thinking about these things now is pointless. The world has long since become a dog-eat-dog world, and the former order has been washed into the sewers by this mutated blood rain. In this wasteland, power is the only passport. Forrest. Su Tang, nestled in his arms, sensed the man's dramatic emotional shift. She tilted her head slightly, her cool eyes reflecting his sharp features, her tone laced with a lazy smile and indulgence. You said the world has become like this, so it's okay for us to be a little willful, right? When faced with a difficult question, she falls silent again. Having guessed the man's thoughts, Dr. Su hummed a little tune in a cheerful mood. Lin Yi wanted to take this opportunity to educate Dr. Su, who loved to guess people's thoughts, but now was clearly not the time. Yuli's voice suddenly rang out from inside the driver's cab. Warning, Master, there's some bad news. The omniscient radar indicates that we have likely entered a safe zone that has been forcibly cleared by a large survivor organization. Judging from human territorial instincts, these survivors will most likely consider this place their private property. The owner should be prepared for potential conflict. As soon as she finished speaking, Yuli projected a high-definition holographic map onto the panoramic car window. Indeed, as she said, the number of mutated creatures in the vicinity has decreased dramatically compared to the outer areas, especially the terrestrial zombies, which are now extremely rare. Lin Yi was slightly surprised, but he had no intention of backing down or taking a detour. He was merely using the route to find someone and had no other intentions. Even if we take a step back and assume he's now an SSS-Level Tier 2 ability user with a Tier 3 powerful physique, and his team is full of formidable warriors. Even if they have been a little lax in their comfort zone these past few days, their overall combat strength remains firmly at the top of human evolution. In this wasteland, if anyone should be giving way, it should be the other party making way for them. Lin Yi simply underestimated the stupidity of some of the guys. As the RV continued forward, Yuli's radar suddenly emitted a sharp red alarm. High-energy reaction detected! A powerful superhuman is launching an indiscriminate attack on the RV. Interesting. Lin Yi looked at the churning water ahead and suddenly smiled. With its massive population, Shanghai had been sweeping across the city, and Yuli's radar had already detected many scattered survivors. But most of the smaller teams, upon seeing this heavy-duty RV that resembled the doomsday vehicle, only dared to hide in the shadows and watch fearfully. Occasionally, those who were bolder or lacked supplies would simply stand on high ground and wave for help. This is the first time that such a direct and deadly interception of this armored behemoth has been carried out without any explanation. The guys who launched the attack, didn't they even consider where this RV came from? And whether they could afford to mess with the people inside? Boom! The next moment, a powerful water-based energy surged wildly from the outside, causing the stagnant and turbid water in front to suddenly erupt. The torrent of water defied the laws of gravity and surged into the sky, transforming into a terrifying giant wave more than 10 meters high. With overwhelming force, it crashed down on the front of the Armadillo RV.